What would it feel like to be born a magical genius, only to suffer from a mana disorder right from the start? When one door closes, surely another opportunity opens up. Watch the journey of Lewin Ardell, a young man who found himself caught in just such a situation. When he first came into the world, he was regarded as a ray of light illuminating the realm. Lewin was quite unlike anyone else, a fact that all goes back to a conversation between the butler and his father. The butler was preparing to set out on a journey to gather marine resources. A young Lewin sincerely warned him not to take the path near the southern mountain range because he felt the mana flow there was very strange. On the day Beggins set off, the sky was blanketed in dark clouds and crackling with lightning. It wasn't until late evening that he hurried running back. It turned out that Beggins had actually listened to Lin's advice and taken a detour. But precisely because of that, he managed to avoid a major catastrophe. According to what Beggins managed to pick up, that exact area had been attacked by monsters, and no one who took that route ever returned safely. Right from that moment, Lewin's innate talent began to draw attention. Bane believed the boy could sense the mana in the air, and although he didn't quite understand how, his father felt that Lewin was the future of the Ardell house. Sure enough, by the time Lewin turned 6, he could sense mana and successfully conjured it just a year later. And then, by the age of 10, Lewin became the top entrance exam scorer at the Ignite Magic Academy, the most prestigious magic academy in the Kingdom of Radiant. Along with that came the title of a genius. Back then, Lewin was somewhat arrogant, firmly believing he would elevate his family to new heights, but in the end, that was as far as he would go. On his very first day of class, Lewin realized he was an absolute nobody. While the instructor kept pushing him to cast a spell, Lewin struggled immensely with it. Even he himself couldn't make sense of what was wrong with him. For the very first time, Lewin and everyone else came to realize that he suffered from a mana disorder. At that exact moment, everything inside Lewin felt like it was shattering. His body lacked the ability to project magic even a single meter away, a truly pathetic state for any wizard. And then everyone realized he came from an ordinary background with no special talent whatsoever, causing their attitudes to flip 180 degrees in an instant. Just from an accidental shoulder bump in the hallway, 2 male students immediately flashed looks of utter contempt. To all the peers who resented him at the academy now, Lewin was merely someone devoid of any magical capability. A good-for-nothing who couldn't even cast a spell inside a magic academy. Naturally, he had now become their favorite punching bag and plaything. In moments like these, Lewin could only break down in helpless tears, silently questioning whether he could ever truly become a mage. Lewin Ardell, the name that entered the academy with the highest scores, the one everyone expected more from than anyone else. The name that had worked harder and more diligently than anyone, had been reduced to a magical cripple because of that curse of mana disorder. Was that truly the end of everything? No, just when Lewin thought everything was over right then and there, without knowing that a miracle still awaited. The story of this forgotten genius would continue. A brand new journey of trials was slowly weaving itself together at the very edge of despair. A dazzling light of hope flashed before his eyes alongside a glowing system prompt, signaling that the artifact had been activated. The system screen was taking shape while Lewin felt as though he were plunging into the abyss of the universe. Waking up in a daze, he had no idea where he even was. The only thing he knew was that his body felt as though it were sinking deep underwater, and an incomprehensible line of text materialized right before his eyes. That entity informed him that he was the avatar of Uraka, the destroyer of the world, the giant deity responsible for bringing Lewin to this place. His appearance resembled neither humankind nor the heroes Lewin usually saw in tales. He didn't even have enough time to wrap his head around any of this. The figure's lips parted as if he wanted to say something, and then Lewin's pupils dilated in sheer, absolute shock. Flashback to a few hours earlier. At the training grounds of the Ignite Academy, it was finally Lewin's turn for the practical exam. Professor Heidel gently told him to just do as he had instructed, creating a fireball and striking the wooden dummy in front of him. Under the scrutinizing gazes of his classmates, Lewin knew full well that a fireball was a basic spell any student could pull off with ease. But for him, it was a different story. This time around, Lewin wasn't even sure if he could pull it off. At the professor's cue, Lewin resolved to make it happen. An orange flame gradually flickered to life beneath his palm. It grew larger and larger, mirroring Lewin's fierce determination. The flame formed in the palm of his hand, growing larger by the second just like his fierce resolve, leaving the other boys somewhat surprised that he could muster up that much mana. Lewin foolishly thought he might actually pull it off this time. But the familiar nightmare struck again as his hand began to tremble uncontrollably. Despite the desperate pleas buried deep in his heart, the affliction known as mana disorder defeated Lewin once more. He couldn't take it anymore and voiced his surrender. Yet Professor Heidel still urged him to try and release the spell. Lewin wanted to desperately, but he feared that was impossible. According to Heidel, he was a senior now. If he couldn't even manage a basic spell like a fireball, how on earth was he going to pass the graduation exam? Even Lewin felt like he was a complete piece of trash. This training session focused on target practice, and here was Lewin, someone who couldn't even cast an incantation, let alone hit a target. At this rate, aspiring to become a third-class mage was nothing short of hopeless. Mocking laughter erupted around him once again as they branded him the Academy's ultimate disgrace. Lewin was already far too used to this kind of bullying, so he didn't pay it much mind. What truly crushed him was the realization that he had possessed no hope right from the very beginning, all because of the curse that had haunted him for the past 6 years. Mana disorder. Though Lewin had forced himself to endure through all these years, he now found himself wondering just how much longer he could possibly hold on. After that training session, Lewin trudged alone behind the crowd toward the main hall, but trouble has a way of finding those who wish for peace. 2 male students purposely approached him and provoked him with sarcastic remarks. One of them smugly kept calling him Dunce Lewin, their words escalating from mocking his academic performance to calling his home and territory a backwater wasteland. They deliberately claimed that the Ale family was a bunch of nobodies, neither wealthy nor reputable. The more they talked, the closer Lewin came to his breaking point. They could insult him all they wanted, but they absolutely must not touch his family. The male student was instantly shut down by a powerful punch from Lewin. It hit with enough force to send him flying back several meters. Lewin was genuinely furious at that running mouth of his. Even with a bruised face, the student refused to show any fear and shouted back loudly. Lewin held nothing back anymore. He knew this guy was Ben Folt, who was nothing special and had no business picking a fight with his father and his family. The other student accompanying Ben Folt rushed forward with a death wish. True to expectation, he was overwhelmed by Lin's punch, unable to stand up for a moment and dropping to his knees like a whipped pup. What Lewin hadn't anticipated was that Ben actually dared to use combat magic inside the academy. Without a shred of fear about getting expelled, he unleashed a massive surge of mana directly at him. Although his hand-to-hand combat skills were exceptional, Lewin was completely outmatched when it came to sheer mana power, leaving his entire body paralyzed and unable to move. Professor Heidel arrived just in time to intervene, but he was a second too late, and Lewin had already taken the full brunt of Ben's massive mana attack. He thought for sure he was going to sleep forever. Yet right now, Lewin found himself standing before the giant deity alongside the glowing system text. Faced with all this, he still couldn't wrap his head around what the hell was going on. Wandering into a mystical space and meeting a mysterious man left him wondering what on earth was happening. Though he strained his ears to listen, he could only catch the final name echoing out, Lewin Ardell. The low, deep voice resonated once more, much clearer this time, unmistakably calling his name, Lewin Ardell. And then a hazy sound drifted in from the void, seemingly calling out the name Lewin Ardell. Lewin slowly blinked his eyes open, revealing the image of a blonde-haired woman. It turned out to be Helen, a high-ranking healing mage, her face etched with worry as she asked, "Are you awake yet?" Emerging from his grogginess, he jolted in surprise. As he slowly sat up and asked, "Where am I?" she hurried over to steady his body and gently replied, "The infirmary. You're fine, you don't need to force yourself to sit up." Massaging his tired head, Lewin muttered, "I'm fine, a bit dizzy, but I can sit." As he spoke, he wondered internally, did I just pass out? Fragmented images flashed through his mind, a mysterious cloaked man, a surreal space, a system voice. What was that? It's still so vivid. Thinking this, he turned to Helen and asked, "How long have I been out?" She answered, "Nearly a day." She continued, "It's a miracle it wasn't worse. God was on your side." He fell silent for a brief moment before softly asking, "Am I fully recovered now?" A flash of anxiety crossed her face and her words grew hesitant. "We still need to monitor you, but you look remarkably healthy for someone who took a direct lightning strike, no wounds, burns, or internal organ damage whatsoever. I've never seen a case like yours." But having lived for over a decade without ever witnessing anything like this, he couldn't help but be astounded. What the hell, is this even possible? He stared down at his palms, sinking into deep thought. Lightning is a terrifying magic capable of instantly scorching flesh, and on top of that, I took it head-on. Why isn't my body showing any damage? Suddenly, Professor Heidel walked in, cutting off his train of thought. pardon us for a moment. Hearing this, Helen leaned down to remind him, the professor is here. I'll go check on the results now. Let me know right away if anything feels wrong. At that moment, Lewin instinctively raised his head. The professor walked over to stand at the foot of his bed, crossed his arms, and calmly inquired, "How do you feel?" He replied, "I'm fine." The professor's stern expression softened slightly. "That's a relief." He then updated Lewin on the situation after he passed out, explaining that a meeting was currently underway among the professors regarding the accident. Staring straight at him while Lewin kept his head lowered in silence, he continued, "First of all, Ben Folt will be expelled for using powerful offensive magic with the intent to do harm. Spreading false rumors about the Ale family, treating you unfairly, and bullying a peer, the faculty has reached this collective verdict." Lewin's face darkened as he remorsefully mumbled, "But I hit Ben Folt back." The professor replied immediately, "Naturally, you will also receive a penalty considering what happened. You will be required to participate in academy volunteer activities for a month." Lewin gave a soft nod. "Understood." It seemed the professor still had lingering doubts. "And one more thing, I want to ask you this. Are you holding on to the artifact?" His question caused Lewin to snap his head up in surprise. What? Everyone knew that was a legendary weapon left behind by ancient mages possessing infinite mana. Lewin quickly waved his hands in denial. "An artifact? Definitely not. If I had something like that, I wouldn't have been bullied." The professor narrowed his eyes, placing a hand on his chin as his voice deepened. Still, given its rare and invaluable nature, the head of the Ale family surely would have used it for the family's benefit. Unable to hide his curiosity, Lewin spoke up, "But why are you asking me this?" Focusing his gaze on him with eyes so deep and sharp they seemed to pierce right through his thoughts, the professor said nothing. After a moment of silence, recalling and recounting the scene from earlier, he noted, "There was definitely a red aura enveloping your body right before the lightning bolt hit. It looked as though a high-tier artifact was protecting you, deflecting Ben's spell right off." Hearing that, Lewin wore a blank expression. What is the professor talking about? What artifact? Suddenly, a realization struck him. "Wait, don't tell me it has something to do with that dream earlier." He immediately brushed the thought aside. "No way, I'm losing my mind." The professor let out a soft sigh. "Regardless of what happened, I'm certain you don't have the artifact. Very well." Turning his back, the professor walked away under Lin's gaze. "Get some rest." Lewin thoughtfully watched his retreating figure. He had told the professor he didn't know what happened, and the professor hadn't pressed him further. What on earth is the professor thinking? Left alone in the room, Lewin sat in deep contemplation for a long time. What he had experienced felt no different from a dream. Along with that strange voice, the artifact Draka, the world destroyer, and the player. He repeatedly tapped his forehead, murmuring, "I think there was one more line. What was it again?" Lewin dubiously uttered, "Status window," and instantly a blue panel materialized out of thin air, causing his eyes to widen in shock. Startled as if seeing a ghost, he instinctively recoiled and shouted out loud, "Ah, what the hell is that?" Hearing the commotion, Helen rushed back inside. Taking in his bewildered face, she asked, "Lewin, are you all right? Do you feel unwell?" Pointing at the blue panel floating in midair, he stammered, "No, it's not that. Do you see it? That blue panel right in front of me." Looking perplexed, she said, "What are you rambling about, Lin? There's nothing there. Are you sure you're okay?" At that moment, an idea flashed through his head. No way. If she genuinely can't see it, then this must be visible only to me. Displayed across the status window was his information. Lewin Ardal, incarnation of Draka, the world destroyer, the result of a relentless pursuit of infinite power. Mage Draka perished alongside his world. For Draka, who was born lacking mana, strength was the root of his power. The wielder of Draka's artifact can open the status window and infinitely increase their power by completing quests. Strength 150, agility 100, wisdom 1550. To avoid being mistaken for a madman, he quickly covered, "It's nothing, I was just a bit confused." She offered a helpless, dry laugh. "Ha, don't scare me." Holding the test results in her hand, she happily announced, "Your results are completely normal. You can return to the dorms now." Smiling, Lewin felt a weight lift off his shoulders. "Yes, thank you, doctor." Lewin recapped all the bizarre events that had transpired today. Surviving a direct lightning strike, meeting the red-eyed man in another dimension, and the status window visible only to him. Then he recalled the first status window from his dream. It said he was the incarnation of Draka. Could the artifact of the mage named Draka have been transferred into him? In the blink of an eye, night had fallen over the training grounds. A strange window popped up before his eyes once more. He was slightly startled, but curiosity quickly took over, prompting him to tap it. Displayed upon it was his very first quest, repeatable quest, As a player linked with Draka, the world destroyer, you must condition your body to prepare for the progression of power. Perform 100 repetitions each of punches, kicks, and squats. Reward +10 strength stats and unlock a new skill. After reading it, he rolled up his sleeves, preparing to carry it out with a face still tinged with skepticism and confusion. Punches and kicks. That has to do with strength, sure, but how is that supposed to help me become a mage? But this wasn't the time for questions, he had to test it out. With that thought, he took a deep breath. He swung his right arm, throwing a punch, 1. Then he swung his left arm, throwing another, 2. He chuckled softly, a smug smile of absolute confidence playing on his lips. Awesome, it's increasing. At this rate, I'll be done in no time. Maintaining that momentum, he threw the next punch, shouting, "Hey!" to the rhythm of the strikes, yet the punch counter remained stubbornly stuck at 2. Inspecting the quest details meticulously once more, he frowned. It didn't go up this time. I guess it doesn't count as complete if my form is sloppy. That realization made him much more serious. All right, time to throw them properly. The moon hung high, suspended quietly in the serene night sky. By the time everyone else had fallen fast asleep, he was panting heavily as if chased by a pack of dogs for a full hour. Resting his hands on his knees in exhaustion, finally. There it was, he smiled with satisfaction. Done. The status window popped up, quest completed. Reward +10 strength stats, skill unlocked. Wiping the sweat streaming down his face, he glanced up at it with a question, what's the reward? Suddenly, he felt a refreshing current of energy gradually flowing into his body. He exclaimed, what is this feeling? It was flowing gently through his veins, something even more fundamental than mana. He clenched his fist, tightening each finger, his arm trembling slightly with excitement. I've truly gotten stronger. When something new comes along, you just have to try it immediately. He took a deep breath, raised his hand, and swung it forcefully forward. Let's see. With just a single punch from him, the air in front of him was instantly torn apart. Feeling like he was on top of the world, he smiled with satisfaction. The strength he had merged into his magic was genuinely greater. His speed, his resistance to the air, and his destructive power, everything had truly changed compared to before. While endlessly marveling at his new power, he suddenly remembered, what about the skill unlocking reward? At his soft call, the status window instantly appeared in midair. The internal power circle replaced by strength, the mana circle replaced by the power circle. From now on, all magic and movements are influenced by the player's strength. He wondered, replacing the mana circle with a power circle. Then he placed a hand over his chest, feeling the beat of his heart. Does this mean my mana will be replaced by strength? Although anyone who senses or learns mana has a circle surrounding their heart, the mana circle plays a major role in the process of releasing and enhancing mana, increasing stats depending on the length and amount of mana a mage can control. He closed his eyes, slowly feeling the vague movement in his chest. I have 4 mana circles, more than the children of my age, but because of my own defects, they were useless. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide as if he had sensed something. His mana circle had truly disappeared. The powerful circle spinning madly in its place must be the power circle. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but look bewildered, surprised, and fell backward. Then that shock was quickly replaced by confusion. A power circle replacing the mana circle. You can't be a mage without a mana circle. If this new circle can't do what the mana circle does, what will happen to him? A hint of sadness appeared on his face. Is my life as a mage going to end like this? But being pessimistic now was useless, so he quickly regained his confidence. No, it's too early to despair. Try it first. He stretched his hand forward, focusing his entire will on a familiar spell. Fireball. Instantly, a surge of power erupted from his palm, and in the blink of an eye, a fierce fireball formed. Looking at the flame in front of him, he exclaimed, "So fast, how is this possible?" Looking at the flame in front of him, he exclaimed, "So fast, how is this possible?" He couldn't take his eyes off that flame and looked stronger. The moment he saw the size of the fireball, he realized it. Lewin laughed with delight. This must definitely be the power of the relic. Lewin held the flame in his hand, thinking to himself, since magic has a basic activation mechanism, it usually takes about 10 seconds to recharge before releasing this power. Lewin muttered to himself, calculating, but I can completely skip that 10-second mechanism and create a fireball with the strength in my body. It's true that the protagonist is always the strongest no matter what. He clenched his hand into a fist. This is the power of a relic. Suddenly, something strange appeared in front of Lewin. He was curious. What is that? It turned out to be the system's notification board. It's Berserker Mage Draka. You cannot release energy normally, creating this ability. Focus mana into your body and the enemy. You are not affected by your own magic. When casting magic, enhancement effects will be added. Magic attacks will deal additional psychological damage. He read the information the system provided and pondered, focusing mana into the body to attack. How is that done? He kept asking himself in his head. Now thinking about it seriously, Lewin noticed that the guy Draka also suffered from the same mana disorder curse as him, and he focused mana into his fists and feet. The more he read, the more he understood, and Lewin became even more incredulous. Why did he create a method like this? Just then, a quest notification appeared. The protagonist came back to his senses and shouted, "A quest!" The main quest content is to practice using the Berserker Mage method, using the power circle and magical power to attack targets. For every target attacked, reward points will increase by 10 points. The protagonist was a bit skeptical. Attack a target. He narrowed his eyes. I've never thought of this method. If I can become a mage if I follow this method. Lewin reached out to grab the fireball. I have to try it. The fireball in his hand burned with brilliant sparks as if it wanted to incinerate everything. Once finished, a satisfied smile also bloomed on Lin's face. The system immediately notified, quest completed, strength reward points increased by 10. Finally, Lewin collapsed to the ground. He looked up at the starry sky with satisfaction. Finally, I've completed the quest. Recalling every time he failed in the magic release step, he never expected that now he would succeed by using his fists. Lewin curiously recalled, what exactly did Draka exist as? I want to find out about this, but my body is already heavy. Suddenly, strange sounds rang out. Oh, what's that? Did he sleep right here? It seems he practiced until he was exhausted, but he actually slept here. Should we wake him up? In Lin's head, talking voices now rang. What's going on? Is it that I died and went to heaven? How could I die? He took a lightning bolt head-on and he still isn't phased. That's scary. The chatter still rang out. Lewin opened his eyes. What's all that noise about? Everyone panicked. Oh my god, you're awake too. Lewin, you scared us to death. Lewin calmly stretched. What's going on? Why is everyone gathered here? Is this everyone's first time seeing someone sleep out here or what? They nodded. What else could it be? It's strange that no noble would ignore warm blankets and soft beds to sleep here. They were suspicious. Hey Lewin, are you drinking or drunk or something? He didn't care much and waved his hand to drink. Drunk my ass, I was tired so I just went asleep. Bye. Everyone was also helpless, standing still. They chatted excitedly. Lewin seemed like a different person. Someone asked suspiciously, what is it? Suddenly, a noble male student turned back and saw something. His voice was also a bit curious. But what about the scarecrow that was beaten to a pulp, leaving only the stake? Is it because of Lewin? But they immediately brushed it off. Hey, probably not. At the noble dormitory, Lewin walked up to a blonde-haired friend who asked, yeah, what is it, Lewin? He asked, you were outside all night, weren't you? This is Jason Damon, a 6th-year student at Ignite Academy. He kept asking, what's going on? You never leave the academy for so long before, right? The protagonist brushed it off. You don't need to worry about so many things. Just looking at this blonde guy, he is the eldest son of the Damon family. A well-known mineral mining family, but at least he still treats someone considered trash like me well. Jason kept joking, don't tell me you went to meet some girl, you're just getting back now. But a drawback of this guy is that he is someone who is both addicted to alcohol and obsessed with women, often sneaking out of the academy. He talked incessantly, that guy, don't tell me that after being hit by lightning you finally know how to enjoy yourself. All right, tell me what you did last night. Lewin threw something at him, saying, what are you talking about? I have to go take a bath. Inside the bathroom, Lewin lay sprawled out, feeling relaxed. I'm alive. Suddenly, he remembered something. Right, there's still a quest, let's check it. Lewin called out quest. The notification board appeared, repeatable quest, body training, because you have become someone who can connect with Draka, the world destroyer. You need to train to increase your own strength. Each time you punch, kick, rotate, or complete a quest, you are granted 10 strength points. The protagonist sighed, the reward is the same, but the quest requirements have doubled. He immersed himself, who knows, maybe later the quest will double like that. I knew it, this won't be easy at all. But thinking back, if I can become a mage with this method then. 1 month later, Lewin was still practicing. The quest can be repeated a maximum of once a day, but the rewards are the same while the requirements increase. If I don't complete the quest on that day, all progress will return to 0 the next day. And what if I don't miss a single day of the quest? Lewin panted, the quest requirement has gone up to 3,000 times a day. Training anymore and I'll probably die from doing the quest. His foot pivoted slightly. Finally, the training quest board updated. All stats like punching, kicking, and rotating were completed 3,000 times in total, while the added points were still a meager 10 points. Throughout the last month, that's how the protagonist trained. And he also gained a new skill, passive body art, increasing body capabilities. The body becomes more supple based on the training process. At the dormitory, during mealtime, everyone was whispering, Lewin is strange lately, right? Before, he never dared to blink in class, and now he just falls asleep like that. The other person immediately rebutted, you only see it that way. Lately, he almost eats and sleeps in the practice yard and only practices kicking. Someone spoke up, hey, leave him alone. Is this the first time he's been this strange? They gossiped, surely he's just doing that to cope with the mana disorder. Anyway, it's useless anyway. For Lewin, a month passed like that. I completed the quest and had a little clue about Draka. But I couldn't find the name Draka in any of the records. Everywhere was the same. Not only that, things like destructive player, quest board, system, and status window had no clues at all. He was endlessly curious, Draka, who is he anyway? At this moment, the status board also appeared. Lewin Ardal, avatar of Draka, the world destroyer. A question always remained in Lewin's mind. Who is the one who is providing me with strength in the end? Suddenly there was a loud call, Lewin, come here. It was Jason. The protagonist was curious. What's wrong? Jason asked back, did you hear? He didn't understand what. Jason's face showed a bit of apprehension. So you don't know anything, that's why you can leisurely read books like that. Lewin asked back, was there something serious just now? Jason glanced at the head of the Andal family who was present. The protagonist's eyes seemed to wake up. What, Lewin, your father? Heavy footsteps landed. Lewin pushed the door open and entered, panting incessantly. Father. Everyone immediately looked back. His father shouted, Lewin, my son, you're here. The two chose to sit separately. The protagonist spoke first. It's been 6 years, since I came up and entered this academy. Are you still living well, father? His father nodded. I'm still healthy. He didn't forget to ask, and what about Lewina? He proudly recounted, my little sister. She's grown up a lot. Lately, she's even practicing swordplay by herself. She says she'll protect her weak older brother. Lewin laughed out loud. Ha, how embarrassing. He brushed it off. She has always been bold like that, hasn't she? Lewin suddenly changed his expression. Father, I affirm that I am living very well right now. His father was confused. What do you mean? Lewin emphasized again. I am really very stable. I'm not hurt in either body or mind. Head of House Ardal sipped his tea. His voice was strangely calm. Lewin, actually I came to the academy to ask for your opinion about leaving this academy. He comforted, if you find it too difficult, you can return to your territory whenever you want. I know you have to face many difficulties that you don't talk about, right? He also understood clearly. I also guessed the reason why you came here beforehand, but father, I think I've found a way. Lewin persuaded, so please promise me one thing. He was surprised. Promise? The protagonist was determined. In the next test, I will get good grades in the practical exams. In return, if I fail, from now on I won't do what I want anymore, but will listen to you. He knew after promising to get high marks in the practical exam, his father saw his determination and returned to the mansion after the conversation. And then the exam the protagonist had been waiting for so long finally arrived. The proctor spoke up, all right, pay attention. The teacher stood on the podium and began to announce the regulations. Today is the exam day for the introductory magic course. Note that any cheating will result in failing the exam. Voices began to ring out, start the exam. The protagonist clenched the quill pen. The school exam consists of 2 parts, including a theoretical exam and a practical exam. The practical exam consists of 4 parts, including target identification, magic measurement, actual combat, and one-on-one combat. As a mana-disordered person, our protagonist has always achieved perfect scores in the theoretical part for the past 6 years. As for the practical exam, Michael of the Gage Hill family has always been at the top. Lewin's hand clenched. However, this time it will be different. Everything will change. He emphasized, however, this time it will be different. Lewin dared to bet because he would definitely win first place in the practical exam this time, after the written exams were over. Suddenly a voice called out, Lewin. It was Jason. He walked over. Lately I find you a bit strange. Do you have any plans for today's practical exam? He nodded. I'll do it in a new way. Jason was surprised. Really, have you found a way? A contemptuous voice rang out. Lewin, what are you doing here? It turned out to be Mikkel. He crossed his arms arrogantly. Don't tell me you're going to use that body to take the practical exam. With your mana disorder, it's also useless. Lewin stroked his chin. So what? It's true that I came here to compete. Mikkel still had no intention of letting go. Ha Liuan, as a model student, if I wanted to offer advice to someone who has failed the practical exam 6 times like you. His voice was full of mockery. What should I say instead of coming here to be humiliated? Why don't you just give up right now? Liuan rebutted, who knows, I don't think your advice is useful. Mikkel patted his shoulder. Ha, I think you're misunderstanding something. Do you think someone with mana disorder syndrome can finish the exam? He was also quite dissatisfied and wondered, what's wrong with this jerk? Mikkel's mouth gnashed his teeth. He used to be very submissive. Why is he so confident now? So annoying. He challenged, I'll let you know in the one-on-one part, just wait and see. Finally, the exam time began. The first part was target identification. Its official name is the multi-target shooting exam. The way to take the exam is very simple. The exam will check the number of targets hit in just one cast. However, this year's exam is different from last year's exam in that the difficulty has been increased. The targets move continuously, the candidates compete continuously, and the organizers will announce the number of targets hit. First, Herc, 1 target. Next, Angelina, 0 targets. Even the best one only had 4 targets. That's why the average score this year is terribly low. Next, the person after had 3 targets. The teachers behind looked at it and frowned. HMPH, they only increased the difficulty a little and the score has already dropped to the bottom. The quality of students this year is so poor. But suddenly there was a reminder, Professor, but being disappointed now seems a bit too early. Professor Elric, professor of the potion-making department and Mikkel Garihill's uncle. He looked very proud. Mikkel's turn is coming up, please take a look. Professor Elric seemed to be looking forward to his nephew's performance. The boy is here. He prepared to strike, thoughts still lingering in the match. Look carefully, Liuan. He was very confident. I don't know what you're planning to do. Professor Elric shouted loudly. Mikkel was confident. This is the difference between you and me. Then he launched an attack. A series of scarecrows were hit after that fatal blow. Everyone who saw that exclaimed, wow, as expected of Elric, 1 cast and it hit so many targets. This time he'll probably be first again. Teacher Elric crept closer. How is it? The boy is worthy of being the descendant of the Garihill lineage, isn't he? He kept boasting. To this level, Mikkel is indeed the pride of our academy. He will definitely be the student representative this year. Suddenly, there was an interruption. That's enough, Professor Elric. Regarding the ability of this year's batch, we don't think we need to watch anymore. The person who spoke was Professor Tyrion Ignit, the principal of the academy, a level 7 grandmaster. Professor Heidel still wouldn't give up. Why don't we stay a little longer? It's almost Liuan's turn. Professor T asked back. Liuan, is that Liuan Ardal? Professor Hello, is that brat still at the academy? He agreed. All right, because of the boy's enthusiasm, let's stay and watch. Sitting here for a while doesn't hurt. Liuan rubbed his wrists. All right, this is a good opportunity to test my strength. The instructor spoke up. Liuan, begin. Holding a ready fireball in his hand, Liuan accepted. Yes, sir. A brilliant flame radiated all around his body, sparkling as if coated in gold leaf. Everyone watching was utterly astonished. What is that? What's going on with that casting speed? The students broke into a buzz of chatter. Whoa, how many targets are those? I honestly have no idea. No way. By now, Mikkel was gritting his teeth in pure rage. He sneered and reminded everyone, hey, don't you guys know Liuan has a mana disorder? Even if he casts a spell 1,000 times, who knows if he'd even hit a single target. That useless piece of trash can't ever pull anything off right. But while nobody knew, the buff system had been activated. Time refraction activated, distorts time refraction for 30 seconds. Speed increased by 200%, movement speed enhanced. You have exceeded the distortion time window, cooldown is 5 minutes. Liuan recalled the skill he had recently acquired, time refraction, which allowed him to move with abnormal speed to wherever he wished. In other words, right now he was practically. The surge of energy radiating from the protagonist was so overwhelming that it eclipsed everything around him. A brilliant flame enveloped and protected him. The professors watched intently. The students stared with their eyes wide as saucers. Finished, Liuan cracked a smug smile. Done. Shards of wood flew wildly through the air. Liuan, 27 targets. The face of the supervising teacher turned ashen, dripping with cold sweat, while Liuan stood there panting heavily as he looked at the wreckage of targets before him. Murmurs began to ripple through the crowd. What on earth was that? Did he cast magic in his bare hands and then physically strike the targets? All 27 targets, no less. He's practically broken the record for the most targets downed in this exam. How on earth can he move that fast? Is he even using magic to hit the targets? There are just way too many shocks here. But then everything fell into a hush, as a single clap rang out, shattering the silence. Ignit Academy's headmaster, Tyrion Ignit, was the first to stand up, offering Liuan a round of applause and words of praise. Liuan is truly exceptional. while everyone else remained dazed by his record-shattering performance. Even the headmaster granted him recognition and the students began to cheer. "That's right, awesome job, Lin, congratulations." But mingled with the celebratory shouts were those who refused to acknowledge others' abilities. Some were angry, some silent, and others perplexed. But losers will always be losers, and naturally Mikkel couldn't be left out. Judging by his furious expression, he couldn't accept it at all, yet could only resort to internal monologue. "Lewin, that bastard, how is this even possible?" Gritting his teeth so hard his eyebrows looked like they were about to file for a marriage license, he couldn't do a damn thing. Congratulatory cheers echoed everywhere as he stood in silence, secretly thrilled inside. Being praised and recognized by everyone was something he hadn't experienced in all 6 years, which speaks volumes about how he had never received a single compliment before. His chest felt all heated up, and Lewin stood with his head held high, smiling faintly as the sunlight washed over his youthful face, his gaze shining with self-pride and the sweet sensation of validation. Yes, this was the exact feeling he had always longed for. Back in the conference room, Elric irritably spoke up, casting magic right in his hands and then physically striking the target. "How can you call that magic? I've never heard of any magic like that." Looking at his face twisted up like a monkey's rear end made it clear he naturally refused to accept it. Heidel countered immediately, "But you know, magic has no limits. This is a realm where anything can happen." He put on a stern face. If everything only followed a rigid framework, it wouldn't be magic anymore. It would just be math. Exactly. If we always stick to the rules, how are we ever going to level up? Level up to what, and who's grading it anyway? Elric still wanted to argue back against Heidel's point, but before Lin could finish speaking, Tyrion gestured for him to shut his duck beak. The headmaster gently spoke up. "Today we witnessed a student create a miracle," his face beaming with obvious joy. "It's a magical miracle that feels like no miracle at all, which is why we've gathered here." However, it seemed the professors held differing views on the matter, and everyone fell silent in tacit agreement with the headmaster. Elric fumed with denial. "Damn it, that punk Lewin has completely turned everything upside down. Who would have ever expected things to turn out like this?" Jason threw an arm around Lewin's shoulders and shouted, "Hey, the Supreme Mage has arrived," nearly crushing him down into the dirt with Jason's heavy arm hug, though Lewin just muttered quietly, "Hey, knock it off." Hearing that, several people approached the two of them. "Oh hey, it's Lewin," everyone greeted him. "Hey Lewin, how did you pull that off in yesterday's practical exam?" He greeted them back, but was rendered speechless as a barrage of questions continued to pelt him from his peers. "Lewin, you know my name, right? We've been in the same class for 6 whole years." He hurriedly slipped away from the crowd, thinking to himself that as of yesterday, he was still just a nameless nobody in this school. Turning his back on everyone, Lewin hastily told Jason, "Jason, I'm heading back first." Even today, he still couldn't believe everything had changed so dizzyingly overnight. Everything shifted in a single night, leaving him unable to adapt just yet, though truthfully, being alone felt much more comfortable. Even so, he knew one thing very well. There were naturally still plenty of brats who couldn't stand him, and he slowly pushed open the door to his room. Some blonde punk was standing right inside his room, and upon hearing the door open, piped up, "There you are. Oh really, you waltz into someone else's room and talk with that kind of attitude? What the hell are you doing in someone else's dorm room?" Mikkel's face darkened instantly as he asked, his glare sharp enough to send the guy straight to the afterlife to look at chickens. Mikkel strode back toward him, putting on his usual condescending tone. "You got a few lucky points with some non-magical trick, and now you're acting all high and mighty. Your arrogance makes me sick to my stomach, so I came here to remind you not to get too full of yourself." He said things that made you want to use a monkey's hand to scratch your own ass right then and there, but Lewin didn't miss a beat in his retort. "Or is it just because you can't stand losing face when your score ended up lower than the guy you've looked down on for the past 6 years? Oh, and I thought he was something special. Turns out he's nothing more than this." Saying just that was enough to successfully trigger the guy and make him boil over with rage, lunging forward to grab Lewin by the collar. "What did you just say, you bastard?" Meanwhile, Lewin kept a totally deadpan face, showing zero emotion at the other's unhinged meltdown. He simply and calmly reached for the hand grabbing his shirt, peeling it away effortlessly without wasting an ounce of strength. It was precisely that calm, gentle composure of his that left Mikkel stunned and trembling. Looking somewhat panicked with his brows knitted together, Mikkel thought, "What the hell is this? Is this loser seriously this strong?" He couldn't believe his own eyes. "Mikkel, we all need to graduate." Lewin leaned in close to his face, his gaze turning harsher. "If you really want to pressure me that badly, then wait for the one-on-one combat exam and let's settle it fairly." He barely lowered his voice before the guy was already breaking out in a cold sweat. Mikkel angrily swatted his hand away. Glaring at him with boiling rage, Mikkel snapped, "You think you're qualified to fight me, a perpetual flunker like you?" Lewin shot right back at him. "Just wait and you'll find out whether I'm qualified or not." "Qualified for what, and who's even grading it anyway?" His gaze remained steady as he stared straight into that dog's face. Mikkel stormed off, but not before leaving him with a razor-sharp look. "You pass the next exam first before talking big." As he walked away, his mind kept swirling with thoughts about his sworn rival. That arrogant jerk, there's no way he won't fail today's practical exam, let alone the combat exam. Oh man, just look at that angry face of Mickey's, isn't it just precious? Seeing it makes you just want to punch him, hee. Then abruptly, he pulled his hand out of his pants pocket, only to find that his hand wouldn't stop trembling. Am I even a real mage, he wondered. No matter how many times you looked at this statue, it never failed to leave an impression. A massive goblin statue standing tall right in the middle of the testing grounds. Second practical exam, Mana Performance Measurement Testing Area. One of the Academy's treasures and a rare artifact. There were only a few like it across the entire continent. The ancient Goblin Kingram. 500 years ago, Archmage Freud turned the Goblin Kingram into an artifact while he was still alive. Kingram remained trapped inside this artifact, absorbing mana and serving as a magical punching bag. This mana performance measurement exam required students to cast magic upon Kingram to earn scores. Lewin asked Jason, "Does that mean what we need to do is cast the magic we're most confident in onto that statue?" Jason replied concisely, "Yep." But that goblin was notorious for scoring people like a demon. Getting over 20 points was already considered amazing. Standing before it was a student with heavily parted hair and a purplish aura, who also looked somewhat ready. "Storm Thunder," he chanted, unleashing a spell straight toward the goblin. The goblin spoke up, "Class dismissed, you 1-point wizard, you still have time to drop out." That student froze in absolute shock and the murmurs started up among the crowd. "I thought he did pretty well though. As expected, it's not easy to score points." Everyone marveled at how notoriously harsh the goblin was with grading. "Next person, get in front of me." The previous student slumped back to his spot in the worst mood imaginable and unable to believe it. A female student stepped forward. "Haha, now it's my turn." She raised her hand with absolute confidence. "Watch this carefully." Ice orb she cast. The goblin chimed in, "I definitely won't forget you, that's quite an impression." She asked back joyfully, "Really?" Kingram answered her, "Yes," though not letting her stay happy for too long, he immediately poured cold water all over her face. "That's the first time I've ever seen anyone cast such garbage magic, wow." "This is even more wow." He bluntly gave the girl 2 points. Hearing that, she burst into tears, refusing to accept reality. "No way, I did the absolute best I could." Other students stepped up next, but fared little better. 5 points, get lost so I don't have to look at you. Hearing scores like that, anyone would snap and start screaming normally. "What on earth?" he continued to critique disdainfully. "What kind of bland magic is this? Did you mix it with water or something? That's 100% mana." The wretched goblin was so mad he started swearing. The supervising teacher quickly stepped in. "Jason, stop screaming, go back to your seat," successfully averting a terror attack on the sanity and eardrums of the other students. "Ah, that's not what I meant." Jason scratched his head with an innocent look and quickly jogged back to his place. "Next, Mikkel Gary Hill," the supervisor called out. The guy's face looked like he had been through 50 marriages, 49 court cases, and 33 caught-in-the-act affairs, turning as pitch black as pickled dung. But turns out that was just his expression before casting magic. Successive waves of mana struck the goblin statue. Kingram spoke up, "Gary Hill, I'm a bit disappointed. Are you Jorge Gary Hill's son?" Asked that, he proudly replied, "That's right, I am George Gary Hill's third son, the proud Mikkel Gary Hill." "Proud? Haha," he sneered. "Your father was a crybaby fool who begged me for extra points. Mikkel Gary Hill, you're far more pathetic than your stupid old man. 27 points. Hearing that, he angrily shouted back at the statue, "You're just a common goblin. What kind of nonsense are you spouting?" The supervising teacher immediately stepped in to stop Mickey. "Quiet down, student Mickey." Calling the next person, Lewin Ardle, he answered right away, "Present." Lin stepped forward. On the outside, he looked completely emotionless, but inside, he was burning up. "Phew, why am I suddenly so nervous? Let's just try it, I can do this." A flame materialized in his hand. Raising his head to introduce himself, he said, "I am Lewin Ardle, a pleasure to meet you." His gaze was steady, his expression unwavering, truly formidable. "Oh, first time I'm seeing your face," the statue remarked with some surprise. "Well, whatever, go ahead and take the test." Unbothered, he and his magic were ready. The flame burned as fiercely as his eyes, though whether that actually meant anything was anyone's guess. One student immediately recognized Lin's spell. As that flame burst, his face practically spelled out the word shock. Several other students instantly realized it was a fourth-tier spell. Others watched in sheer disbelief. What? He can pull that off. Kingram questioned him. What's up with your stance? You changed your stance to cast magic. Here I come. Lewin leaped off the ground. The mana that was previously in his hand was now under his feet. Was Lewin planning to pull a Son Goku move, seeing as Goku had the flying Nimbus? Originally, everyone thought he'd use his hands, but he threw a curveball to catch everyone off guard by shifting his mana to his feet and using a 3-meter-long leg extension to kick straight into the Kingram statue. The supervising teacher was utterly astounded by his display. No way, how on earth could the kid channel mana from his hands to his feet and then make it explode in a single snap like that? Well, wonder all you want. The students were all stunned beyond belief. One of them asked, "Didn't you just say that was a fourth-tier spell?" Another replied instantly, "No way, the energy from that blow has got to be at least 5th tier. So Lewin landed after his almighty 3-meter leg kick. Are you saying Lewin is at least a 5th-tier mage?" He panted heavily, breathing as if this were his last breath ever, while a storm of thoughts raged in his head. What went wrong? I executed flame burst correctly, right? Lewin still felt a bit anxious. But why is Kingram's reaction so weird? Did I mess up somewhere? The statue finally spoke up. You, who are you? He wondered. I already introduced myself. I'm Lewin Ardle. Before Lewin could finish his sentence, Kingram cut him off. Are you Draka? The question made his face change color instantly. Draka. I've been waiting for you all this time. Even though he only had those blood-red eyes, one could easily imagine his expression. Despairing and yearning, Kingram's voice echoed. I've been waiting for you, Draka. That whisper pierced the silent space, sowing widespread bewilderment. The surrounding crowd instantly erupted into chatter, their probing gazes sparking endless questions. Draka? Who the hell is that? Did he mistake Lin for someone else? Curiosity mixed with skepticism spread across the area, etching deep frowns onto many foreheads. In Lewin's mind, memories of spending 2 grueling months scouring every single document related to the name rushed back. He had flipped through aged pages and dug deep into ancient records, yet found absolutely nothing. I've ransacked all related materials for the past 2 months, but I couldn't find a single trace of Draka anywhere. But somehow Kingram knows. Lewin's face darkened instantly, a gloom washing over him because he truly understood, truly grasped the profound meaning behind the creature's cryptic words. Do you know Raka? Lewin spoke up, his voice carrying astonishment and a flicker of faint hope. In response to that probing question, Kingram uttered only a single word, brief yet heavy with certainty, yes. Seizing this rare opportunity, Lewin decided to make the most of it. He hastily asked a few more things, hoping to pry out even the tiniest bit of information about the mysterious figure. Then can you tell me more about him? An enigmatic smile flashed across Kingram's weathered face as he murmured, how fascinating. To actually meet his incarnation at this academy. His deep voice resonated once more, the headless and tailless phrases carrying an uncanny incomprehensibility. Lewin blinked, trying to grasp the meaning of every word and sentence. What is an incarnation supposed to mean? Suddenly, an abrupt question from Kingram cut off Lewin's train of thought. What is your name? Caught off guard, Lewin quickly replied, Lewin Ardle. He answered the sudden question. Very well, Lin, I will remember it. Kingram spoke, every word sounding like it was carved deep into his mind as he stood firm. Kingram's hulking physique stood like a towering mountain, so tall it seemed to block out the sunlight from Lewin's direction, casting a giant shadow over him. Just as Kingram turned to leave, an unexpected voice rang out, instantly halting his intentions. Excuse me, before you go, can you tell me my score? That question echoed out. There are too many people here, I'll tell you later. This evaluation ends here. This magic is not something I can grade. Kingram's cold, decisive verdict struck like a bolt of lightning, causing the person opposite him to immediately shriek in astonishment. What are you talking about? He couldn't believe his ears, clear discontent written all over his face. According to school principles, you are forced to provide an evaluation for the academy. This covenant must be observed for 500 years after Archmage Frone Ignit passed away. The guy tried citing the rules, his voice full of annoyance. Enough! Kingram cut him off with a terrifying roar that reverberated all around, carrying astonishing intimidation. You dare bring up principles in front of me? For all these years, I'm the one who has had to grade brats who look nothing like mages. His face grew intensely strained, his blood-red eyes blazing with fury, making the other guy flinch instantly and stammer out, I'm sorry, but screw that Ignit guy, I don't give a damn. Kingram lowered his voice, contempt dripping from every word, but a covenant is a covenant, I will tell you your score. He fell silent, his gaze as sharp as a dagger, making the other guy swallow hard as cold sweat beaded on his forehead, laying bare his extreme anxiety. 1 is 0, the other is 100. Which do you want, little destroyer? Kingram's deep voice boomed, directed straight at Lewin, prompting an immediate reaction from him. A radiant smile bloomed across Lewin's lips. Without an ounce of hesitation or second thoughts about his choice, he responded with steady eyes, 100 points, obviously. News spread like wildfire, buzzing through the academy corridors. Hey, have you heard? Kingram gave him 100 points on his test. Immediately, whispers rippled in succession. Huh, that Kingram, and he gave it to who? Another person asked curiously, astonishment evident in every word. Word as he graded the legendary Class 0 slugger Lewin Ardal. The surrounding crowd began to murmur, everyone's faces displaying utter shock as they processed such shockingly new information. Amidst it all, a stern voice rang out, breaking the noisy atmosphere. It was Professor Heidel. He walked over to Lewin with a probing gaze. You've gone and caused trouble again. Startled, Lewin immediately turned toward the voice. Professor Heidel, why are you here? Lewin asked in slight surprise. Professor Heidel crossed his arms with solemnity, stepping closer to Lin. The news that Kingram gave you 100 points has reached the headmaster. Upon hearing it, the headmaster decided to reward you since something like this has never happened before. Professor Heidel's words carried a special solemnity, highlighting the gravity of the matter. Here, take this first. With that, he handed Lewin a scroll he was holding. Lewin read the words on the scroll aloud, his expression full of confusion and skepticism. Treasury room, what is this? Without further explanation, Professor Heidel simply waved a hand toward himself and turned to walk away, signaling, follow me. After quite a long walk, passing through quiet corridors and mysterious doors, Professor Heidel stopped before a strictly sealed door. The door looked ancient and majestic, as if having weathered centuries. When opened, a rush of cold air blew out. Professor Heidel motioned for Lewin to step inside with him, and the two walked deeper and deeper inside. Whoa, I didn't know there was a place like this here, Lewin thought, following him while looking around with curious eyes to explore this unfamiliar place he was setting foot in for the first time. Everything here was completely different from what he had ever seen in the academy. Of course, Heidel explained, this place is the only restricted area in the academy. Hearing that, a vague question surfaced in Lin's mind. The only restricted area in the academy? Then why is he leading me here? Curiosity mixed with a hint of anxiety began creeping into his mind. Finally, the two stopped at another door secured more tightly than any of the others. Professor Heidel halted, turning to Lewin with a solemn look in his eyes. This is the path leading to the treasury. I am only allowed to go this far. He looked at him as anxiety and unease suddenly welled up. Then I have to go inside alone? Yes, go on in, I'll wait right here for you, he comforted. Eventually, he stepped up to open the door ahead of him, countless unanswerable questions still lingering in his head. I don't know what's going on, but he said it's a reward, so I might as well try and see. With a bit of courage mixed with curiosity, he pushed the door open and stepped inside. Facing Lewin was a room that, though empty, was overwhelmingly vast and shrouded in an eerie, chilling atmosphere. Faint light leaked in from somewhere, just barely enough for him to make out the sheer scale of the place, so this was the treasury. He swept his gaze around. Even though there were no artifacts on display, he could still sense the presence of countless precious things. There are many kinds of artifacts here that I've only ever heard named. This must be Archmage Ignit's treasure vault. While Lewin was busy observing his surroundings, immersed in the awe of the vast and gloomy treasure room, a deep voice suddenly rang out right behind him, startling Lewin into a state of sharp vigilance as he tensed up and whipped around. You look so out of place. He spun around. Who is it? Lewin wondered, his wary eyes scanning for the owner of the voice. The entity continued speaking in a profound tone, as if reading every thought hidden deep within Lewin's mind. As if you don't even recognize your own true value. It was then that Lewin recognized the voice with uncanny familiarity. It was Kingram, sitting solidly on a chair placed right in the middle of the room. Kingram, why is he here? But what caught Lewin's attention even more and left him utterly shocked was his appearance, as he was no longer a lifeless stone statue. Instead, Kingram manifested in his true human form, living and immensely powerful. He was no longer made of stone. As if reading Lewin's mind with ease, Kingram explained, his deep voice warm yet still harboring mystery. Surprised that I'm no longer a stone statue? This is the only place where I am permitted to use this body. Thanks to the ancient mana filling this room, I can exist in my primordial flesh and blood rather than as an artifact. Hearing that, he softly replied, I see. Lewin gazed up at him, his eyes filled with skepticism at King Graham's earlier words. And hey, what did you mean when you said I don't know my true value? King Graham's sharp fangs seemed more prominent, radiating a terrifying aura as he spoke. Exactly what it sounds like. You have no idea what your true value is, even though the artifact you're wielding is the exact same one as Draka's. King Graham's subsequent words hit Lewin's heart like a dagger, making him staggeringly realize a earth-shattering truth. He knows about the artifact, Lewin thought, his heart filled with astonishment. He looked back down at him, his gaze as sharp as if piercing through every thought. That's a rare artifact in this world. How on earth did you get your hands on it? Furthermore, what relation do you have to Draka? King Graham paused, waiting for an answer from Lewin, yet Lewin looked back up at him seriously, his voice holding curiosity and a touch of helplessness. I'm wondering the same thing myself. Who the hell is Draka? He looked at Lewin in silence for a moment before beginning to explain, his tone tinged with nostalgia and reverence. An entity striving to become a god. One day, he dropped by the Zenith tribe where I lived. Back then, he was both tiny and short, looking quite unsightly. Yet his strength was so extraordinary that no one in the Zenith tribe could counter it. Above all, every single day he grew stronger, so even if we goblins attacked him all at once, we couldn't defeat him. We respected him, he lived among us like a member of the tribe. He taught the language of magic to me, the soon-to-be future chieftain, for nearly 100 years. What? 100 years? How on earth could a human live to be 100 years old? Lewin looked up at King Graham once more, his eyes filled with extreme shock while the rest of him felt equally paralyzed. Lewin's reason could hardly believe what he had just heard. King Graham smiled cunningly, his sharp teeth gleaming in the dim light of the room. That might be because he wasn't human. This affirmation struck like a heavy blow, revealing an unimaginable truth about Draka and igniting a whole host of new questions in Lewin's mind. His true identity was the black dragon Dracagania. King Graham's words rang out, a massive shock crashing down on Lewin. Unbelievable, Lewin thought, his voice choked with astonishment. So dragons actually exist. Recovering immediately from the shock before him, he softly asked just to double-check the newly received information. Is that really true? Indeed, didn't you know dragons are the source of all magic? He answered quickly without a shred of hesitation. Sure enough, Lewin reflected, I'd heard about this before, but it was just empty talk. I thought it was all just legends, and Lewin's mind plunged into chaos as his old knowledge abruptly collapsed in the face of this terrifying truth. He cut short Lewin's train of thought with yet another piece of information. However, Draka couldn't use magic. He interrupted his thoughts with another piece of info. That's also why he created a fighting style like yours by channeling magic into his hands and feet. Do you understand what that means? King Graham paused, posing a cryptic question to him. He began to understand as a light bulb went off in his mind, connecting the scattered pieces. So Draka must have been treated just like me in the past. He immediately replied, conjuring up the image of a mysterious person covered head to toe in a cloak. I think I understand a little bit now. King Graham continued, his tone turning gloomier. Draka forged an ability that only he could use. A way to turn magic into brute strength like what you've done. Seizing that power, Draka became the strongest entity in the world. However, he still wasn't satisfied with that and continued expanding his power infinitely. In the end, he destroyed everything, including himself. Lewin was once again shocked by the new information. He destroyed everything, so that's why he earned the title of World Destroyer. I can't even imagine how strong he must have been to destroy the entire world. A mixture of awe and fear crept into Lewin's heart as he pictured that terrifying power. Suddenly, a familiar system panel popped up right before Lewin's eyes with fresh contents. You have achieved the milestone, searching for traces of Draka. Reward, title Goblin's Comrade, skill Goblin's Rage, equipment Incarnation of Strength. Effect of the title increases friendliness percentage with goblins. Effect of the title allows the user to communicate with goblins. Reading each line of text and bringing a hand to his chin in thought, why did I randomly get a communication reward? Well, better than nothing, he accepted these unexpected gifts despite still feeling bewildered. The system panel popped up once more, displaying details of the new skill, Goblin's Rage. Actively borrows power from a goblin's fury to instantly boost strength. Strength reaches 300 for 30 seconds. The effect will gradually increase under the influence of body skills. Cooldown, 3 minutes. Faced with a serious expression as he finished reading the rewards info, Lewin muttered, "This looks like a pretty high-tier skill." The moment he held out his hand, a shiny blue orb materialized instantly, resting neatly in his palm. though several pre-existing cracks ran across the orb as if it had existed for a very long time and endured heavy damage. Chang, what is this incarnation of strength thing anyway? It just randomly appeared in my hand, Lewin wondered, curiosity mixed with a touch of anxiety. Kingram stood up from his stone throne, his hulking frame blocking part of the room's light. Looks like you just received a quest reward. Draka used to stare into empty space and talk to himself just like that. Kingram's words served as confirmation, leaving Lewin with no remaining doubts about what he was experiencing. After that, while still holding that blue orb, he looked up at him, his eyes filled with questions. If so, do you know what this is? He replied immediately, his tone full of confidence. Good, bring it here for me to see. Leaning down to get a good look at the orb shining brilliantly in Lewin's hand, he examined it thoroughly and gave his verdict. It's Strang. In the spirit of wanting more information, Kingram replied to this question, his voice deep and profound. An item? It is not an item, it is an embodiment. He looked back at the orb in his hand skeptically, almost unable to believe his ears. What? This thing is an embodiment. Kingram began to persuade, his tone as certain as if he had witnessed everything. He was always by Draka's side, so why wouldn't I know? Judging by its current state, I'm certain Draka sealed him in this spirit stone before he died. He continued to explain the nature of Strang. He is an embodiment of power. Although called a spirit, he is not like normal spirits. His temperament is fiery. He asks Draka to grant him infinite power every day, but if you satisfy his desire, he will also give you infinite power. Kingram concluded, revealing a powerful pact, yet one that also harbored risks. You mean that embodiment will be resurrected from this stone? Lewin frowned, holding the orb higher before his eyes. The orb now looked a bit more cracked than before. Tiny little fissures had begun to appear. Don't worry, you don't need to be too concerned, he reassured. Finishing Kingram's sentence, something unexpected happened. The orb suddenly developed more cracks, the fissures growing larger. By the time that orb was about to burst, Lewin held it, observing the orb slowly cracking. His heart was pounding, it was breaking. He suddenly shouted to himself. But against what he had imagined in his head, an object only compact enough to fit in the palm of Lewin's hand appeared right when the smoke and fragments of the orb vanished into the air. Lewin stared at it, surprise written all over his face. This is a bear. Then it rubbed its eyes and cursed at him, its voice shrill but full of annoyance. You brat, how dare you call me a bear? This bear even knew how to talk. How can a bear know how to talk? But his curious and surprised questions kept coming out as he kept calling it a bear, making it gnash its teeth in anger. Stop treating me like a bear, will you little? It shouted irritably and growled, its grumpy voice echoing in the vast treasure room. Feeling that Lewin's words had just crossed the line, the bear thing sulked and pointed directly at his face. Stop treating me like a bear. He was helpless, but you are a bear. At this moment, his face clearly showed stunned confusion, a drop of sweat gently rolling down his cheek. How can a bear know how to talk? It turned red with anger. Hey, are you stupid? It stood with its hands on its hips, head fuming, mouth speaking faster than he could react. How dare you compare me to those things? I am not a bear. He wondered, then what are you? It crossed its arms, laughing confidently. I am an embodiment. If I like to turn into something, then that is what I will be. It wanted to show him. It put on a face full of energy and determination. Watch this, I'll show you my power. Hearing that, he, standing opposite, couldn't stop waiting. Yet nothing wow enough appeared. Its face changed color until there was no blood left. It was so embarrassing for Strang. After a moment of silence, it panicked as if it couldn't believe the ironic truth before its eyes. What is this? Where did my power go? His face clearly showed what the hell. What is it doing? It suddenly spoke up. It must be because I was reborn with an empty stomach. Bring me food. He had seen it and judged. Why is this bear so rude? He informed it of the sad news. There is no food here. I don't even know what you can eat. Hearing it like a bolt from the blue, it desperately screamed. What? There's no food? Why is my master so weak this time? He was confused. Master me. Bored, not even wanting to talk, it ignored the world, curled its body into a ball like cotton candy, and fell asleep. Whatever, I'm sleepy. Call me when it's time to eat. He was 3 parts helpless and 7 parts, 3 parts again. What is going on? Calling me master, yet saying I'm weak. He gently placed the soundly sleeping Strang onto his shoulder. The innocent scene in front of them made Kingram unable to help but snicker. Ha, true, a leopard cannot change its spots, a rough adaptation of the idiom. Meeting it again made him feel a bit nostalgic. Seeing you with Strang makes me remember the old days so much. He seemed to sink into a stream of recollections about the past. remembering the days of confronting Strang and Draka in the old place when he was still with the Celestial Peak tribe. Ending the chain of memories in the vast treasure room, he sat heavily on his chair, his eyes fixed straight on him. Lewin Ardal, the little destroyer carrying Draka's will, what do you intend to do? He immediately asked back. About what? He quickly replied, the power you hold will make you stronger. It can lead you to the righteous path or it can swallow you whole. I ask you again, once you become strong, what will you do? Hearing that, he also mused in thought for a long while. The reason he wanted this power was to protect his loved ones from monsters, bring glory to his lineage, was to prove himself before those who dared to look down on him. He smiled with satisfaction. It felt like that was enough. I have too many things to protect. I cannot let this opportunity slip away. After thinking clearly, he looked straight ahead with a demeanor more determined than ever. I will live the way I want for my loved ones, my family, and for myself. Noticing the kid in front of him was quite good, he nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, I will look forward to that future of yours. He understood more about Draka thanks to Kingram, and each passing day still started with quests. The only thing that changed was the practice yard. At this moment, Lewin was diligently practicing. He raised his hand to wipe away the sweat streaming down from exhaustion while reminding, Strang, wake up, are you planning to skip a meal or what? Hearing about food, it immediately woke up, its eyes becoming glistening and sparkling, saliva streaming from its mouth. Food, huh? As if only a second of delay would mean the food would be eaten by someone else, it quickly ran onto his body. While waiting for him to cast magic, it opened its little mouth wide. Gulp. He glanced over, seeing its gluttonous appearance, feeling helpless. This kid is crazy about food and eats so much too. It attentively scooped up the 3 flames blazing on his 2 hands, each stream of fiery red flame curling and flowing into its mouth. After eating, it satisfiedly patted its chest, then burped loudly. I feel much better now. He thought to himself, the food I'm talking about is the power obtained from quests. Strang will eat my power. Strang, the embodiment of power, the only 1-star spirit that reacts to the primal essence of power. Power is proportional to the vessel. The larger the vessel, the higher the power. Once challenged the 7 kings and the black dragon Dracagania before being destroyed. After it had its fill, thanks to the special companion's skill, his strength points were increased. He praised, you're useful too. It proudly puffed out its chest. Of course, he confirmed again, every time you get stronger, I will receive a maximum of 100 strength points. Ah, it explained, if I reach 2 stars, it will be 200, 3 stars will be 300. Keep increasing like that. Before being sealed, I had over 31 stars. Hearing that, he also felt his scalp go numb. 31 stars, 3,100 strength points. I haven't even reached 1,000 points yet, and I'm already this strong. It seems like what he just heard made him feel envious, wanting to quickly become as strong as those days. How did Draka do it? Besides quests, is there any other way to increase power? Realizing his thoughts, it laughed sinisterly. Heh, now you understand my value, huh? Want to know? Give me a glass of water first. He threatened, not talking is fine too, don't blame me if you get starved. Seeing that, the bear thing was very terrified. It timidly replied, all right, I'll tell you. It explained thoroughly, there are many ways to increase power, such as doing high difficulty quests to receive better rewards, forging items that have the effect of increasing power, or going to find relics. Or you can also cook goblin tendons to practice. Then it poured a bucket of cold water on his face. But those ways don't suit you. He wondered why there are so many ways. It plopped onto his shoulder, arms crossed in front of its chest, pouting sarcastically. You must reach at least 1,000 strength points to do those things. The power increase rate is too fast. Your body is just at the toddler learning to walk stage. What stage is that? Whose stage? His lips pressed together slightly, his eyes silent in thought. And I thought I had gotten stronger, so it's only at the beginning stage, so the goal now is to reach 1,000 strength points. Just like that, he still had to continue training like before. He trained every day to increase his strength, and when his strength reached the 930 threshold, the 3rd exam, actual combat, officially began. Just arriving at the practice arena, Strang immediately asked, "Are you taking the combat exam today?" He was overflowing with confidence. Yes, I've waited for this day for a long time. This exam aims to check the risk management skills of mages. This might be the most important part. Right at that moment, Jason was in the middle of taking his exam. He used all his might to cast the fireball spell. But ironically, instead of hitting the monster, it flew straight toward the knights, making them terrified. Hey, what are you doing? Don't aim at us." The monster standing next to him was also bewildered, not understanding what happened. The proctor observing on the side could only shake his head and sigh wearily. "Ha, Jason Damon, you are disqualified." He was dejected, losing all vitality, hunching over as he walked out amid the ridicule of his classmates. "Sir, the foreign night squad is present to support the exam to ensure the safety of the students as well as evaluate the coordination ability of both sides. The exam lasts 10 days based on the points achieved. Each person will fight different monsters. On the last day, there were a total of 13 students in the high score top. Also, because this is the last day, everyone was very curious about what kind of monster would appear. Suddenly, the entire grandstand shook violently as if there was an earthquake. Everyone's face became extremely terrified. A brown-haired boy spoke up. "What sound is that?" A giant creature appeared, its body tall and large, its face ferocious with sharp fangs revealed amidst its roar. Its appearance made everyone scream in fear. "Is that a sea monster?" Sea monsters live in packs scattered across different continents. They are many times larger than humans, and their intelligence is not inferior either. Their nature is violent, so wars between sea monsters and humans often occur. The students around stared with wide eyes, sweating bullets. "Are you sure this exam will be okay? What if someone dies because of the sea monster?" Professor Heidel calmly explained, "You are all mages, so you must always be rational. Treat this as real and do your best." Although fear still surrounded their hearts, they replied very loudly and clearly, "Yes, understood." A moment later, the exam officially took place. Just released, the monster madly screamed and charged up. It used its muscular arms to rush toward the knights, forcing them to hurriedly raise their shields to cover. While they held down this giant sea monster, Mikkel in the back took the opportunity to cast his ice magic. Ice arrows flew out one after another in the direction of his hand, ice arrows. Unfortunately, those arrows only shot down to the ground. It performed an ambush from the air. By the time everyone realized it, it was already above their heads. Someone screamed from above. The professor, observing on the side, was also worried and shouted, "Mikkel, move." But his whole body stiffened, his body trembling incessantly. Although his mouth muttered about having to retaliate for what happened the other day, fear made him unable to move. Feeling that the situation was not stable, he had to take action to help. "Stop." Before the monster could attack Mikkel, thousands of vines grew from the ground, binding it in his astonishment. Angry because he was played by this group, it madly screamed and struggled. Although bound, it was still very aggressive, reaching out toward him and roaring. Seeing that, he was terrified and hurriedly retreated. His face turned pale, truly not a drop of blood left, and the result for his miserable performance was Heidel's cold voice. "Mikkel Gary Hill, you are disqualified." His uncle, Elric, angrily slammed his hand on the table. He gnashed his teeth. Damn it, failed again. He intended to intervene in Lin's exam part, so he immediately turned to talk to Tyrion Ignet. "Ah, Principal, do you intend to continue the exam?" Hearing that, he questioned back, "What do you mean, Elric?" At this moment, he also revealed his purpose. "It's almost Lewin's turn, right?" He replied, his face clearly showing sarcasm. "Lewin is the only one who was given a perfect score by Kingram. If we evaluate other students the same way as Lewin, it's a bit unfair, isn't it?" He slowly stroked his beard. "I understand what you mean, but we don't have any other monsters." He revealed his true nature, wearing an evil smile. "No, we have one." When the four-night squad brought the sea monster, they also brought a goblin along with it. The principal mused for a moment. Using a goblin for the exam is extremely dangerous, but with the presence of Professor Heidel and the barrier of knights in the front line, he was truly curious about Lunny's ability. In the scene of the path stretching through the magnificent castle, everywhere was covered in the fire of torches. Heidel listlessly crossed his arms, leaning against the wall, his eyes looking at the guys stepping out one by one from behind the long door. He softly called the guys Lins. He heard it and immediately looked up bewildered. He greeted back Professor Heidel. He stepped forward, one hand in his pocket, softly reminding, "I have to tell you this before the exam takes place. In today's exam, your part will be harder than everyone else." Lewin still did not understand his words. "Huh, what do you mean?" Mr. Heidel was very worried about him. "The Academy is placing expectations on you since the time you were given a perfect score by King Graham. Many people said if we let you and everyone fight the same monster, it wouldn't be fair, so your exam part will be harder than others." Lewin frowned. "Harder means," the professor replied to him, "your target will not be a sea monster, you will fight a goblin." His words made the one-man, one-bear pair suddenly widen their eyes. "A goblin?" Strang blinked its round eyes nimbly and replied to him, "Aha, your first real enemy is a goblin. There is something fun to watch now." The scene shifted to the large, firm hand tightly clenching the large iron chain. It was a sturdy goblin of huge size, covered in an orange-brown body, screaming terrifyingly. The two task-takers standing guard looked at it fearfully. The blonde guy, Jason, curiously turned to ask the person next to him, Elric, "Is this the leader of the sea monsters?" The black-haired guy scolded, "Stupid, that's a goblin." He frowned, unable to believe it. A goblin? Impossible. He gripped the sword in his hand. "It's true, I gave a suggestion." A bit confused and contemptuous, "But it's impossible to let students fight a goblin in an exam like this. How strong can a student be?" Goblins have a shape similar to monsters, however, they are many times stronger. They can shatter a skull and snap a spine with just one twist. Elric gnashed his teeth, glancing at the person standing behind. He was angry. "Are you sure? Even knights find it hard to catch them." Heidel's face was serious. "I'm sure, that's the principal's instruction." Elric laughed loudly. "Ah," he changed his tone, "I guess you're betting your whole life on this exam, huh?" From afar, black leather shoes made a clicking sound, walking to where they were, his voice magnetic. "Yes, I am betting my life." Elric turned to look at the person who had just stepped up, his face surprised. "Who you are?" The two faced each other. He stared at him. "I am Lewin, a test taker." He asked back, "You?" Elric observed the boy's whole body, unable to help but feel contemptuous. "This brat will fight a goblin. How can he fight this goblin?" Elric was still focused on Lin. "I and the professor will protect him," but he coldly walked past him. Elric was startled. "Where is it going?" He was serious. "Hey, you're going the wrong way. What are you doing?" Lewin replied as if it were obvious. "I'm preparing for the exam. I'm standing in the wrong position. I have to be behind." He, annoyed, reminded him. He confirmed with Elk, "I will stand here." He frowned, confused. "Huh." Lewin's turquoise eyes were icy, his face extremely serious as he explained, "My spell is a bit different." Elric spoke loudly, "If you stand in front, we can't cover for you. It's not easy to deal with like a sea monster." He once again confirmed his opinion. "Yes, I know," but he still had that attitude. "Why are you putting your life at stake like that?" Lewin waved his hand, shedding the cloak draped over his shoulders, looking no different from a modern-day CEO. He was lazy, not explaining much. "I have no choice." Saying so, he stepped forward toward the goblin. Elric saw him be reckless like that, unable to help but feel worried. His eyebrows had been furrowed tight, about to touch each other. "I don't see it scared at all. Surely it has something different." Professor Heidel, standing behind observing the situation until now, also spoke up. "Lewin, get ready." Then he shouted loudly, "Your exam part officially begins." Just saying that, he snapped his fingers. A clack sound rang out. The shackles on the giant goblin's hands blinked and opened wide, falling to the ground. Its freedom officially began. The goblin seemed to explode, screaming everywhere, rushing straight into the place where a few soldiers holding swords, shields, and Lewin were. He was in a ready-to-fight stance, his hands emitting fire magic sparks, flying straight up, gliding past the astonishment of the soldiers next to him. Aaron shouted loudly to stop him. "Hey, what are you doing?" Is it daring to confront the goblin head-on? "Don't, what is it trying to do?" He didn't have time to stop him. The two, the goblin and Lewin, along with his burning magical flow, confronted each other. The goblin growled loudly, its hands reached out to summon the source of magic. Crash, the sound of breaking on the ground rang out. Lin stepped forward and called out, the fireball striking straight toward the goblin. The sound of destruction, the sparks of the two beams of light from the magic power clashing fiercely, brightened up the whole area. Bystanders also couldn't withstand this fighting strength that was wanting to explode. Everyone was swept into the fiery touch of Lin and the goblin. Mr. Elric's vision still followed the battle, and then his expression couldn't help but be shocked. "It dares to use close-range spells in this situation?" Professor Heidel waved away the dust in front of him. Surely he had predicted this moment. Lewin really didn't disappoint this teacher at all. Of course, it was only him. The people standing next to him had long since stared with wide eyes half open, half closed in panic. Even those sitting on the grandstand were the same. The arena at this moment only saw smoke and dust everywhere. The soldiers remained motionless, not knowing how the battle was going. A student who dares to fight a goblin in close combat, hope it's still alive. When everyone didn't have time to recover, the back with the familiar black shirt appeared behind the smoke. Even Mr. Elric had to jump up. "Is it still alive?" His face appeared, making him even more shocked. He was still standing firmly, while Lewin was in a stance ready to attack again. Heidel's face was the same, but now the look added a bit of triumph, his forehead written with pride. Suddenly, a hand slapped Lewin's shoulder and he called loudly, "Hey." It was Elric. His face was not pleasant at all, angrily reminding him loudly, "You almost died." He calmly looked straight into his eyes, still indifferent but politely replied, I'm sorry. But if I had warned you, would you have let me charge in? Elric heard him say that, not knowing how to rebut, only having to ask back, why? He shifted his gaze toward the angry goblin. We don't have time to chat right now, let's wrap up this exam. The goblin was, naturally, more furious than ever. Professor Elric brushed past Lin, flicking his hand in a warning gesture. Step back. I know you're strong, but this thing is extremely dangerous. As if that wasn't enough, he opened his mouth to warn him once more, raising his volume significantly above normal. Stand right there and let me handle it. Ignoring Professor Elric's words entirely, Lewin nimbly dashed forward and stopped right in front of him. Turning around with a dead serious expression, he said, "This is my exam." Professor LRC acted like he was deaf, repeatedly asking, "What?" Keeping that resolute look, Lewin insisted, "Let me finish my test." A giant and ferocious monster appeared, its body massive and easily 5 times larger. Lewin observed the monster seriously with iron determination, while behind him, Gutter looked quite tense at the risk of a sudden attack. He concentrated intensely without an ounce of hesitation. He had 2 reasons for being this brave. First, he remembered the goblin possession skill. The title obtained from Kingram would allow him to communicate with goblins. The ferocious monster screeched, "Stay away from me, set me free." He didn't panic at all because he understood what it was screaming. In the eyes of others, it was a vicious monster, but to him, this goblin was simply terrified of being surrounded by mages and knights. The second reason was his urgent quest: preemptively attack and defeat the enemy, with the reward of a 30-point increase in strength and unlocking the player's ice skill. He broke into a confident smile, dashing forward without hesitation. What a well-deserved reward for someone who had to repeat a boring daily quest. Completing a single quest netted him as many points as 3 days combined. With a whoosh, he bolted forward, leaving a trail of dust in his wake. Summoning a fireball in his hand, he vaulted forward like a gust of wind to the utter astonishment of Mr. Gutter. In a split second, his punch collided head-on with the descending giant monster, generating a massive shockwave and sending sparks flying everywhere. Taking his blow full force, it roared in fury. With a loud boom, the swirling flame blast knocked it flying far away. In no time at all, the objective of attacking the enemy right before him was accomplished. He smirked, "We're not done yet." Roaring with blood-red eyes wide and sharp fangs clenched in murderous intent, it snarled, "I'll kill you." The monster leaped high into the air, pouring all its power into this surprise attack. Screaming loudly, it shouted, "I'll smash your skull in." Its strike shook the ground violently, but fortunately, thanks to his 3-meter leg extension, he gracefully sidestepped and dodged it. Meticulously observing every movement of the monster, he searched for its weak point. Landing safely on his feet, he used time refraction to press the attack. The captain marveled in astonishment at his blinding speed. How is he moving that fast? Moving swiftly while casting flame arts, he muttered, "I need to get in close." In an instant, he closed the distance to the creature. Aiming for its weak spot, he landed a direct punch to its belly before the monster could even react, making it let out a piercing squeal. Over on the knight's side, someone dropped their jaw in shock. He's not even flinching against the goblin. What on earth is this guy? Another person cowered behind a shield to dodge the flying sparks. The student section was buzzing just as wildly. "What's going on? Hey, look at that." The goblin counterattacked, hurling a powerful punch at him, but he blocked it with his bare hands. Refusing to give up, it swung its other arm, yet he blocked that one too. He delivered a swift kick straight to its arm. Unexpectedly, the monster caught his leg and tossed him aside like a sack of garbage without a second thought. His body spun through midair, floating helplessly like a leaf in a storm. Clinging to the wall like Spider-Man, he barely had time to recover his wits before his eyes widened in sudden shock. It hurled a flaming fist right at him. Luckily, he dodged in time, leaving a large section of the wall behind him blown to smithereens. He landed lightly on the ground, while the monster turned its head to glare at him. Gritting its teeth in blatant hostility, it sneered, "Insolent lowlife human." He darted forward like a squirrel, twisting his body to unleash a kick that left it dumbfounded. He landed a spinning kick, one he had practiced for a long time, straight into its head. The goblin crashed flat to the ground, shaking the earth and sending rocks and gravel scattering in all directions. He hopped straight onto its chest. Wanting to finish it quickly and cleanly, he activated Goblin's Rage, causing a swirling red aura to violently erupt across his hands. Breaking out in cold sweat and trembling all over, it challenged in disbelief, "Are you even human?" He replied, "You probably don't need an answer to that, do you?" It stared wide-eyed in shock, as if unable to believe its own ears. Wondering aloud, it asked, You understand what I'm saying?" He didn't care much, lazily casting his technique while answering, "You understand me just fine too, don't you?" Before it could finish its sentence, flame burst, a strike hotter than anything imaginable, slammed straight into its face. The stacked effects of Goblin's rage pushed him into a berserk state, making energy control much harder. His pupils constricted and his teeth clenched tightly as he wore a painful expression. Flame soared high, completely swallowing the monster's gigantic frame. Pulling back his hands, he saw the monster charred all over and completely subdued. Being cautious, he muttered, "Is it over?" Observing from afar, Strang marveled admiringly. Not bad at all, even exceeded expectations. He stepped off the monster's body. Feeling exhausted from the battle, he panted heavily while the surrounding crowd erupted in shock. Did he actually take down the goblin? Looks like it. Everyone cheered enthusiastically, showering him with endless praise. "Let's go, Lewin is so badass." Elric looked overtly annoyed, utterly displeased that he had won. In stark contrast, Headmaster Tyrion Ignit smiled with deep satisfaction. The murmurs of awe continued nonstop, with some still struggling to believe what had just happened. He actually defeated the goblin all by himself. How is that even possible? The security team quickly rushed over to inspect the monster's carcass. Mr. Gutter approached him and asked, "Lewin Ardle, who taught you those incantations and combat skills?" He answered, "No one." The man remained somewhat skeptical. "You learned them yourself?" Maintaining the demeanor of a serious youth, he replied, "Yes." Turning to the professor standing thoughtfully nearby, he asked, "Professor, how did I do on my exam?" The man fell silent in deep thought for a long moment. Finally, he spoke up, "I thought you wouldn't be able to handle it, but I didn't even get a chance to stop you." Staring straight at him, he added, "You always exceed my expectations." Lewin wanted to confirm, "So you mean?" "Yes, you passed." A single sentence set the entire hall cheering amidst the smoking ruins of debris. Lewin, looking handsome and radiant, smiled with quiet confidence. The status window popped up, confirming the quest's completion while issuing another urgent quest identical to the last one. Reward includes the player's eye skill and plus 10 strength stats. He was quite surprised. Player's eye. Upon checking, it was a skill that allowed him to see the essence of all things, gather and digitize information, unlock stealth, and see through others even while they were invisible. Perched on Lewin's shoulder, Strang looked quite excited. "Player's eye, now you're a full-fledged player." Turning his head, Lewin asked, "You know about this skill?" It smiled with a sly grin. "Of course, it's something only players possess." Standing with hands on hips, it enthusiastically explained, "You can see enemies using stealth abilities. They'll have a faint outline around them." Lewin marveled, "That's pretty useful." Suddenly, the status window reappeared. Minimap unlocked. He wondered, "Mini?" It smiled gleefully. This function lets you observe everything within a 500-meter radius around your position. Additionally, this skill allows you to view the status of any target at will, and the amount of accessible information depends on the target's level. Crossing its arms over its chest with a toothy, arrogant grin, it added, "There are plenty more surprises. Since we've got a new toy, we should try it out right away." It suggested, "Look at that unconscious goblin over there and try activating player's eye." Glancing down at the massive frame, Lewin thought at that goblin. Concentrating intensely and channeling his energy to use the skill, the status window gradually materialized. True to its word, it provided all the creature's information, from its name and origin to characteristics and target evaluation. Surprised to the point of blurting out, he whispered, "Awesome." Wanting to test it on other subjects, his next target was Professor Heidel, but only the level information appeared. Suddenly it clicked, so there are things I can't read. Information is restricted." Strang replied, "Naturally, you can't read the information of someone whose level is way higher than yours." Raising a finger seriously as if lecturing, it continued, "Once you get stronger, the amount of information you can access will increase." Lewin listened attentively. He smiled faintly, bringing a hand up to lightly touch his chin as his lips curled into a calculating half-smile. "I see." After the practical combat exam concluded, rumors of Lewin taking down the goblin spread like wildfire across the academy. Out on the campus grounds, he and Jason were chatting on a stone bench when Jason teased, "Lynn, have you seen how everyone's talking about you, huh?" Feeling bewildered, Lewin replied, "I have no idea, it's my first time experiencing this." Suddenly, a brown-haired girl approached him. Shyly speaking up with eyes sparkling as if harboring hidden affection, she asked, "Are you Senior Lewin?" Not only her, but two others came forward holding lunch bags. "You were so cool in the third exam. Please take this to eat whenever you get hungry." The moment he took the bags, they shyly hurried away, leaving him rather flustered by how fast everything unfolded. Awkwardly holding the bags out toward Jason, he asked, "Do you want to eat this?" Jason panicked and yelled, "What?" He flew into a rage, handing this over like that is completely disrespectful to the ladies who had to overcome their shyness to make you lunch. Confused, Lewin thought, why is he getting so worked up over this? Glancing at his jealous, whimpering friend, Lewin thought, this Jason guy back when I used Player's Eye, the status window said he has massive potential. Jason sidled over and clapped him on the shoulder. "Over the last few days, I've checked everyone's status, and you're the only one showing high potential." Putting on a serious expression while his gaze radiated trust and determination, Lewin said, "Jason, try a little harder. I'm sure you'll do great in the upcoming exam." Confused, Jason asked, "What's this? Are you sympathizing with me?" Lewin denied it immediately. "Sympathize my foot. I mean you have a lot of prospects. Your skills are solid. You should regain your confidence and work harder." Surprised, Jason reacted, "Really?" Advising him, Lewin said, "Yeah, stop messing around." Jason chuckled softly, "All right, fine. My goal for the next exam is to break into the top 10. Lewin felt helpless. That might be a bit tough. 1 second joking around, the next Jason put on a heavy face. "Are you actually being serious? Half the time I can't even believe it myself." Confused, Lewin asked, "What do you mean?" Jason confided, "I keep wondering if you're even the Lewin I've known for the past 6 years. A flash of surprise crossed Lewin's face. "Oh." Lewin gazed up at the vast blue sky. "Yeah, even I find it hard to believe sometimes, so I get why he feels that way." Jason suddenly remembered, "Oh right, there have been some rumors about you lately." Suspicious, Lewin asked, "What rumors?" Jason continued, "People are saying you're going to surpass Gary Hill, becoming not only top scorer but also the Academy's representative." Brushing it off without a care, Lewin wearily stood up and said, "I couldn't care less about that. Let's head inside." Terrified of being left behind, Jason hurried to tag along. "What do you mean you don't care? This year is the Grand Festival. Every year in May, representatives from famous academies gather to hold a magic festival and select the most outstanding individual. Furthermore, every 8 years, all mages flock to the Olympiad tournament to determine the strongest person. The Grand Festival takes place in years when both events coincide. The Grand Festival is a nationwide competition where the brightest students from each academy showcase their prowess. The winner not only brings home a massive cash prize for themselves and their academy, but also unlocks countless privileges. That's why the number of participants from each academy is limited, 1 for the solo division and 30 for the team division. The top 31 students from each academy participate in this major competition, and the solo competitor serves as the academy representative. Over at the Ignite Academy dorms, students were heatedly discussing the upcoming tournament with all sorts of speculations. "I wonder who the academy representative will be this year. Probably Mikkel again, right?" At Lewin's dining table, they were discussing the same topic. Jason spoke up first. "Obviously Lewin will be the representative." The orange-haired boy sitting next to him agreed. "True, he's the only one who got 100 points from Kingram." Chewing noisily while reminiscing, Jason added, "And from what I remember of all the times Mickey participated in the magic tournament, do you guys remember how he performed?" A brown-haired student at the same table chimed in immediately. "I remember, the team competition was fine, but in the solo round, he ranked 4th out of 5. The orange-haired student chuckled mockingly. "No wonder we keep getting called a bottom-tier academy. A bottom-tier academy that sucks at team events and is mediocre at solo ones." Lunch ended and everyone cleared their plates, but the topic was far from over. "The only way we'll ever shake off that nickname is Lewin. Don't you guys agree?" "Absolutely. Lewin, what do you think?" With a serious look on his face, Lewin thought, "The exams aren't over yet. It's not time to get cocky or excited." After all, the person chosen to attend the Grand Festival would be the top scorer in the exams who also received professor nominations. And the 4th exam, the one-on-one combat between him and Mickey, was about to take place. Staring straight ahead with a resolute gaze, he vowed to himself, "That's why I need to focus on the next exam. Right now, all I can think about is beating the crap out of that guy." 4 days later, practical combat exams were underway at the training grounds. Lewin leaped up and threw a wind-slicing spinning kick, sweating profusely to show he had been practicing for a long while. The status window flashed repeatedly. You have reached 1,000 strength stats. You have obtained the title, end of apprenticeship. Strang stretched its joints, finally waited for this day, time to level up right now. Crouching down and channeling all its inner force, it drew the surrounding airflow into its body. Feeling ready, it leaped up high and landed neatly on his shoulder as fierce flames erupted around it. Quest difficulty doubled, reward value tripled. It concentrated intensely, condensing the flames into its hands, and swallowed hard with a loud gulp. Standing tall with its tiny frame and head tilted back, it tried channeling its internal energy to release the power outward. A moment later, a sun-like blaze exploded midair, expanding enough to incinerate everything it touched. Turning to look at him, the searing heat made Liyuan instinctively shield his face. What is this, these flames? Seemingly realizing something, his eyes widened and his pupils constricted as he stared at it. Elsewhere, Elric stood by the window with crossed arms in deep thought. Remembering the scene of Liyuan defeating the goblin, his face twisted in annoyance. Damn it, I actually had to give him a passing score. He imagined the scene of Liyuan declaring war on Mikkel, wondering to himself whether Liyuan Ardal's current strength could actually defeat Mikkel. Dismissing the thought of Mikkel getting crushed under Liyuan's feet, he muttered, "That's unlikely to happen." Gritting his teeth, his calculations grew even more intense. If he wins, Mikkel's position at the Grand Festival and his spot as top scorer will both be shaken. The Gary Hill family must remain at the top of this academy. His facial muscles tightened as if suppressing an impending explosion of fury at all costs. Back at the training grounds, Strang had reached level 2. It looked exhausted, its surrounding firewall much weaker, but in return, he received 200 strength stats. An orange flame burned brightly in the palm of his hand. Staring at it admiringly, Strang remarked, "Looks like you've gotten a lot stronger, Lin." At the same time, it expressed gratitude. "Aw, thanks to you, I reached 1,200 strength stats so fast." Striking a proud pose with hands on hips and a hint of narcissism, it coughed, then smiled sheepishly, revealing its teeth while scratching its chin. "This is only the beginning. Quest difficulty and rewards have both gone up." Staring intently at the status window, they read, Frequent Physical Training Quest 2. Complete all of the following tasks, 5,000 repetitions each of punches and spinning kicks, run 15 km and complete practical combat training. Reward plus 30 strength stats. Pondering over it, Liyuan thought, I've already ramped up my training intensity, so this shouldn't be too hard. Turning to ask it, so what is this practical combat training? Its face suddenly darkened into a villainous grin. Remember when we first met, I told you I can transform into anything. He replied, yeah, I remember. It beamed smugly. From now on I can transform, though there are still limits. Can you turn into a human? Sure, though turning into a human while I'm still at level 5 is pretty tough. He asked curiously, then what can you turn into? Its expression turned sly. Wanna see? Suddenly, a small whirlwind materialized around its body, gradually growing larger. When the whirlwind dissipated, a tattered, mysterious scarecrow appeared, making him burst out laughing. Is this a straw scarecrow? Disappointed that he wasn't as shocked as expected, it grew angry. What's with that expression? He chuckled. Nothing, it's just not quite what I pictured. Boasting proudly, it said, don't underestimate a straw scarecrow. Back when Draka started sparring, I was the one who supported him. Wondering aloud, Liyuan asked, sparring, you mean you played the role of a target? It confirmed firmly, exactly. I'm super useful for quests. Starting today, you have to do practical combat training with me. Controlling the whirlwind to spin around itself to look mysterious, it added, right now my power is still weak, so I'm only on par with a third-class mage. Deep inside the scarecrow, it let out a cunning laugh. As long as I regain my strength, I can play along with anything. At that point, whether it's dragons or demons, I can handle them all. Feeling intrigued, he wanted to test it immediately. All right, let's do it right now. What do you want me to turn into? He boldly suggested a mage. As if touched on a sore spot, it switched to challenge mode. Oh ho, very well. Strang channeled his power to create a magic orb, transforming into a staff topped with a glowing red gem. The moment he grasped the staff, his muscles bulged instantly. Even if I hit you, it'll only cause a shock, not any actual damage. Liyuan stood there calmly. And what about you? Hearing that its response remained unfazed, he arched an eyebrow and said, I see, you truly are the ideal sparring partner. Not wanting to waste a single second, it immediately cast a fireball. All right, take this. Having said that, it launched that massive flow of magic toward him, which didn't bother Lewin at all. He agilely escaped, popping straight toward the other side. He was extremely excited, thinking to himself that Mikkel must be training right now, and he couldn't wait to challenge him. Completely contrary to his thoughts, at this very moment, Mikkel was in Elric's room, gazing at a leaf. That bastard makes my eyes sore. What should I do now? He was furious. You brat, how dare you speak like that in front of me? If you had been even slightly stronger back then. Not wanting to hear another word, he brushed his hand and interrupted. Enough, don't say anything else. I heard that because of you, Lewin got his points raised. Are you feeling guilty? He made no effort to hold back his clear sarcasm. Of course, you're the one who orchestrated the goblin incident, aren't you? His expression was as if he wanted to eat him alive, slowly stepping forward. Because of you, he got a perfect score. If my family finds out, I think it'll be hard for you to survive. He didn't expect this nephew to dare be so insolent toward him. He was bitter but couldn't do anything. You brat, how dare you talk to me like that? He urged him irritably. So stop rambling, think of a way to solve this. If he gets to be the academy representative, then. A firm response came from his mouth. No, that won't do, I have an idea. A small turquoise vial lay neatly in his hand. Take it. He recognized it at a single glance. This was burning flower, a type of awakening herb. Burning flower, a species that grows in the northern Illusion region. This is a rare medicinal herb that some people use to concoct special elixirs. He instructed, drink it and you will reach an awakened state. The time it takes to cast mana will be drastically shortened. He was apprehensive, but it removes the sensation of pain, and furthermore, it makes it difficult to distinguish between friend and foe. He stared intently at him. True, in other words, you won't see anything at all. You should actually listen to lectures when you go to school. Mikkel completely did not understand what his uncle was saying. But why do you want me to drink this? Exactly, he was angry. Are you crazy? In front of him, I seem to have lost my citizenship. I don't have the right to speak here. I already lost to that guy, and now you want me to bring shame upon the family. However, he clearly understood Professor Heidel's discerning eyes, but this was too risky. He knows my capabilities better than anyone. If he finds out, I'm done for. He scoffed, thumping his chest. You forgot who I am, didn't you? Checking for stimulants is my job. True to a professional cheater, he had planned everything carefully. Take it, this will help cover your tracks. The remaining purple vial was put into his hand. After drinking the burning flower, then comes this. He reassured his fearful nephew. Don't be afraid. For the sake of the Garahill's lineage, this is the only way to move forward. So, are you going to take it or not? He didn't expect him to invite him to use drugs like this. He was still hesitant, experiencing deep internal conflict. Finally, the one-on-one combat exam arrived. At this moment, warm sunlight was coating the exam site, the mana barrier square. Everyone looked down enthusiastically, the sound of laughter and talking ringing out constantly. It was always like this. Whenever the combat exam took place, the exam area was always packed with people. And this was the final battle. Lewin and Mikkel stood opposite each other, staring intently, the atmosphere falling into a state of tension. With a rustling sound, footsteps moved quickly forward. Lewin's expression became serious. The final test was finally here, a direct confrontation with Mikkel. He leaned back, hearing Strang remind him, the opponent knows beforehand that you only specialize in close combat. If you prepared in advance, it might be a bit tricky. Lewin scoffed, but what if I can get close to him? It nodded and replied briefly, then Lewin just needs to throw a punch and he'll be down. The man standing between them spoke up. This exam is meant to be as close to real combat as possible. The terrain elements have been prepared and arranged in the arena in extremely diverse ways. He asked, are you both ready? Both Heidel and the others replied, yes. Lewin looked at Mikkel, feeling like something was off. He frowned in thought, but that bastard Mikkel. He only saw a strange expression on his face, his whole body also becoming tense. Lewin made a preliminary observation. His condition looks too abnormal. He watched Mikkel, who was gnashing his teeth at him but didn't make a move to attack. He wasn't acting arrogant like usual. Something was abnormal. I have to use player's eye to check. After that, Lewin used the player's eye skill, and a green light-emitting circle appeared before his eyes. The information board appeared above his head. Mikkel Garahill, level 3 mage, high potential, magic casting ability, 2, special status, hidden berserker. Lewin felt suspicious, wondering, berserker, what? I've never seen that status before. Moreover, the system window says it's hidden. Did he do something to conceal the use of illicit substances? He remembered Elric. Before the exam started, candidates were checked for banned substances, but wait. The person in charge of that test was Professor Elric. Could he be Mikkel's uncle? Did Professor L allow Mikkel to use something and then cover it up? The man stated the match rules. Listen carefully, this battle only bans one thing, dark magic. You can use any magic from the 4 elements, and points will be awarded based on the rank of the magic used. He explained further, you don't need to worry about your opponent. Inside this mana barrier hall, magic power is already reduced by 99%. Now, does anyone have any questions? Seeing Lewin raise his hand, he asked, "What's wrong?" for Lewin Ardal. Mikkel's face went stiff when he heard him ask, if one of the two uses banned substances and is caught, what happens? He heard that and spoke seriously. That person will be disqualified and fail this exam, and it could also lead to mandatory expulsion based on the severity of the issue. But why are you asking this? Lewin looked at Mikkel and indifferently replied, "Nothing, sir." He spread his arms to signal for the two to stand far apart, then called out, "Now, get into position." He stood in position, clenching his fists. For now, I can only conclude this much. And because only I can see the status window, no one will believe what I say. Lewin's gaze became determined. I must find evidence. The two stood opposite each other, the tension of battle filling the surroundings. He took a deep breath and shouted for them to prepare. As soon as the 2 words "begin" were spoken, Lewin and Mikkel immediately rushed forward to attack. He condensed an orb emitting green light and raised his voice, "Lewin, go to hell." Immediately afterward, green vines grew from the ground, wrapping tightly around Lewin's feet. He shifted his feet, and the vines were snapped in no time. Everyone in the grandstand gasped in surprise. What? How did he escape it so quickly? Could it be that Mikkel's spell has no effect on Lin? Lewin exclaimed in his heart, "Excellent. The mana barrier hall reduces the candidate's mana power, but my strength is fine." Immediately afterward, he rushed toward Mikkel. He used another technique, pink light along with a skull opening its mouth spitting fire toward Lewin. Mikkel gritted his teeth. "Do you think I'm only capable of this much?" His flame roar was just released, a fiery red flame shooting straight at Lewin. He used the blink skill, agilely dodging the erupting flame. After that, Lai quickly turned and ran, the flame still tailing closely behind. The flame seemed to have a magical intent, following him closely. Liu Yi quickly jumped to dodge. He hid behind a rock, the intense heat spreading all around. Lewin shifted slightly to look behind. Decreasing spell casting time and increasing mana amount, that is the effect of the elixir Mikkel used. Mikkel laughed madly. "Don't hide, come out and face me, you coward." He focused his mind, recalling what he had learned. It was clear he was more hyped than usual. That elixir was definitely. An image appeared in Lin's mind, spirit awakening herb burning flower. He listed Mikkel's characteristics: trembling hands, extreme excitement, reduced ability to feel pain, and difficulty distinguishing between friend and foe. It was all too clear. Yet he was still laughing and provoking him. "Come out, show your face, come out and face me." Lewin narrowed his eyes. The only thing that hadn't manifested was the pain-suppressing effect. He stood up to face Mikkel and spoke suggestively. "Why are you so confident? Is it because of that thing?" He was startled and shouted, "What?" Lewin calmly looked at Mikkel, who was flustered, speaking out a name, "Burning Flower." His face went stunned when he heard Lin's words. "Whatever to take you down, I don't need things like that." He raised his hand, his tone mocking. "I'm coming for you, Mikkel." Lewin rushed forward like an arrow while using the time refraction skill. Mikkel summoned ice and snow while cursing in his heart. Damn it, how is he so fast? An ice shield created by him appeared in front of Lewin. He was not daunted, shouting loudly, "Useless." Lewin's leg swept horizontally forward, a golden light flashing to Mikkel's astonishment. Gossiping voices rang out around Tyrion Ignit's group. "What kind of magic is that? Is that magic, right? Is that even magic?" Inside the arena, Mikkel summoned Tier 3 magic, Fire Spear, and shouted. "Take this," Lewin countered, clenching his fist and throwing a blow, Earthquake. As soon as that punch landed, Mikkel's Fire Spear was blown away. He retreated continuously, his massive body seemingly in extreme pain. The crowd in the grandstand gasped. He used earth to block that fire. Mikkel was knocked back and plopped onto the ground, screaming in pain. Suddenly his pupils contracted in terror, his entire face stiffening. Mikkel looked at Lewin, who was looking down from above, his voice also dropping. "Don't come near me." He flicked his finger and laughed coldly. "Don't be a coward, take this." Mikkel watched Lewin's thumb and middle finger touch, his voice trembling. As his hand moved closer, golden light flashed accordingly. After a boom, the scene inside and outside the mana barrier square returned to normal. When Lewin's 2 fingertips separated, that golden light grew larger and shot toward Mikkel. The crowd in the grandstand stood up in unison, only to see dust clouds in the arena, obscuring their view. Mikkel's eyelids drooped slightly, the scene before his eyes surprising him. Because Mikkel was currently bowing his head, laughing uncontrollably. Liuan, do you dare to look down on me? As soon as he finished his sentence while only scratching his forehead, he was rushed by Liuan, who head-butted him in the side of the face. Not giving him a chance to counterattack, he continuously unleashed a barrage of punches. With a thud, Mikkel's whole body collided with the rock and lay sprawled on the ground. His whole body trembled, but his laughter echoed. So weak, yet you want to defeat me? It doesn't even hurt at all. Liuan thought to himself, to take so many consecutive blows and still be conscious. At this point, Mikkel could die from excessive shock. His hand grabbed Mikkel's shoulder, intending to pull him up. Continuing would be very dangerous. Following that, his whole body was lifted high by the writhing green vines called dungeon trees. Liuan raised his hand and spoke, "Sir, did Mikkel use banned substances?" He walked over, confused, and asked, "What do you mean? Why would Mikkel use banned substances? Are you sure? If you're lying, you could be disqualified." Liuan was determined. "Yes, I'm sure, because there's a possibility that the use of banned substances was concealed." He continued, "Or someone discovered it but turned a blind eye." He hesitated. "You mean?" Liuan lowered his voice, looking toward the nearby area. "The person capable of using rare ingredients and responsible for checking before the match." He also turned his gaze toward Elric. His voice rang out again. "Only one person in this academy can do that." Liuan seemed hesitant. "Come to think of it, Professor Elric is also Mikkel's uncle, right? Wait, could it be that Professor L?" Elric ran over in a panic. "Liuan, do you know what you're saying?" He snapped back irritably. "You're saying Mikkel used banned substances and I turned a blind eye." Yet Liuan was not afraid, calmly replying, "Yes, I have evidence." Elric heard that and jumped, shouting, "Huh." He laughed. "Very well, let's test it again then." He walked to the other side. "No need, sir. Anyway, you've already used a special elixir to hide his symptoms." Elric became flustered. "Then what do you want now? Where is the evidence you're talking about?" Liuan touched the tree trunk and laughed. "Let me show you all with your own eyes. Right?" Immediately afterward, there was a loud explosion, and golden light flashed in the middle of the tree trunk. His hand remained in the same posture, fingers still spread wide. Liuan looked at the tree trunk, which had lost a large section. "This was my earlier flick." He argued that even if Mikkel's magic power had increased due to training, there was no way he could take consecutive blows and still be conscious and laughing. In his current state, I think his skull is vibrating violently, and at least Tyrion Ignit, his ribs have been broken. Bloodshot eyes flared up. He didn't care and still laughed out loud. Liuan spoke up, yet he's still laughing as if he feels no pain at all. Elric's face went stiff when he heard him ask, "Do you have anything left to deny, Professor?" Up there, Tyrion Ignit stood up abruptly, raising his voice. "Professor Elric." Seeing his guilty expression, he found his own answer. Tyrion Ignit angrily shouted, "How dare you do such a thing in a sacred place like this? Professor Elric, follow me to my office immediately." Hearing his angry tone, Elric hesitated, looking toward his nephew, only to see that he didn't know how serious the current situation was. Mikkel's senseless laughter. Then the second exam Tyrion Ignit seen also passed quickly. The corruption of the Garhill lineage was exposed. People whispering in the hallways. "I heard Professor Elric was fired and Mikkel was expelled too." "I have a new nickname." Someone threw an arm around Lin's shoulder and giggled. "Hey, Saint of Expulsion, Liuan." Thump, 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 each rhythmic footstep rang out in the quiet space. At this moment, Liuan was standing before a giant door. The surrounding space lit up because Liuan had been summoned by the headmaster. He felt as though time had stopped and no sound echoed in his ears. Suddenly, a faint rustling sound rang out, prompting him to lift his head and look up. His eyes widened in absolute shock, filled entirely with utter disbelief. For right now, Liuan was standing in a vast grassy field with a red chair directly in front of him. Looking around in confusion, Liuan thought, "This is the Ardle family territory." He muttered to himself, "No, that doesn't quite look right." Then Liuan cast his gaze back toward the object in front of him. And as for that, he looked at the chair and recognized the Thuron throne, the seat of the supreme mage. Why was it here? Tyrion Ignit's voice suddenly rang out from behind. "Did you see something, Liuan?" He immediately turned his head to greet him. "Ah, hello, Professor." Walking as he spoke, the headmaster continued, "This place was created by the Eyes of Manhwa. Have you ever heard of the Eyes of Manhwa?" Following closely behind, Liuan replied, "Yes, I've heard of them." According to what he knew, Manhwa was legendary as the leader who initiated the war of invasion against the continent of Frelia, possessing the ability to make a person see whatever they desired most. After his death, his head had been refined into an artifact. Tyrion Ignit glanced back and continued, "The Eyes of Manhwa are an artifact that lets you see what you want to see, Whatever appeared before your eyes just now matches your deepest desires. Lewin lowered his head slightly as thoughts flashed through his mind. What I desire most is to restore the Ale family territory and become the most powerful mage. The headmaster suddenly asked, "Are you curious about what I saw?" Prompted by curiosity, Lewin asked, "What did you see, sir?" Tyrion Ignit smiled softly, his gaze filled with warmth. "A world where everyone behaves according to their station. Students are students and mages are mages." At this point, the two of them stood before a door. He continued, "Naturally, that's far from easy." Lewin gave a soft reply, "Yes." With a click, the thick, heavy door slowly swung open on its own. Just as Lewin prepared to step inside, he glanced back over his shoulder. He saw an image of himself holding the championship trophy while being tossed up into the air by cheering male students shouting, "Lewin won, Lewin won." Then followed an image of Lewin wearing a graduation cap accompanied by a voice ringing out, "Congratulations to the top scorer, student Lewin Ardle." The corners of Lewin's mouth twitched upward into a slight, barely perceptible curve that would be missed if one didn't look closely. The scene shifted elsewhere as a soft sound broke the quiet atmosphere. A cup of tea was placed on the table with an invitation to partake. Lewin nodded and replied, "Yes, thank you, Professor." Tyrion Ignit watched in silence as the boy picked up his teacup and took a sip. Once Lewin finished his tea, the headmaster asked, "I called you here because I have something to ask. Will you give me your answer among all these restricted topics?" Tyrion Ignit interlocked his fingers, his tone turning serious. "How did you know that the substance Mikkel used was burning flour?" Lewin said nothing at first, seemingly organizing his thoughts before listing the characteristics. Mikkel's attitude wasn't like his usual self. He was aggressive yet restless, not to mention the abnormal amplification and mana flow, which led me to deduce that he used burning flour. Ignit asked further, "But from what I could tell, you seemed certain rather than just guessing. Why is that?" Lewin frowned and explained, "The arena's mana barrier only reduces magical power, not physical strength, and what I used was physical force, not magic," silently reminding himself not to mention player's eye. Lewin's voice dropped lower. I was certain he must have suffered severe shock, yet he was still able to smile without showing any pain. That could only prove he had used burning flour. The headmaster silently praised the kid for being sharp enough at just 16 to instantly spot the tiniest changes in his opponent, especially while maintaining complete calmness under pressure coupled with flawless magical execution. Tyrion Ignit placed his hands flat on the table and spoke in a resolute tone. "As the Academy's headmaster, I deeply regret this incident. I sincerely apologize, Lin, and I will ensure the Gary Hill family cannot harm you." With that, he stroked his long white beard and said, "One more thing, I have a proposal." Lewin was stunned upon hearing Tyrion's words. "Would you like to participate in the grand festival this year as the Academy representative?" Though he had mentally prepared himself, he couldn't hide his astonishment. The Academy representative position was something everyone coveted, and coming here, he had already vaguely guessed it. Lewin closed his eyes tightly, trying to steady his nerves as if pondering a deeply serious issue. Tyrion Ignit listened intently for his reply. "Thank you, Professor. I feel deeply honored to receive this nomination." But Lewin's voice turned hesitant. "You also know I still lack experience, having never once fought in a practical combat match throughout all these years." Lowering his head slightly, his voice dropping a few notches, he continued, "During that time, I couldn't accomplish anything or achieve any results because of my mana disorder. The Grand Festival is a gathering of brilliant talents, and I don't know if I have the strength to compete with them." Tyrion's voice rang out, prompting Lewin to look up. "That's not an issue as a judge at the Grand Festival." Raising his index finger affirmatively, the headmaster declared, "I believe you deserve the title of championship contender." Hesitatingly, Lewin asked, "Pardon me, sir? A championship contender?" Tyrion Ignit stroked his long beard and asserted, "I affirm that you are a highly potential candidate, and what's even more terrifying is..." A flush of embarrassment flickered across Lewin's face as the headmaster stated, "You will be a secret weapon that no one expects." Tyrion let out a satisfied exhale. "To them, you are an enigma with zero information available. They won't know what techniques or combat style you'll use, and naturally, they won't find a way to counter you." Hearing that, Lewin smiled inwardly. "So that's how it is. Since I've always been ranked last, they haven't been on guard against me, nor do they have as much info on me as Mickey does. Looks like it'll be easy to pull off a surprise upset this time." Lewin's hands clenched tightly around the hem of his pants as the headmaster asked, "So what do you say, will you participate or not?" Putting on a deeply thoughtful expression, Lewin gave his answer, I will do my absolute best not to let you down, sir. Suddenly, a knock sounded at the door. Tyrion Ignit called out, "Right on time, please come in." Looking toward the newcomer, he told Lewin, I think a body skill class will benefit you more than a magic class, so I invited this professor to help you develop those skills. Upon hearing the greeting, "Are you still doing well, kid?" Lewin looked slightly startled. Is this?" The visitor was none other than Gutter Perante, who chuckled teasingly. "What's with that face? Aren't you happy to see me?" Recognizing him now, Lewin recalled that he was the captain of the Knight Order in the Foreign Territory and one of the rare elite-tier knights in the Jadi Kingdom. He remembered this was also the person he had met during the third exam. Seated across from him, Lewin couldn't help marveling at the unexpected fortune of taking a physical skills class with him. Gutter spoke up. "First, I need to confirm a few things." Gutter asked, "I heard Professor Heidel say that you're a special mage who can only fight in close quarters. Is that really true?" Giving a slight nod, Lewin answered, "Yes, sir, that's correct." Gutter offered his assessment. "From what I've seen, your movements are quite good, sharp, and concise without a single wasted motion." Lewin froze slightly when Gutter added, "But to be honest, a glance tells me you've never actually studied martial arts." Lowering his voice, Gutter continued, "Your moves might have worked against that goblin earlier, but against us, you'll be completely read like an open book. No matter how strong you are, anyone skilled in body arts can anticipate your attacks just by watching your shoulders and hips move." With his fingers tapping rhythmically on his knees, Lewin thought, "He's right, all my moves are repetitive motions drilled from quests, so they don't hold up well in actual combat." Suddenly, Gutter stood up abruptly. "Don't worry though, if you learn from me, your movements will be overhauled right down to the fundamentals." Staring straight into his eyes, he asked, "Shall we get started right now?" Afterward, the two of them relocated their training session elsewhere. Gutter's voice echoed, "For a knight, the most important thing is your footing. A stable stance gives your sword swings real power. Furthermore, your feet help you predict the enemy's next move, so your very first lesson will be learning how to walk properly." Sitting on a platform, he stated, "Only when you learn how to walk correctly can you truly utilize physical combat skills." Extending his hands with a serious expression, Lewin followed Gutter's instructions. Tianwu was a martial arts discipline commonly used in training knights. His hands struck out continuously, producing sharp whistling sounds in the air. Standing up slowly to watch Lewin punch into empty space, Gutter remarked, "This discipline consists of a total of 36 forms, not to mention sword techniques." Diligently pressing on with his training, Lewin clenched his fists tightly, psyching himself up to lunge forward. Punch after punch slamming into the air with continuous shearing sounds of wind. Nearby, Gutter stood with arms crossed over his chest, silently observing Lewin's every move. His expression turned pensive as he recalled what Lewin had asked him earlier. Back then, Lin had asked what the teacher stood to gain from teaching him martial arts, especially since he had to come to the academy every single day. "So why are you doing this, sir?" Gutter had replied, "Just think of it as an investment." Puzzled, Lewin had asked back, "An investment?" Stroking his chin thoughtfully, Gutter had explained, "I've encountered someone with the potential to become a talented future mage, and if I can play a part in supporting that person." Lewin had listened in silence as Gutter finished. "Then wouldn't that make it a worthwhile investment?" Remembering that, Lewin bowed deeply. "Then I'm counting on you, Professor Gutter." Suddenly clearing his throat with a sheepish expression, Gutter suggested, "Actually, calling me Professor sounds way too formal. Just call me Hyung. I'm only in my 30s. Hearing that age, Lewin stared in utter shock. No way. Returning to the present, he was still hard at work training. Lewin threw punches to one side and swept kicks to the other, while Gutter watched on leisurely nearby. Looking rather satisfied, the knight muttered, "This kid's pretty good, he's got grit." Gutter reminisced about inspecting the goblin's injuries earlier amidst whispered murmurs from the onlookers. Did the goblin's jaw really get shattered like that? Watching Lewin throw another high kick, he muttered internally, "A close combat mage stronger than a goblin, what a fascinating kid." And just like that, 3 weeks slipped by. Lewin checked a notification from the system. Body art skill has leveled up to level 10. Title obtained, My Body is a Weapon. Reward, enhanced effect for Mage Frenzy skill. With Mage Frenzy, you can now circulate magic throughout your entire body. He remarked to Strang, "Mastering Tianwu actually came in handy, huh?" Strang laughed gleefully. "Duh, thanks to that I reached level 3. Lewin checked his stats, strength, 2,130. Closing his hand into a tight fist, he murmured, "This power is immense, I can feel it clearly." Strang let out a sigh. "The speed at which you're gaining strength is terrifying. It took Draka over a year and a half after meeting me to hit 2,000 strength. Is this due to the difference in how humans and dragons perceive time, I wonder? Suddenly, a voice called out from a distance. Seeing Jason running over in a rush, Lewin asked curiously, "Jason, what's wrong?" Leaning forward with his hands on his thighs to catch his breath, Jason asked, "Did you see it?" Puzzled, Lewin asked back, "See what?" Jason blurted out, "The list of participants for the Grand Festival has been posted at the Academy gates." Lewin paused, lost in thought. The Grand Festival. Memories flooded Lin's mind along with a familiar voice. Position number 1, Lin Ardle. At the opening ceremony, I stood on the podium representing the freshman class. Because of that, I became a target of envy and suspicion. To cope with that jealousy, I spent the past 5 years engaging in pathetic behavior. All I could ever do was stand from afar and watch Mikkel receive everyone's congratulations. And now, Lewin and Jason were sprinting hurriedly toward the academy gates. When the two of them arrived, a crowd of people had already gathered in front. Catching sight of the notice board, he let out an involuntary exclamation that drew the surrounding gazes. Barely believing his own eyes, Lewin thought, did I really become the representative? The male students spotted him too. Is that Lewin? Then they rushed over toward Lewin, shouting, "Congratulations on becoming the representative, Lewin. I'll cheer for you at the Grand Festival." It took a long time, but I've finally become the Academy representative once more. Lewin smiled warmly at the people around him while Jason cried tears of joy. I made the list too, position number 31 for the team competition. The scene shifted to another location where Heidel offered praise. I was quite surprised when Captain Gutter told me you've mastered Tianwu. His tone grew hesitant, but an S-rank student at age 16, sometimes your genius talent actually scares me. Then Heidel's voice shifted back to being resolute. I believe you can do it, Lin. And just like that, preparations for the Grand Festival proceeded smoothly until they arrived at Enian, the host city of the event, where everyone waited on the platform for the train. Murmurs rippled through the crowd. Are we really getting on the Mana train here? This is my first time riding one. I heard they're insanely fast. Lewin stood among the crowd, listening to the chatter. There are only 2 transit hubs in the Jadi Kingdom, but they say the Ya Empire Federation has over 100 hubs. Well, they are an empire after all, we're just the smallest of the small nations. Lewin and Jason both frowned upon hearing someone click their tongue in annoyance. A bunch of country bumpkills making a huge fuss over a simple Mana train. Sneering disdainfully, the voice added, "Stop acting like hicks and keep it down." Jason snapped back angrily, "What?" Enraged, Jason yelled, "You bastard, are you done talking?" Lewin remained silent, choosing not to intervene. He recognized the guy, Henkes, Mikkel's lackey, who had participated in last year's magic festival alongside him. Unbothered, Henkes continued talking. "If you think Lewin's gonna pull off some kind of miracle at the Grand Festival, you can forget it. He's just arrogant because he scored high in the first semester." A student standing next to Henkes chimed in, "Right, the representatives from other academies are like monsters. We'd have a much better chance if Mickey, who actually fought against them, had been chosen as our representative." Jason shook with fury upon hearing that declaration. "No matter what, I refuse to accept anyone looking down on Lewin as our academy representative, so you guys better watch yourselves." He roared back, "What did you say?" Lewin remained quiet. There are so many scumbags trying to squeeze out scraps by latching onto the Gary Hill family, but I have to do well in this tournament, even if it means being on the same team with these jerks. Perched on his shoulder, Strang chuckled. "Lewin, sounds like you're in a bit of a tight spot, huh?" Henkes shot a sidelong glare toward the noise. "Mickey's gonna be so pleased when he hears this." Lewin flashed an ice-cold smile. Loyal dogs still barking for their master, even when their master is about to get thrown out. Henkes marched right up to him and raised his voice. "Did you just call us dogs?" Lewin chuckled. "Thank goodness. I tried my absolute best to speak clearly enough for someone of your intellectual capacity to understand. So did you finally get the message?" Henkes started up again. "Just because you're the academy representative." Before he could finish, Lewin cut him off coldly. Lin's voice turned solemn. "The Grand Festival is on a whole different level compared to any magic festival you've attended before. If you perform well, you'll earn opportunities that the Gary Hill family could never give you." Henkes burst into mocking laughter as if hearing a ridiculous joke. "Naturally, if we do well, things will turn out great, but is that even realistic? Everyone participating in this competition is a monster. In the end, our fate is just to stay trapped in the Jadi Kingdom and work under the Gary Hill family. stop dreaming. Liyuan's voice remained calm. We can do it. Turning on his heel to walk away, Liyuan added, the Grand Festival is an event where teamwork matters above all else, so we'd better get rid of any dead weight that hurts team spirit. Seeing him leave, Hankus called out after him, so that means you're gonna compete without us. Liyuan tossed back a cryptic remark. On your way there, try to rethink who your actual representative is. Gritting his teeth in pure rage, Hankus shouted, and there's no House Gary Hill around here to reward your loyalty. He screamed furiously, you're ruining your very first solo tournament appearance. I'm not listening to a single order from you during the Grand Festival. Clack, 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 clack went the rhythmic sounds of the train speeding rapidly through the forest. Inside the passenger car, people stared out the windows and cheered, it's so fast. Perched on his shoulder, Strang laughed loudly. What's all the fuss about? Back in my day, the fastest mode of transportation was... while Liyuan wore a deeply mortified expression. Suddenly, footsteps echoed near the doorway, followed by a voice speaking up right beside Liyuan and Jason. I think I smell a loser nearby. 3 male students stood there, the one in the middle speaking mockingly. Well, what do we have here? A bunch of hicks from the Idiot Academy. Lin noticed the emblem embroidered on the speaker's chest, that crest, the Yoda National Magic Academy. According to what he knew, the Yoda National Magic Academy, the sole training institution in the desert nation of Yoda, was famous for its ancient history and specifically renowned for pushing swordplay and physical conditioning to their absolute limits. Liyuan wondered skeptically, what are people from the Yoda National Magic Academy doing here anyway? Theta raised his voice to ask, hey, Idiot Academy folks, where is Mickle Gary Hill? Don't tell me he ran away because things got tough. I was planning to ask him to wait on us this year. He burst into laughter as he spoke. Serve us like slaves, you know. Theta waved dismissively at the people near him. Guess you guys are taking responsibility for last place again this year, huh? Let's try to get along. Strang covered its mouth, giggling. Oh my, look at him running his mouth. Can you believe Liyuan is just sitting there taking this? Liyuan glanced toward the sneering Theta, thinking, I didn't know much about this before since I'd never been here, but it looks like our academy gets treated terribly. His gaze shifted toward another spot nearby. He saw Heidel staring fixedly into a ledger with a look of utter indifference. Liyuan understood that the professor had no intention of interfering. The Grand Festival was a competition among students, and right now his role was simply that of an instructor. Lowering his head slightly with furrowed brows, Liyuan realized that the authority and responsibility for the whole team now rested squarely on his shoulders as the academy representative. Theta walked closer to Hankus, resting an arm on the back of a seat. Hey Hankus, where's your representative Mickey? At least he was somewhat entertaining. Hankus remained silent without answering until a voice suddenly rang out, causing Theta to turn his head. Mickey's probably bedridden right now, praying for his broken ribs to heal. He saw Liyuan standing tall, looking Theta straight in the eye with complete confidence. Han stuttered, that is our academy's representative. Set was skeptical. A representative from that bunch, this is the first time I've ever seen him. Having said that, he turned and headed toward Liyuan. The sound of his footsteps drummed against everyone's heart. No one dared to even breathe heavily. Sita stood directly in front of Liyuan and introduced himself. I am the representative of Yoda, Sita Mankiri. What is your name? He wasn't afraid at all, responding calmly, Liyuan Ardal. Liyuan's voice deepened, and I think that's enough for a first-time greeting. If you're done causing trouble, get out of our quarters. Theta heard this and snapped, what? He smirked, and of course you'll apologize for calling us a bunch of stupid academy students before you leave. And with a polite attitude, that's what I mean. Liyuan repeated it again, shouldn't you apologize for calling us a bunch of stupid academy students before you go? I mean a sincere apology. Veins bulged on Theta's forehead, his voice cold as ice. What did you say? He leaned in close to Liyuan. Did you just tell me to apologize? Afterward, Theta turned back and shouted angrily, Hey Hankus, didn't you tell him who I was? Hankus was trembling all over. Theta, hearing that, became even more furious. You couldn't even manage that. I'm going to teach you a lesson you'll never forget. Seeing him act like that, Liyuan understood, so that's how it was. He looked at the fear on everyone's faces. This was why those participating in the Grand Festival were so terrified when they saw the students from Yoda Academy. Liyuan used his steady gaze to see that it was because they were being bullied by Theta Mankiri. He felt an atmosphere of fear enveloping the entire cabin. They did it on purpose to make everyone lose their spirit before the match. Liyuan was so angry that he clenched his fists tight. So the Grand Festival has already started from this moment. Suddenly, he provoked him with a smirk. So do you want to test your strength, Theta seemed to have heard a joke. Has this bastard finally lost his mind? Saying that, he prepared to throw a punch, not forgetting to threaten, "You think I'm scared? Don't whine when you get hit." Before the blow could even be thrown, someone shouted loudly, "Theta, stop right there." Set retracted his attack, pulling his hand back, his voice also becoming hesitant. "Professor," the man said seriously, "can't you just sit still? What kind of stunt are you pulling before the match? You're trying to stir up enemies at this hour." He looked sincerely at Heidel to apologize. "My student is far too rude. On his behalf, I sincerely apologize to you, sir." Heidel also nodded slightly with a HMPH. Afterward, he shoved Theta hard, shouting, "Theta, go back to your seat." Immediately, though he was still unwilling, he muttered, "But Professor." Theta turned back, casting a hostile gaze. "You just wait." Lewin watched the person move further away and sank into deep thought. "Just as I thought, it wasn't going to be easy from the start." In another cabin, an angry voice rang out. "Professor, why did you stop us?" Sita kept thinking but still couldn't understand. "You were the one who suggested this method, Professor, so why?" Professor T bowed his head, sighed, and asked in return, "You didn't see it?" He was dumbfounded. "Sir, you mean?" Theta jumped and stuttered when he heard his teacher's question. "Didn't you see him smiling? That Professor Heidel from XN Academy." He recalled the scene he had witnessed earlier. "He was smiling while observing you, as if he was waiting for you to make a move." Theta cautiously voiced his thought, maybe he was just being confident. His teacher sighed again. "I'm not sure, I don't know for certain either." He recalled the aura radiating from Lewin. "I think that Brat Lewin has something we don't know about. He's not the same as the Mikkel Garyhill you fought last time." Sita heard this tone and knew that things were no longer as simple as he had thought. The train continued to move. After the Voda bunch left, the atmosphere in the cabin changed strangely. Everyone gathered around Lewin to discuss. "Hey, what's the first match?" "The first match is a group fight with no representatives, so you're not in it, right?" "Lewin, I wonder if we can do this." Hankus raised his voice with determination. "Of course we can. We cannot lose." The others agreed, shouting spiritedly, "Right, we can't let those bastards win." Lewin looked at everyone with satisfaction. A moment ago they were still full of ego and jealousy, yet now they are this united. Everyone asked with concern, "Are you okay, Lewin? Why did you escalate it? Those guys have known how to fight since they were born." "Yeah, he's right, if it were a real fight." Lewin's words made the whole group freeze. "Don't you guys feel uncomfortable?" He emphasized every word. "They look down on you, they look down on our school's representatives openly. As a representative, if I just sat there, what would happen?" In the cabins, Lin's voice rang out again. "They would surely find it even more amusing, and they would look down on us even more. Furthermore." Someone hesitated. "That is true, but..." He interrupted the other person. "If we don't do anything, we really are the stupid academy bunch, just like they say. Do you guys want that?" The whole group bowed their heads when hearing Lewin ask, "Do you want to be looked down on forever?" Suddenly he raised his voice. "It is precisely because you guys backed down that they have looked down on us for the past Elric years." Lin continued, "So what do you want to do now? This is not the time to be divided over ego." Someone pushed Hankus forward. "Yeah, we were thinking of having Hankus be the goalie in the ball match. What do you think?" He scratched his head, embarrassed. "Me goalie?" Lewin was partially satisfied. "It seems that the Tale of M is finally willing to participate. Let's keep it that way until the competition ends." On the train, a sound of contact rang out, followed by a voice urging them, "We've arrived. Everyone, take your luggage and get off." Antenachi is a small state belonging to the Doinak Royal Federation. This is also the only state recognized as a neutral territory of the Empire. Therefore, when stepping in here, even thousand-year enemies must temporarily set aside their hatred. If bloodshed occurs within Antenachi territory, the Doinak Empire, as the master of the continent, will intervene to judge the case. For this very reason, large-scale international competitions are held in Antenachi, such as the Mage Association's Grand Festival and the Sword Association's Grand Sword Tournament. The male students looked bewildered at the crowd in front of them and chatted. "So this isn't the Doinak Empire?" Someone brushed it off. "Stupid. It's not the Empire. This is just a royal federation under the management of the Empire." One person pouted. "What's the difference anyway?" Jason looked around. "This place looks like another world. Hey Lewin, the Daemon district where we live is already quite something, but this place." Lewin's eyelids drooped slightly. "So this is in Tenachi." He looked at two men chatting happily. "It's no wonder this is the capital of the kingdom." Then he looked toward two girls laughing delightedly. Everything exuded an ancient feel, and everyone seemed relaxed. Lewin whispered to himself, "Coming here, I finally see that our place is truly too small." Suddenly a sound rang out. Now we will go to the lodging. Everyone get on the carriage. Following that, everyone climbed onto the horse-drawn carriages one by one. The carriages followed one another along the road. The two at the end, sitting opposite Liuan and Ji-sun, reminded them, I'm saying this just in case. Even if it's accidental, don't go to the other academy's areas. His gaze flickered toward Lin. Causing trouble at this time won't do any good. He became flustered. Why are you looking at me when you say that, sir? Suddenly Chang looked in another direction and shouted, Ho, look there. Liuan looked at it skeptically and asked, Huh, what is it? Chang raised an eyebrow. It continued, I just smelled something extremely interesting. He was surprised, eyes widening. What smell? Suddenly leaping down from up high. Standing on Liuan's feet, it opened its mouth. It seems Strang sensed it and said that Draka's ruin is here. The scene changed to the next day at the XN Academy's lodging area. Jason looked at Liuan, who was nimbly putting on his jacket while sleepy, and asked, Hey Liuan, going on a date? He didn't answer but rushed off like a gust of wind. The system screen lit up in front of Liuan. While running, he asked Strang, Are you sure? It nodded and replied, Sure. A little later you'll see it appear on the minimap. Even I can see it. When arriving at the place with the workshop sign hung up, memories vibrated and Strang shouted, We're here. Liuan slowly opened the door and stepped inside. He looked at the scene inside and remarked, I thought the Black Dragon's items would be in a very special place. This place looks too ordinary. Liuan touched his chin thoughtfully. It should have been places like the black market or the basements of the wealthy. Strang stood with arms akimbo and laughed. Draka's ruins are useless to ordinary mages. To them, it's just like weeds. When using the damage immunity field, his eyes suddenly widened. Following that, a brilliant stream of light flashed. That stream of light struck toward the man, making him astonished. A ring floated in that light. System information. Player's internal relic. The relic is also the first defeat of Draka. The damage immunity ability will help resist physical impacts on the player's body, increasing the ability to negate physical damage. Liuan saw this and skeptically asked, Defeat? Strang laughed and explained, This one is a bit special. It explained specifically, it not only resists attacks but also resists normal touches. Even a lover's hug isn't possible. Strang laughed awkwardly. When you need it, it's not there. When you have it, you don't need it, so it's called a defeat. But you still need this thing. Knowing he couldn't refuse, he could only nod. Looking at the content on the system screen, Strength plus 200 when equipped, Liuan nodded. Strength plus 200, just this alone makes me want to wear it. Afterward, he tried wearing the ring on his middle finger. Liuan gazed at his hand, extremely satisfied. Great, it fits perfectly as if it were made just for me. He said to the seller, I want to buy this ring, how much is it? He laughed out loud, signaling, just take it. It's been here for a long time and I don't even know how to store it. Having no choice, Liuan could only suggest, then let me buy something else. He laughed and replied, feel free. He walked along the aisle looking left and right. With player's eye, it's truly convenient. Seeing the rarity of the books appearing before his eyes, Liuan sighed inwardly. It can even determine the value of objects. Suddenly, his gaze paused as he looked in one direction. Blinding golden light radiated from a book accompanied by information. High rarity, quantum mechanics of magic and swordplay. Liuan was startled. As he reached out to touch the book, unexpectedly, someone appeared and blocked Liuan's hand. He looked at the white-haired girl in front of him in surprise. This is the information appearing above the girl's head. Irene Prouse, S-Class Mage, very high potential. Liuan recognized this person, Irene Prius of Seiki Women's University. King of Mages, the Supreme Mage Thuron Artemis is one of the 11 successor mages personally chosen by him. Lin's face was serious. He heard she was a genius close to reaching S-Class. He looked at Irene and then remembered the information from earlier, but the truth was she was already S-Class. It seems the rumors had downplayed her abilities. She gritted her teeth. Let go. Liuan didn't want to lose. I got here first. Irene's hand still pressed firmly on his hand. Looking at your uniform, you must be from Xnit Academy. I am Irene Prouse of Seiki Women's University. You found what you needed. Now you're just looking for other things, right? As for me, I came here just to buy this book. She suggested, if it's nothing major, can you yield it to me? Liuan frowned and thought to himself, so she heard us talking. Is she buying this book for the grand festival? He asked, why do you need this book? Usually, few people want to buy books like this. Irene's voice became hesitant. She withdrew her hand, turning her slightly flushed face in another direction. Just for homework, I can't say clearly, that's all you need to know. Liuan speculated, surely it's not school homework, or is it related to the infected king? He suddenly spoke up, then take it, it's important to you, isn't it? Just take it, no need for many words. Having been yielded the book, Irene replied flusteredly, "Oh, thank you." Lewin continued his search. "So what should I buy now?" Irene watched his back, a flash of confusion appearing on her face. When returning to their quarters after Lewin recounted everything, questions followed one after another. "You met Irene Prouse? What did you two talk about? Is she as beautiful as the rumors say?" Jason and Hankus's eyes lit up with excitement, asking, "Where did you meet? How did you manage to meet?" Lewin was speechless. "Can you guys just ask one thing at a time?" Jason hung his head sadly. "I'm so jealous. My dream is to touch Irene's hand just once." Hankus took the opportunity to brag, "How mediocre. I got to meet I at the grand festival and even sat next to her during." Jason interrupted him angrily. "Shut it, that doesn't count as talking." Lewin endured listening to the two of them shouting like children. "What? Look at yourself. You haven't even been close to her, let alone." As if remembering something, Hankus raised his voice to say, "He might be strong, but he's always only reached the top two. I heard he loses to the top one, Doom Pram, every year to the point of death." Jason stood up and shouted, "Bullshit, how dare you say that about my Irene?" Hankus sighed heavily. "Irene, since when is she? Don't talk nonsense. He is the top one at the Doinak military training school. In other words, on this continent, he is the most recognized person compared to his peers." He added, "Not to mention he also possesses the light sword." Lewin was surprised when hearing this. Sword. He remembered that book, so that was why Irene needed that book. She needs it to defeat Doom Pram. As far as Lewin knew, being a swordmaster wasn't anything special. Compared to other types of weapons, a magic sword doesn't bring much power, and furthermore, mastering swordplay isn't an easy task. Hankus added, "But this Doom Bram guy is different. His light sword is an S-class relic, and in terms of skill, he's at least equal to a regular knight." Jason sighed deeply. What mastery of swordplay, proficiency in magic, and S-class relic. This is not just Sunday ordinary stuff anymore. Not to mention he lives on the main street, has a powerful father, and is handsome. The girls are absolutely crazy about him. Hearing him complain, "Is there really someone like that in the world?" Lewin remained silent, saying nothing. He remembered Irene. One is a 5th-level mage when only 16 years old. The other is a swordmaster who always wins the top spot. Lewin frowned, pondering, "Will I be able to win when facing these geniuses?" He recalled his encounter with Theta. Surely no one paid attention to someone like him. But Lewis closed his eyes, recalling Tarian Xnit's words. "You are a championship candidate," he whispered to himself. "It's not a lie, I want to see how it goes." Suddenly, someone rushed in from outside and said, "You guys have your lineup released for the opening ceremony." Hearing that, a look of determination flashed in Lin's eyes. "Good." Afterward, he stood up and headed toward the door. Lewin went straight toward the light shining from outside. Grand Festival. His robe fluttered in the wind like a confirmation that it had only just begun. Immediately afterward, he thought to himself, the release lineup has finally been announced. Lin's face was very serious as he looked ahead and waited. Our opponent is. Looking at the match board for a moment, he was quite surprised and thought, that monkey, a match against the bunch of stupid academy students. Suddenly, at this moment, a voice sounded from behind. Then that's way too easy. It turned out to be Theta. He approached arrogantly and challenged, "Fighting you guys gives me even more time to mess around." Immediately, he turned and thought of the Zoda Academy group. Lin looked at them without being scared at all, but inside he thought, "Fighting these guys is the best, M-letter 180T. He observed them all at once and considered, they are famous for playing dirty, not to mention. Behind the other guys, when seeing them, they were quite scared and whispered, "Damn it, why is it them? Yeah, they look scary." Hearing this, he thought, at school, many people have been psychologically traumatized because of them. Theta arrogantly mocked them, "You guys are so weak you don't even make us excited. So boring, 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 boring," and the minions heard this and laughed as if it were a good harvest. Ha ha ha. Looking at the people whispering around, he was arrogant, his voice full of challenge. "Who would have thought I'd get to fight the stupid academy bunch? It's like hitting the jackpot. Hey, aren't you afraid they'll hear you saying that? Whatever, what can they do to me? They can't do shit." Lewin's mouth at this moment smiled sinisterly and thought, "Very well, let's take this opportunity to show you." Right after that, he clenched his fists, his face full of pride, and thought, "We are no longer the same as we were." Afterward, he spoke heroically, "I've been waiting for you too." Immediately, he approached the others and provoked, "There are so many people participating in the grand festival here, aren't there?" Hearing this, he was furious and asked, "What do you want?" He moved closer and gently said, "I want to make an introduction." Then he shouted aggressively and introduced himself, "Nice to meet you all. I'm Lewin Ardle, and I'm the representative of that stupid academy you've all been talking about. Lewin continued his declaration, I'm not going to say much, but I do have one small request. With a sinister and terrifying look on his face, he went on, never call us a bunch of stupid academy losers again. It really sounds grating. Hearing that, Theta got so furious that he gritted his teeth and let out, HMPH. With a chilling and terrifying grin, he threatened, I'm sick of being at the bottom of the rankings from now on. Lin stared straight at them and made a declaration that caught them quite off guard. I want to be number one. Only then did the others react violently and curse. If we don't call you a stupid academy, what should we call you? Quit talking nonsense and dropping that fake tough act. Hearing this, Theta felt annoyed and snapped, do you think this place is some kind of Bush League contest? Hearing number one makes my ears itch. Who do you think you are? Hearing that, he immediately thought of the old man with silver white hair and muttered to himself, he is. With a confident and resounding expression, Lewin uttered his trump card, his heart firmly resolved that he would never back down again. Shifting the scene back to that white building, the people inside were buzzing with lively chatter. Who is that guy? Lewin Ardle. The whole crowd was deep in a headache-inducing discussion. I looked into it, and I heard he used to be at the very bottom. Someone at the bottom can actually be an academy representative. One of them replied with quite a bit of annoyance, I'm not sure, but I heard that at the beginning of this semester, he suddenly changed 180 degrees and got sky-high scores. Hearing that, Theta looked rather dazed and asked, changed 180 degrees? Hearing this, the other guy continued, yeah, that's probably why he's so confident. Right then, he recalled the old man's words in his mind, that kid. There's still something about him we don't know. Immediately afterward, he sighed and thought, Tusk, I'm probably just overthinking things. He instantly stood up, stretched his limbs, and declared, as for those arrogant bastards, I'm going to teach them a lesson. With a look of utter confidence and pride, he said, using our school's traditional method. The scene shifted to the dormitory area of Exnit Academy. Here, Lewin's group had gathered to discuss their strategy. Tomorrow was the Mana grenade throwing event, held in a team format. Except for the academy representative, all team members were allowed to participate. He then analyzed the tactics for his teammates. The challenge requires participants to throw a mana grenade at a Midran golem, and whichever team takes it down faster wins. At that moment, one of his team members turned to ask him, without you tomorrow, I wonder if we'll be okay. Afterward, Lewin stood up and announced to everyone, it's true that our individual capabilities aren't a match for Yoda's. But fueled by his fierce belief, he encouraged the group, still, I believe you guys will win. Hearing this, his teammates looked terrified and bewildered as they blurted out, win how? Seeing this, Lewin stood up and told everyone, this is a team match, so if we all coordinate, we'll definitely win. Then he laid out the plan, let's start by breaking into small groups. Hearing that, Hankus looked very surprised and blurted out, small groups. Lin had already thought up a detailed plan for the group division in his head and told everyone, yeah, Group 1 will heat up the grenades, Group 2 will handle transportation, Group 3 will attack the golems, and Group 4 will hinder the opponents by healing their golem. Upon hearing this, the whole crowd broke into lively whispers, if we do that, it'll take forever to take down the golem. That's right. Oda sends up to 30 people to attack at once, and we have fewer people, not to mention they aren't pushovers either. At this moment, he directed a sincere gaze at his teammates, and shouted at the top of his lungs, what's wrong with you guys? Hearing that, Hankus looked blankly and uttered, huh. With a completely serious and resounding expression, Lin said, did you forget what I said in front of them? I said we're going to be number one. I meant that. Right after that, he slammed his hand down on the table and yelled, whether I participate or not, I'm still going to help you guys all I can. He stood before everyone and persuaded them, when Yoda makes one move, we make 2 or 3. Yoda's members all have exceptional abilities, which is why they can use the traditional method. But if we try to do that, it'll take way too much time. Seeing this, Jason declared with fierce determination, all right, I trust you. Kenko next to him agreed as well, me too. Immediately after, the rest of the crowd blazed with fighting spirit and announced, us too, we believe in you as well. Without missing a beat, Lewin looked at them and assigned their roles. All right, Hankus Ko will be the commander, Zola Min. Mora Ike Freya, you guys will heat up the grenades. Then he turned to give orders to the others. Once the grenades are primed, Zyman will handle the transportation. He stared intently at the plan, reflecting on how he had split the teams based on everyone's individual abilities, something he could only pull off thanks to his innate skill. Right then, he activated his Divine Eye skill, Player's Eye. He looked at his teammates while assessing the opponents. With the ability to see through the enemy's capabilities, he could minimize disadvantages and focus more on everyone's strengths. At this point, everyone was filled with confidence and chatting excitedly. "It'll probably be fine this time, right? Yeah, we actually have a shot at winning." Seeing everyone so enthusiastic, he thought to himself that once placed in the right groups, people would gradually build up their confidence. Everyone was happily bantering away. "I'm not great at throwing, but heating them up for 5 seconds is fine." "What do you mean you're not great? Am I any good at throwing?" Seeing this, Lewin felt extremely satisfied and thought to himself, "That's a relief." Watching everyone talk and laugh cheerfully, Lewin felt more at ease and thought, everyone is starting to gain confidence and their faith has been solidified. Suddenly, someone hurriedly pushed the door open. His face was covered in injuries as he slumped forward. Seeing this, everyone in the room panicked and shouted out in shock at Punlum, whose lips trembled as he managed to utter, "Lewin." Seeing him like that, Lewin rushed over in extreme worry and panic, asking, "What happened to your face? Are you okay?" The other guy mustered all his strength and stammered, "The Joda guys, they..." After a long moment, Punlum finally managed to get the words out, shocking Lewin. Their representative called his buddies over, and they dragged me off. The scene shifted to the opposing team's room. Seeing him walk in, Theta exclaimed, "Oh wow." Upon seeing him, he looked at him with utter contempt and said, "See, I told you he'd come. So what are you gonna do, huh? What do you think you can do to us?" With a deadly serious expression and a killer glare directed at him, he said, "Bring Sita Mankiri out here right now." In that room, Lewin raised his voice and shouted for that guy to come out. "Bring Sita Mankiri out right now." Seeing this, Theta let out a scornful laugh and cursed, "What the hell, is this guy crazy?" Then he stood up, walked right up to him and gritted his teeth. "What gives you the right to always act so high and mighty?" At that exact moment, Lewin directed his murderous gaze at him, placed a hand on his shoulder and spoke in a harsh tone, "What gives me the right, you ask?" Right after that, he put physical force into his hand against the guy. Instantly, he knocked the guy down to his knees on the ground. Theta's face turned frantic as he witnessed the scene, thinking to himself, "What is this strength?" He immediately stood back up with a furious expression, clenched his fist, and screamed, "You bastard." Seeing this, Lewin quickly dodged his punch. And with just a single swift motion, he twisted the guy's arm back, making Theta wail in agony. With a dangerous and threatening look on his face, he warned them, "I'm warning you, if you ever dare lay a hand on our people again, this won't be the end of it." Theta had been beaten so badly that he collapsed flat onto the ground, crying out in pain, "Gah!" His subordinates panicked and rushed over to check on him. "What's wrong? Theta, are you okay?" With a face contorted in agony, he clutched his shoulder and screamed a miserable shriek. Lewin stood before him and threatened, "Well, want to place a bet with me?" Returning to their home turf, Lewin told his crew, prompting them to panic, look utterly surprised, and scream, a forehead flick. The whole crowd was stunned, still unable to believe their ears as they blurted out, "If we beat Yoda, Sita Mankiri gets a forehead flick from you. Don't tell me it's that forehead flick like Mickles." Right then, he delivered another piece of good news. Not only that, but he has to apologize to us in front of everyone. Hearing this, everyone was overjoyed and surprised, shouting in unison, "Whoa, we definitely have to win this time. Talk about a huge boost of motivation. Haha, our only job now is to win." At that instant, someone suddenly ran in and announced that it was time to head to the arena, telling everyone to get ready. Soon after, the group arrived at the Grand Festival, a celebration for mages across the entire continent. Among the history of mages present there, everyone looked extremely confident, all destined to become pivotal factors in changing the fate of the entire continent. The audience cheered passionately with all their might. "Let's go, Itsu Little Academy." Lin looked confident and fulfilled as he thought to himself, "I never expected to be a part of this place, a place that creates legends in history." Shortly after, the referee shouted to announce to everyone, "The opening ceremony has ended. Please return to your seats." The whole crowd immediately headed back to their seats. Suddenly, he ran into someone, who turned out to be Theta. With a furious expression, Theta gritted his teeth and said, "Prepare yourself, I won't make any mistakes this time." Right after that, the guy stormed off in a rage. Looking at him, Lewin couldn't care less and thought, "The opponent I'm aiming for right now isn't you, Theta Manieri." Suddenly, something caught his attention, turning out to be a guy over there named Doompram. Looking at his face, he thought to himself, "You're the winner of the Magic Festival and also the top standout from the Wire Military Training School." He looked at him with fierce determination. "If I make it deep into the later rounds, I'm bound to face him." Suddenly, someone's voice piped up, "You must be the resident troublemaker, huh?" Instantly, Lewin turned around and realized it was Irene Prouse. She then turned to him and asked, "You were running around causing a ruckus yesterday." She continued with a question that left Liyuan completely startled and dazed. "You even went to Yoda Academy to stir up trouble." Looking utterly surprised, he asked back, "How do you know?" She walked on and replied, "This place is small, so everyone here probably knows by now." Hearing that, he felt quite awkward and answered, "Ah, is that so? I didn't cause any trouble, I was just having a little heart-to-heart chat." Right after that, she turned back and told him, "Anyway, since you let me have that book last time, I'll give you a piece of advice. Don't draw too much attention to yourself." Then his reply left her completely dumbfounded. "Just like you're hiding your own talent too, aren't you?" Faster than the wind, Liyuan dashed off and waved goodbye. "See ya, I gotta go. We've got our first event to attend." Seeing this, she was utterly stunned and surprised, and just stood there frozen in place. Shortly after, the competition began. In a few minutes, the Mana grenade throwing event will start. The first two teams are Xnit Academy and Yoda Academy. At this point, he rallied the morale of every team member. "Are you ready?" Everyone encouraged and hyped each other up. "Let's show everyone our strength. Show them we're no longer a stupid academy." The whole team proudly marched in. The first event, the Mana grenade throwing competition, officially began. Everyone was confused, and even the spectators turned to each other in bewilderment. "Wait, what? What are they doing?" Seeing the formation his group arranged made everyone scratch their heads. Because up until then, winning group competitions always relied on individual capability, making a knight-like formation an unfamiliar sight to everyone. Even the mage groups watching from the outside were very surprised. They split into two groups for heating and throwing. "Ah, whatever, Yoda's gonna win anyway." Meanwhile, he remained completely calm, ignoring everyone's whispers. "Those guys are acting like they're number one. A stupid academy, truly stupid. No wonder they're at the bottom of the rankings. They probably don't know there are many things beyond human reach." Even Irene's group held their breath in anticipation. As for herself, she was no different, blurting out in utter shock, "How can that be?" Right after that, his team blew off one of the stone giant's arms amidst everyone's astonishment. "Look at Xnit's golem, it lost an arm." Seeing this, he immediately directed the group to charge in. "Everyone, keep up the effort." Right after that, he shouted out commands. "Kenko, the heating speed is good. Mara Ike, you two handle the transport. Jason, aim for the right arm." The members instantly received the orders and executed them. In a flash, they destroyed the right arm. At this point, Theta grew so furious that he clenched his teeth shut. Seeing the situation, he boiled with rage and cursed. "What the hell are these idiots doing? How are they losing to a stupid academy?" Immediately after, he pulled out his control panel and yelled, "These bastards are ridiculous. They're healing the golem so it's not weakening at all." Seeing this, he flew into a blind rage with nothing to do but curse. "Damn it, Liyuan." As for Irene, she exclaimed in deep admiration, "Impressive." Watching Liyuan's team members fighting with all their might also made her ponder the reason Xnit Academy overcame Yoda's individual capability advantage. It was because they used strategy. And she deeply admired him. You have to grasp everyone's exact capabilities for this strategy to work. Then she reminisced about that moment when he found the book she needed in just a fraction of a second. Seeing his members seamlessly execute the plan filled her with admiration. He was even able to assign roles to members based on each person's individual ability. Afterwards, her gaze turned toward him as she pondered, "Who on earth is this guy? Why haven't I ever seen him at previous magic festivals?" Right at that moment, an enormous ball of energy was forming in his hands. Then Jason put all his strength into throwing the ball. "Eat this, you monster." In the blink of an eye, that sheer power blasted the stone giant to pieces. Witnessing the scene turned Theta's face pale as he stood frozen in place. He let out an angry cold snort, right before the giant stone monster collapsed onto the ground. Seeing this, the whole crowd cheered with joy. "Woohoo, we did it, we won." Shortly after, the crowd rushed over. Right at the Grand Festival's first event, in a competition everyone thought Yoda would win. His overjoyed teammates ran over to hug Liyuan and celebrate. Victory actually belongs to the stupid academy. After winning, the group was overjoyed and chatted among themselves. So the stupid academy isn't at the bottom anymore. Yoda's at the bottom now. In that case, what should we call them? Oyota shipped? Man, that sounds brutal. Right after that, the referee announced the next event. The flag-stealing competition among academy representatives is about to begin. In this event, Liyuan would take the field. His group cheered for him enthusiastically, boosting his confidence even further. "Liyuan, do your best and crush them." At that moment, the referee announced the next match. The first match is between Representative Liyuan Ardal of Xnit Magic Academy and Sita Mankiri of the Yoda Royal Magic Academy. I repeat. He stepped right up toward a furiously angry Theta. Seeing his tense expression, Theta taunted, "Why do you look so stressed, Liyuan?" But he seemed unfazed, merely muttering to himself, "We're currently ranked top 20 out of 32 schools, right? That's just right." Hearing that, Theta asked in utter confusion and bewilderment, "Just right for what?" He analyzed while catching the audience's shock and amazement. After the last match, people are starting to focus their attention on us, but that's still not enough to shake off the label we've carried for years. Then he resolved with fierce determination to achieve a spectacular victory. Liyuan stared straight at Theta, his voice echoing heroically, "Only with a spectacular victory over Yoda will people look at us differently." Hearing that, Strong finally understood and blurted out, "Oh, I get it." Then his gaze drifted upward. Looking up at the Supreme Mage's viewing box, he resolved, "We also need to prove ourselves to the Supreme Mages." Shifting to that dark room, the Supreme Mages sat facing inward, observing the match through an orb. The orb displayed the image of two people standing side by side. Underworld King Thuron looked deeply pensive as he watched the two of them. He then turned to ask the person next to him, Liyuan Ardal, "That kid used to be a candidate among the 11 ordinary children." Hearing this, the man beside him looked quite surprised and said, "You still remember?" Lowering his head, he explained, "I have a habit of remembering talented people. That kid is a born genius, which is why he managed to teach himself how to use mana at such a young age." Right after that, his face began to furrow with disappointment. "So I was very disappointed to find out he developed mana disorder." Hearing that, X-Nit responded in surprise, disappointed, "Weren't you the one who treated the kid like he was completely useless?" At this, Thuron sat in pensive silence, before sharing his thoughts with everyone present, "But I never expected you to choose such a student as an academy representative. I don't think you did it to set up something interesting like before. Those two kids already broke the curse a few years ago." Hearing this, the old man from X-Nit remained silent for a long moment, then looked straight at Liyuan, his voice brimming with confidence, "See for yourself and you'll find the answer." At that moment, Strong turned to ask him, "What are you planning to do now? Binding or freezing still requires getting close, or are you planning to summon a guardian deity?" He immediately dismissed the idea. "No, guardian deities aren't very smart." Hearing that, he asked incomprehensibly, "Then how are you going to fight this match?" At that moment, he stretched his limbs and said, with a fiery expression and brimming confidence, "We'll fight head-on." Just as the referee was about to shout the start of the match, the two words "begin" echoed out, and he instantly took off like a flying bullet, charging straight towards Sita. Seeing that, he wouldn't back down either, immediately using his power and shouting, "You'll pay the price for what you did to me the other day." Right after that, he unleashed his power, summoning a combat guardian and launching it toward him. Seeing that giant senator guardian closing in on Liyuan. But he wasn't afraid at all, instantly using the time refraction technique. Very quickly, he skillfully dodged the senator's strike with ease, and then swiftly shot straight forward. Immediately afterward, he moved as fast as lightning and was already behind Theta. Seeing that, he was furious and took action, gnashing his teeth and cursing, "Damn it." But he wasn't scared at all, gently using his bare hand to block his punch. A triumphant look appeared on his face as he taunted him, "I knew it." The other guy, seeing his hand immobilized, was furious and lashed out, "Are you planning to let go or not?" Afterward, he calmly told him, making Theta bewildered and exclaim, I don't think you should be saying that right now." It turned out the senator he had created was flying toward the other guy and roaring, "HMPH." Seeing that, Theta turned pale and shouted, "Stop, you stupid guardian." The senator kept closing in on him, making Theta panic. He was extremely angry but couldn't do anything, thinking, "I can't move." His expression was extremely provocative as he taunted, "Try running if you can." Suddenly, he seemed to realize something. He recalled the image of him defeating him with a single blow and realized, so the feeling back then was real. It wasn't because I lost my guard. The spear tip was ready to pierce straight into Theta's face and he helplessly gave up. "I lost." His eyes were squeezed shut, waiting for death. But nothing happened for a long time. This made him open his eyes to assess the situation, but to his utter surprise, it turned out he was lunging out to intercept the senator's attack. Witnessing this scene, Theta couldn't believe his eyes. He stood there dumbfounded, thinking to himself, "No way." Watching him punch the steel guardian repeatedly with his bare hands, he couldn't help but admire him. He used his bare hands to attack a steel guardian. That senator had been beaten to a pulp by him. Liyuan had now defeated the senator, leaving him completely stunned. Right after that, he stepped toward him one by one, making Theta extremely terrified. Theta looked at him, deeply moved, stuttering, "Did you just save me?" His face pretended to be clueless, then coldly replied, "Save you? Why would I save someone who humiliated my friend?" Afterward, he approached him with a dangerous expression and slowly said, I wanted to finish you off myself. Right after that, he reminded him, remember the bet. At this point, Lewin had been training his grip and gently said, just one flick to the forehead. His flick was so light that it only sent him flying away. He lay sprawled on the ground, his face dazed as he thought, the sky looks so blue. Meanwhile, the audience was equally surprised, exclaiming, oh my god. Witnessing this scene, his schoolmates cheered in delight. And with that, the stadium erupted. Everyone couldn't stop praising him. So cool, what kind of magic was that? No match needed. And then Lewin caught the attention of someone else. He glanced over at him, thinking to himself, here we go again. Looking at Thuron's expression, his face was blank like a soulless person. Thoughts raced through his head. Someone at the status of a demigod like me, the only 8th level mage, the one dubbed the Supreme Mage, yet I've never seen this kind of magic before. His face couldn't believe what he was seeing. He stared at him, puzzled. Who exactly are you? Seeing him joking around, he was furious, the word Lewin flashing in his mind. Thuron was angry, baring his teeth as if he were about to devour him. Tyrion Ignit, tell me everything you know about Lewin Ardle. Suddenly he spoke up with a mysterious tone. He remained silent, pondering something with a hint of helplessness. He is a student who always fulfills his duties, someone everyone thought would quit, but in the end, he didn't give up. He rested his hand on the chair and began to recount what he knew about him. Someone who knows how to turn weaknesses into strength and is a mage who acts more like a mage than anyone else. That is what I know about Lewin. After hearing it, his lips pressed tight, seemingly angry. He abruptly stood up, speaking with a mocking laugh. Ho, are you trying to protect your student from my curiosity, Tyrion? What if I just summon Lewin here and ask him directly? He asked arrogantly with a victorious look. If you intend to force the boy to speak, he said suggestively, making him curious. Then I will have to stop you. Thuron couldn't believe it. He looked at Tyrion annoyed. He sighed and smirked in contempt at Tyrion's words and actions. You're using the mage's right to maintain secrecy, aren't you? Miley's oath. They stared at each other, ignoring those on the other side. Fine, whatever. But a little exchange probably isn't a problem, right? He looked toward the orb again, the corners of his mouth curling up as if he had caught his prey. The one to reach the limit of magic must be me. Thuron stared at the orb without blinking once. I must find out what kind of magic that is. Lewin Ardle. Somewhere late at night. We've only won one round so far. He placed a hand on his head and groaned. Now we should focus on resting, playing around like this. Other schools are coming too. Why are you guys so uptight? A group of drunk students laughed and joked boisterously. Opposite them, Lewin was incredibly helpless. I always thought if I ever got to Altine, I had to stop by this place. Come on, Lewin, celebrate the victory. It's a festival anyway. Jason moved behind his back. Lewin, 3 parts helpless and 7 parts, well, 3 parts again, could only sigh wearily. We have Altine coconut juice here, and Dragon Kiss too. 2 delicious drinks were laid out before their eyes. Dragon Kiss, he was surprised when hearing about this drink. Haha, you know I've always loved my homeland. Saying that, he pushed the bottle straight toward him. So this is a local specialty from your place. That goes without saying, but that's not why I ordered it. From somewhere, footsteps approached. Just a small sip of this bottle and you can feel the taste as if you're kissing a dragon. The flavor is top-notch, mind you. Jason used every beautiful word to market this bottle. Come on, Lewin, stop making that face. Try it. 1 glass and you'll go to... Ah no, 1 glass and you'll feel the ultimate delicious taste. He chirped, inviting Lewin to try this strange drink. He worriedly looked at the bottle in his hand. Behind them was a tall figure standing looming right there. He looked up in surprise at the person behind his back. That big guy was Sita. You lost to Lewin in the previous match. Theta Malkiri. The whole group shouted his name in surprise. I know your pride was hurt because you lost to Lewin, but you should go. Don't spoil our fun. Jason frowned, glancing at him uncomfortably. Theta Malkiri, he couldn't believe he was thinking his name. Why did he come here, looking for a fight? I came to apologize, he said, shedding his ego. He narrowed his eyes, struggling to squeeze out an apology. Their faces seemed to turn into question marks, extremely surprised to hear him speak. I apologize for looking down on you all this time. He bowed his head slightly, trying to apologize as sincerely as possible. After being defeated by Lewin in the arena, I realized. He furrowed his brows and said in a firm voice, I shouldn't have looked down on others just because they were weaker than me. Words that seemed impossible were finally spoken. In this world, there are still many people stronger than me, so to someone, I am also just a weakling. The whole group was still not over their surprise at the words he was uttering. I truly feel that what I did to you all this time was wrong. Wait, why all of a sudden? Jason looked at him confusedly, his face beaded with sweat. I know that even if I say these words, you guys can't easily forgive me, but I'm saying it just so you know. I sincerely apologize. He bowed, demonstrating as sincerely as possible. Lewin looked at him, his face softening slightly, but he still didn't say anything. Awkwardly, the friends looked at each other, only knowing how to scratch their heads to get past it. Yeah, that's true. Sorry for spoiling the atmosphere, I'm leaving. After speaking his heart out, he stood up straight, preparing to leave. Theta, a call rang out, making him turn his head in surprise. Are you apologizing because of the bet, or are you truly sorry? Lewin looked at him seriously. He was half believing, half doubting his abrupt apology. It's true, he looked at him, his honest face saying it all. After hearing him say that, he breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. Thanks for the very manly apology. He stepped forward, reaching out a hand as a gesture of encouragement, which made him widen his eyes in surprise. Emotion swelled in his heart, his eyes seemed to speak. He reached out to shake his hand. This handshake was truly indescribable. This tastes great, what is this? They continued the work they had left unfinished at the beginning. My friends had also accepted Theta's apology, and so we gathered together. Then they put arms around each other's shoulders, drinking bottles of Dragon Kids until late at night, drunk in the atmosphere. In the atmosphere, Lewin suddenly opened his eyes, his face showing clear panic. He pondered. Jason and the others stared at him, then smiled brightly. Lewin, awake already. He propped himself up with one hand, rubbing his head with the other. Yeah. The whole group sitting around the bed observed him, finally awake, huh? Remember what happened yesterday? Do you really like Dragon Kiss that much? Hankus's words made the two Jasons laugh until their stomachs ached. Yesterday you cried and said, thank you guys for trusting me, at least for now. Wah, school life is so hard. Lewin was crying while holding a bottle of wine while Theta was clapping along, while the others were laughing to tears. Remembering it, the group laughed even more boisterously. Who would have thought the perfect Lewin had this side too? Ha 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 ha. From now on, Jason and everyone had something to tease him about. Lewin walked down the hallway, annoyed, muttering, those devils just woke up and are already looking for trouble, completely insane. His face felt awkward when remembering the image of Jason coaxing him to try Dragon Kids. What kind of drink makes people this sensitive? I have to stay away from it from now on. While leisurely walking, he suddenly heard someone calling his name. Lewin, this time it was an encounter with Theta. Did you sleep well yesterday? Theta ran over, laughing and talking. Last night the two even apologized for fighting. Promised that from now on we're brothers. They both hugged each other and burst into tears. He blushed and hurried away while Theta stood in the middle of the hallway shouting, my friend, see you later. Lewin hurried away. Are you not ashamed, for heaven's sake? His face was as red as a tomato. He dragged his tired body and continued walking. It was really a case of out of the frying pan into the fire. He ran into Professor Heidel again. Wherever you go, trouble follows. The professor's words made Lewin startled. You know about that too, sir. But he didn't mention that, instead announcing that someone wanted to see him. He wondered, who is it, sir? The two stood opposite each other. He said that person was a dangerous man wearing a mask of kindness, which only made Lewin more curious. Who is it? His face was full of surprise when he learned that the person wanting to see him was the fake god named Dierm Vuong Teron. The professor also had to make an effort to remind him. Be careful, Lewin, Teron is a mysterious person. He solemnly continued, people who conceal their true nature like him are very dangerous. Lewin stood there listening intently. That's all I can tell you, he continued, his face pensive for a moment. I will keep that in mind, sir. Lewin seemed to soothe the anxiety in the professor. Yeah, so today after the exam ends, I will notify you about the time. After hearing Lewin recount it, the students were extremely excited, mixed with a bit of surprise. Dierm Vuong Teron, the supreme mage, is observing us. They all shouted, some were excited, others were scared. He stood with arms crossed, his voice firm. Yeah, that's even more reason to win. I've also thought about the strategy. Strategy named, if possible, defend. Hearing that, the whole group was bewildered. What do you mean? Lewin confidently pointed at himself like some multi-level marketer. I will run to the goal. The next match is arrow shooting. This is a match that uses moving arrows. They will continuously fly all over the place. Each team has 9 members divided into attacking, defensive, and goalie positions. The team that shoots the most arrows into the opponent's goal wins. The rules are simple, but the match demands a high level of tactics. You have to know when to use defensive magic, when to use crowd control magic. You have to know how to catch the arrows and throw them into the opponent's goal. Normally, you'd have to consider many things, but with Liuan, the rules are just mere words. Someone on the opposing team shouted in panic, "Attention." He rushed like the wind toward the opponent's goal. The match began. The group on the other side shouted, "Ice tree, ice spear." Their hands gathered ice magic to attack Liuan. Someone had mana gathering in their hands, releasing a giant flame called Fire City, shooting toward Liuan. With one hand, he shattered the ice, and with the other, he threw a punch that destroyed the fire. They used all kinds of magic, but all were useless. In the grandstand, Theta even cheered for Liuan louder than those from Ignit Academy. "Liuan, go, Ignit, go." Everyone looked at him with judgmental eyes. What's wrong with him? Yesterday he lost and was still making a fuss. He must have been beaten up so hard by Liuan that he lost his mind. Must be. Hearing those words, he angrily shouted, "What did you say? Lost what? Don't you know you have to fight before you can be brothers?" A student spoke up, "What kind of fighting? Actually, only you were the one being beaten up, right?" Those words, sharp as blades, reached his ears. "What did you say, you bastard?" The student replied fearfully, "Nothing." Then everyone didn't dare speak in front of Theta anymore, but switched to badmouthing him behind his back. What's wrong with these representatives?" The tall, dark, and handsome guy stood with his hands in his pockets, thinking. "Liuan Ardal, after fighting you, I am certain of one thing. You will be the next generation of mages." His image appeared very cool in his eyes. Irene Prouse of the Women's University. Next, Dalian Malkin of the Frelaya Holy Arts School. And finally, Doom Pram of the Jenk Military Training School. Theta had been directly matched against the best in the Grand Festival, but Liuan was even stronger than those people. Not only strong, but Liuan also had leadership skills and endurance. His image was recreated in his mind. Thinking of this, he couldn't believe that after all that had happened, Liuan still accepted him as a friend. "Captain, we're up next. Shouldn't we have a strategy meeting?" "Yeah, let's go." And so Theta couldn't continue cheering for Liuan. Someone shouted, "Stop Liuan Ardal." They were desperately trying to stop Liuan with their lives, ice, fire, earth, wood, whatever they could use, they dragged out. They all shouted in unison, "Trying our best here." Liuan with his body nimbly avoided all the enemy's attacks. He smirked triumphantly, "Done right, now it's my turn." They hurriedly built a thick ice barrier because they were too scared. He gave a grunt and punched, shattering the ice into splinters. Ice splinters. The whole gang hurriedly fled, tripping and falling flat on the ground. "Be careful. With Liuan here, you forget about us." While Liuan was disrupting the enemy formation, Jason had already caught the arrow. He caught the arrow, block him. Even if they wanted to stop him now, the defensive line had already fallen apart. Not to mention meeting Jason, a master of throwing. "Take this," he shouted, raising the score to 2-0. Outside they yelled, "Great, one more point." Then all attention turned to Liuan, and Jason and his teammates took advantage of the weakened defense to strike right through that opening. He rushed forward at a wind-shattering speed, and Liuan Ardal couldn't be stopped, shattering their defensive line completely. The entire stands couldn't believe their eyes, unable to fathom. Down on the field, everyone was panting heavily from exhaustion. What an absolute monster. Let's face it, we lost. In a typical goal-kicking match, there are usually 3 to 4 points. But Ignit Academy secured a record-breaking 11 goals without letting their opponents score a single point. "The surrender signal has been given," the commentator's voice echoed across the stadium. "The winner is Ignit Magic Academy." He and his teammates celebrated joyfully amidst cheers ringing out across the entire arena. "Our academy won in a landslide with an 11-goal difference." Turns out that guy wasn't just blowing smoke. Yeah, he might actually end up being number 1. The crowd began whispering about Ignit Magic School. Back in the waiting room, the whole crew was rejoicing over their victory. "Whoa, we won again. At this rate, we might actually take first place, right?" someone asked excitedly. While soaking in the wind, he suddenly heard someone call his name. "Liuan Ardal." It was Professor Heidel. He opened the door as if he had been standing there waiting for him since the afternoon. Stepping inside to meet Liuan, "We've got an appointment. Tonight at 7. And as his hand rested on Liuan's shoulder, it felt straight out of a romance drama. Shifting to a crimson-tinted horizon, the underworld king was enjoying a glass of red wine, holding the glass in his hand while gazing off into the distance. "Remember not to eat anything before you come." Liuan envisioned a majestic tower being consumed by shades of red and black. On that exact day, as promised, Liuan strolled leisurely down the hallway. "You're here, Liuan?" Tyrian Ignit suddenly stepped out, startling him slightly. He quickly realized that the silver-haired man who had suddenly appeared was none other than his teacher. "Good evening, teacher." Liuan cleared his throat and hastily greeted him. Tyrion Ignit stood there silently watching him for a long moment before offering a gentle smile. Let's go inside. The door swung open and Lewin and Tyrion Ignit stepped out together. Welcome, a calm, steady voice resonated. Lewin stopped in his tracks, his eyes widening in shock as he followed the voice and looked ahead. Someone appeared right before them. Chang reacted with sharp agility. This guy's magic. Could he also be a dragon? Lewin's brow furrowed. He racked his brain and a thought flashed through his mind, quickly making him realize that this was the supreme mage, on the verge of reaching the threshold of half-man, half-dragon. It was Underworld King Teron. A lavish feast had been prepared on the dining table. You probably don't know that we've actually met before. Teron remained completely composed. I spotted you from afar back then. Hearing this, Lewin looked at him with a hint of curiosity. Teron continued eating as he spoke. It was about 5 years ago when I was searching for the true child. You were on that list too. Hearing this, Tyrion Ignit turned to look at Lewin and nodded in confirmation. Lewin was surprised, but before he could put on airs, Teron cut him off. Looks like everything is very different now. I'll get straight to the point. Lewin looked up at him, focusing entirely on what he was about to hear. Can you tell me what happened over all this time? He thought to himself, so in his eyes, I was just a mistake. This fleeting thought made his expression even more pensive, proving that even a supreme mage could make mistakes. He wanted to hear it straight from his own mouth to prove that he himself hadn't been wrong. Looking down, Lewin vaguely guessed his intentions. Pardon me, but at this moment I can only say one thing. Lewin's voice was hoarse, causing Teron to pause for a second. Teron furrowed his brow defensively. Lewin continued, no matter how much talent I have, my efforts will never be recognized. Efforts? Teron propped his chin on his hand, his gaze mocking as if he had just heard an age-old joke. Are you guys related or something? Why do you always bring up effort? Tyrion Ignit seemed to smile kindly as he looked at Lewin. That's also why I like this kid. Hearing that, Lewin smiled faintly back at him. If so, what kind of effort have you actually put in? A reply came, lately I've been focusing on martial arts. You mean you overcame your mana disorder through martial arts training and gained overwhelming strength because of that? Teron's tone grew higher and colder with teasing mockery. And you can even cast magic without any chanting time. Do you expect me to believe this? Or is it simply because you used some kind of treasure? He said it so casually that it made Lewin imagine hidden power-boosting items, implying that Lewin was actually just as mediocre as everyone else and nothing special. Even I've never heard of such a treasure. Tyrion Ignit hesitated. Well, it's entirely possible. Teron remarked, oh well, there will be plenty of opportunities later. He asserted, I will continue to keep an eye on you. I wonder if your efforts will even make a scratch against my kids. Unfazed, Lewin replied, please feel free to keep watching me. He suddenly stood straight up to Teron's astonishment. Now I'm actually a bit curious myself. Lewin wore a smile. I wonder if the person chosen by the Supreme Mage is any different from me. He looked slightly startled by those words. At the Grand Colosseum, the uncontrolled, wild cheers of the commoners rang out. The people here are giving us such a warm welcome. A maid approached. Oh, are you afraid I'm going to swallow your student whole, teacher? No way, it's nothing like that. The two veteran mages sat facing each other. Talented mages are always welcome. Teron smiled faintly and shrugged. I'm just a little curious, that's all. The maid quietly poured the tea. Tyrion Ignit cast a glance across the table. Well, has your curiosity been satisfied? Teron said with deep contemplation, I wonder if you're hiding anything from me, teacher, but surely you don't have any secrets, do you? He closed his eyes, the corners of his lips curling into an ambiguous smile as he took a sip of tea. Right now, I'm starting to get curious about something else, he repeated, curious about something else. You heard it too, that brat was subtly threatening me. Teron shrugged. Tyrion could only offer a wry smile. Look at him, he's just a wet-behind-the-ears kid. That punk doesn't show an ounce of fear, whereas so many mages tremble just standing before me. Truly interesting, he chuckled softly, a hint of anticipation carrying in his voice. In the quiet space, Teron maintained a calm expression. I hope that punk I've got my eye on can actually amount to something. Outside the roaring cheers, the door burst open with the clacking footsteps of other mages echoing down the hallway, as Doom Prime walked in front like an alpha beast. He frowned angrily. What's the use of cheering and rooting? To me, it's just... Bam! The door flew open as someone rushed in hurriedly and almost tripped. Whispering into Doom Prime's ear, is that so? Doom Prime asked back, are you sure? I'm certain I saw it with my own eyes. The representative Lewin Ardle has reached the tower. A surge of raging fire flared up inside Doom Prime. The Underworld King didn't test me, but tested someone else instead. He shook with fury and began digging back through his memories of the matches he had watched. I've watched his matches a few times. During this grand festival, he's caused quite a stir. There are plenty of rumors that he's a tough opponent because his magic is unusual, but I couldn't care less. No matter how high he climbs or how much he struggles, he's not worthy of being my rival. Doom Prime fell into deep thought. In my eyes, he's just a freak, plain and simple. Reaching his breaking point, he seemed to lose control amidst his own thoughts and jealousy. The others noticed something amiss and hurriedly watched him. "Are you okay, Doom? What's wrong?" Worried and slightly wary voices echoed out with questions. "I can never forgive you, Lewin Ardle. The only one acknowledged by His Excellency must be me." On the other side, a gate shrouded in an aura of mystery slowly cracked open. Behind the gate stood Lewin, the guy everyone was talking about. He walked through the gate and stood right there, staring at the black cloak before him. It was him. It was Doom Prime. He glared straight at him with a slightly annoyed expression. "What did you say to the Underworld King?" he challenged, his eyes bulging and teeth bared fiercely. "You waited just to ask me this." Did he really think anyone in the world could be that ridiculously free? In the middle of the hall, the man's angry roar echoed, his eyes burning with fury. "Answer me." Contrary to his rage, Lewin replied nonchalantly, "HMPH." Unfazed by his wrath, a calm voice rang out, "Why should I answer?" The words were soft, yet felt like 10 buckets of ice water splashed in his face. Doom Prime frowned, pulling out his sword without a second thought as a threat, for no reason at all. The air in the hall seemed to thicken, his sword emitting a cold gleam. "But I want to hear it," his voice echoed. Facing his anger, Lewin remained calm and unshaken. This guy really wanted to pick a fight. Lewin's face hardened, his piercing gaze darting toward him. "Daring me? This isn't the arena." He raised his fist as a provocation, both sides clashing with completely different currents of power. "If you want it, you've got it." He flared up and spewed provocative words at him. The exact moment those final words finished, the ground beneath their feet shook violently. A blinding beam of light burst from before him, charging in like a whirlwind to attack. Before reflexes could react, the danger was already right in front of his eyes. Their energy sources spilled out and flooded everywhere around the hall. "He's really strong. I can't spot any weaknesses." His initial arrogance was completely extinguished before the sheer power of the guy. Is he seriously going to cause trouble here? This is outside the arena. He questioned reality as he saw the guy still trying to fight him. He silently drew his sword, preparing for his next move. "You two, stop right there in your tracks." An unexpected shout startled them both. Irene Prouse, a girl with long white hair, stepped over to them. "Is today a family reunion or something? Everyone's here," she said as she drew closer to them. "Reunion, my foot. I was just wondering if I should say hello to these two to be polite." Irene stood beside him, crossing her arms helplessly and saying, "Count me out." He remained completely silent. HMPH. Luring with anger, he turned his back and walked away, leaving the other two standing there watching him. "Is he always like that?" he asked, looking at her with a puzzled expression. "Not really, except for days like today. Usually he barely opens his mouth." "What's that supposed to mean?" Lewin still didn't understand what she meant. "Doom Prime gets agitated by anything related to the Underworld King." The image of him kneeling in submission to that overbearing Underworld King surfaced in her storytelling. More than anyone else, he desperately wants to be acknowledged by His Excellency. "Usually, the Underworld King rarely summons others like he did today," she continued explaining. "He probably thinks the Underworld King is paying attention to me." He stood there pondering her words. Suddenly, she turned to look at Lin and smiled, leaving him dazed and speechless. "Were you actually about to fight him just now?" the girl asked him curiously. "No way, doing that is no different from forfeiting the match," he replied. He probably wasn't going to actually attack either. He waved his hand to dismiss her thought. "He was probably just trying to scare me." "So, were you scared?" Irene playfully asked a question that left him standing frozen in surprise. "Doom Prime is basically an unshakable fortress. Ordinary attacks won't even scratch him," she continued, but he raised his hand and stared at his own palm. "I don't think I'll lose." He clenched his fist, clearly displaying his will and determination. "No matter how sturdy a fortress is, if you keep attacking it continuously, it'll break." "I'm strong too, right?" He dropped a question that made the girl unable to hold back a giggle. "You really are a strange person," she answered him. "Anyway, be careful. Doom Prime won't hold back." Footsteps quietly paced away from somewhere. "After today, he's definitely going to keep his eyes on you." Elsewhere, his gaze was fixed steadily forward. Elsewhere, in the Ignite Academy dormitories, early morning sunlight gently streamed through each window. Disappointed, truly so disappointed, Jason lay there letting out heavy sighs. "Oh, come on, everyone tried their best anyway." Facing his exhaustion, Lewin stood by, patting his shoulder to encourage and comfort him. Yeah, getting 4th place in the team event without Lewin is pretty good. Good, it's phenomenal, another friend chimed in. Losing the streak is a bummer, but at least we proved the Academy's capability. With a regretful expression, he shrugged helplessly. So, do you have any plans yet? The individual exams are coming up. As everyone was chatting, a friend cheerfully walked in carrying 2 overflowing bags. Anyone want vanilla Coke? Of course we're gonna win, obviously. He answered the previous question while accepting the can. Thanks. I have to keep the top spot from now until the very last minute. He popped open the can, a determined look on his face as he stared at the refreshing beverage. Right now I'm still tied for first in the individual rankings. Irene Prouse, Cherky, Dalian Malkin, Doom Prime. The names of those talented individuals popped up. Me and these heavyweight rivals are all competing for the championship. Barring any changes, the next match would be immensely crucial. This was a battle for survival. This was a survival war among 32 representatives on an artificial island. First place gets 32 points and last place gets 1 point. Players earn points based on their performance, so there would be major shifts among the rankings. I know you'll do fine, but aren't you going to prepare like everyone else? The other friend curiously asked him. Prepare what? Lewin asked back in confusion. Well, everyone else is scrambling to find allies. Jason looked at him and said, Is that so? He answered hesitantly. In a survival battle, contestants had the right to form alliances to survive. Knowing who was friend or foe and figuring out how to build a strong alliance was also considered an effective strategy. Everyone else is going to have alliances. How are you going to take them all down by yourself? They resumed chatting animatedly. Or should we try teaming up with Theta? After all, during the goal-kicking match, the friend kept talking while Lewin was lost in thought, plotting his strategy. The first person who came to mind was her. The image of the girl with long white hair lingered in his mind. But he didn't know if she'd agree to join, and he fretted over what to do. Even if she did, he'd still be short of people. Hey Lewin, let's form a team. Theta suddenly pushed the door open and walked in enthusiastically. Theta, he looked at him in surprise. Oh right, there's still this guy. Lewin wore the expression of someone who had just caught a massive fish, looking smugly at him. Don't you dare betray your bros halfway through. I should be the one saying that. The two of them bolted out the door and rushed off in a hurry. Theta was quite sincere. He was a reliable guy. Lewin cast a sidelong glance at Theta, his eyes holding a glimmer of hope and overflowing with trust. Hurry up, we're still missing one person. With that, he ran ahead, leaving Theta behind. Theta shouted from behind, Hey, besides me, who else is there? He chased after him and asked, Who? Or should we try again now? Whatever, it's out of reach anyway. Could she really have turned down everyone, or does she just not want to team up with anyone? Amidst the bustling crowd, the two guys stood there with blank faces staring straight ahead. Hey, don't tell me you mean. Theta gasped in shock at what lay ahead, a crimson banner with a 5-petaled flower emblem in the center fluttering in the wind. You want to team up with Irene Prouse, but she's a championship candidate. Are you guys even close? He still couldn't believe it. Sort of, he replied to his abrupt question. Oh wow, how close? Sweet, does that mean I'll be on a team with Irene Prouse? He excitedly continued probing. Calm down, I haven't even asked yet. He helplessly turned his head back to demand of him. I heard anyone who goes there gets turned down. What if we get rejected too? His face turned red from a mix of anxiety and shyness, feeling a bit sick to his stomach. You're acting like you're going to confess your love or something. Stop talking nonsense, he replied to him sheepishly. He spotted something nearby and glanced sideways. It turned out to be Irene, the distinctive white-haired girl standing right there smiling at him. I was waiting for you, Lewin. She suddenly smiled brightly and spoke to him as if they were best friends from a past life. In the small room, they stood bowing their heads attentively over a large wooden table spread with maps of the competition. Gazing at them for a long while, they began discussing strategies for victory. Lewin spoke up first, so the biggest team has 14 people. Irene replied immediately, Yeah, this team is commanded by Darian Malkin from the Holy Art School of Frella. He's a genius, always in the top 5 championship candidates. His magic was primarily light and holy arts. Recognizing him as a tough opponent, everyone's expression turned very wary. Theta's eyes closed tightly, his brow furrowing slightly, one hand propping up his chin while the other was crossed, making him look even more uneasy and anxious as he muttered incessantly, Numbers aren't the issue, and obviously his team is the most formidable one. Feeling that what he said wasn't entirely accurate, he spoke up to cut off the line of reasoning, causing the two of them to turn their heads sharply in shared surprise. there's someone even more formidable. Doom Prime, just 2 words were enough to make the entire room fall silent. Apparently, this was the dangerous rival everyone had to watch out for, yet somehow the two of them had forgotten about it. He remained completely unswayed, keeping his serious expression. The content of the event will change depending on everyone's individual capabilities. In the blink of an eye, the day of the competition arrived. It was a clear and sun-drenched day. Individual rays of light shone down on the ship's deck, making it sparkle brilliantly. It was unclear whether this was an omen for a good start or just a faint glimmer of hope before a storm struck. The supervising teacher confirmed, "Has everyone put on your armor?" Then, facing the contestants who were staring up and listening intently, the teacher explained the rules once more. Please note, once your armor's durability reaches its limit, you will be eliminated and automatically teleported away from the competition zone. Please note, once your armor's durability reaches its limit, you will be eliminated and automatically teleported away from the competition zone. Everyone took turns stepping down onto the ship via the prepared pathway. Some carried tense expressions, anxiety clearly reflected in their heavy footsteps. Others had eyes full of confidence, ready to face any challenge awaiting them on the mysterious island ahead. The moment he stepped down, Theta couldn't help hugging his trembling body. "I'm shaking all over already before it even starts." Meanwhile, Lewin stared straight ahead without blinking for even a second. He raised a hand to observe the island in the distance, partially veiled in mist and wrapped in a barrier. Raising his voice, he asked, "We just need to stay there for 72 hours, right?" With a calm demeanor and a cold, piercing gaze, you gave a subtle nod of confirmation. "Yeah." Everyone around stared intently at Doom Prime, beads of sweat glistening on their foreheads. On edge due to his overwhelming power, the atmosphere on the island felt more suffocating than ever before. True to expectations, Doom Prime really did participate alone. Even though they had already factored that possibility into their plans, a wary glint remained in their eyes. Seeing this, Irene tilted her head slightly, her voice quiet yet resolute. "That's true, but don't underestimate him either. Not just the two of them, but everyone there understood that being alone didn't mean weakness. Sometimes it was the sign of a predator bidding its time for a fatal strike." There was no time left to waste. You suggested moving out, nodding that they had to take a boat from here to the main island. The other two readily agreed. "Yeah, let's go." The boat carrying their group moved slowly across the shimmering green water. Gradually, it crossed the boundary of a barrier. She reached out and touched it. "This is our safe zone," you replied, "right, and it's going to shrink over time." The moment they arrived, the three of them sprinted like they were being chased by ghosts. "Hurry up, we need to grab the best spots fast." Trees grew densely all over the island, sunlight filtering through the leaves and casting down upon the thick canopy, creating a fragile halo-like radiance amidst the quiet wilderness. Suddenly, a loud rumbling sound echoed from someone's stomach, shattering the peace. It turned out to be Theta. After the three of them had settled into the trees like a bunch of monkeys, his stomach began to protest violently. He complained, "Lewin, I'm not trying to be difficult, but why didn't we just grab some food back at the entrance?" With a look that was 3 parts helpless and 7 parts resigned, you could only offer a wry, bitter smile. Standing nearby and seeing this, she couldn't help but throw in a few sarcastic remarks. "Weren't you the one who insisted on setting up an ambush first?" "Huh." Lord Theta Malkiri, looking embarrassed with sweat beading on his temples, he muttered, all right, we're on the same side anyway. How long are you planning to keep drawing a line between us?" Suddenly, a loud crash rang out from behind, cutting their conversation short as everyone whipped their heads around to look. Far off in the distance, a violent explosion tore through the forest. A blinding flash of light forced everyone to instinctively shield their eyes, and the shockwave was strong enough to shake the entire area. He looked flustered. "Are they already fighting?" Standing with your arms crossed and looking down from above like a wild beast spotting its prey, a clear look of amusement crossed your face. "Theta, it's our turn." Failing to catch the hidden meaning behind your words, he hurriedly asked, "Huh?" You reassured him, "I told you not to worry about food. Now you're going to eat your fill." "Our prey is here," you said calmly. Down below, a group of 5 was sneaking around cautiously. They probed their surroundings warily, like vulnerable prey that could be attacked at any second. One of the members in the group couldn't take it anymore and spoke up. "Can't we just wait a bit longer before looking for food? I'm so exhausted." The leader looked fatigued, but refusing to give up, urged the others to push through. "Those places have better supplies of food and water." Out of nowhere, an ice arrow materialized from parts unknown and shot straight forward. Striking an unlucky member head-on, the person tumbled backward and cried out in pain. Meanwhile, everyone else stood around completely dazed, clueless as to what had just happened. Realizing the gravity of the situation at that moment, they scrambled into defensive stances and shouted, "Ambush! There's an ambush!" "Hey there, I've been waiting here all afternoon." Standing there with a chilling smile, he channeled a magic sphere in his hand. "Took you kids long enough to show up." Iron Spear, releasing a surge of power, he unleashed a barrage of ice arrows flying toward them like a storm. Beside him, Irene clasped her hands together. Her expression remained completely unchanged. Above her head, a massive surge of brilliant blue energy flared brightly. It was many times larger than Theta's previous Iron Spear technique, radiating dazzling energy beams that swirled fiercely all around. Seeing this sight left you nothing short of astonished. It's a level 5 ice spell, Blizzard Storm. A colossal source of energy erupted with immense power and an overwhelming scale, bursting outward like a swirling vortex of light. Energy beams streaked out into sharp, elongated strips, giving the sensation that space itself was being torn apart. Furthermore, the thunderous roar it generated highlighted its terrifying destructive force. The sheer momentum it created left him staring with his jaw dropped in utter amazement. Truly, Irene Prouse could execute high-level magic without even blinking. While continuing to cast his spell, his eyes widened in shock as he sensed a massive block of energy right behind him. Refusing to yield to the formidable foe, the opposing group fought back aggressively. Their commander shouted, "There are 3 of them, including Irene Prouse. Go on both offense and defense, use everything you've got." The relentless wave of attacks enveloped the entire space in a greenish hue. The lingering shockwaves radiated outward continuously, forcing those nearby to raise their arms across their chests for defense. The scene unfolding before you didn't particularly surprise you, though you felt it wasn't quite awe-inspiring enough since you never took enemies lightly. You reasoned inwardly that they were still formidable mages and academy representatives after all. Sensing that it was time for you to make a move, you leaped down gracefully from the tree. Relying on his sharp ears, a brown-haired boy sensed something was wrong and grew instantly alert. He muttered, there was just some noise. Glancing at the bushes in front of him, he was certain someone was hiding behind them. Eager to survive and become a legend, he immediately unleashed an attack aimed straight at Lewin. Over there, the attack pierced through the foliage and brushed right past you, yet you faced it without flinching. Quickly, you activated time refraction. You effortlessly bypassed each person one by one, instantly arriving right in front of the final young man. Your speed left everyone staring in stunned disbelief. Your body leaned forward decisively as you prepared to unleash a heaven-shaking kick. A direct blow landed squarely on him, seemingly stripping away his combat capability instantly. The rest of the group never expected things to turn out this way and stood there with their jaws hanging open in shock. Seeking payback for their comrade, someone cast the tree prison skill, causing countless vines to sprout from the ground and lunge toward you. Having already gained experience dealing with this trick beforehand, you simply hopped over it. At the same time, you manifested a fireball in your hand. Realizing the danger, discretion proved the better part of valor as they scattered in all directions like panicked bees. It's the blazing fire burst, everyone get away. Unfortunately for them, they hadn't run more than a few meters before Theta's ice shuriken cut off their path. Acting like an enthusiastic fan standing behind, he cheered you on with glee. Take them down, Lewin. Not wanting to let his teammate down, you wound up your attack like a basketball player preparing for a slam dunk, pouring every ounce of strength into the blow. Meanwhile, the unfortunate young man ran for his life, yet failed to dodge the fireball. His face turned pale, his eyes widened in terror, and he could only scream in vain. A tremendously powerful explosion erupted, expanding into a hemispherical shockwave that swept away everything nearby. Trees were blown up into the air, and a blinding light engulfed the entire atmosphere. As a result, he lost consciousness, foaming at the mouth as he collapsed onto the ground. At the same time, his armor's durability reached its limit, causing him to be eliminated and automatically teleported out of the exam grounds. You cast a glance toward the remaining members, causing their hair to stand on end as they cried out. Radiating the attitude of a victor, you calmly stated, "It's 3 against 4 now, right?" Behind you, Irene and Theta also stepped closer. Realizing they had run into opponents exponentially stronger than themselves, the rival team leader shamefully spoke up. "We surrender." You couldn't hide your excitement. "We've got food now." After winning the fight and taking provisions from their opponents, they collected a decent haul of food, complete with meat. "If this much is enough, we might even last 3 days, huh? Those guys kept their stuff well preserved." Theta laughed heartily while checking the bags. Irene and Lewin each carried a black pouch. Yeah, thanks a lot, we're gonna feast. Suddenly, a shocking explosion echoed in the distance, startling Theta. The three of them quickly shifted their attention toward it. Isn't that the direction of Dan's team? Who knows what happened, but it looks like a big deal. Who on earth would go pick a fight with a team of over 10 people? This is what people call a bottleneck. Irene crossed her arms. Very few mages ever reach this tier of power. Good grief, it's only been a year and his skills leveled up so much he reached that point already, Theta exclaimed in astonishment. Hearing this, Lewin fell deep into thought. He's genuinely strong. Your expression turned serious and somewhat intimidating as you thought of the brilliant swordsman Doom Prime. The door cracked open and the orange light of the sunset spilled into the dim house. Everything unfolded precisely as you had calculated. Lewin remained silent, a contemplative look on his face. This is the central village, the only place on the island large enough to hold a huge number of people. On the paper was a map of a large island dotted with countless big trees and hills. Team Dalian is likely to head here. Yeah, makes sense. And Doom Prime might go there too. Mentioning that name made your expression grow even more severe. Even knowing there are tons of people there, he decided to go alone. Isn't that too reckless? Irene voiced her doubt. No, he'll definitely go. It's the best way for him to secure victory. Hearing Lewin's words, she looked confused as to why. Slaughter points. Every time someone was eliminated, the slaughter points increased. If I were Doom Prime, this would be a great idea, truly a brilliant strategy, outsmarting everyone. I was just trying to put myself in his shoes and think about what I would do. You offered a sheepish smile. Not to mention, right now he's trying to grab the Underworld King's attention. Reckless action is his only option. You really are strange. Irene looked at Lewin with suspicion, leaving you flustered. At night, a shadowy figure lingered outside the house. Did you check how many people there are? Lewin peered through a gap in the curtains and asked Irene. Just one. Knowing people might be lurking around, they didn't drop their guard and quickly investigated. I turned off the lights in case someone noticed. I don't think they know we're here. Is he heading this way? You observed the stranger with utmost caution. Go wake Theta up, Irene. While potential danger lurked outside, he was sleeping soundly. Let me keep watch instead. The mysterious figure approached the front door, the rustling sound of footsteps over the grass echoing through the quiet night. He stood right outside the door, seemingly probing whether anyone was inside. Lewin lay in ambush inside, ready to grab the intruder the moment he opened the door and stepped in. If you were acting alone, your expression was exceptionally tense. The guy stepped inside and closed the door. He walked in without noticing that Lewin was hiding right beside him. You immediately grabbed the collar of his cloak from behind, taking him by surprise. Then you forcefully threw him forward, sending him tumbling to the floor. Before he could react, Lewin clamped a hand over his mouth. Light, Irene appeared and cast an illumination spell straight onto him. As his face gradually became visible in the light, Theta froze slightly. Your canales. Lewin let go of his hand and the guy lay on the floor in pain. I'm sorry everyone, I didn't mean to break in. I just needed a place to rest. If I knew you guys were here, I wouldn't have come. Lewin still kept him restrained. You traveled alone, you remained extremely vigilant, your brows perpetually furrowed. What about the rest of your team? I remember there were 6 others. Theta carefully parted the window curtain to survey the situation outside. Doom Prime, when that name was uttered, the atmosphere inside grew even more tense. We fell right into his trap. He imagined Doom Prime's savage expression as he slaughtered everyone. Right from the start, we made some bold moves. Relying on our numbers advantage, we planned an ambush on Mankel's team to farm slaughter points. The group in pitch-black cloaks was fairly large. But then he showed up. Doom Prime leaped down from above to raid their group. He targeted the moment everyone had scattered to look for provisions. You mean all 6 of you fell into Doom Prime's trap? Irene couldn't help but be surprised. No, only one person, because we had prepared beforehand for situations requiring immediate defense, but what happened after that was the real issue. After hearing the explosion, Dalian brought his whole team to attack us. We had to fight off Doom Prime while staying wary of other opponents. Even though we fought back fiercely, I couldn't hold out. Counting me, only 2 of us managed to escape. But the story didn't end there. While Canales and another teammate were running for their lives with severe injuries, Doom Prime appeared once again. He radiated killing intent as he stood before his prey. At first, he hid and quietly watched us. He waited until the battle ended and tailed us silently while we were wounded. He recounted this with a furious expression. He capitalized on the situation to reap the benefits. Talk about a smart move. Lewin couldn't help but praise Doom Prime's cunning. He definitely made out like a bandit this time. So I know this is a bit shameless, but can you let me join your team? He pleaded with a pitiful look. Theta was surprised by his proposal. He's totally exhausted right now, but this guy actually has a decent strategy. He rubbed his chin in thought. No, when Lewin said that, both Theta and Irene were taken aback. Why? Why? How did you escape, collies? You asked him with a cold stare that made sweat pour down his face in streams. If it were Doom Prime, how could he possibly let you escape while you were injured? Your face grew serious, resembling an interrogator questioning a criminal. At that moment, the other two realized something was off. Theta pointed forward, saying, "Oh, you mean? There are only three possibilities. Either you're lying, Doom Prime deliberately let you live, or someone is watching everything happening here from afar." Lewin began deducing with supernatural brilliance. Otherwise, you could just use the system to check his identity. The result returned 5 giant question marks, his identity unverified. Realizing his fake identity had been exposed, the imposter gritted his teeth in anger. "You're not collies," Lewin raised his fist with a terrifying expression. Amidst the quiet night sky, a loud crash rang out, startling an owl into flying away. A huge hole was blown through the floorboards, still smoldering with fire. Only a cloak remained while the person had vanished without a trace. A shadow clone. Witnessing this scene, Irene and Theta couldn't help but be startled. Hurry. At dawn, the sun slowly crested over the tall mountains. Collies might have been attacked by whoever created that clone. Chances are all 7 members of Collies' team have been eliminated. Lewin, Irene, and Theta packed up their belongings and left the place early. Maybe that clone wasn't actually lying either. I want to talk about something regarding the person who fought Collies. The attention of the other two focused on Irene. Jackie, her expression turned serious. There's a saying passed down in the Mazero Sea. To fight a pirate, you have to use a pirate's. Lewin calmly hoisted his backpack over his shoulder. Let's go catch our enemy. You smiled, a fierce determination in your eyes. Deep inside a fairly large house hidden in the woods, Dalian asked, "Have you found their location yet?" "They're cowering over on the west shore, haha." He clutched his face with a mocking smile while Dalian looked at him with an exasperated expression. "I faked almost everything, but unfortunately they still caught on in the end." "Your puppet was found out how?" Dalian arched an eyebrow in confusion. "I don't know, even you're surprised, huh? The puppet got destroyed because some guy crushed it." He grinned broadly, his wicked expression resembling that of a perverted serial killer. "What are you going to do now, Dalian?" He pondered deeply, his brows furrowing. Irene Browse, Theta Malkiri, and Lewin Ardal, all troublesome opponents. It seemed he possessed thorough information about them and would likely think of a countermeasure soon. "Look behind us, it's an ambush." A blinding light suddenly burst from behind, panicking the 3 of them. The holy spear suddenly lunged forward, weapon in hand. It wasn't Lewin Ardal. He thought he was the one springing a surprise attack, only to realize he was the one being surprised. An explosion of light shook the entire forest. "It's Dion's holy magic. Everything is going according to plan." The 3 of them were actually hiding in a tree observing while Theta snacked, sitting as comfortably as if they were watching a movie. Hearing the commotion, they all rushed over in droves, but we weren't even there. He laughed heartily with an apple in his hand while Irene intently watched the drama they had orchestrated. "So what do we do now?" "Come on, let's go collect some slaughter points." Lewin stood up, smiling because the trick had worked. The other 2 grew serious, readying themselves for combat. Scene change, blood splattered everywhere. Dalian looked toward the direction in shock. The 3 people mistaken for their group earlier were huddled together, completely drained of color. Lewin, Irene, and Theta had arrived to provide timely reinforcements. "Is this what they call a temporary alliance? Worth a shot, I suppose." Theta seemed quite interested in the idea. "There are only 6 of them. Charge." "Don't be afraid." One of them quickly regained his momentum, completely lacking self-awareness as he charged straight toward them to attack. Suddenly, a massive surge of power lunged from behind Theta, startling even Lewin. The assailant who had just tried to attack was struck by that power and blown 100 meters away. The events transpired so quickly that no one could react immediately. Dalian's group watched in astonishment as their teammate was blown away by a single blow. That power, our 3 main characters were equally surprised. Everyone turned back to look. It was Doom Prime. Lewin's pupils constricted. He dashed through them at lightning speed, a blue aura enveloping his body. With a single sword stroke, Doom Prime took down 3 people right before their eyes. "Whoa, you want to team up with us, Doom Prime?" Theta asked cautiously while Irene furrowed her brow. "Looks like we have another temporary alliance." "Agreed." Though Lewin remained vigilant, this move benefited them. "Let's wipe out Dalian's team first." You began calculating everything, scanning the surroundings with a sharp gaze. All the survivors are here now. The match is probably reaching its climax. Why are only we getting attacked? It's Doom Prime. Everyone fall back to base. The members of Dalian's team fled in panic. Cherky and Dalian still tried to put up a fight. Don't retreat, everyone group up and fight. Quake! Lewin slammed his fist into the ground, generating an earthquake to strike the people charging at him. Miserable screams echoed across the sky. Oh, the voice caught Lewin's attention, and he raised his eyes to look. Doom leaped over an unconscious body to appear right in front of you. He glared at him with a stern expression. Lewin Ardle as he brushed past his shoulder. His terrifyingly low voice made Lewin's eyes widen. I'll finish you off with my own hands. He looked at him with vengeful eyes, delivering a firm declaration. With that, Doom Prime dashed away, swinging his sword to move forward, leaving Lewin standing quietly behind. He sighed as he watched the figure gradually fade away. A moment later, in the observation room, inside a solitary small house nestled deep within the forest, a young man was training with extreme diligence. We have stopped at base B near the center of the island. Lewin was punching frantically ahead, drenched in sweat. After that battle, the largest alliance was left with only Dalian, Malkin, and Cherky, while the temporary alliance had vanished along with Doom Prime. Quest: punch 5,500 times, kick 5,500 times, run circular loops 15 km/11, actual combat training 1. He stopped, looked up at the notification board, and panted heavily. Good, finally done. It's been a long time since I last did quests. The door opened gently, and he turned to look. You're awake? Irene stepped out with a smile. Yeah, working out, huh? She walked down the corridor toward him. Yeah, just feeling a bit restless. You had a pretty intense brawl early yesterday morning, after all. Hearing her ask that, he didn't quite know how to respond, so he stayed silent. Theta left some breakfast for you. Make sure to eat. I'll head in later. Lai quickly changed the subject. Ah, thanks. Neatly arranged on the table were a plate of steak and eggs. Irene took a bite of the steak. The thick, juicy piece of meat was cooked to perfection, looking very appetizing. As soon as she took a bite, her eyes lit up like shooting stars. Good, right? He's pretty versatile. Lewin walked in from outside, his hands tucked coolly into his pants pockets. Yeah. I went to sleep last night without saying anything. Sorry about that, Irene said bashfully. He smiled, walked closer, and comforted her. It's fine, you were exhausted after standing watch. Lewin sat down at the table and poured himself a cup of hot tea. Say, Lewin, just as he was about to drink his tea, he shifted his attention to her. There's something I've been wanting to ask for a long time. What is it? Lewin replied indifferently. What do you plan to do after graduation? Irene looked at him seriously. He fell silent for a moment. Why do you want to know? I'm just curious. Your abilities are so extraordinary that you probably won't choose an ordinary path. Mages competing in this tournament would eventually step out into the real world, and that moment would mark the beginning of a symbiotic life. Some join the ranks of knights in certain territories, taking on the responsibility of protecting the country under the royal army. Some become members of magic towers or join special task forces to make money. Those are the normal paths. Lewin gazed thoughtfully down at his teacup. What about me? Actually, I don't know. I've never thought about it. He put down his cup, intertwined his fingers, and spoke seriously. Just last year, I was still sitting at the bottom of the rankings. When would I ever have time to think about the future? His eyes remained fixed on the tabletop, while Irene focused intently on him. Back then, I just had to figure out how to become a mage. Once this tournament ends, I'll probably have some idea of what to do. I'll likely head back to the academy, right? Lewin smiled and let out a breath while she remained silent. What about you? Irene, I'm just like you. I don't know either. I've never been certain what kind of mage I'd become. I've always just followed what people around me said. Now it was Irene's turn to look down at the table. Like, Irene, become a great mage. She lifted her cup with both hands and took a sip of tea, while he watched without a word. That's why I've made up my own mind. Irene set her teacup down on the table. I want to defeat Doom Prime first. She placed her hand on the table and said seriously, I think doing that will help me find my own path. Determination gleamed in her golden eyes, a firm declaration of Irene's future path. I'll know what kind of mage I really want to be. The atmosphere suddenly grew heavier, losing the feel of a casual conversation. The battle with Doom Prime. Year after year, Irene had always ranked second. Doom Prime was the mountain she was forced to climb, the lesson she was bound to master. All right, let's do it. Lewin understood her feelings and smiled, respecting her aspirations. Because everyone had their own issues to resolve. Hearing him say that, Irene smiled brightly. Thank you. That night, a full moon shone brightly in the starlit sky. The safe zone is shrinking faster and faster. We should probably head out in an hour. The three of them looked out the window together. So tonight, the only safe spots left are the central village and the base. Theta used magic to illuminate the map in Lewin's hand. Assuming both Dalian and Cherky are at the central village, taking over that place might be a good idea. But we can't rule out the possibility that Doom Prime is lying in wait for us. When he said that, the other two were instantly startled. And if we just sit around waiting for them to strike first? Theta looked out the window anxiously and Irene grew worried. If so, we're going to have trouble with the safe zone. Does anyone have a plan? He crossed his arms behind his head. Can't we just charge in and attack? Irene was utterly speechless at this musclehead. We shouldn't draw attention right now. We have to be very careful. True. Lewin crossed his arms while Shin had remained silent the whole time. Wait, I have an idea. Irene and Shin stopped discussing and simultaneously turned their gazes toward him. There are only a few people left now, so moving up just one rank will earn us a ton of points. Like Irene said, everyone's going to play it safe. Lewin began laying out his tactic. Not to mention, since we just caused a commotion with that brawl early this morning, there's a high chance no one will react to our moves. Yeah, so what? Now's our chance to catch Doom Prime. The other two couldn't help but be shocked by Lewin taking such a bold move. Dalian and Checky just lost all their members and the remaining survivors are very weak. They'll definitely choose to hide. But as for Doom Prime, he'll show his face because he's confident in his skills. Furthermore, we can't ignore him either, otherwise we'll be in danger. Lewin furrowed his brow, his expression dead serious. But where are we supposed to find Doom Prime? Irene's question was very practical. How could they catch an opponent if they didn't know where he was? Before Lewin could answer, an explosion from outside blasted the front door to pieces. Out of the smoke and dust, a tall figure stepped inside. Doom Prime appeared with a furious expression, his bloodshot eyes bulging. He glared murderously at Lewin. Sleep well. Unfazed, Lewin calmly faced Doom Prime. We need to go somewhere. Outside in the tranquil night, the air was suffocatingly tense and heavy. Lewin, did Doom Prime capture you? Theta cautiously stepped forward out of concern for him. Lewin raised a hand to reassure him. Captured what? I brought him here. Brought him here for what? We were supposed to move stealthily and find a way to ambush him. Theta lost his patience and shouted. But I never intended to ambush him from the start, Lewin replied in confusion. Doom Prime had remained silent this whole time. Doom Prime, he turned around to look at him. Your opponent isn't me, it's Irene Prouse. He smiled as he looked over at Irene, who was clutching her dress in extreme tension. Theta was surprised by Lewin's decision. Doom Prime let out a sigh. Lewin crossed his arms helplessly, closing his eyes and letting out a long, gloomy sigh. Irene, she's really strong, but she always ends up in second place. She said she's extremely anxious because she always loses to Doom Prime. He thought of how the girl always averted her gaze, flustered and pitiably trying to avoid him. Boy, it's about her family, so it's really hard to bring up details. She doesn't like answering a lot of questions. He pondered those serious and determined expressions of Irene's. I figured this is how she handles things, believing in the kind of mage she wants to become. Lost in unconscious thoughts, Lewin awkwardly squinted his eyes to appraise the tiny girl trying to fight against a massive torrent of blue light about to erupt before her. Contrasting with the person watching calmly over there, Irene was struggling frantically, sweating profusely as she fought. She channeled her magic, summoning a blue orb containing swirling power. Then mustered every last ounce of strength to thrust the magical construct forward, shouting, "Ice Storm!" A glowing, freezing block of ice flashed and darted away. It headed straight toward the man standing defensively ahead with his sword. Suddenly, an earth-shattering magical explosion detonated, sounding more powerful than a bombing run, echoing across the entire forest and shaking the ground, trees, and wildlife. Irene frowned in sudden shock. The blue light vanished entirely, leaving only raging crimson power that blew everything away. It was a shield spell. A red orb materialized to protect the patch of ground where Doom Prime stood. A moment later, the orb cracked open, its internal light weaving out into the pitch-black sky. Then it exploded, revealing him standing in the center looking as cool as a male lead, sword in hand. The ground around his circle was now gouged out into a massive crater, with dust and debris flying everywhere. As the dust cleared, his cold, hardened face was laid bare, veins bulging, jaws clenched, and eyes glaring with fiery spite like a dark monarch. Irene was completely sapped of strength, sweating all over as she gritted her teeth in helpless frustration. As for the two men on the sidelines, the one with crossed arms watched blankly while Theta saw that she was reaching her limit. Liuan, is it really okay to just leave her like that? Though he looked composed, his brow was tightly furrowed in thought. Dragon could no longer hold back and wanted to step in to help the girl. The fierce battle raged on, one side unrelenting and the other exhausted. Demon-faced Doom Prime prepared to strike. He swung his sword, sending a searing red magic flame hurtling toward Irene. Completely spent from long ago, she panicked, powerless as she watched the surge of energy draw closer and closer, without being able to dodge it. A man's body stepped directly in front of the girl, blocking the fatal blow. Gliding across the magical shockwaves like a surfer was Liuan. She looked up in shock at him, protecting her ahead. Liuan, you're stepping up to fight Doom Prime? Unfazed and remarkably serene, he turned his head back to answer her question. I said I'd let you attack first, not that I'd let him finish you off. Hearing that, she let out a sigh of relief and collapsed onto the ground. He glanced sideways with a half-smile, looking more CEO-like than any CEO could ever be. I can't afford to lose a useful teammate like you, even if it's just for the sake of winning. Irene was left speechless. She was probably sweating tears of sheer emotion. Liuan turned back to face him, charging aggressively through fire and wind as he shouted a provocation. Doom Prime, let's turn everything upside down. He let out a huff, looking at them with a disdainful appraisal. HH, do you really plan to face me all by yourself? Won't your whole group step up instead of leaving that musclehead standing there? The musclehead over there wasn't deaf, looking arguably more CEO-like than the male lead. He fumingly kicked dirt right back at the bastard. Liuan walked closer to him. Naturally, I'll handle it alone. Aren't two people too much for you? He felt somewhat proud of having learned how to face a swordsman from Lord Jur. He recalled observing that the most important thing about knights was their feet. Not only did it help channel power into their swords, but it also allowed them to predict the enemy's next move. So if I target Doom Prime's feet, he muttered as he acted. At the exact same time, the guy leaped high into the air, brandishing his sword as he charged forward for a vicious clash. Right on cue, the moment for action fell within his prediction. Exactly as planned, Liuan's eyes widened smugly. Victory was well within his grasp. Therefore, when Doom Prime swung his sword, he quick-wittedly flipped into the air, dodging the fierce slash. Liuan offered a half-smile, that exact smug smirk looking pristine. But things were not as they seemed. His eyes popped wide open in shock as a lightning-fast shadow zipped past him. A dog's heart is hard to chew, a person's mind is hard to guess. Out of nowhere, the guy had darted straight ahead, magical energy traveling along the blade in his hand as he slashed right past Liuan, while his brain hadn't even caught up yet. Drip, drip, droplets of blood fell onto the pitch-black night. I'm not a knight, I'm a mage, Doom Prime growled, forcefully reminding the unsteady young man standing before him. Clutching the wound on his arm tightly, sweat pouring down his head from the pain, he still forced his head up to look toward the source of the provocative voice. Raising his sword once more, the guy taunted, that's because they've never laid eyes on a true magic swordsman before. Instantly, a magical resonance echoed out. Doom Prime advanced step by step, unleashing a sword strike with every step while Liuan repeatedly backed away. Defend yourself, Liuan. He clicked his tongue in exasperation, finding it hard to accept that he had never fought anyone like this before. Racking his brain for past encounters with mages, his go-to method had always been using temporal refraction to close in, then creating an opening to exploit the enemy's weakness. Reflecting on the man standing before him now, he realized, but Doom Prime bypassed that weakness by using a sword. Liuan stopped moving, with nowhere left to retreat as the other guy had halted. Yet he stared down in shock at the scratch piercing through the fabric of his trousers over his thigh. Not only was blood oozing from the spot, but the surrounding injured area was bruised and the blood looked darkened. Without waiting for him to wonder, the guy chimed in briskly, "This is called radiation impact." Walking closer as he spoke, "This wound will keep absorbing your momentum, and you'll end up completely trapped just like Irene." Doom Prime's expression shifted momentarily as he growled with terrifying menace, "All right, let's end this." He pressed the tip of his sword hard against the ground, emitting roiling sparks of light that were no longer fiery red. The power had now transformed into a brilliant, pitch-black purple. That power surged around Doom Prime. Boom! A pair of midnight purple wings snapped open instantly, their feathers fluttering around him and blending into the night. The two spectators on the sidelines watched the situation change and grew worried for him. Liuan. His eyes popped wide in terror as he faced a hair-raising fifth-tier magic spell. Doom Prime summoned it with a loud roar, "Wings of the Demon." The magical energy flared intensely, radiating a beautiful turquoise jade glow. Yet looking at those dark, gloomy wings, those feathers certainly didn't look bright or beautiful at all. Whoosh, 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 gales whipped outward from him, sweeping away everything in the vicinity. It was terrifying enough to blow a person's body away. Which was precisely happening to the two standing outside, who tumbled over and clung desperately to a nearby rock to avoid being blown away, both screaming in sheer terror. Oh God. Doom Prime stood in the middle of the battlefield where the earth, rocks, and pathways had been blasted to smithereens by the power emanating from his palms. What about Liyuan? He was hiding behind a large boulder to escape this demonic power. He couldn't believe this guy, truly worthy of being the perennial champion. He was just way too powerful. Groaning in agony, he gritted his teeth and ripped a strip of fabric from his sleeve, then bound the cloth tightly around the wound on his thigh to keep it from rotting away. Startled by a flash of light, he glanced down at his other hand. The ring on his middle finger was emitting a beam of light. Over on Doom Prime's side, he stood amidst a landscape where nothing remained intact and even the grass had been withered away. He let out a sigh as if deeply disappointed. Liyuan, I had high expectations for you, but it looks like you're a letdown. Popping his head out from behind the large boulder like a timid mouse, he looked at him. Fine, I admit it. With that, he stepped fully out into the open, facing the towering, dignified figure. Doom Prime, you're genuinely strong. There were moments I thought you were an unshakable fortress. Glancing sideways with a toxic sneer, the guy barked, have you given up already? Ha, not a chance. Liyuan's expression shifted instantly, his gaze sharp enough to pierce right through him. Those eyes carried the weight of a blade forged from trust, built upon the faith of everyone who had placed their reliance in him. He thought of them and spoke out loud and clear, affirming it to Doom Prime. There are still plenty of people placing their faith in me, aren't there? Saying that, he thrust forward the hand wearing the ring embedded with a glaring red diamond, holding it straight out before his face. Failing to understand this gesture, the guy raised an eyebrow with a chuckle. HMPH, you've lost your mind. Then he hoisted his sword back up from the ground to taunt him. Let me teach you a lesson so you'll stop running your mouth. Without waiting, Liyuan shouted, Elf Fury, unleashing a surging torrent of power. His hair seemed to bristle with a fury matching his own pent-up anger ready to burst. Doom Prime, watch your mouth. The clash officially resumed, neither side yielding an inch of momentum. Doom Prime leaped high and brought his sword crashing down. If you don't dodge this, you're dead for sure. Liyuan likewise prepared, brandishing his hand adorned with the red ring. The two sources of power collided, sword against ring. The tension was thick as a taut wire, neither left an opening for even a fraction of a second. The massive sword pressed heavily against the ring as if about to cleave it in two. Occasionally, the damage immunity threshold would trigger and resist physical damage. And then the ring flared brilliantly, splitting the sword right down the middle. Countless fragments from the sword slammed into Doom Prime's body, sending blood splashing everywhere. Liyuan leaned his body and darted past to his utter astonishment. Doom Prime looked at the wound on his body, his voice trembling as he spoke. How could you seize the opportunity to kick the back of his knee, forcing Doom Prime to buckle down? With his entire body losing balance, he crashed heavily onto the ground. Right after that, a foot stepped firmly onto Doom Prime's chest. Liyuan slowly opened his mouth. Doom Prime, listen up. Looking down from above, you declared, you're not in my league at all. The only thing you've got is your arrogance, thinking you're superior to everyone else. Wake up to reality. Liyuan's arm rose high into the air, his fist clenching tightly. Doom Prime's pupils contracted in fear, his entire body freezing as if paralyzed. Liyuan's punches rained down like thunderbolts, the hems of his clothes fluttering with his movements. The three of them watched the light flashing from Doom Prime's body. Theta clutched his chest, gasping for breath as he gave a start. Man, seeing that from up top scared the hell out of me. If you had lost, the next one getting beaten up would have been me. Liyuan chuckled. Just luck I was this close to losing. Suddenly your gaze shifted toward Irene, who looked dejected nearby. Her eyelids drooped slightly, her mood seeming rather uneasy. Liyuan walked closer and spoke up. Sorry for cutting into your fight, Irene. Irene shook off her melancholy and smiled in response. Why are you apologizing? I should be the one saying that. She lowered her head, her voice filled with self-reproach. I put the whole team in danger because of my own selfishness. I'm truly sorry, everyone. You hesitated, but because of me, you didn't get to finish your goal in this competition. Irene turned around and walked away, acting as if she didn't care. Don't worry about it, that goal doesn't matter anymore. Liyuan still couldn't understand and let out a confused, huh. Irene gave a soft smile. My goal is no longer to defeat Doom Prime. Saying that, she pointed right at you. My goal now is you, Liyuan. Liyuan frowned and smiled back. That's not going to be an easy target to take down, you know. Irene wore a playful smile. I know that already, just you wait, one day I will definitely surpass you. The situation grew increasingly tense. In the end, a total of 5 people remained, including ourselves, while Dalian, Malkin, and Checky all fought back fiercely. The two of them and Irene put up a stubborn resistance, but they were no match for our team. A loud blast suddenly erupted from deep within the forest, accompanied by a flash of light. Thick dust swirled amid a brilliant blue glow. Dalian, Malkin, and Vasherki lay motionless on the ground, enveloped in a blue light. Dalian and Malkin lay there completely unmoving. Seeing the two of them gradually fade away, Theta let out an ooh. Lewin spoke up, so it's just the 3 of us left. Irene beamed, that's right. While Theta couldn't hide his joy, I never thought I'd make it this far. You suddenly proposed, do you want to have the final showdown? Irene's voice rang out, wait a minute, Lewin. Irene said, I'm raising my hand to surrender. My condition isn't great right now. Sorry, I'll do better next time. Lewin cheerfully agreed, all right, let's have a rematch another time. You figured Irene must be completely exhausted. Theta winked and laughed. Well, is it my turn now, Lewin? Even if you're the team leader, I'm not going to hold back. You haven't seen my true skills yet, have you? Lewin assumed a combat stance. Then bring it on. Theta panicked and cried out, wait, hold on. His entire body soared into the air, Theta's voice still lingering behind. I said, wait a second. In another place, an enthusiastic voice cheered out. Congratulations to our Academy's representative for taking first place. Everyone sat around the table, raising their glasses in a toast. Congratulations, Lewin. Lewin is number 1. Suddenly, a voice rang out, making you turn to look. When everyone said you weren't in the dorm, I knew right away you'd be here. The 2 people standing outside the main entrance were Theta and Irene. Irene spoke first. We fought side by side for so long, how could I miss the chance to congratulate you? And Lord Theta here insisted on coming along. Lewin puffed out his cheeks listening to Theta's excuses. What is this? I thought once the competition was over, it was over. Why are we still doing the Lord thing? She curled the corner of her lips. Deal with it, that's just how I am. Lewin offered a gentle smile. Everyone's still the same. After the life-or-death battle, I had become the sole leader. Even though Doom Prime had plenty of slaughter points, his ranking dropped due to low survival points. Dalian and Irene were among the championship candidates, but still ranked behind me as long as I could maintain this momentum. Lewin imagined holding the championship trophy in his hands while being cheered on by everyone for victory. It was no longer a distant dream. Jason's eyes turned into giant hearts as he cried out with joy, I never thought I'd live to see the day I share a table with Irene Prouse. I can die happy now. Irene waved her hands frantically in response. Come on, stop that. Everyone happily raised their glasses and shouted, all right, this time let's toast to the goddess Irene. Facing everyone's enthusiasm, she could only cover her mouth and laugh it off. Seeing this, Lewin unconsciously smiled along as well. Inside the bar, the sound of people laughing and chatting merrily filled the air. In another corner, 2 people whispered to each other, there's no way that guy Lewin is going to win this festival, right? Hey, keep your voice down. Doom can hear you now. Oh, my bad. Even though they spoke softly, every word reached Doom Prime's ears. He was deeply upset and couldn't believe he had lost. Doom Prime stared at the fragments of the sword inside the glass case. I lowered my guard. I never imagined his target wasn't me, but this sword. He recalled the events of that moment. He had realized it for a split second, but still swung his sword, thinking victory was guaranteed. Doom Prime was filled with extreme regret now, having lost a match while his lord was watching. Suddenly, he asked aloud, didn't he come looking for me today? The other person gave a vague, mumbling response. Oh, no, haven't seen him. With that, the other person suggested, well, don't worry too much, you're tired anyway. Why don't we go find somewhere to rest first? Doom Prime's flat voice echoed back. Sorry, I want to be alone right now. Hearing that, the other person quickly stood up. Oh, sorry about that, I'll head out then, just call if you need anything. At this point, only Doom Prime remained inside. He stood in silence before his personal locker. Doom Prime stood like that for a long while, seemingly deep in thought. Down below the building, joyful voices echoed out, Lewin Ardell has defeated Doom Prime. A brand new generation of talented mages has been born. Tyrion Ignit stood by the balcony looking down, the cheering still lingering. Pride gleamed in his eyes as he thought, I only expected the kid to do well, but I never imagined he'd make it this far. I never thought he could actually beat Doom Prime. Terron stepped up from behind. Lewin won, so you must be feeling pretty good, teacher. I feel like my ego's taking a hit. Getting a look at that punk down at the arena is way harder than I thought. Tyrion Ignit hesitated and asked, so the arena has probably... He smiled and gave a slight nod, indeed. The two of them looked down together at the scenery below. The grand festival was finally coming to an end. Steady footsteps resounded. Now came the individual events. Specifically structured as an obstacle course race, this round was held across the entire city, with contestants competing based on 3 criteria: track and field, combat, and swimming. Since it was a battle between mages, contestants had the right to summon mounts or use teleportation magic to travel through time and space. Theta turned to ask the person next to him, "What do you think, Lewin?" His gaze turned toward the enthusiastic crowd in the stands who were chanting his name. "What's it like being a star?" Lewin turned back to follow his gaze. As for that, I wouldn't really know, actually." His eyebrows hitched up slightly, his gaze sinking. "I really want to soak in this breathtaking moment, but now's not the time." Nearby, Doom Prime's gaze remained fixed on Lewin, because celebrating was never too late once the victor had been officially decided. Today was a beautiful, sunny day, with warm rays blending into a clear blue sky to create a deeply pleasant mood. Theta crossed his arms over his chest and cleared his throat. "Today's an individual exam, nobody's pulling you out, so don't go putting yourself in danger." He chuckled out loud in response. "Yeah, I know, I'll do my best." A man fired a gun high into the air and shouted to signal the preparations. All 3 of them, Irene, Dalian, Malkin, and Cherky, struck battle-ready poses. Bang! A resounding blast from the starting pistol echoed out, followed immediately by billowing clouds of dust, accompanied by the heavy, hurried thunder of running footsteps. Everyone had different methods of travel, but they all shared the exact same destination. Suddenly, the crowd ground to a halt because standing right before them was a horde of goblins brandishing raised weapons. Irene spoke up, "I thought you'd be a bit slower on your feet." Dalian Malkin was being carried through the air by magic. "Malkin suggests the 3 of us form a temporary alliance. What do you think?" Irene politely refused. "Lord Malkin, I'm not really fond of group projects." Close by, the steady, rhythmic clatter of horse hooves rang out urgently. Doom Prime rode atop a horse, his expression dead serious, as a beam of yellow light shot straight from his sword toward the goblin horde. Irene spoke up, "They seem more inclined toward individual combat," while Dalian Malkin nodded along. "Even though I've watched Doom Prime for 6 years, I still find it tough to get close to him." "Oh well, let's part ways here. No one gets in anyone's way." The image of Doom Prime was reflected in a goblin's blue eyes. Before it even had a chance to counterattack, it took a direct, overhead sword slash from him. Doom Prime glanced backward, wondering to himself, why hasn't he shown up yet? Then he sliced another goblin clean in 2. Could he have left us that far behind? No, impossible. Doom Prime looked back again. If so, he definitely has to still be behind us. Frowning, he asked Irene, "Why hasn't he shown up yet?" She hesitated and replied, "Yeah, I don't know either." Thinking back now, it really felt strange. Irene remembered the goblins they had just wiped out. "We've been leading this whole time, but why haven't Lewin and the others shown up yet?" Dalian Malkin's voice grew anxious. "That's right, they still had time to catch up to us and everyone else, but not a single one of them." Before he could even finish his sentence, a gust of wind darted right past them. Lewin stood right there and called out in greeting. "Caught up." Both of Doom Prime's eyebrows knitted together tightly, his gaze turning sullen. Earlier up in the stands, the crowd had been buzzing with chatter. "What's wrong? Why hasn't Lewin Ardle made a move yet? Did he give up? What's going on? Just stay quiet and watch. He's the guy who beat Doom Prime after all." Lewin rubbed his hair. "I've been waiting for this day ever since the moment I decided to enter the grand festival. Having gone through 6 months of physical conditioning, I'm confident in this event." He had his own worries too, but being a close-quarters mage, turning his back on a pursuing opponent would put him at a massive disadvantage. After a moment of thought, Lin's gaze hardened with resolve, and he sprinted forward. "I'll take down everyone from behind and then push straight to the front." At that moment, the people moving ahead heard rustling noises coming from behind, and turned their heads to look back, only to see Lewin dash up and send 3 people flying away. He muttered under his breath, 29, 28, 27, 25, 24. After that, he completely lost track of what number he was counting to. Right then, a voice piped up, "Oh, what's that?" Theta glanced back suspiciously. Seeing Lewin, he asked in surprise, "Lewin, since when did you?" Before Theta's call was abruptly cut off. Lewin wore an utterly harmless smile. "You understand me, right?" Then the moment he blinked open his eyes, his voice turned ice cold. "Sorry about that." Lewin unleashed a kick that sent Theta flying high into the air, his figure gradually fading away. Theta screamed Lewin's name, furious enough to cry. After hearing the whole story recounted, Irene asked timidly, "So you took out all of them?" Lewin replied nonchalantly, "Just a few, the rest surrendered on their own." A sharp glint flashed in his eyes. "Now no one can stop us anymore. Doom Prime gritted his teeth and called out Lewin Ardle's name. He glared straight at Lewin. This time, things are going to be different. Gusts of fierce wind blew toward the group, suffocating the atmosphere. Doom Prime's voice was dead serious. I'm ready to face you right here and now, but sure enough, there are still a few people trailing behind us. He clenched his fist tightly as a blue glow flared up around Doom Prime. He leaped forward in a single bound, hoisting himself onto his mount. Doom Prime growled, "See you at the finish line." With that, he spurred his horse into a gallop and bolted away. Dalian Malkin called out after him, "Doom, do you really have to go through there?" The group watched Doom Prime charge toward the castle, knowing full well that it was a trap zone. Lewin silently stared off into the distance, his expression deeply pensive. A trap zone? This castle had been rigged with countless traps to protect the treasure within. Since the treasure had already been excavated, the interior traps now served as the tournament's obstacles, a perilously deadly hazard for anyone foolish enough to brazenly charge in. So the safe, standard method everyone usually relied on was to disarm the traps. It was also the flawless method for evaluating a mage's comprehension and risk management skills. Irene and Dalian Malkin quickly focused on erecting protective barriers. Lewin tapped his fingers against the castle wall, but disarming traps takes way too long. Chang raised its head to look up at the high wall alongside Lewin and asked, "So, you want to smash this wall down? If it were Draka, he'd probably do the exact same thing." It hesitated slightly, right, but smashing through a thick wall like this is still impossible. Lewin spoke up. "I know." Chang grew even more puzzled and asked, "Then what are you gonna do?" He turned back to reply, "This place is the ruin of an abandoned castle." Chang started catching on. "Oh, you mean targeting the spots that aren't tough anymore, right?" Lewin nodded gently, "Right." The entire massive wall, complete with detailed data on its hardness, appeared right before his eyes. Lewin continued, "That's why I'm using player's eye to scan the wall right now." His gaze dropped downward and suddenly came to a halt. Upon spotting a red grid square accompanied by old, eroded data, Lewin let out a soft exclamation, "Found it." His entire body lunged violently forward, with Chang clinging tightly to Lewin's shoulder. Blow after blow was slammed continuously by him into that exact spot on the wall. Dalian Malkin watched Lewin's bizarre actions with suspicion, wondering aloud, "What on earth is that guy doing? Trying to smash the wall? Are you kidding me?" Irene sighed inwardly, true to form, typical Lewin. He shot her an annoyed look and asked, "Irene, I know you're close with Lin, but don't you think this is a bit ridiculous? Who punches a wall with their bare hands?" Suddenly, Irene pointed ahead and cried out, "Look at that." Cracks were gradually spreading across the surface of the wall. Both of them stared as Lewin stood before a massive gaping hole at the base of the castle. Dalian Malkin scratched his head and offered an awkward smile. "Hey buddy, mind if I use this shortcut?" Lewin turned his head back and delivered a deadpan response, "No." Seeing him about to make a move, Dalian Malkin yelled out in a panic, "Wait, Lewin." A massive boulder dropped from above, plugging the hole shut. He screamed in furious frustration, "What a petty bastard." Lewin hurried along at a run. Chang couldn't help praising him, "Not bad, smashing through a whole wall like that only cost 2,400 stamina points. At least you actually use your brain," he panted as he ran. "So now it's just me and Doom Prime in the lead." Just as Lewin rounded a corner, he spotted Doom Prime. Chang sounded somewhat irritated. "That guy's already out there too." Seeing an arrow pierce straight through his shoulder, it spoke up, "He must be in a huge rush though, he's got a shoulder wound." Lewin chased right behind his back, thinking to himself, "You want to beat me that badly, Doom Prime." Doom Prime drew the sword from his hand and let out a snarl. The moment a sword stroke came down, Lin swiftly tilted his body to dodge it. Suddenly, a hand grabbed hold of Doom Prime's collar. He grabbed tight onto the falling figure from above and told Doom Prime, "Let's clear this final lap together." After that, the two of them went into freefall through midair. Boom, they both plunged straight into the water, sending white splashes flying everywhere. Lewin popped his head up from beneath the water, gasping wide-mouthed for air. Swimming while deep in thought, "Awesome, if I let that guy use magic to cross the cliff, I'll be at a huge disadvantage. I've got to swim out of here fast." Suddenly, the water temperature dropped drastically. Lewin turned his head back to look, only to see the patch of water behind him freezing over and rapidly spreading closer. Realizing his opponent was focusing on casting magic, he bellowed, "Doom Prime." The more Lewin thought about it, the angrier he got, shouting loudly, "Hey, you bastard, don't you see someone swimming here before you go freezing the water?" By then, the surrounding water had iced over, locking Lewin tightly in place. Doom Prime sat atop his horse, standing on the sheet of ice as he looked down at Lewin and replied, Is that really something worth worrying about right now? With that, he curled his lips into a smirk. I'll be heading out first, Lewin Ardle. Watching Doom Prime's figure recede into the distance, Lewin couldn't help cursing, damn it. He thrashed his body as a yellow heat wave flared and spread outward beneath him. He needed to break out fast. The ice sheet melted under the heat, cracks slowly spiderwebbing outward in every direction. With a series of cracking noises, the sheet of ice finally shattered completely. While riding his horse, Doom Prime heard a familiar sound ring out behind his back. Seeing Lewin hot on his heels, he gasped in shock. How is that possible? How did he catch up so fast? Running while stealing his resolve, there are no more obstacles in the way from here on out, so the only thing left to do is run. Lewin pushed off the ground for momentum and leaped high into the air. He dove down from above and yelled, Doom Prime want a rematch. Doom Prime broke out in a frantic sweat. No, in my current condition. Before he could even finish his thought, a massive explosion thundered out, followed by billows of thick dust. The people watching the screen intently broke into loud discussions. Who won? I have no idea either. Suddenly, a man pointed ahead and screamed, Look, someone's coming. As the door swung open, a horse slowly stepped out from amidst the swirling dust. The horse raised its head and let out a long, echoing neigh. Everyone's expressions turned doubtful. A horse? What's going on? Where are the other mages? A man pointed toward another section and shouted, Look, someone just appeared on the projection screen. On the screen, Lewin stood watching Doom Prime sprawled flat out on the ground. Someone gasped in astonishment. Lewin Ardle is standing right there. Lewin looked down at him and assessed. Looks like you pushed yourself too hard getting through the trap zone. Your movements were a bit too sluggish. Doom Prime's eyes were squeezed shut, his mouth letting out low groans. He turned around and walked away. I'll be heading out first, Doom Prime. Down on the field, 3 flags corresponding to the top 3 ranks were hoisted up. Lewin stood atop the first-place podium, having secured victories in both the survival battle and the triathlon, while also capturing first place in the individual event, giving him the highest overall score. The grand festival had finally come to an end. He recalled the past. Those voices felt as though they were speaking to someone who had endured everything in silence for the past 6 years, someone locked away in the dungeon of solitude. Lewin's silhouette gave off an air of profound loneliness. He clenched his fist tightly against his chest as the joyous cheers of the crowd echoed in his ears, saying, You've worked hard all this time. Joy beamed across Lewin's face. Those cheers feel like a reward for all my efforts over this past period. He raised both arms high to respond to them. Thank you, everyone. I don't want to lose these words of praise. Outside the doors, carriages lined up in a row as a voice rang out. Man, look at all those carriages. Jason rested his cheek on his hand, looking out the window. Aren't they all hand-picked nobles, though? Lewin nodded in reply. That's right, I hear not just any noble family gets an invitation. He hesitated and asked, Then those people? Prompting a single word back from Lewin, yes. Lewin sat alone at the banquet table. Everyone had come specifically to see Lewin. He let out a heavy sigh. So boring, I want to go back to the academy so bad. Suddenly, a sound rang out, startling Lewin. Feeling a bit out of place, aren't we? Seeing the newcomer beaming with a wide smile, he called out her name in bewilderment, Irene. Irene pulled up a chair and sat down, asking, What do you mean by out of place? How come nobody here is coming over to chat with you? Lewin replied calmly, Probably because I look too arrogant. I even managed to show up to a banquet dressed in this half-baked outfit. Irene looked him up and down and nodded in agreement. Yeah, that's possible. Then she continued, but from what I know, there's another reason as well. Irene glanced at the subtle, lingering gazes directed their way. Obviously, most of the nobles are here because they want to cozy up to you. No matter how arrogant you might seem, it shouldn't be to the point where not a single person dares to come over and strike up a conversation. Her eyes lit up as if she had just figured something out. It seemed someone had been spreading rumors about him. What Irene said took Lewin somewhat by surprise. Whoever it was had to be powerful enough to make every single noble think twice before daring to talk to him. Puzzled, he asked her who it could be. While the two of them were talking, someone stepped up to the podium. The man cleared his throat and announced to everyone, Tonight's grand banquet is officially underway. Will the 32 Academy representatives please follow me? On the banquet tables, luxurious delicacies were beautifully displayed alongside fine, aromatic drinks. Looking at such a spread, one couldn't help but marvel. Compared to dining with the underworld king, the dishes laid out looked no different than a king's feast. Yet the atmosphere here was utterly bizarre. Someone clicked their tongue and muttered, if I'd known, I would have faked an illness to skip this. Hey, I'm the one who's supposed to say that. Outwardly a dinner party, tonight's event was actually a comprehensive review of the competition. As for the students who performed poorly, it was practically treated like a condemned prisoner's last meal. Lewin slipped away toward 2 empty seats nearby. Feeling utterly confused, he thought, I thought only the underworld king was attending. Why are there 2 main seats? The man gestured toward a nearby spot, signaling, they have arrived. Everyone stood up in unison and looked in that direction. Taeron slowly walked in, everyone bowing respectfully as he passed by. A synchronized chorus rang out, Greetings, Your Excellency, the Underworld King. Even while bowing, Lewin cursed inwardly, Greetings, Your Excellency, the Underworld King. What absolute nonsense, it gives me the creeps. Hearing Taeron say, Please come in, left him somewhat startled. What? The Underworld King actually invites people. An unfamiliar voice suddenly rang out. I hope I'm not interrupting your dinner, Godfather. The newcomer had sword-thin eyebrows and brown pupils. The person radiating an aura of absolute nobility walked in. Lewin looked on in utter bewilderment and wondered, who on earth is this guy? He recalled the past when everyone cheered excitedly. Awesome, new Mage Lin. People called his name, hailing him as the new mage instead of a failure. Right now, everyone in the room dropped to their knees in reverence, shouting, Long live the Crown Prince. Hearing that title left Lewin shocked and startled. The Crown Prince. Following the greetings, everyone quickly took their seats. Expressions of sheer terror flickered across every face. Each person sat hunched over with bowed heads, wishing nothing more than a hole to crawl into. A single careless slip of the hand was enough to send them into a panic. The atmosphere plunged into a silence so profound you could practically hear a pin drop. Taeron spoke first. Well, not a single one of the 11 sevens managed to beat Lewin Ardle even once. Is the skill gap really that wide? Doom Prime lowered his head, his whole body trembling as he listened to the critique. Utterly disappointing. I am ashamed to even call you my disciples. Not daring to lift his head, he could only pledge, I swear I will never perform so poorly again. Taeron's tone grew ice cold. Second place is a rank meant for the incompetent. This grand festival has proven the ancients right, even a tiny stream can breed a dragon. Lin's mood wasn't any better, feeling thoroughly uncomfortable. It felt as though this banquet was set up purely to mock the 11 sevens, while he was just being used as a tool for the Underworld King to deliver a message. He shifted his gaze toward the person sitting beside Taeron. After all, that man wasn't the only one making him uneasy. That guy had been glaring daggers at him from the start of the banquet until now. The person's name was Shomerton Raynak. He was staring right back at Lewin without the slightest bit of concealment, prompting Lewin to recall what he knew. Despite starting from the disadvantaged position of the third prince, armed with a brilliant strategic mind, he had successfully ousted his brothers from the succession and become the sole crown prince. Cold sweat broke out all over Lewin's body. A man accomplished in both literature and martial arts like him was practically flawless in every aspect. He suddenly remembered Irene's words. It seemed someone had indeed spread rumors about him, and that person had to be influential enough to make any noble too terrified to even think about approaching him. Taeron suddenly spoke up, Lewin Ardle, how do you feel after winning the grand festival? This question plunged him into silence. Then Lewin gave his answer, I feel uncomfortable. Taeron looked confused and asked back, uncomfortable. His voice grew stern. Yes, I'm satisfied with the competition's results, but I'm not comfortable at all with my achievements being used to mock and diminish the honor and efforts put in by the students here. Sitting beside him, Irene hurriedly grabbed his arm and whispered, Lewin. Everyone present looked utterly terrified upon hearing such an answer. Lewin remained silent. Despite the situation, his gaze held not a shred of fear. Taeron's tone was flat. You mean you don't want your results used to belittle others? But isn't inferiority one of the key factors that helps people grow? You understand that, don't you? Lewin bluntly expressed his viewpoint. To me, it sounds more like you're trying to incite hostility against me. There's a complete difference between pointing out weaknesses to encourage them to try harder and inciting hostility by rubbing their failures in their faces. Meeting Taeron's eyes, he added, aren't those two completely different things? Lewin's voice turned ice cold. My IGNIT Academy isn't some tiny stream where others can just look down on us and mock us. The corners of Taeron's mouth curled upward as he let out a loud, echoing "oh." The two of them locked eyes, and the atmosphere once again sank into silence. Suddenly, a soft chuckle escaped from Shomerton's lips. Then he clutched his stomach and burst into loud laughter, causing everyone to turn and look at him in unison. A trace of annoyance flashed across Lewin's face. Shomerton wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes. Oh man, I'm laughing so hard my stomach hurts. Hilarious to the point of tearing up. Where on earth did this guy crawl out from? Irene clutched her chest and let out a sigh of immense relief. thank goodness. She angrily hissed at him, Liuan, you're not planning to pull another stunt, right? Liuan offered a wry smile in response. Ah, of course not. But inwardly he added maybe. Taeron intertwined his fingers and spoke up. Though it'll probably be a bit different, a bit fresher compared to Tyrion's time, I'm looking forward to what's coming. Shomerton suddenly looked over at Liuan and called out sharply, wait. He stood up and made a proposition. Liuan Ardal, would you like to have tea with me? Then Shomerton gave a cold laugh. I don't want to hear a no. Afterward, the two of them relocated elsewhere. At this point, Liuan and Shomerton were sitting face to face. He slowly called out, Ardal Liuan. Shomerton put on his most punchable expression again. Start working for me from now on. Once again, I won't accept a no for an answer. No. He spoke as if it were the most natural thing in the world. You have a victory to arrange. I'll transfer you to the cavalry training division and assign quarters for. Shomerton seemed to remember something and continued, oh, and about your nationality. How can the crown prince's right-hand man be a foreigner, right? Liuan grew increasingly bewildered. What nationality? Puzzled, he asked, but why? The Empire already has countless talented mages, like Doom Prime for instance. Shomerton slowly spoke up. Ah, that guy. He lowered his head and sighed. He still lost to you in the end anyway. Shomerton's tone turned chilling. Are you implying you want me to keep a loser by my side? Liuan remained silent, lowering his head without a word. He continued, one more thing. Whenever you speak to me, remember this rule. A flash of light gleamed in Shomerton's brown eyes as he said in a low voice, I prefer hearing yes over a question. Hearing Shomerton's tone, Liuan looked up, his eyes stained with anger. Shomerton urged him on, well, go on and answer. He stated, first reason is because Godfather recommended you. For years, I've been asking him to consider recommending a talented mage to me, but he never mentioned anyone. Shomerton offered a further explanation. Secondly, it's because I like your nerve. He pointed at Liuan. The kind of nerve where you dare to wear tattered clothes in front of a bunch of power-hungry leaders. There was a hint of praise in Shomerton's voice. And the kind of nerve where you dare to openly express your disagreement with Godfather. Finally, with a smile that wasn't quite a smile, he said, the kind of nerve where you repeatedly question me despite warnings. Shomerton spread his arms with an air of nonchalance. In politics, you occasionally need a guy who knows how to crack a joke. Following Shomerton's long speech, Liuan summarized and asked, so my job is just to give advice? Annoyed, Shomerton shot back another question. I want you to protect me from those damned older brothers of mine who desperately don't want their younger brother to be crown prince. He remained silent with his head bowed, a deeply troubled look on his face. Shomerton asked again, don't like it? Liuan nodded and replied, yes, exactly. He gritted his teeth. I knew you'd say that, which is why I gave you advance notice that I didn't want to hear your answer. No way. He once again fell into deep contemplation. Liuan thought of the Shomerton sitting before him. This might be a once-in-a-lifetime chance, the opportunity to become the right hand of the Empire's most powerful crown prince. His thoughts grew chaotic. After all, most mages chose to ally with power, and even the Magic Tower, which supposedly dedicated itself entirely to magical research, was no different. Missing this chance today meant he might regret it for a long time. But after a brief hesitation, Liuan gave his answer. I still want to do many things. Inwardly, he told himself he had no desire to be anyone's lapdog mage. Shomerton's voice turned cold. I thought I was being rational, but the truth is you're just being overly sentimental. He asked once more, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, won't you regret it? Liuan answered resolutely, I won't. Then he stood up on his own. Shomerton didn't try to stop him, merely chuckling, fine then, let's just pretend this conversation never happened. As Liuan turned to leave, Shomerton suddenly spoke up. Liuan Ardal, they say you're the brightest gem in this year's grand festival. Shomerton made no effort to hide his intentions. My hobby is collecting gems, and so far, there hasn't been a single gem I couldn't get. You know why? He issued a warning, because any gem I can acquire, I destroy completely. Before stepping out of the room, Liuan turned back to look one last time, and then resolutely opened the door and walked out. At that moment, Liuan stood alone in the hallway. Talking to himself, that last part was clearly a threat. My decision was the right one, right? Suddenly a voice called out nearby, oh look, it's Liuan. Jason asked with curiosity, where were you? Were you sneaking off to chat up girls? Liuan immediately retorted, no, of course not, while thinking to himself, in the end, I just want to be a mage with my own unique colors. Inside the room, Shomerton's voice rang out, I'm starting to get curious about the guy Godfather recommended. He certainly seems special. Taeron continued, looks like things aren't going to resolve the easy way. Shomerton nodded and replied, "True, I threatened him a bit, but it didn't seem to faze him at all." Taron asked next, "So, Your Highness, are you going to give up?" Shomerton burst into laughter. "Not a chance." He raised his wine glass, the ring on Shomerton's finger catching the light. "You understand how it is, especially when it comes to collecting hobbies." With a sly smile, he concluded, "In the end, Lewin Ardell will belong to me because I've already decided it." Meanwhile, elsewhere, Lewin was forced to awkwardly fend off the interrogation of the other two. On a beautiful sunset afternoon, Lewin relentlessly punched and kicked to train. Yes, an aura surrounded him, giving off the vibe of a tragic beauty. Ah wait, a white moonlight heroine instead. The system popped up and announced, punches 5,500, kicks 5,500, roundhouse kicks 5,500, sprint 15 km 11 one-on-one combat training completed. Reading the glowing system panel, Lewin panted heavily. "All right, everything's done for today." Lewin flopped flat onto the ground, letting out a sigh. Trang walked over from somewhere beside him. "Ho, I feel like your body is getting into better shape day by day, huh?" Hearing that, he turned to look at the tiny bear, no bigger than a single palm. "I don't want to hear that from a guy." Hearing him say that, it immediately fired back. "What are you talking about? I'm a girl." Lewin bolted upright in disbelief, as if he couldn't trust his ears. "What? How are you a girl?" It replied instantly. "Why? Because I was born this way." Still finding it hard to believe, he asked loudly, "You're a demig and you even have a gender." Trang angrily put her hands on her hips and yelled straight into Lewin's face. "Who says I don't? It's just because you never asked." "But we've bathed together." He recalled the times he and the creature had bathed together. Trang gave a cold huff. There was nothing to see anyway. A sentence that practically admitted everything. Lewin's face darkened as he ground out each word. "So that means you saw everything?" Confronted like that, it shook like a leaf, instantly turning away to hide its embarrassment, knowing full well it couldn't deny it. Yet contrary to Trang's flustered state, he only offered a light smile. Slowly standing up, he stopped teasing it. "Enough, I'm heading out first, all right?" Hearing that, it turned back, staring at him with a blank expression. It chased after him and shouted, "Hey, let's go together." But he had already strode ahead quite a distance, letting it chase after him while still calling out. "Then stop joking around." It stammered, trying to explain that it was telling the truth. "No, I'm really not joking, it's true." But in return, he still didn't believe it and laughed to tease it further. "You think I'm gonna believe that?" Hearing that, could only fall silent, unable to say anything else. Scene changed to a train station where the sky was blue, clouds were white, and the sun shone brightly. The weather was exceptionally wonderful. But a terrifying voice shattered that peaceful atmosphere. Jason hugged Lewin with 2 streams of tears flowing like fairy springs. "I'm heading out first, Lewin. Make sure you stay healthy and strong. Remember, okay?" He lectured him like a mother sending her child off on a long journey. Lewin blushed helplessly and tried to comfort his friend. "I'm not dying." The surrounding friends who witnessed this scene burst into a fit of laughter so hard they couldn't even keep a straight face. The train's whistle blared loudly. Jason and the others boarded the train. Lewin stood watching as the train gradually pulled away. The Wildcat's voice rang out, "All right, then we should get moving too." He turned to look at him. After his friends left first, he headed to Leverdine to fulfill his schedule as the Grand Tournament champion. You and the Wildcat sat next to each other on another train, but both of you remained silent, not exchanging a single word. He recalled his first time meeting him. "Just call me Wildcat. The wizard named Wildcat is the guide sent from the magic tower." The system once again popped up to identify the wizard. "Name, question mark, question mark, question mark. Age, question mark, question mark, question mark. Special notes, question mark, question mark, question mark." Meanwhile, the Wildcat sat deep in thought, reading a paper he held in his hand. The system couldn't pull up a single bit of information, displaying only 3 giant question marks. Lewin was slightly shocked. A player's eyes failing to even identify someone's name meant they possessed exceptionally high skill. Lewin thought to himself that must mean they're equal to, or even surpass, the professors at the magic school. The only thing I can say about them is that they look like they're in their late 20s. He turned to look at the Wildcat with a cautious gaze, his eyebrows practically ready to kiss his hairline. Only then did the Wildcat speak up. "I will now briefly guide you through your schedule. First, you will go to the royal palace to receive congratulations." And then he guided him step by step, while Lewin sat completely frozen, listening with a somewhat anxious expression. He interrupted him, "Excuse me, but can you please talk normally?" His proposal caught the other off guard, surprising him slightly. He continued, "I'm only 16. The Wildcat replied, "This is just more comfortable for me." His face remained completely expressionless, as cold as a sheet of paper. The Wildcat resumed his task of reviewing the schedule once more, while Lewin could only offer a wry smile, thinking to himself, They're so thorough and so commercial. I've learned something new today. The wildcat announced his next schedule item. Afterwards, he had to go to the magic tower to be chosen by an item. Hearing that, Lewin looked as dumbfounded as if he'd lost his hat. Chosen? The wildcat announced his next schedule item. Afterwards, he had to go to the magic tower to be chosen by an item. Hearing that, Lewin looked as dumbfounded as if he'd lost his hat. Chosen? Hearing this, a trace of worry flickered across his face. He secretly understood what the wildcat meant, much like King Grammar objects possessed consciousness too. The wildcat delivered the final schedule update while stashing the paper back into his briefcase. Finally, you will be assigned a mission. He explained, normally, as a student, you wouldn't be given official missions. But the champion of a major tournament is an exception. It's an event meant to announce the emergence of a new generation of mages to the world. Unfolding a list to read, he chimed in, so it's like a starting point. The wildcat replied instantly, exactly. He continued, then choose a mission from the provided list. Lewin gazed thoughtfully at the list before him. The missions ranged from search and destroy, subjugation, assassination, to unearthing lost knowledge. Just as he read that part, Trang popped out from somewhere and whispered into his ear, startling him slightly. He and Trang stared intently at the list in his hand, their expressions completely identical, looking like father and child. Then he made his final decision. I choose this one. His voice rang out resolutely amidst the roaring sounds of trains running outside. Scene changed to Morin Palace. The two of them stood in the hall. This is Morin Palace, the Crown Prince's secondary palace. Go on in, everyone is waiting for you, the wildcat urged him. Then he bowed respectfully and said, I will take my leave now. Startled, Lewin spun around and shouted at the top of his lungs, wait, hold on, you're not coming in with me. While he was still flustered and wondering why the wildcat wasn't coming in with him, the door before him swung open. Shomerton stood tall right behind the wide-open doors, while he was still searching for the wildcat's silhouette. He put his hands on his hips, his tone carrying a hint of a smile. Welcome to my empire, Lewin Ardle. Lewin looked up at him, remaining silent without a word. Stepping inside, he dropped to one knee before him. First, I received 10,000 gold coins from the Crown Prince. This sum far exceeded the entire annual budget of the Ardle territory. Sitting on his throne, Shomerton smiled and told Lewin, if you ever feel short on cash, just come here anytime. If you change your mind, Morin Palace's doors are always open for you. Hearing that, Lewin could only offer a wry smile. It looks like I'll never be able to earn this much money in my entire life. He hugged the gold and walked away, thinking to himself, it seems the prince still hasn't given up on me, but I have to hurry to my next schedule. At this moment, the wildcat and he walked side by side through the vast palace. Everyone here must have great stamina. Walking around this massive place all day long is a miracle, he joked to break the quiet atmosphere. But the wildcat didn't seem to appreciate jokes. With a cold face, he turned back. Stop chatting idly. Lord Terran is waiting for you. Hearing that, Lewin cringed. Ah, right. He offered an awkward smile. Seriously, is there no one here who knows how to joke? I'm thinking of sending these people to live by the sea so they can pick up some of the ocean's saltiness. The wildcat asked again, so, are you certain about that mission? Surprised for a moment, he answered steadfastly, yes. Seeing his firm response, the wildcat didn't ask any further. I understand, you chose the hardest one, he replied cheerfully. Haha, sounds like it's going to be fun. Hearing that, the wildcat replied, I wonder what Lord Terran is going to say. The conversation between the two of them came to an end. The room's door swung open, revealing a gloom so bone-chillingly cold it gave you goosebumps. Lewin stepped inside to find Terran already waiting for him in the room. He called out to him, get in here quickly. A conversation unfolded over cups of steaming hot tea, with Terran kicking things off by asking him, do you really want to choose that extraordinary quest? He answered immediately, yes. Hearing that, the old man picked up his teacup and slowly stated, the safest quest is submission. You could be escorted by the royalty, eliminate a few bandits near Siciliano, and even be welcomed like a hero, he explained while Lewin sat quietly and listened. Then he wondered aloud, but why on earth are you heading to that place? It's just a barren, desolate wasteland. Lewin remained silent, but his gaze shifted slightly, the answer already forming in his head. No, it's pretty much like the Heavenly Mountains. Flashing back in time to when he was choosing his quests, Chang appeared and pointed at one of them on the list. What's that? He asked. Your very first quest, choose that one, but he still didn't quite understand what it was. It explained, that's Kingram's hometown. Hearing that, he was startled. It continued. And that's where Draka stayed for about 100 years. The image of a massive dragon emerged, breathing in the fresh air across a vast green meadow. The heavenly mountains lay at the southern tip of the Ridden Kingdom, with a skyscraping peak rising up from thick blankets of fog. It was said to be the dwelling place of ancient goblins, but no goblins lived there anymore. Those powerfully built beings were now just a thing of the past. Aside from the Kingram artifact at the Academy, all of them had perished in the Great War, leaving every single goblin bowing down at the feet of the enemy leader. The place where the goblins vanished had now been reduced to a wasteland, with a goblin skull drifting away in a bone-chilling wind. There was a reason why a searching quest in this place was deemed extremely difficult. Because of the barrier there, an invisible barrier surrounding the mountain. A barrier that couldn't be shattered by any magic. To this day, countless scholars and wizards had failed to find a way to break it, leaving everyone scratching their heads in defeat. The search quest was meant to uncover the identity of that barrier. Determination shone brightly in his eyes as he recalled what Chang had told him. Taron remained quite curious. I'm just wondering why you'd want to do a search quest in such a desolate place. He continued, don't you find the theory of gravity sounding like some childish fairy tale suggesting the goblin gods got furious and turned that place into a sacred sanctuary? He just turned to look at the old man, remaining completely silent. He thought to himself, nobody else has any reason to care about that place. However, that place destroyed by the world was where Dracagania had dwelled for 100 years, and that single reason alone was more than enough for him. Without bothering to offer further explanation, he simply stated briefly, it's the toughest quest. Hearing his explanation, the old man tilted his head and looked at him. Just for that reason? Well, if you're just trying to look cool, you'd better pick something else. Taron advised him because he simply couldn't believe a 16-year-old kid would choose such a mission. He continued trying to dissuade him. There's no need to put yourself through such hardship just to earn achievements. It's only difficult because it's a mystery no one has ever solved. Lewin broke into a rebellious smile. If a 16-year-old wizard manages to find the answer to such a mystery, wouldn't that be a remarkable achievement? The old man kept poking fun at him. You'll probably just end up as the biggest failed quest in the history of the Grand Tournament. He snapped back instantly with a sharp jab of his own. Well, that's one way to make a notable achievement, too. His words annoyed the old man a little, causing his brows to knit together and his smile to turn rather unnatural. Taron changed the subject. Do you know why I introduced you to the prince? The question left him slightly dazed. Seeing his reaction, he explained, to keep you here in Raverdine, I wanted to keep an eye on you a bit longer. Everything was planned from the start. He stayed silent, tension clearly written across his youthful face. Taron elaborated further, because of your unique abilities, I wondered if it had anything to do with why you chose this quest. The atmosphere grew a bit tense. Regardless, I've always been keeping tabs on you, a remark that made him feel somewhat uneasy. Returning to his room to rest, he flopped flat onto the bed, still endlessly dwelling on the commitment he had just made. Can I actually pull this off? He wondered, his tone still tinged with anxiety. Standing nearby, Chang listened and asked, why are you stressing out, scared you won't find anything? He replied to it, just how many centuries has that world been disconnected? I'm wondering if I can even discover anything at all. It immediately retorted, humans haven't found anything up to now, but you can do it. Hearing that, he reacted right away, I'm a human too, you know. It replied, you've transcended human limits. Hearing that, he was puzzled. Pulling off something that surpasses human limits like Lewin is quite a process, you know. What kind of limits and who's even granting this? Right as they were talking, a knock on the door came along with a polite request. Lord Lewin, may we come in? He bolted upright and called out, ah, sure, come on in. The two people from outside stepped inside and he greeted them. Hello, Wild Boar, Wild Cat. Sitting on his shoulder, Chang watched him address the two men that way and wondered, Wild Boar, Wild Cat, what kind of nicknames are you using? He sighed and explained to it. That's His Highness's favorite hobby. All the mages in Maup love using names like that. Listening to him, it remained utterly bewildered, completely unable to fathom what kind of farm this was supposed to be. Wild Boar walked toward him cheerfully. Well, Lewin, let's go. Heading down to the artifact room to claim their rewards. The three of them walked along the corridor, chatting as they explained the artifact room to Lewin. The Tower of Magic's artifact vault was divided into 4 tiers, Zone C, Zone B, Zone A, and Zone X. Items in Zone C were the most common, while those in Zone X were the rarest. Wild Boar walked ahead while Lewin and Wild Cat followed behind, with Wild Cat explaining and listing out the zones for him along the way. Wild Cat added, Lewin, you'll get to explore Zone A, he asked curiously. Aren't you going to mention Zone X? Hearing his question, the man turned away with a deadpan expression. That area isn't open to anyone unless something extraordinary happens. Even for His Highness, it's a major issue. His gaze turned probing as he wondered inwardly, something extraordinary. Following his guide, he began his exploration starting from Zone C, and the three of them stepped into the Zone C chamber, where he picked up a sword bigger than a javelin and asked the two men, "Is this a dark sword?" Wild Boar answered, "Yes, that's right. We only collect items that were well protected after battles with monsters and demons." He looked at the sword in deep thought. Pretty impressive. This looks kind of like the glowing sword Doom Prime uses, doesn't it? The shiny blade reflected his deadpan face. Typical of Maup's artifact treasury, even Zone C is loaded with stuff wealthy nobles would pay a fortune for, he mused. Suddenly, a book on the floor caught his attention. The Peculiar Transformation of Tin Brown. "I heard they stopped publishing this, so why is this book still here?" Seeing him puzzled, Wild Boar happily replied, "Oh, you recognize it. That book is over 100 years old." He chuckled and answered, "Ha ha, there was a time when all I could do was read books." 7 Voyages of Maup's Navigators, exploring unknown lands and ancient creatures. He read out the titles of the books neatly arranged on the shelves. "Can people freely read these books when they're at the Tower of Magic?" He picked up a book, opened it, and turned to ask. Wildcat explained, "The Tower's master occasionally grants members the chance to read them, but ownership is out of the question." Zone B is a treasure trove of knowledge, ranging from forgotten spellbooks to rare ancient texts and legendary manuscripts. Setting aside the appeal of Zone B, he moved on to Zone A, but not a single artifact in Zone A responded to him, leaving him feeling somewhat anxious. He turned back to ask the two men, "Has anyone ever been completely ignored by the artifacts before?" Wild Boar scratched his head and gave an awkward smile. "Well, it happens, but very rarely. For a wizard capable of reaching Zone A, getting a response from even 1 or 2 artifacts already proves considerable skill," he explained. His mood instantly plummeted. Being passed over by every single zone was seriously disappointing. Feeling down, he could only offer a wry smile. Seeing that, Chang crossed its arms and chuckled like a protagonist, trying to boost his morale. "Nothing to be disappointed about, all of those are just trash." Hearing that, he was completely flabbergasted. "What did you just say?" It explained to him, "Naturally, to humans those seem like rare treasures, but true rarities are right over there." It pointed toward a doorway radiating an aura as terrifying as the netherworld. He asked it, "Inside Zone X?" The door to Zone X looked intimidating enough on its own, featuring a dragon's head carved right in the center with its jaws agape as if eager to swallow anyone who came close. Chang stared intently at the chamber. "I bet there's something in there crafted by a dragon. It even smells like unclean dragon scales." Hearing it say that, Lewin could only let out a sigh. He didn't care much for it. No matter how valuable the items inside might be, he wouldn't be able to get his hands on them anyway. Lacking confidence in his own abilities, he lowered his head and got back to searching. "Let's just focus on finding an ordinary artifact." Before he could find anything, a blue light flashed, drawing his attention. Chang smirked, knowing full well what was about to happen. That blue light startled the other two men as well, with Wild Boar even stammering, that is." That beam of light was coming straight from the Zone X door. If they didn't hold their ground, the three of them might just get blown away and plastered against the wall like a painting. Wild Boar shouted in panic, It's happening. Something extraordinary is happening. It's been 56 years. The door is slowly opening." Shifting over to Terron's chamber, the old man furrowed his brow. "It's almost like they're filing for marriage papers." He asked, "Is Kun Khan's Fang reacting?" Wildcat bowed respectfully and answered, "Yes." Terron fell into deep thought. Could this be a sign of him stepping up as the next successor? The 3 exceptional artifacts kept in Zone X were Algol's Scepter, Morshi's Scale, and Kun Khan's Fang. These artifacts all shared one common trait. They allowed their wielders to stand at the very pinnacle. Algol's Scepter had been wielded by the very first human wizard. It was an infinite artifact that amplified the power of destruction and symbolized the Wizard King. 56 years ago, Terron had been chosen by Algol's Scepter. Anyone chosen by it was thrust straight to the summit of the Tower of Magic. Morshi's Scale was an indestructible armor capable of repelling all magical attacks, choosing its master only once a century. Whoever it chose invariably became a legendary knight. However, Kun Khan's Fang, the artifact of Molar's first chieftain, was shrouded in mystery. For a whole 100 years, it had never once chosen a master. Terron muttered to himself, Kun Khan's Fang has chosen Ardal. Does that mean he's truly destined for the throne? He turned back to question Wildcat to make sure his report was accurate. Lewin Ardal actually managed to lift Kun Khan's fang. The man confirmed it to Tehran. Yes, he picked it up effortlessly. Tehran plunged into thought once again. Kun Khan's fang was an artifact that virtually no band of generals could ever lug into the tower. He recalled the sight of 6 grown men struggling to carry just a single fang, every single one of them wearing heavy, exhausted expressions. It wasn't something just anyone could pick up like that. It possessed a raw strength reminiscent of an ogre. Thinking along those lines, he seemed to piece something together. A strength reminiscent of an ogre, paired with a specially chosen quest to search the heavenly mountains, and Kun Khan's fang belonging to the first ogre chieftain. Piecing all the information together, he immediately issued an order to Wildcat: summon the Scream's wizards. I've decided to head west to the Heavenly Mountains. Wildcat reminded Lewin, the time limit for the quest is 1 month, so make sure you're back on schedule. After giving his instructions, he handed over his travel expenses, an ID card and a train ticket. Lewin took the items and gave a brief nod, thanks. Wildcat stood in silence, watching him pack his things into his bag as if wanting to say something more. Packing up, Lewin looked up and noticed the man staring at him, so he asked, "Is there anything else you want to say?" Hearing his question, the man replied yes and no. Now that's the kind of annoying answer that really grinds your gears. Puzzled by his reply, Lewin asked, "What do you mean?" He answered, "As a wizard of the Tower of Magic, I'm not allowed to express personal opinions. But as a senior, there's something I want to tell you." Lewin's expression flashed with surprise, failing to understand why the man would say such a thing. The Tower of Magic is fiercely protective of its own wizards, but toward outsiders, it's completely cold. You know where you truly belong, right? Lewin, the man, was hinting at something he was meant to figure out. Be careful and trust no one. With that, the man hardened his expression, making the atmosphere grow even heavier. Seeing that, Lewin's face naturally turned more serious as well. The ancient city of Tesseran, located near the Heavenly Mountains, was built to protect the continent from monster attacks, often referred to as the continent's shield. Because of this, Tesseran was always fortified with towering walls, formidable military strength, and soldiers as fiercely spirited as those in the capital. At least that was what he had read in books. Standing in an area devoid of people, he spoke with Chang. His face carrying a hint of worry. "It's surprisingly deserted." Chang replied that since it was a border city whose original purpose had vanished. "Now that the ogre threat is gone, it's ended up like this," it explained. It pointed toward a pub nearby. "Look, guards getting drunk in broad daylight. Each soldier held a massive mug of beer, big enough to fill you up completely without needing any food. They were shouting back and forth all day long, making Lewin feel a little annoyed. They call this a city where people proudly fought back in the old days." Suddenly, a bulky guy with a sword-shaped scar across his face appeared out of nowhere. "Hey, fancy boy in the nice clothes, hand over everything you've got." Is he seriously trying to scare me with that oversized body of his? Does my face look even remotely scared to you, man? He gently placed a hand on the giant's shoulder. A moment later, he walked away, realizing the real world was nothing like what the books portrayed, while the guy was left sprawled out on his back, staring up at the sky. A thunderous snore echoed through the quiet space as someone slept so deeply they were drooling and blowing spit bubbles. Lewin and Chang stood there utterly helpless, watching the guy sleep away without a single clue about the world, completely unsure what to say. He decided to shatter the guy's deep sleep. "Pardon me." Hearing his voice, the man blinked awake in a daze. He bolted upright the moment he saw him standing there. "I'm so sorry, I was sleeping so soundly I didn't realize a wizard was here." He didn't dwell on it too much. "It's fine. Could I borrow a horse?" he asked. The stable owner looked rather flustered. "Well, actually, we don't have any horses right now." The stable was completely empty, devoid of a single horse, with only piles of dry straw scattered around. He asked again, "No horses?" The owner replied, "Yes." He pressed further, "Aren't there any other stables nearby?" The owner scratched his head with a guilty look. "This is the only one in Tesseran." Chang watched and burst into laughter until tears came to its eyes. "What kind of stable doesn't have any horses? Ha ha, this place is really something else." Before it could finish, Lewin cut it off. Things hadn't gone according to plan, and his face showed a hint of disappointment at not being able to borrow a horse. The owner explained there were 3 horses in the stable initially, but they were all rented out this morning. "We haven't had customers in ages, but today someone suddenly rented out every single one of them." Hearing his explanation, Lewin grew somewhat surprised. The man looked even more flustered as he offered, "If you can wait a day, I somehow might be able to." He cut him off. "Hold on a second," making the man jump slightly. Yes. He questioned the owner. Nobody needed horses for a long time, but today someone rented them all out. The man was puzzled too. That's true, but why? He started getting suspicious. People rarely visit Tesseran, so could it really just be a coincidence that someone other than me rented out all the horses here? He wondered. But then he remembered Wildcat's warning before he left, doubt everything. He turned to ask his companion perched on his shoulder, Chang, you figured it out, right? Hearing him ask, it sighed and crossed its arms. Oh human, you're only realizing this now? I've been saying it since we were on the train. It answered his question, that's right. Both of them turned their heads in the exact same direction simultaneously. Were being followed. Behind the building opposite where he and Chang were standing, a cloaked figure was tailing the two of them. Once they realized they were being tailed, they immediately sprung into action. He had instructed the innkeeper to let him know if anyone asked about him. Slipping a gold coin to the innkeeper, the man's eyes lit up instantly as he agreed, you can count on me, sir. Money really can make the world go round, huh? He decided to act as bait and stroll around Tesseran. Strutting down the street, he thought, they definitely saw me leave the inn, so they're bound to come asking about us, right? They're clearly people from the Reinich Empire. He smiled, having apparently figured everything out. Whether it's the prince getting pissed off because I turned down his citizenship invitation or the Tower of Magic's ruler sniffing around after me, I have no idea. Either way, none of them are getting a warm welcome. I have to sort this problem out by hook or by crook before heading up the mountain. Determination flashed in his eyes. He couldn't just let them keep tailing him now that he knew they were there. Nobody came, the innkeeper answered, Lewin looking rather flustered. Unbelieving, he asked back, what? The innkeeper replied honestly, seriously, I was super nervous waiting for someone to show up after you left, but nobody came at all. Chang chimed in, nodding that the innkeeper didn't look like he was lying. Suddenly, the innkeeper remembered something, though there is one really weird thing. He asked hastily, what is it? The man dropped a bombshell. For about 3 minutes, my memory went completely blank. Hearing that, he was struck with extreme shock. The innkeeper added, no matter how hard I tried to remember. His face grew even tenser as the man recounted what little he could recall. Mind control. A high-tier 6th grade magic spell that allowed the caster to control and dominate a target's mind. The victim would lose all memories of that time frame, allowing the perpetrator to steal those memories away. He quickly headed upstairs. They're way more patient and powerful than I thought. Plus, if my memories got stolen, they'd realize I caught on to them being tailed, he reasoned out step by step. Lewin pushed open the door to his guest room. The room was completely empty, except for a note pinned right above the headboard. Written on the note was, I have no intention of harming you, so don't waste your time looking for me, just focus on your quest. Lewin angrily ripped the note down, so you sneak into my room, leave a note telling me not to worry, that's a straight-up threat. Then he hardened his expression, fine, let's play. Lewin leaped straight out of the room. He bounced off nearby rooftops and landed safely on his feet. Lewin's parkour moves looked downright dangerous. Lewin dashed forward at lightning speed, doing a speedrun like that would probably get him arrested in real life. Then Chang asked him, what's your plan? He replied with a smug grin, we need to find them. Lewin ordered, open the map for me. The map materialized 4 red dots, one for him and Chang, and the other 3 belonging to the guys tailing him. He bolted forward while glancing back with a provocative look. All right, keep following. Red rings flared up as Lewin accelerated, shouting loudly enough for the 3 guys to hear. Feels just like running for first place in the triathlon. Should we chase after them? One of the 3 asked. Ha ha, our grand tournament champion buddy is asking us to play a game with him. It wouldn't be fun to turn him down. The one wearing a skull necklace, presumably the leader, said. He ordered the other 2 to give chase, just don't kill them. Hearing the command, the 2 cronies vanished in a flash, understood. The sky turned crimson as the 2 pursuers flew like birds, catching up right behind Lewin and Chang in no time at all. Meanwhile, he kept running while grinning without a shred of fear. Since he was the one who invited them to play, what was there to be scared of? In a place as desolate as a ghost town, a burst of purple light appeared, bringing down 3 highly suspicious figures draped in black cloaks. The 3 of them began walking straight ahead, scanning their surroundings as they moved. The one in the middle said, the traces of the mage from Scream's Lynn Ardle have vanished. The leader turned his head and retorted, he hasn't vanished, he's waiting for us. What? Chatting away without a care in the world, they paid no attention to their surroundings among the pile of wooden crates. Lewin suddenly burst straight out from the hidden spot, catching the 3 black-cloaked figures completely off guard. They panicked and shouted, Lewin Ardle. Before the second one could even finish his sentence, Liuan landed a devastating punch that twisted his face out of shape. Swiftly turning around to face the second guy, Liuan left him completely flabbergasted with his jaw hanging wide open in terror. Liuan lunged forward with his fist, but the guy hurriedly cast a spell to conjure a protective barrier right in front of him. Oh please, as if a trick like that could stop our main character. That magical wall was shattered by Liuan in a split second, and the guy took a direct punch straight to the throat that made him cough up blood. Before you knew it, 2 out of the 3 had already been taken down and were sprawled flat out on the ground. Liuan stared straight at the final remaining guy. The fellow suddenly burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, I was wondering what kind of person he was. Turns out he's an absolute monster in the flesh. Radiating pure killing intent, Liuan glared at him and demanded in a harsh voice, "Who the hell are you guys?" The bearded man in the black cloak remained remarkably calm in the face of Liuan's hostility and replied, "You know what? The head of the magic tower sent us here. We were instructed to protect the younger generation." Liuan shot back, "You guys look a lot more like spies to me." The bearded man's expression turned enigmatic. Tearing up the piece of paper he was holding, he said, "Same difference. Anyway, watching you has been quite entertaining." With that, the old man vanished, leaving behind only his 2 unconscious subordinates, a plume of gray smoke and a parting "see you later." Liuan stared at the skull tattoo on the subordinate's neck and muttered, "That skull tattoo, dark wizards, dark wizards." Crossing his arms and looking down at the 2 unconscious men, Liuan answered Chang, "Right, it's a secret faction. A group of mages from the tower who specialize in handling the dirty work." With that mysterious blue-flamed skull and those shady black-cloaked fellows, it was obvious at a glance that this association was up to no good. Liuan referred to them as the Dark Wizard Syndicate. All that was known about them was their faction name and that tattoo. The exact nature of their work and individual power levels remained completely unknown, and even the identity of their academy master was a total mystery. Chang asked eagerly, looking at Liuan, "So, what's your impression after meeting them?" Liuan looked at Chang as if a thought had just struck him and smiled, "Manageable. They don't seem to measure up to the representatives from that recent major tournament." Chang looked slightly confused and asked, "But we still haven't verified that person's strength." Liuan replied casually, "Fair enough." Raising a hand to cover his mouth as he recalled those damned mages preying on innocent people, he remarked, "They used level 6 magic, so they're clearly no ordinary opponents. Plus, they managed to track us from afar." Chang observed Liuan's contemplative expression and asked, "What are you going to do?" Liuan remained deep in thought. An idea seemed to dawn on him as he looked up and said, "First, I'll force them to reveal their true colors." A moment later, the sound of rapid hoofbeats echoed. The next day, they immediately set off on the road toward the Heavenly Mountains. Liuan galloped quickly toward the mountain range ahead. The journey to the Heavenly Mountains was exhausting. They had to trek across barren deserts, yet he could feel that they were finally nearing their destination. Liuan placed one hand over his chest. Dismounting from his horse, Liuan pressed his hand against his chest with a nervous, anxious expression as his ribcage heaved. Sunlight illuminated the teenager's sweat-streaked face as he broke into a faint smile and declared, "So this is the Heavenly Mountains." That's right, there was no mistaking it. The mountain shrouded in a gloomy black membrane was indeed the Heavenly Mountains. Liuan stood dazed for a long moment before saying, "Now this is the definition of satisfaction." The dark barrier rippled slightly as if something had just bumped against it. Liuan asked, "Didn't you say this is where you lived with Draka?" Chang replied, "Yes, that's right." Liuan wearily sat down, leaning his back against the barrier as he complained, It didn't even budge an inch. How on earth am I supposed to get in?" Liuan's facial expression shifted, a hint of anxiety surfacing as he looked up at Chang and asked, "What kind of inhumane logic is this? Are you telling me I have to smash through this barrier?" Crawling up onto his forehead, Chang replied, "Yes." Liuan let out a sigh. "Great." Chang crawled up to the top of his head. Liuan looked up and asked with confidence, "If humans were here, they'd definitely try to break through the barrier, right?" Looking up at Chang, he added, "Right, that's the first thought." Chang continued, "But they couldn't break it using ordinary human methods." Chang went on, "What would happen if an ogre were here?" Chang's words left Liuan somewhat startled, as even he hadn't expected that suggestion. Sitting cross-legged with his chin propped on his hand, Liuan thought deeply. Wouldn't it be better to call an ogre from the inside, ask them to open the door like a friend? While Liuan was still deep in thought, Chang suddenly darted down to the ground. Crossing its arms and looking up at Liuan, it said, "All right, my thoughts are crystal clear now." Hearing that, Liuan felt even more shaken. His pupils constricted as he looked down and said, "But didn't you say all the ogres here were already dead?" With an extremely confident expression, Chang stared straight back at Lewin and replied that that was merely human presumption. Lewin began to feel nervous, turning his head back to look at the barrier. Chang's expression darkened as it warned, "Remember, Lewin, don't be bound by preconceived notions of power, shatter them instead." The moment those words finished, a voice echoed from within the gloomy, dark barrier, "I'm breaking it right now." This startled even Lewin standing outside. Lewin placed both hands against the barrier and spoke, then pressed both palms flat against the surface, his expression somewhat hesitant as he called out, "Can you hear me? I know you're going to pretend you can't hear a thing, but I brought the fang of your leader right here, Kun Khan." Keeping his hands pressed against the barrier, Lewin continued, "If you can hear me talking, open the door." The atmosphere suddenly fell into an abrupt silence, leaving both Lewin and Chang harboring a sense of unease. A moment later, an overwhelmingly powerful purple-blue light erupted from Lewin's palms. A massive explosion generated a shockwave between Lewin and the barrier, putting him in a tight spot. But with unwavering willpower, Lewin stood his ground, enduring the fierce pressure right in front of him. Lewin's pupils suddenly constricted, as if he had spotted something terrifying heading his way. The dark barrier then gradually dissipated. Lewin blurted out, "Did it open?" The mysterious old man in the black cloak suddenly materialized out of nowhere, running forward in a panic as he yelled, "How could a rookie like him pull off something no one else has ever managed before?" Unfortunately for him, the moment he arrived, the barrier flared back up to block his entry. Left utterly helpless, he could only stand outside, pounding on the barrier and howling, "What is this?" It closed again. What on earth is going on? Before he could even process what was happening, a familiar-looking fist came hurtling toward him. Lewin lunged forward and slammed his fist straight into the old man's face, sending him reeling backward. With a blazing expression and fueled by anger, Lewin roared, "Seize the opportunity. You can't run away like you did the other day." Not giving him a chance to counterattack, Lewin immediately unleashed his next move, the Quake technique. He slammed his fist directly into the ground, triggering a violent tremor that shattered the stone beneath their feet. The old codger had to take 2 consecutive beatings back-to-back, prompting him to let out a painful groan. Not stopping there, Lewin shouted a command for summoning vines, sending long, thick creepers shooting straight forward to capture his designated target, the mage. In no time at all, the old man was tightly bound by Lewin's vines, lying sprawled across the ground right in front of him. Unable to speak or move a muscle, the old fellow could only helplessly emit muffled groans. Lewin stated calmly, "Did you really think you could get close to me this time?" Staring down peacefully at his bound captive, Lewin asked, "What level are you anyway? Let's wrap this game up early." Oh heavens, before you knew it, another fellow had appeared, this one charging out brandishing a wooden club. The hulking green giant swung his club downward straight toward where Lewin was standing, leaving him dumbfounded and staring in blank shock. A horrifying scene unfolded in an instant. Bright red liquid began dripping down the giant's wooden club, no need to guess what that liquid was. Lewin was utterly horrified by the gruesome sight that had just occurred. His eyes widened and his body froze stiff. The giant turned back to look at Lewin with a terrifying glare, sending a shiver down his spine. Those pitch-black eyes stared straight into Lewin as the giant demanded, "Answer me, human, who are you?" Outwardly, Lewin tried his best to look unfazed, but deep down he was panicking to death. Sitting on his shoulder, Chang leaned in close to Lewin's ear and whispered, "Remember this, Lewin, they aren't wired with human morals." Fortunately, I managed to cross the barrier on the heavenly mountains, and stepping inside felt like entering an entirely different world, Lewin muttered to himself as he trailed behind the green giant deeper into the interior. Here, he was surrounded by countless other terrifying green giants. They looked at him with a mix of curiosity and puzzlement. One of them muttered, "A human? What's a human doing here? But he doesn't smell much like a human. He smells exactly like us." Sniff, sniff. As Lewin walked along, his nerves strung as tight as a bowstring, Chang piped up from beside him, "Master, you'd better be careful. They don't have human morals." Tensely, Lewin replied, "I know." Lewin recalled his initial encounter with the green giant and thought, "I'm guessing he hasn't killed me yet because of Kun Khan's fang, but who knows when they might decide to finish me off." Following warily behind the green giant, he kept a close eye on him every step of the way. Reaching a towering mountain peak, the green giant announced, "We've arrived. This is the summit of the heavenly mountains." They paused beside another green giant. Looking at the club-wielding giant, Lewin asked, "The summit? Isn't there still another peak higher up?" Rumble, a powerful tremor echoed, startling Liyuan slightly. Standing before him was another giant, larger than all the others, boasting white hair and a white beard. Liyuan thought to himself, so this isn't the summit after all, but there sure is a boss monster here. The white-haired giant glared down at Liyuan and introduced himself. I am the Black Khan chieftain. Human, I hear you possess Kun Khan's sacred relic. To be frank, Liyuan was still in shock over a creature 10 times the size of the other goblins. He gaped upward thinking, is he really that much bigger than those other goblins? The Black Khan chieftain continued, Human, we welcome you as a guest. I've decided not to tear you apart and feed your corpse to the eagles. Who are you? Liyuan tried his best to maintain a calm facade as he replied, I thought I already mentioned this at the gate, but I'm the one chosen by Kun Khan's fang. The Black Khan chieftain sat down and declared, lies, that is not an item a mere human can handle. Liyuan answered, well, it's the truth. Pulling out an object wrapped in a white cloth, Liyuan said, I can prove it by showing you, right? The nearby goblin panicked and blurted out, oh goodness, it's actually real. Looking at Liyuan with immense satisfaction, the Black Khan chieftain remarked, an interesting human. I caught our scent on you and I can smell the fragrance of power as well. Liyuan cheerfully responded, that's right, I'm pretty strong. And I also smell the fragrance of power, the Black Khan chieftain repeated. So answer me, who are you, human? Liyuan hesitated slightly. I am. Suddenly, Liyuan and Chang exchanged a glance as if settling on the same idea. Liyuan spoke up, do you know about Dracagania? That's the name of the dragon living here on the heavenly mountains. The Black Khan chieftain's jaw dropped in absolute shock at what he had just heard. Hastily looking back down at Liyuan, the Black Khan chieftain demanded, how do you know that name? Liyuan placed a hand on his hip and smiled. I heard it from Kingram. Hearing the name Kingram made the Black Khan chieftain even more astounded. He shouted in disbelief, Kingram, is he still alive? Recalling his very first confrontation with Kingram, Liyuan replied, he's living like an artifact in my academy. Should I mention that he's considered one of the professors? Looking up at the Black Khan chieftain with supreme confidence, Liyuan asked, you're curious about who I am, aren't you? The green goblin who had guided him earlier stood quietly listening as Liyuan declared, I am a friend of Kingram, the former leader of the Heavenly Mountains Summit. Liyuan continued, I'm also the one chosen by Kun Khan's fang and the inheritor of Draka's world-destroying power. With every revelation, the chieftain grew more and more astonished. Facing the two massive goblins, Liyuan proclaimed loud and clear, I am Liyuan Ardal. Meeting the Black Khan chieftain's gaze, Liyuan asked, given all that, are you still planning to grind me to dust and feed me to the eagles? The Black Khan chieftain fell silent for a long moment before answering, no, we will welcome you with open arms, human. Liyuan's expression instantly froze into an awkward mask of disbelief, leaving him utterly speechless. Presently, he found himself dragged into the center of a plaza featuring a crude stone table, surrounded by rowdy goblins hooting and hollering. Sitting on Liyuan's shoulder with its arms crossed, Chang explained, goblins have an initiation ritual even when welcoming newcomers. If you want to be accepted, you have to prove your worth. Even Draka went through this when he first arrived. Looking seriously at Liyuan, Chang added, and the trial is arm wrestling. A massive green goblin stepped forward right before him. Flexing his muscles cheerfully, the challenger announced, I am the son of Merukan Khan Omrat. Are you the human we're supposed to host? Instantly, Liyuan's face crumpled up like a wrinkled blanket. He thought to himself, you expect me to arm wrestle this giant? I think something has gone terribly wrong here. In a flash, Liyuan and Omrat settled into position for an arm wrestling match. The entire plaza erupted into roaring cheers. Crush that human, Omrat. Leaning against the stone table, Liyuan asked Chang, if I lose this arm wrestling match, they won't feed me to the eagles, right? Chang replied helplessly, I wouldn't bet on it. Facing the gargantuan Omrat, the tension was palpable. Liyuan looked utterly minuscule by comparison. Gripping hands tightly across the table, Liyuan figured this giant goblin was just trying to scare him, but that didn't mean he should act recklessly. Lin's face was etched with extreme tension, thinking that a match between a goblin and a human sounded utterly ridiculous, but at least he possessed special powers granted by the artifact. The glowing white tooth hovered amidst shimmering magical energy streams. Liyuan muttered, ever since I got Kun Khan's fang, my physical strength has gone up by 1,000. Furrowing his brows and letting his earnestness show, Liyuan calculated, my strength has reached 3520 now, this just might work. Meanwhile, Omrat wore a supremely confident smirk as he declared, I didn't expect you to be an ordinary human, but your grip feels quite different. I am Omrat, son of Omru Khan. Even if my opponent is human, I won't hold back. Refusing to be outdone, Lewin smiled and shouted back, "That's right, try your absolute best to beat me once and for all." Standing in the middle, the referee began the countdown. Ready? Both competitors wore dead serious expressions. "Start," the goblin referee roared. Right off the bat, Lewin strained his arm muscles so hard that the fabric of his sleeve ripped right open. Seeing this, Omrat looked slightly surprised by his opponent. The match raged on without a clear winner yet. Omrat grunted loudly, "Whoa." Glancing over at Lewin, you could see his complexion worsening by the second. Sweat poured down his face as if he could barely hold out for another moment. He thought, is this really the end? But mustering every last ounce of internal energy left in his body, Lewin yelled, "This is my final chance, you hairy goblin." Unfortunately for him, contrary to his expectations, Omrat effortlessly slammed Lewin's arm down onto the table with a loud thud. Lewin had strained himself to the point of tearing his clothes, but losing so miserably left him completely shell-shocked with a totally blank stare. The goblin referee then stood up, raised both arms high, and bellowed, "Omrat is the winner." Lying sprawled across the stone table in total exhaustion, Lewin sighed, "Ah, I lost, even though I gave it everything I had." Lewin's hands trembled as he stared at his bruised, aching limbs and muttered, "So am I getting thrown to the eagles now?" Lewin gazed blankly up at the sky as if his number was finally up, but just as he was lost in thought, a voice called out, "Get up, human." A green goblin squatted down before Lewin and said approvingly, "You managed to put up a fight against Omrat, our finest warrior here in the Heavenly Mountains. That's truly commendable." At that moment, a system quest window popped up. Goblins hold strength in the highest regard. It took Draka 17 years to earn the respect of the goblins through his sheer might, just as he did. Subdue the goblin of your choice with your strength and win their respect. Defeat Omrat in arm wrestling 0-1. Reward, goblins' favor in the Heavenly Mountains. Looking up in utter disbelief, Lewin stammered out of gratitude, "Thank you." Chang happily looked down at Lewin and said, "Well done, Lewin, you've won over the goblins' approval." Propping himself up on his hands, Lewin looked up at Chang in flustered confusion and asked, "Chang, you didn't mention this was going to happen, did you?" Chang chuckled mischievously, "Where's the fun in spoiling it?" Lewin chuckled wryly and glanced sideways at Chang. "You just said it took Draka 17 years to beat Omrat, right? I'll do it in a month." Looking up, he saw a lively atmosphere where goblins were gathering around tables to feast, drink, and chat merrily. The moment the arm wrestling match concluded, a banquet had been set up right on the small mountaintop. Sitting at one of the tables, Lewin remarked cheerfully, "This is much tastier than we thought, right? Hard to believe goblins are this good at cooking." Chang replied helplessly, "I know the food is pungent, the smell is really—" Lewin interrupted, "No, that's not what I meant." Gazing around the table, Lewin asked, "But why do the goblins here keep themselves secluded away in this monastery?" Lewin's expression dimmed as he pondered the underlying sentiment. Watching the goblins laughing and joking around, Lewin felt he was about to overcome something far more important than his current mission. Omrat walked up from behind and looked at Lewin. "Strong human." Lewin turned to face him and replied, "Thanks, Omrat." Omrat looked down at Lewin and asked, "So, what are you planning to do with the tooth of our very first chieftain?" Lewin responded in confusion, "Huh, what do you mean, what am I going to do with it?" Omrat smiled warmly and offered, "If you want, I can help you forge it into a weapon suited for a human." Landing such a windfall unexpectedly left Lewin somewhat startled, thinking, wait, what? Inside a gloomy, dimly lit cellar, Lewin held a massive, oversized tooth in his hands and wondered aloud, "What on earth is this?" Carrying the tooth along as he walked, Chang explained, "This is a core source of power, a supreme symbol of strength. Whoever inherits it within the Agras clan becomes their mightiest warrior." Lewin asked, "No, I mean, what is it actually used for?" "Things like armor and magical staves." Chang continued, "Angel's staff and Morshi's scales have very clear purposes. One is a wizard's staff and the other is a knight's magical armor." An image flashed in his mind of Lewin wearing full armor while holding a staff and laughing heartily. Chang suggested, "Or maybe it's used like a club here, except this magical incantation." As the two of them walked through the dark hallway, chatting animatedly, Chang advised, "Just hold on to it and figure it out later. It'll only boost your strength." Lewin replied, "All right then." Scene flashback, Omrat smiling warmly and saying, "If you want, I can help you forge it into a weapon suited for a human." Landing such a windfall unexpectedly left Lewin somewhat startled. He thought, "I've got it, but I don't even know how to use it. Yet here is another unexpected opportunity." Omrat pointed a thumb at himself and said with confidence, "Kun Khan's teeth are so hard and tough that seemingly no one can process them. but if it's Omusira's iron trap, it's totally possible. Lewin looked somewhat uncomprehending. An iron trap is basically just like a human blacksmith. Omrat looked at Lewin and said, "Do you have any ideas for a special kind of weapon, human?" Lewin let out a hum. A moment later, a smile broke across his face as if he had just thought of something. "So can you help me craft the exact thing I need?" "It's been half a month since I came to the Heavenly Mountains," Lewin said while crouching in the bushes, stalking something. Up ahead, a green goblin shouted toward his direction, "Human." Lewin lunged straight out of the bush, saying, "Let me handle this. During that time, I've been helping out the Ogress tribe with hunting and providing backup." Next, he started running. They spent a lot of time training me in things I couldn't do. Drenched in sweat, Lewin looked up at the system interface and then said cheerfully, "All right." Then he went back to arm wrestling with Omrat, and just like before, Lewin lost again. However, the main quest that took up most of my time was something else. Chang loudly announced, 15 losses in 15 matches. Having arm-wrestled Omrat and lost 15 times in a row, Lewin rubbed his sore arm in frustration and muttered, "Lost again. How does this keep happening to me?" Standing behind him, Omrat could only chuckle, "Ha ha ha." After Lewin stood there rubbing his arm for a moment, Chang walked over to encourage him. "Hang in there, master, you're getting better." Omrat laughed and said, "That's right, human, you're gradually using your strength much more effectively now." Still refusing to give up, Lewin looked at Omrat with confidence and said, "Thanks, I feel like I'm making a bit of progress every day. I've learned how to channel my strength properly through your advice and can hold out a little longer each time." Lewin shoved both hands into his pants pockets, turned around, and declared, "Before I leave this place, I'm going to beat Omrat." Taken completely by surprise, Omrat stared in bewildered astonishment at suddenly being called out. Even from inside the cave, their conversation could be heard echoing clearly. "Omrat, are you hesitating?" Omrat replied, "No, absolutely not. This human stands zero chance against me in arm wrestling." A few days later, Omrat was wearing a thoroughly stiff expression. Oh, as it turned out, Lewin's small hand had actually defeated Omrat in arm wrestling. The referee announced, 17 matches, 16 losses. Even Chang couldn't believe its eyes, blurting out, "1 win." Lewin happily jumped to his feet, throwing both arms up and shouting amidst Omrat's utter shock, "We won." The system prompt appeared, "Side quest in the Heavenly Mountains, win an arm wrestling match against Omrat, completed 1. You will receive the Ogre Tribe's reward of the Heavenly Mountains as a prize. You have earned the respect of all ogres." Omrat wasn't angry about losing at all. Instead, he kept showering Lewin with praise. "You just keep surprising me over and over again, kid. I lost, young Master Ardle." Lewin rubbed his wrist, looking happily at Omrat as he said, "This is the first time you've actually called me by my name, Omrat." Omrat turned and walked away, saying, "Looks like you're ready." Watching Omrat's retreating figure, Lewin asked, "Ready for what?" Omrat glanced back over his shoulder and said, "Come here." Omrat said, "Actually, it's been finished for a while now. I was just waiting for the right moment to hand it to you." Lewin hurried over to Omrat and asked, "If the weapon was already crafted, why didn't you give it to me earlier?" Rummaging around for the item, Omrat explained, "I was waiting until you could actually defeat me. If you hadn't won, I might not have handed it over. Kun Khan's fang is far too important to us." Hearing that, Lewin's expression turned stiff and awkward as he thought to himself, "Wait, did he basically just steal it back from me first?" A moment later, Omrat extended a hand holding the item right in front of Lewin and said, "Here you go." Lewin looked at the object in front of him with sudden surprise, stammering, that is. It was a pair of black metallic gauntlets, bare paws crafted from Kun Khan's fangs and forged by Omrat, adorned with the teeth of the very first ogre chieftain of the Heavenly Mountains. The tooth fragments were indestructible and capable of obliterating anything. Instantly grants plus 2000 strength, unlocks the unique skill leadership, and nurtures rising potential. Lewin slipped the gauntlets onto his hands and clenched his fists tightly, firmly thinking, with Kun Khan's fangs embedded right inside, this is definitely going to be the most comfortable fit for me as a close-quarters mage. Noticing him staying silent for a while, Chang asked, "Well, how is it?" Omrat also chimed in, "What do you think of my workmanship? I forged it using the absolute best mold tailored just for you." Lewin looked completely calm on the outside, but inside he was completely swimming in thought. This is incredible. It's not just a 2000 strength boost, it might even be way stronger than that. Lewin said, Omrat, can you gather all the warriors of the heavenly mountains here? Very quickly, all the green goblins gathered together in a full assembly, chatting amongst themselves. A strong human wants to challenge all of us to an arm wrestling match. That's right, he claims he's going to beat every single one of us. The goblins immediately broke into an excited buzz of chatter. Even though he beat Omrat, this is still a blow to our pride, but taking on a challenger like this is quite an event. The more they talked, the more hyped and thrilled they got. Welcome. Lewin was standing right in the middle of the square facing a massive goblin. From an ogre's perspective, this might have looked like an arrogant challenge, but the atmosphere was surprisingly cheerful. Given how much ogres worshipped strength and loved competitions, they seemed to genuinely appreciate his competitive spirit. Not just adult goblins, but even the little ones came over to watch and cheer. A child screamed at the top of its lungs, "Go for it, daddy." Chang crossed its arms and chuckled. Ah, brings back memories. Draka did the exact same thing once. Lewin leaned against the stone table and looked down at Chang, saying, even though he fought 17 opponents back-to-back over 30 years, humans don't live as long as dragons, so I gotta hurry up. Chang's smug expression vanished, replaced by sheer helplessness. Lewin placed one hand on the stone table, looking seriously at his opponent as he thought, just yesterday I was saying this was impossible. But looking down at his gleaming black gauntlets, Lewin felt completely confident that with Kun Khan's bare paw gauntlets on his hands, there was no way he could possibly lose. The goblin referee standing on the sidelines shouted out the cue, "Get ready." Again, both men threw their weight into trying to pin each other's arm down, though Lewin's side initially looked a bit outmatched. But fueled by his rigorously trained strength combined with the terrifying power of the gauntlets, Lewin easily slammed his opponent's arm down to the table. Out in the open plains, the horde of goblins huddled together as if seeing Lewin off on a long journey, and one of them asked, "Will you come back, young master?" Lewin answered, "Yeah, but right now we need to head to Leverdin." The goblin said with a tone of regret, "You've given us a truly memorable experience. Thank you, young master." Lewin smiled warmly at them without saying a word. Lewin extended a hand, prompting Omrat to look confused and say, "Are you looking for another arm wrestling match, even though you've already beaten all of us?" Lewin said, "This isn't an arm wrestling match," leaving Omrat momentarily taken aback. He reached out and grasped Omrat's hand, explaining, "It's called a handshake." Omrat looked puzzled and repeated, "A handshake." A hint of nostalgia flickered across Lewin's face as he added, "It's a human way of greeting." Omrat looked enlightened, listening quietly as Lewin explained how people greeted one another and bid farewell to a friend. Then he set off on his journey amidst the farewells of the goblins, waving and shouting loudly, "See you later" is another way to say goodbye. Late afternoon at the Magic Academy's newsroom. In his office, Taron sat at his desk listening to a report. "This isn't really all that important, sir." Propping his chin on his hand while listening, Taron pondered, "The report on the Scream's wizard is still missing. It's been quite a while since those two returned with severe injuries. There's been zero news ever since the Scream's wizard started tailing Lewin Ardle all by himself." He suddenly thought of the West Side mage whom Lewin had beaten to a pulp the other day. After sending another team out to scout again, they still found no trace of human presence near the Heavenly Mountains. Right before he finished his thought, he stated, "They've been taken care of." Before he could finish, someone interrupted him, "Master, I have a new report." Another cloaked figure stepped inside, announcing, "Lewin Ardle has headed to Leverdin." Old Taron was completely caught off guard. His face turned as dark as the bottom of a pot as he sank into deep thought for a long while, clearly scheming something malicious. He issued an order him to return immediately. Right now, Lewin is already in the city. The castle was blanketed in the crimson hues of sunset as a deep, disappointed voice muttered, "I guess I failed the quest." Taron propped his chin in his hand with an expression that was 3 parts helpless and 7 parts resigned as he listened to the other person report. Just like King Flame said, there's a reason why no one has ever successfully conquered that place. When I got to the Heavenly Mountains, I finally realized this quest was way out of my league. Lewin sat on a bench, hanging his head dejectedly as he explained, "The barrier there is just too strong, there's simply no way to get inside." Taron listened in silence. He spoke up, cutting Lewin off, "You're a terrible liar, you know that." Taron slowly dragged out every single word. "Let's be honest and tell me the truth. Aren't you the one chosen by Kun Khan's fang?" He hardened his tone, "And the quest you chose was to search for the ogre stronghold. That's quite a coincidence, isn't it?" Hearing that, Lewin felt a guilty pang as sweat beaded on his forehead. but he put on a calm facade and challenged back, "So you've been keeping tabs on me?" Taeron replied with complete composure, "Keeping tabs? I was simply worried. I was afraid you might end up siding with the opposition against the tower." Lewin quickly chimed in, "Any wizard who dares defy King Flame's orders would instantly become a sworn enemy of everyone in the tower, right?" Taeron looked him up and down and answered, "Enough small talk, let's get straight to the point. Be honest with me. What did you actually see inside the Heavenly Mountains?" His face suddenly twisted into a fierce expression as he growled out an interrogation. "Are the original members of the ogre tribe still alive?" Hearing Taeron ask that, Lewin's expression turned tense, struggling to figure out the right way to respond. He slowly backed away from the castle. Lewin let out a massive sigh of relief. Phew, that was way too close. Recalling how Taeron had threatened him earlier, "Don't lie to me, I know everything. I can pull up your past memories right here and now if I want to." He had cut him off to ask back, "You wouldn't actually do that, would you?" leaving Taeron momentarily startled. "What?" Lewin offered a provocative smirk. "A great border wizard like you wouldn't resort to tricks like that, right? Especially not against a mere student." Hearing that, Taeron's brows knitted tightly together as he bellowed in anger. "You dare gamble with me? Mere student is putting it way too modestly, don't you think?" Taeron sighed in defeat. "Well, fine then." He softened his tone and instructed, "Since your very first official quest has failed, you might as well head back to the academy." Lewin's face remained scowling as he sank into deep thought. "I just gambled on King Flame's pride and thankfully it worked. Even though he wouldn't use such extreme methods, there are still plenty of other ways." He furrowed his brows, thinking anxiously, "If King Flame decides to be even more unreasonable, I'm definitely going to get pinned down. Just thinking about it is terrifying." Lewin tried to reassure himself, "Well, at least it's finally over." He thought about Taeron, harboring a gut feeling that since the artifact in Zone X had chosen him, which everyone knew meant being the master of the throne, King Flame was bound to keep a very close eye on him. Lewin punched his sore shoulder, letting out a sigh as he hurried along. "Whatever, right now I just want to get out of here as fast as possible." A steaming train barreled forward at high speed. A colorful banner printed with Lewin's face fluttered amidst cheering crowds. "Yay, Lewin, congratulations on winning the festival." The crowd hoisted him high into the air, shouting excitedly, "Come on, Lewin, welcome back," leaving Lewin flustered as he yelled, "Stop it already, that was 2 months ago." Jason nonchalantly dropped a cardboard box onto the table with a thud. Sitting on the bed, Lewin asked in confusion, "What's this?" Jason put his hands on his hips and laughed. "These are your fan letters. As expected, the tournament winner is bound to be famous." Looking at the pile of letters in the box, Lewin shrieked, "Why are there so many?" Jason cut him off. "These are just the recent ones." Amidst his bewilderment, Jason turned toward the white cabinet and continued, "And these are the ones that piled up a long time ago and got kept aside." Lewin's eyes popped wide and his jaw hit the floor as he stared speechlessly at the mountain-like pile of letters before him. He fell into a state of profound shock, completely at a loss for words. Jason propped his chin on his hand while watching Lewin sit cross-legged on the bed, reading a letter aloud in a monotone voice. "What's this?" "A letter from a prince, no less, to the magical genius and true patriot of the kingdom, dearest Lewin Ardal." Letters kept spilling out of the cabinet as he droned on. "I was so thrilled to hear that you turned down the imperial prince's invitation. You truly are a patriot," Lewin muttered, "even though I've never even met these people." Jason sighed and replied, "Dearest isn't meant for people you're close with, it's for people you want to be close with. Did you seriously not know that?" He sprawled out flat on the bed, watching Lewin read intently, and couldn't help asking, "Anyway, Lewin, what's your plan this time around?" The corners of Lewin's mouth twitched upward into a mysterious, sly smirk. He broke into a bright smile and replied, "I've got a feeling this year is going to be very different." Lewin rode his horse at a leisurely pace beneath a canopy of trees winding through a sunlit forest. Riding along, he thought excitedly, "It's been a long time since I last visited my hometown last year. Ever since then, I've just stayed holed up in the dorms and haven't gone anywhere." Remembering that period, Lin couldn't help feeling a bit wistful. "I didn't have the face to see my fellow villagers back then. I wasn't confident enough to smile and answer their question. How's life at the academy treating you, son?" A confident glint returned to Lewin's eyes as he thought, "But now I can finally face them with pride." Sitting atop his horse, he looked down from a height at the European-style village nestled across a vast expanse of land. The villagers couldn't believe their eyes, shouting in unison, "Young master." Lewin scratched his head and offered an awkward greeting. "How is everyone doing?" Villagers cheered to the skis. "Oh gods, is that really you, young master?" Another person gasped in shock, "Wait, young master." Crowding around him, they made him scratch his head continuously in embarrassment as he explained, "Sorry everyone, I've been away for a terribly long time, haven't I?" A villager laughed loudly and asked, "Ha ha ha, how's that academy life? Is it just like the rumors?" Another chimed in, "Well, obviously our young master is the absolute best, right?" Luina sprinted over from somewhere, threw her arms around him, and yelled, "Big brother." The young girl crossed her arms with a pout and complained loudly, "HMPH, you didn't send a single letter the whole time you were gone, and now you finally show up." Standing behind her with a gentle, somewhat helpless smile, Lewin called out, "Dad." Lewin reached out to pat her head playfully. "Lewina, you've grown up a lot, haven't you? I almost didn't recognize you for a second," prompting the girl to shriek angrily, "What?" He broke into a radiant smile, silently adding to himself, "And you're still just as adorable." Lewin gently instructed his father, "Dad, call all the family members and close staff over. It's been way too long since I had a chance to chat with everyone." A brilliant full moon hung high in the night sky, blanketed by drifting clouds. In the living room, everyone gathered around to listen as Lewin spoke. "I told my family and close ones about everything that happened over the past 6 years." Naturally, he left out the details about being a player. Lewina wiped away her emotional tears. "Big brother, you really went through so much. The elderly maid seal etter 1e3m thon, and you managed to overcome all those hardships. We're so proud of you, young master." Beggin spoke up, "Does that mean you won a massive tournament, and you even had a private conversation with the imperial prince?" He answered gently, "Yes." In his heart, he thought, even though that happened 2 months ago, it's still breaking news to folks out here in the countryside. Holding a letter in his hand, his father said proudly, "Is that why royalty sent letters?" He laughed heartily, showing off the countless letters sent from various noble families as well, leaving Lewin to smile helplessly. "Geez, I wanted to be the first one to tell you myself, Dad." Beggin spoke with a solemn tone, "There are a few issues related to that which you need to be aware of, young master." His father chimed in, "Let's start once we've wrapped up our discussion here." Beggins advised, "You need to understand the bigger picture, it'll be to your benefit," leaving Lewin wondering in confusion what on earth was going on. He turned to question his father, "Dad, you've gotta tell me, if I end up hearing about this from outsiders instead, I'm gonna be pretty bummed." Resting his face in his hand, his father sighed tiredly, "It won't do any good." Recalling the wooden crate packed to the brim with letters he had received, he lamented, "Like I just said, our household has been flooded with letters from nobles, all of them about you. A lot of those letters offer massive help to our family as a pretext to leverage you or secure a private meeting with you." Lewina and the maid both looked worried upon hearing his father's words. "Naturally, I turned them all down, but there's one major problem." Lewin placed both hands on his thighs, looked at his father, and asked seriously, "What problem?" His father answered, "Bilko's Monzo." Frowning at the thought of that guy, he worried, "He's using you as leverage to threaten the Ardal household." Monzo was the sole commercial city near the Ardal territory. Almost all goods produced in the Ardal lands were traded through the city of Monzo. In other words, the Ardal territory's financial survival depended entirely on the money earned in Monzo. Lewin looked at his father, puzzled. "Are they really offering absurdly low prices for our goods?" His father turned away dejectedly and answered, "That's right, because they want to take the Ardal territory hostage and force you to become Monzo's guardian mage." Lewin's father rested his chin in his hand in sheer exhaustion and added, "At this rate, Ardal's finances are going to collapse completely." He lowered his head and sighed, "And right now, we don't have a clear solution." Lewin recalled the cheerful faces of the farmers who had enthusiastically greeted him earlier. "Oh, come on, I'm definitely gonna be the first one to host the young master." Someone had even bragged, "Young master, our goat milk quality is exceptionally good this year." Both his father and Beggins looked surprised when Lewin remarked, "Suddenly, I'm reminded of the saying that scumbags need to be taken down a peg." He looked at his own calloused hands and said casually, "If they're that eager to see me, I'll just have to go down there and grant them an audience." Having loaded the luggage onto the horse, Beggins didn't forget to offer a parting word, "Here's some food and water for the road. Safe travels, young master." Lewin replied, "Thanks, Uncle Beggins." Looking at him with an apologetic expression, the old man said, "I'm so sorry for dumping the weight of this problem on you the very moment you get home." Lewin patted the horse to calm it. "Don't worry about it, Uncle, you're just doing your job as a manager, and I'm just trying to fulfill my responsibilities as a young lord." Beggins watched anxiously as Lewin slowly climbed up into the saddle, hesitating on how to phrase his next words. He called out just as Lewin prepared to spur his horse away, "Young master, please don't be angry with him." Surprised, Lewin asked back, "Huh?" With a worried look, Beggins tried to explain, "The Lord, he's done everything he possibly could. He even dipped into his own personal savings to cover the losses caused by Monzo. Most people in the Ardal territory don't even know about any of this." Lewin bowed his head to listen as he said that the current peace was thanks to the Lord's sacrifice. Lewin lowered his voice and said, "It's shameful. I just felt like I was being too arrogant." Hearing that, he looked bewildered and asked what he meant by intent. Thinking of his father, he couldn't help lamenting that honestly, he was deeply disappointed and wondered if his father was simply enduring everything. Recalling the conversation from the night before, he couldn't help but shamefully confess that he had thought he alone could solve everything his father couldn't. Lewin's gaze held a sad, deadlocked expression as he said, "Even though I've known since I was a child, my father has loved and cared for this land more than anyone else." Hearing him say that, Beggins didn't know what else to say to comfort him. Lewin handed over a wooden box from horseback, saying, "Instead, could you help me deliver this to my father?" Respectfully extending both hands to receive it, he asked in puzzlement, "What is this, young master?" His jaw dropped as he stared at the box in his hands when Lewin calmly told him it was 10 gold bars. With the gold ingots neatly arranged inside the box, he gently explained that it was the prize from that major tournament and he hoped it would be used for necessary matters within the territory. Beggins asked back, "Used for what kind of matters?" Watching the man carefully cradle the box in his hands, he replied, "In my personal opinion, the most effective way is to use it to buy more land. I believe the Ardal household has the potential to become self-sufficient in supplying goods to others without needing Monzo in the future." Beggins frowned thoughtfully and replied, "That could come true, but right now our territory is facing difficulties and no one wants to sell land to us anymore." He was startled when Lewin suggested, "What if we just take it?" Lewin said confidently, "And then we'll proceed to clear it all out." He explained that they would resolve the long-standing trouble of the Wolf Hills within the territory and the Newt Plains occupied by the Mud People, which wasn't a bad idea either. Sitting on his horse, Lewin carefully laid out his intentions. "With this money, if we hire mercenaries to reclaim the territory and train it to rent out to outsiders, we might even bring in a lot more revenue." Beggins dawned on the realization that if they could hire mercenaries at a reasonable price, it was definitely worth a try. Lewin turned his head and told Beggins, "I'll leave the detailed information with the steward and my father, and I'll be on my way now." Lewin spurred his horse into a gallop, leaving Beggins behind as he shouted, "Let's go." Monzo Trading City. This was the largest territory in the southern part of the kingdom, where all regional supplies converged. Its lord, Bilko's Monzo, was surrounded by plenty of bad rumors, such as buying his title through loan sharks or being the former leader of the Walpa gang. Lewin thought to himself as he walked, in other words, we need to have hearts of steel. He stopped before the gates of a lavish white castle, heavily guarded by sentries. From horseback, Lewin bowed politely and told a guard, "I am the second son of the Ardal family. Is the Lord inside?" Hearing that, the tall, skinny guard sighed, while a fat guard picked his nose in disdain. Lewin's face darkened upon hearing the mocking tone from the guards. "It's an Ardal again." One guard wondered, why do they keep making such a fuss even though they know they'll never succeed? The tall, skinny guard replied, "Yeah." The fat guard chimed in with mockery, "They're just kids still learning how to beg." The tall, skinny guard clutched his stomach and laughed mockingly at Lewin sitting on his horse. "Ha ha ha, are you even able to talk properly this time, young master?" The fat guard beside him scratched his head and chuckled along, "Heh heh." Lewin closed his eyes tightly, thinking to himself, is he always treated like this? Just how many times has father come here? A guard watched him dismount and taunted, "Hey young master, go on inside and ask the Lord yourself if it's an Ardal, they'll just throw him right back out." The skinny guard looked at his yawning teammate and deliberately shouted out loud, "But this time is different, right? Hurry up then." Lewin silently reasoned with himself that he wasn't here as a student, but as the second son of the Ardal family. If he accepted such rudeness as normal, it would make the Ardal territory look like a total joke. The fat guard was surprised to see Lewin take a combat stance and yelled, "What are you planning to do now?" The skinny guard narrowed his eyes slightly when Lewin warned them, "You guys should go home and practice more." To the guard's utter astonishment, he forcefully hurled the skinny guard flying backward. Bilko's Monzo and another guard returned from somewhere, wearing wide smiles as he smoothly greeted, "Oh my goodness, look who's here." Lewin cast a sidelong, mocking glance at the old man. The hero who won this year's grand tournament, the generational wizard of the new era, isn't this Lord Lewin Ardal? He frowned and asked, "Are you Lord Bilko's Monzo?" The old man bowed deeply, feigning utmost reverence. "Yes, I am Bilko's Monzo. To have someone of your caliber grace this humble place, I am deeply ashamed that I cannot even lift my head." The old man was stunned when Lewin arrogantly answered, "Then don't lift it." Glaring fiercely at him, Lewin gritted his teeth and said, "If you're ashamed that I'm here, you'd better keep your head down." Bilko's Monzo frowned, left completely speechless. The old man sneered. Bilko's Monzo straightened up, adjusted his posture, and replied with a smile, "True to the rumors, you're quite a straightforward person, aren't you? In that case, despite the shame, I will raise my head." Lewin said casually, "Fine, but you need to train your bodyguards better." The old man sucked up and asked, "Did my boys commit some crime?" Bilko's Monzo's eyes bulged as he followed Lewin's contemptuous gaze. "They treated our family like some kind of goblin tribe, so I gave them a mild warning." The old man looked behind Lewin at the guards who had been beaten to a pulp and piled on top of each other, leaving him speechless. Bilko's Monzo was driven to absolute fury, his teeth grinding together and his eyes rolling back in rage. Lewin watched his expression and dropped a sarcastic remark. "Is everything all right, Lord Governor?" The old man turned away with a forced smile. "Ha ha ha, feel free to treat them like your own subordinates." But inwardly he fumed, "How dare that brat touch my people?" Lewin rubbed his hands together and smiled. "Well then, we shall." To Bilko's Monzo's utter shock, he threw a fierce kick that sent the remaining guard flying far back. The guard crashed heavily onto the ground. Clapping his hands with a smile, Lewin stated casually, "There, that person needs some etiquette training too," leaving the old man utterly dumbfounded. Lewin added with a smirk, "You were probably thinking of keeping me standing out here even longer, weren't you?" Driven out of his mind by the provocation, the old man gritted his teeth and glared with ferocious eyes as another piercing remark landed. "Invite me inside already, Lord Governor." As soon as he stepped inside, he spotted something resembling a wolf's head with sharp teeth mounted on the wall. The old man flashed a completely fake smile and shared with Lewin, "My hobby is collecting artwork like this. Heh. Lewin looked at it with a serious expression, thinking, "Geez, that looks thoroughly unpleasant." The old man continued his chatter, "I understand, everyone has different tastes. Heh." Lewin fell silent, deep in thought as he silently judged. Collecting stuff like this and even calling it beautiful, this guy's tastes are utterly depraved. Everything the old man displayed in his house consisted of bizarre objects with terrifying shapes. No normal person would ever buy such things. The more he thought about it, the more concerned he grew about the old man. Clearly, putting those things here is meant to induce fear and anxiety. Is he trying to intimidate me? Next, the man poured a cup of tea for Lewin, introducing the brew. "This is a rather rare tea from the south called Param. Give it a try." Crossing his arms, Lewin flatly rejected the invitation. "No need. Oh, you don't like tea? I can switch it to soda for you." True to his direct nature, he shot back, "Are you pretending you don't know anything? Do you really not understand why I refuse to drink this tea, Lewin?" As he spoke, he poured the cup of tea away onto the table, his nerves strung tighter than a bowstring as he stared straight at the old man. The two of them locked eyes, though no words were spoken. They seemed to understand each other's intent, and the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. The spilled tea mingled with the terrifying silence. The corners of the old man's mouth curled into an enigmatic smile. Then he calmly picked up his hot cup of tea. "Perhaps you think I would poison your tea, but I have no intention of making an enemy out of you. Of course there's no poison in it. I simply want to become your good friend." He emphasized the words "good friend." It was unclear whether the cup of tea actually contained poison or not, but given this fake best buds attitude where everyone looks out for number one, it was hard not to be suspicious. He asked him, "Is this how friends threaten each other?" What a ridiculous threat. It was merely a well-intentioned suggestion. Ha. Enraged and grinding his teeth, Lewin instantly retorted, "You call that a suggestion? Is that cowardly plot meant to weaken the Ardal territory?" With that, he resolutely and bluntly rejected the old man's offer. Locking eyes once again, the old man lowered his face and spoke in a mysterious tone. "Unfortunately, ever since you refused our friendship, the prices of goods in the Ardal territory will stay just the way they are, cheap to give away." He spoke in a mocking tone, accompanied by the gaze of a bully picking on a child. Seeing this, the male lead radiated a murderous aura and threatened back, you'd better return the prices of the goods back to normal. A heavy silence settled between the two of them, both sides strung tight as guitar strings. Right after speaking, he was called Country Bumpkin ignorant. The old man clenched his fists in anger. Do you think you're the only one who can refuse a deal? You should be the one begging right now. You're the one in the weaker position, not me. He was about to lose his mind. Aren't students of the Magic Academy barred from using magic during vacation? I'll teach you some humility. The moment the brat finished his sentence, Bilkoz's guards emerged and surrounded Lewin. Without a hint of fear, he calmly handled the situation. So you never intended to let me leave in the first place. At the old man's command, Bilkoz's guards immediately lunged to attack him. Kill him, I'll turn that bastard's corpse into a specimen for my showroom. Even in a life-or-death situation, he could still fight and chat at the same time. You want to turn me into a trophy? You're even crazier than I thought. The bear cub on his shoulder also thought the guy had truly lost his mind. Although he had anticipated the outcome and hadn't expected much from this conversation, he still hadn't expected the old man to act so boorishly. He considered him an old pig trapped in his own well down south. People like him are just, he thought to himself as he charged into combat against a guard. When the two closed the distance, Lewin suddenly stopped and raised a finger, leaving the guard frozen in place for 5 full seconds. Flick. The moment he finished speaking, a surge of power from his finger flick blew the guard far away. What followed was a visually stunning battle as a golden light burst forth from his power, sweeping through and knocking away the guards who were swarming like bees to honey. With a confident expression, he turned to tell him, "Let me tell you something. Special skill activated. Chieftain's will until completely exhausted. He receives backing from the first chieftain of Mount Harkin and Kun Khan." The old man instantly panicked. Why is there smoke all of a sudden? What are you doing? Then a massive burst of flame appeared, forming the face of something that was neither human nor beast. Lewin proudly informed him that even during vacation, as long as his life was in danger, he was still permitted to use magic. Terrified now, the old man watched as the previously formed fire entity aggressively lunged to attack his guards. Witnessing the scene before them, the guards trembled with terror. If we stay here any longer, we're dead for sure. Right after that, the whole crowd scattered in a panic, with no one wanting to meet their end right here. Raising his hand into a tight fist as the fire entity mirrored his action, Lewin smiled with proud, unyielding confidence. Running away won't do you any good either. He and the divine entity from his skill charged forward together. Energy erupted in a massive explosion that demolished the entire castle, leaving everyone around thunderstruck and bewildered. Seeing the flames growing larger and more dangerous, everyone urged each other to flee for their lives. Meanwhile, the white-haired chubby old man was still lamenting his bizarre collection of strange artifacts. My 2,000 gold collection. Lewin stepped up behind him. You still have time to worry about your artwork. The very next second he glared threateningly. Well, it's time you worried about your own life. The flames raged furiously, leaving the surroundings completely devastated by fire. The male lead wasn't done yet as he gloated. You're going to restore Ardle's goods to their usual prices and compensate my family with 10 times what you took. That's my demand. What do you say? Can you do it? Trembling, the old man dropped to his knees. Compensation? Just how huge is that number? Grabbing him by the collar, Lewin declared, hand it over right now. See? That's why you should never look down on others. The old man had tried to bully others using his numbers, and the price he paid was getting served a heavy beating served him right. Scene changed to Lewin riding back on his warhorse. Almost done. I wonder how surprised father will be when he finds out I've resolved everything. Traveling alone along the road, he felt a deep sense of relief. And just like that, I solved the issue in Monzo and headed back to Ardle. Just when you thought one surprise was enough, another followed. Before he could even celebrate, things weren't over yet as a voice greeted Lewin. Startled and breaking into a cold sweat, he looked at the girl standing before him with long white hair, an unexpected guest waiting at Ardle. She smiled gently at him, Lady Irene. The scene flashed back to about 2 months prior at the lavish, gorgeous banquet. Lewin stood off to one side with both hands resting on his head, his expression clearly bored out of his mind. I'm sick of this. It was fun at first, but now I just want to go home. As he stood there, the beautiful white-haired girl walked over to check on him. Are you talking about the tiny Ardle estate? A lovely, pouting Irene crossed her arms. I'm glad the banquet ended without any trouble. I honestly thought something terrible was going to happen because of someone. He offered a wry smile. Ha ha, I'm sorry. But I couldn't help it, he added seriously. Not only were they looking down on the students' efforts, but on our estate as well. She wondered aloud, is Ardal really that beautiful? He cheerfully introduced his hometown to her. Of course, it's a beautiful place that brings peace to the soul. You should visit sometime. Really? Then when that happens, don't ask why I came. Ha ha, I won't. And so the story began right there. But what he truly hadn't expected was that she would actually show up. Returning to the present, he sat with a flustered, shy expression as she entered the house, and the whole family chatted and laughed happily together. His father caught sight of Irene and mistook her for his girlfriend, weeping tears of joy. My boy Lewin has finally grown up. Meanwhile, the little girl standing beside him wore an openly furious expression. It was unclear what kind of relationship he had with this girl, but she seemed intensely jealous. Brother, can you explain this situation? He felt a twinge of fear, unsure what was wrong with the little girl. Burning with anger, she demanded, what's your relationship with her? Is she your girlfriend? Where did you meet her? Tell me right now. A barrage of questions of every imaginable kind was fired off. Scene changed to Lewin and his father discussing what had just happened. He was surprised that the crafty little girl wanted to act as Lady Irene's guide. Lewina actually volunteered to guide Lady Irene. The moment I suggested you do it, she immediately piped up that she'd handle it herself. He secretly figured it out as his father continued. Isn't she just adorable? She doesn't want to lose the brother she hasn't seen for 6 years. Still distrustful and skeptical about the relationship between Lewin and Irene, his father asked once more if he was certain she wasn't his girlfriend, telling him he could speak freely. He immediately denied it. Hearing that, his father's face fell into a sad pout. What a pity. He wondered why his father was disappointed to hear that. His father immediately changed the subject. Let's set personal matters aside and talk about something else. Beggins, come in. An elderly man with a brown beard and mustache opened the door and walked in. He carried something and brought it over to Lewin and his father. The Lord of Ardal politely thanked him. His father turned and handed the item toward him. Lewin, I cannot accept this money. He was taken aback. His father explained that this was Lewin's money, not Ardal's. He asked in puzzlement why he couldn't, adding, aren't I a member of Ardal too? He gently replied, that's right, no one denies that you are the heart of Ardal, but you still have many things to do outside of Ardal, don't you? He sat in silent contemplation, staring at his father, then bowed his head sadly and thought, I know very well that you're saying this because you're worried about me. I also know you're a deeply upright and moral man. I respect you for that. But I feel hurt when you always discuss the estate's problems without me. As he thought about it sorrowfully, he mustered up the courage to tell the Lord everything he thought and wanted. He spoke up earnestly, no, I want to use my own money for Ardal. Just like you have, father. Hearing those words, his father suddenly snapped to his senses. Beggins chimed in, ha ha, I think the young master should know that you've been supporting Ardal out of your own personal funds all this time. Lewin's father gently reminded him about what had just happened. In the future, I would greatly appreciate it if you discussed things with me before making any rash decisions. Hearing that, he awkwardly scratched his head. Yes, my lord, I will keep that in mind. Then the lord turned back to his son. No matter what intentions you have, I cannot accept this. You're not ready to shoulder the responsibilities of the estate on your shoulders yet. He picked up the pouch of money. We still have 3,600 gold left, don't we? That's what we rightfully earned. But finding it now feels like discovering a forgotten emergency fund. He turned and whispered to Beggins, 3,600 gold? How can that be? I'm certain I gave you 10 times that amount. He explained. His lordship wouldn't demand the rest. He was so stubborn about it that I couldn't even bring up the expedition. The two of them whispered back and forth just like a pack of scheming wolves. Why is father so stubborn? Indeed, I've already given up trying to persuade him. With his blue glowing eyes and handsome face, he looked toward Beggins, who looked slightly anxious yet still managed a forced smile. Our lord has always been like this, hasn't he? He flashed a warm, kindly smile. At that moment, his mood softened, and a gentle smile touched his lips. Looking toward his father, he could only say, that's right. Lewin stepped outside and looked into the courtyard, spotting the graceful figure of the young lady taking a stroll, accompanied by little Lewina. Lewin, Lady Irene's. He approached and asked Lady Irene, are you enjoying your tour of Ardal? At that moment, Lewina politely excused herself to leave them some privacy, which left Irene feeling rather awkward. The little girl flashed a cheerful smile to say goodbye and didn't forget to give a reminder. Make sure you get along well with her big brother. She seems like a nice person. Lewin flared up in anger. Lewina, what are you talking about? It was quite surprising to see the little girl do a complete 180-degree attitude shift. Gone was the stubborn anger she had shown when they first met Irene. Reflecting on the girl's words left him feeling thoroughly bewildered. Why on earth would she say such strange things? Blushing shyly, he awkwardly offered to take her for a walk. Would you like to go for a short walk with me? As the two of them walked, Irene talked about Luina. Luina is honestly so adorable. I wish I had a little sister like that. He was genuinely happy to see the two of them getting along so well. Looking at him with concern, she asked, "By the way, Lewin, is something on your mind? You look like you're deep in thought." "Ah, do I really look like that?" He didn't hesitate to speak his mind. "As the heir to the estate, I want to do something for the manor, but I just can't come up with any good ideas." Having said that, he fell into a deep train of thought. Combining the prize money from the tournament with the funds received from Monzo, he had a total of over 40,000 gold pieces. His father had told him he could use it however he pleased. But right as he was lost in a hazy swirl of thoughts, she spoke up. "You just can't stop thinking about the estate, can you? Even though I came all the way to Ardal." Hearing those words, his face turned as pale and green as a frog. It was only then that he realized she had gone out of her way to come all this way, yet he had completely brushed her off. Figuring she must be upset, he instantly changed his tune. "Haha, Lady Irene, how did you even get to Ardal? Our estate is quite out of the way, so traveling here must have been pretty inconvenient." She replied with a smug, one-eyed wink. "It wasn't that far. I got here in 2 days." Rushing to apologize, he blurted out a small question born of regret. She began pointing toward the path she had taken. "If you cross that mountain range over there, it's actually pretty close." Hearing that, his brain instantly kicked into gear. Hidden within that casual answer was precisely the solution he had been searching for all this time. The southern mountains. Although they took up the vast majority of the Io estate, the rugged terrain made farming impossible, and the land had been abandoned due to the presence of monsters. However, because Lake 8 was located nearby, the area held immense geographical value. An idea struck him. What if they used that to forge a trade route straight through the southern mountains? Lewin pondered it seriously. By leveraging places like Monzo, they could build themselves into an independent manor, a powerful domain with the only southern route leading directly to the Reenac Empire. Why hadn't he thought of this sooner? This would undoubtedly be a massive boost for their estate. The beautiful silver-haired young woman standing beside him watched him intently. The moment the thought crystallized, he was so thrilled he practically wanted to dance around, turning to grab her hands and thanking her profusely for inspiring him. Her face flushed a brilliant, flustered red. Right after that, he bolted away, leaving her stranded behind him. "Catch you later." He sprinted off, fueled by pure determination and excitement, while the young noblewoman stood frozen in place for a solid 50 seconds. A warm, fond smile spread across her face as she thought, he really is such a fascinating person. It was as if she had fallen victim to love at first sight, acting just like the heroine of a romance novel, abandoned out here in the open yet still completely infatuated. The Lord of Ardal declared with utter helplessness, "No way." Lewin asked him, looking utterly confused. "What?" Inside the spacious chamber, his father's deep, booming voice echoed. "I've already tried, but all 8 merchant guilds at Lake 8 turned us down." Lewin pressed on, baffled. "They turned us down, why?" Facing Lewin's stunned expression, his father explained slowly. "From their perspective, the House of Ardal simply isn't profitable." Beggins, standing close by, chimed in to support him. "Young master, even the Lord knows this is a golden opportunity," but Lewin abruptly cut him off. "No. A lot has changed. It may be small, but we're moving forward." A crystal-clear conviction ran through his mind. Just because the merchant guild said no once doesn't mean we can give up on something that brings so much hope to our people. A confident smirk tugged at the corner of Lewin's mouth. Who knows, maybe a champion's proposal can actually make a difference. Lord Ardal and Beggins fell completely silent, not saying a word. Before the Lord let out a heavy sigh of relief. "Fine, you still have that Monzo business to sort out anyway, so what reason do I have to stop you?" "All right, go ahead and give it a shot," he replied. "Thank you, father." Just as Lewin stepped out the door, someone called out to him, "Are you heading to Lake 8? Irene stepped out from the distance and calmly struck up a conversation. "Well, looks like we're in the same boat now, both of us illegal immigrants." He still couldn't quite catch her wavelength. What are you talking about?" Suddenly, Lewin jumped in alarm. "Wait, don't tell me you crossed the Ardal border without permission." Irene gave a knowing, evasive smile. "That's right." Hearing that, he cried out in horror. "That makes me an accomplice to illegal residency. Sneaking across a deserted border all by yourself. Are you always this reckless? Didn't you think about how dangerous that could be?" She crossed her arms with a smug look. "I don't think that compares to the things you've pulled." Before Lewin could process what she was about to say, he could only ask, She closed her eyes and slowly began rattling off a list of seemingly hidden offenses. You broke into someone else's dorm, and you pulled off a crazy stunt during the tournament without even considering the risks. And you won everything. To keep up with someone like you, isn't this just a minor mischief? Didn't I say I was going to catch up to you? Only then did the muscles in his face relax just a fraction. A gentle breeze swept across their shoulders and hair. Lewin announced with soaring ambition, "I'm planning to go even further." And Irene made her decision in a heartbeat. "Then I'm coming with you. I'm already an illegal immigrant anyway, doing it one more time won't hurt." The two of them climbed the mountain together, heading straight toward Lake 8, determined to cross the southern mountains and scout the path ahead. Exploring together proved difficult. The terrain was so rugged that even with a compass, finding a way was a challenge. They decided to use tracking magic to locate the mysterious village of Insanium. Suddenly, Lewin panicked upon spotting something. Of course, there were strict rules against using magic during vacation. Whose words were they anyway? The two of them ran breathlessly, reminding each other, weren't students banned from using magic during the holidays? Well, you can just follow the compass instead. Irene had been using this magic ever since she arrived in Ardal. However, the tracking magic homed in on humanoid monsters, inadvertently leading her straight into a werewolf lair and plunging her into grave danger. A pack of growling werewolves stood right before them. He channeled his mana and leaped high into the air, then brought a crushing blow down upon a werewolf. A surge of golden energy unleashed a massive explosion that shook the ground itself. The werewolf caught fire in the magical flames, but by exploiting the pack's heavy reliance on their leader, they quickly took down the alpha and made their escape. They also received an obscure, unverified quest notification. Lewin was left somewhat speechless. A quest. Following the lingering traces of the tracking magic, they resumed their journey toward their destination. Fortunately, they didn't encounter any more monsters like before, and a smile finally graced the corners of both their mouths. Irene softly murmured, "It looks like we found it this time." Lake 8. Lake 8, a massive city-state where 8 Great Lakes converge and connect to the sea. Much like Altine, it was a neutral territory under the Empire's oversight. Here, instead of a monarch, representatives from 8 merchant guilds governed the country under the title of co-representatives. As a commercial nation, it dominated trade across the continent, and rumors even suggested they traded with pirates. If there was a profit to be made, this place valued money above all else. She tilted her head to ask for Lewin's opinion. "So, where are you planning to go now?" He quickly answered, "We're heading to the Golden Hall." Besides, the Golden Hall was a grand mansion situated right in the middle of Lake 8, where the representatives held their daily midday meetings. Thus, it was the ideal place to corner and persuade them. The guard at the door, strictly enforcing protocol, inquired, "Do you have an appointment?" Lewin calmly asked for a favor. "No, I'll wait here. Could you pass along a message?" The guard hesitated, looking as though he wanted to turn down their request. "If you don't submit official paperwork, it's going to take a while to get clearance." He spoke up with absolute confidence. "Just tell them that Lewin Ardal has arrived. And I am Irene Browse." The moment he recognized their names, the guard's eyes widened in sheer shock. "Wait, are you the winner of the Grand Lewin Ardal tournament?" "Apologies for not recognizing you immediately. I'll report this right away." Lewin crossed his arms and let out a hearty laugh. "See?" Irene wasn't particularly surprised, reacting just as Lewin expected. Fortunately, they were granted entry immediately. Stepping inside, the very first thing that caught their eye was a golden angel statue holding a trumpet and wearing golden robes, giving the entire interior a dazzling, opulent glow. Irene immediately marveled. "This place really lives up to its name, the Golden Hall." Lewin agreed wholeheartedly. "Right, it's incomparable to the House of A, isn't it?" Arriving before a massive white double door, the guard bowed respectfully and motioned for them to enter. He mentally reassured himself, "No pressure, I'm here to make a fair business deal, not to beg for charity." Then he quickly pushed the grand doors open. "Pleased to meet you, I am Lewin Ardal." The people inside immediately turned their heads to look. Before the two of them sat a crowded round table, with only 2 empty chairs left vacant. The occupants continued to watch them as they took their seats, and someone spoke up. "I thought it was just a rumor, but it turns out to be true. I saw you in Altine, you're the champion." A burly man with a thick beard raised an eyebrow and asked, "What brings a prestigious next-generation mage like you to such a remote place?" Lewin deliberated internally for a moment. So the title of a major tournament winner actually carried weight here. Lewin weighed his thoughts for a moment. So the title of a major tournament winner carried weight here after all. "I was worried about showing up unannounced, but it seems we can talk." The people around murmured and chuckled. "Well, it'll be great if this turns out to be beneficial for our guild." Ha ha ha, don't be hasty, I'm interested too. Contrasting with their attitude, he presented his case with a deadpan, utter seriousness. I'm here to negotiate trade between Ardal and Lake 8. The people sitting opposite fell into deep thought, HRM. And in another corner, someone was entirely at a loss for words. Trang leaned in close to Liuan's shoulder and whispered, Liuan, it looks like you've completely chilled the room out. Low murmurs began to ripple through the room. One man turned to ask the person next to him, Ardal, I think I've heard of it. Do you know where it is? The other replied with a hint of recognition. It's located south of the small country of Radiant. A woman sitting behind them rested her chin on her hand and joined the conversation. Ah yes, that countryside place tried to sell keystone fish and sweet potatoes once. I think the Lord visited back then. How did that go again? The man who brought it up spread his hands and recounted. We turned them down. 8 votes against, 0 in favor. A unanimous decision. The woman looked somewhat curious. Why? The other man explained, because it wasn't profitable. They only wanted a one-way export. Liuan fell into a quiet silence. The man sitting in the presiding seat opposite them smirked and declared, in that case, I don't think there's much left to discuss. Panic began to creep into his chest. After all, they were merchants. The moment they heard something contrary to their profits, their attitudes flipped instantly. I'm both the next generation mage and the young master of Ardal, but to them, I'm just the young master of Ardal. A poor kid from the countryside trying to steal their money. Their cold, brutally frank perspective was chillingly clear. Both Liuan and Trang wore expressions of displeasure, and he voiced his suspicion. Would it be the same this time around? However, Liuan stood up, resting his hands on the table. It's quite a shame to see everyone react this way when we haven't even started presenting our proposal yet. Here, a total of 30,000 gold pieces. The room was instantly sent into an uproar. He smiled as if victory was already within his grasp. Well, are you more interested in a deal now? A massive city-state where 8 Great Lakes converge and connect to the sea. Instead of a monarch, 8 representatives jointly govern the country under the title of co-representatives. I am here to establish a trade route between Lake 8 and Ardal. I crossed the northern mountains to get here. I faced countless hardships along the way. But if I can succeed in this negotiation, it will all be worth it. Liuan's eyes suddenly lit up. So what do you think? Are you interested in making a deal now? I will purchase 30,000 gold worth of weapons from Lake 8 for Ardal. In exchange, allow the trade of Ardal's goods. The person sitting nearby asked a bewildered question. 30,000 gold? Are you preparing for war? If not, why on earth would you need 30,000 gold worth of weapons? He stayed silent, offering no response. As expected, they were utterly astonished. 30,000 gold was equivalent to 3 years' budget for a rural fiefdom like Ao. It was on par with the annual budget of a mid-sized city. Spending such an astronomical sum on weapons was undeniably shocking. But I realized something through the Monzo incident. Power naturally attracts wealth, and that power builds peace. If I have to buy weapons from somewhere to gain that strength, I'll build my foundation right here. I know each of the 8 representatives specializes in different goods. Who is in charge of weapons? They unexpectedly introduced a quiet child who had been sitting there silently all along. That was the #1 representative. Weapons, iron ore, various flora and fauna, and even ships, they managed the widest range of goods. Caught completely off guard, Liuan's expression of astonishment was plain to see. The representative looked even younger than he did. But the child's gaze was not that of an ordinary kid. It carried an overwhelming, extraordinary presence. What kind of life had this child lived? Cecilia asked calmly, by the way, what do you plan to do with so many weapons? I know this curiosity is uncalled for, but as the supplier, I have a few concerns. Liuan showed a certain degree of respect toward her as well. First, we plan to launch a large-scale hunt for the monsters near Ardal. The weapons trade is just the first step. Cecilia hesitatingly repeated, you said the first step. Before she could finish, Liuan explained right away. We plan to establish a trade route connecting the 8 lakes and Ardal by cutting a path through the northern mountains. The person in the presiding seat panicked and interrupted Liuan. Young Master Ardal, please refrain from mentioning that mountain by name in here. Liuan looked completely clueless. My apologies. Irene glanced around the table and asked, why is the atmosphere like this? What's going on? Liuan mirrored her gesture and replied, I'm not sure either. He cautiously observed the crowd. I don't know what's happening, but I know who caused it. Their faces had gone completely pale. Why on earth would that be? Cecilia frowned in warning. You're planning to cross the northern mountains? No, that's impossible, because a demon resides there. Liuan's mind raced instantly. A demon, could it be? Then he recounted to them, last night I crossed those mountains myself. The young girl's face darkened in sheer disbelief. You're lying. Lewin reaffirmed his words while reaching into his tunic to pull out a pouch. This isn't a lie, I encountered something in those mountains. Could this be the demon you're referring to? It was silver wolf fur. Cecilia sprang to her feet in a panic. You completed the quest, you've earned the respect of the Valtres family. Lewin confirmed inwardly that it was indeed true. A few clear tears welled up in the corners of the young girl's eyes. Finally it's dead. 3 days later, Lewin and Cecilia walked side by side. She politely initiated the conversation. Apologies for keeping you waiting. He naturally didn't harbor any complaints. Not at all, it's completely understandable. With her cheeks tinted a soft pink, Cecilia confided, I never thought I'd face this mountain again. Of course, my heart still feels heavy, but it's different from before. The disaster that took my father away is no longer there. It's all thanks to you, Mage Lewin. Lewin replied with polite modesty. It's nothing, I just happened to run into it on my way here. The two of them looked up toward the tree canopy. Cecilia mapped out a thoroughly concrete route. If we carve a path through the southern mountains, we can establish a direct trade route from Ardal straight to the western Sand Kingdom of Yoda. We won't need to waste time and money detouring through the central region like we do now. And regarding the construction of the road, our Valtres family will provide full support. Lewin raised his voice in stunned disbelief. Pardon? Everything had unfolded completely opposite to his expectations. I thought we'd start by building a relationship through the weapons trade and that the trade route would come later. I even assumed I'd have to shoulder the costs of opening the route myself. However, with the Valtres family's help, this is a massive windfall. He stammered in sheer disbelief. Are you saying, you'll accept my proposal? She calmly acknowledged. Of course. Any goods produced in Ardal will be purchased at a price higher than the market rate at Lake 8. Lewin reasoned internally, buying above market rate. This was an incredibly generous condition. Cecilia added with a gentle smile from across the table, merchants will do anything for money, but we have hearts too. I, Cecilia Valtres, promise to show gratitude and trust befitting a benefactor. Lewin closed his eyes, finally yielding to the offer. Extending his hand to shake hers, he said, I look forward to working with you. With that, the agreement with Lake 8 was successfully completed. Lewin and Irene walked together through the forest. He shared his excitement with her. I'm so glad things went smoothly. I can finally send good news back to everyone and my father. By the way, Representative Cecilia is truly amazing for growing up so maturely at such a young age without a father. Irene was quick to notice the shift in Lewin's tone. You're not quite acting like your usual self, Lewin. Are you feeling emotional? He blurted out an entirely unpredictable answer. I suppose I felt a brief moment of empathy since we're in a similar situation. She wore a look of utter surprise. Lewin turned back with a good-natured smile. Anyway, just wait and see, Lady Irene. If you ever visit Ardal again, you'll be amazed at how bustling it's become. Irene let out a soft sigh. You really love your hometown, don't you? Lewin, I wish I could feel that way too. Resting his hands behind his head, he asked curiously, isn't home a place everyone misses and cherishes? She immediately shot it down. Not for me. Lewin followed up with a playful nudge. HRM, I'm quite curious now. Do you think you'll ever invite me to your hometown someday, Lady Irene? Irene answered offhandedly. HRM, who knows? Irene seemed reluctant to talk about it, but he resolved, someday, I'm definitely going to visit Fraus. Golden, mellow rays of sunlight gently draped over the village with all-encompassing warmth. Interwoven with that warmth was the absolute, utter shock of the Lord of Ardal. What? At a price higher than market rate? Beggins was equally astounded. They even promised to take responsibility for opening the trade route. And a bit of anxiety completely unrelated to Lewin's story. Did you two book separate rooms at the inn? Lewin quickly covered the little girl's mouth tightly. Shrugging off his sister's eager intensity, he replied to his father, Yes, father. Cecilia Valtres has promised all of that. Beggins exclaimed loudly. Even so, the notoriously cold Valtres representative said she would repay a debt of gratitude. That's incredible. Lewin calmly explained, Yes, but we'll need time to prepare that quantity, and they said it will take 3 months for those weapons. Construction on the Southern Mountain Pass Road will begin this month, and Lord Ardal couldn't help but feel proud of his son's capabilities. With a direct trade route to the Empire, Ardal would finally prosper. You've grown up so much, Lewin, to achieve something this difficult. Thank you for growing up so wonderfully. Seizing the opportunity, Lewin pressed forward with one final request. Then, father, do you trust me enough to let me do one more thing? He asked softly. What is it? Clenching his hand tightly on the table, he resolutely blurted out what he wanted. The bloodline of Ardal, the dream of the people of Ardal, and revenge for my mother. That is the Red Plain Hunt. Everything slowly faded into memory. Standing before a horrifying scene where everywhere was engulfed in flames, Lewin recalled. On my 6th birthday, which should have been a fond memory, it turned into the worst nightmare. The mud people who occupied the grassland attacked the village, and countless lives were lost. The most painful part was that my mother was among them. My mother, nowadays, I can't even remember her face clearly without looking at her portrait. Too many people, including my mother, lost their lives, and many others were severely injured. That day, for the first time, I made an oath: I must become stronger. As the Lord of Ardal, I will not let Ardal remain weak. Returning to reality on a beautiful morning, Lewin was taking a stroll with Irene, watching the villagers diligently training before them. Shouts echoed and decisive actions were executed with high spirit by everyone. Ever since the extermination order was issued, the villagers began practicing spearmanship every day. Every movement was uniform, repeated tirelessly without hesitation. Irene looked at them excitedly, nodding how different the villagers looked. Lewin offered words of praise, saying it was something to be grateful for, as they were putting in a lot of effort. Noticing something special, she looked slightly surprised mixed with mild admiration. By the way, their spearmanship technique seems very unique. Irene wondered aloud who had taught them such a technique. Hearing this, Lewin looked toward an elderly man standing with his hands clasped firmly behind his back and replied, "Ah, that was taught by our knight commander." A man with a gentle face bearing wrinkles touched by the passage of time, he was once known as Lightning and fought on the kingdom's front lines, Lord Bolvar Pet, the greatest knight of Ardal. Lewin remembered the image of him fiercely facing monsters with a deep sense of gratitude. If not for Lord Bolvar when the mud people attacked, the casualties would have been far greater. He still vividly remembered how the man had cut down 5 mud people in a single strike. He was still lost in thought. Even now, the old man usually preferred a fishing rod over a spear. Suddenly, someone from behind called out a familiar name, Lord Bolvar. The voice snapped Lewin back to reality. He quickly turned his head to respond. "Yes, is something wrong?" Bolvar strode over, calling out loudly as if to confirm, "Ah, is that young Master Lewin?" Seeing him approach from a distance, Lewin quickly greeted him. "Ah, long time no see, Lord Bolvar. I was planning to greet you after practice." The old man replied with great elegance, "The training just ended, so it's fine." The old man replied with great elegance, "The training just ended, so it's fine." Suddenly, Bolvar grabbed Lewin's hand and laughed excitedly. "I heard you made quite a big splash this time, winning big and now even leading an extermination campaign." Lewin felt awkward and forced a nervous chuckle. "Why yes, that's right." After an enthusiastic greeting, Bolvar looked over at the girl beside him with a puzzled expression. "By the way, who is the person next to you?" Placing a hand politely on her chest, she introduced herself. "Pleased to meet you, I'm Irene Browse." Closing her eyes in awe, she sighed. "Meeting the Lightning Knight Bolvar here is an honor." Hearing that name uttered made his eyes widen in disbelief. Standing next to him, Lewin was also surprised, glancing over to ask what she meant. After a few seconds of shock, Bolvar regained his composure and asked, "Lady Irene, what are you talking about? I heard about you from a knight's lecture called The 11 Children." Irene clenched her hands and explained respectfully, "I became certain after seeing the villagers' spearmanship technique." Her hair fluttered gently in the wind as she faced the middle-aged man, her voice retaining its gentle and patient tone. "The only spear knight of the kingdom of Rid. I heard you suddenly retired and disappeared when you were only 30, a legend among legends." His voice deepened, soft yet full of nostalgia, as if returning to a bygone era of glory. "Ha ha, I didn't expect anyone to still remember those trivial stories." She gently brushed her hair aside, her gaze calm and her voice as mild as recounting an obvious truth. "Of course, because it left such a deep impression, I read about it in great detail." Looking at Bolvar, Irene seemed to see the powerful man in armor holding a spear standing proudly behind him, continuing the tale of how he had cut down over a dozen high-ranking spellcasters of a hostile nation and become a living legend. He closed his eyes, serene as if he no longer cared for past matters. "I am deeply honored that Milady finds it memorable, even though I'm just an old man now." Lewin stepped closer to Bolvar, his voice tinged with sadness. "Lord Bolvar, why did you hide that?" Turning to face him, the old man replied casually, "HRM, I never hid it, you just never asked." Lowering his gaze, Lewin explained with a hint of bitterness, feeling slightly left out, "I had to hear from someone else that you used to be the Lightning Knight, even though I was right by your side without knowing." Suddenly, a remark from the old man made Lewin snap to attention with wide eyes. "If anything, don't you know more about me than anyone?" The young master disagreed and began recounting what he knew about Bolvar. That's only a part of what I know. Each image resurfaced in his mind. You love fishing and live in that house down the hill. The warm memory of unexpected autumn evenings when Lord Bolvar would affectionately lead him by the hand flashed in his mind. And you used to take me for walks when I was a little boy. The old man continued, but seeing you grow up like this is truly heartwarming. Bolvar clasped his hands behind his back again and said in a serious tone, Bolvar Petten, isn't that enough? Just a few words from him made Lewin snap fully awake. He stepped forward, his gaze resolute. I wasn't thinking things through. I understand you better than anyone else. Bolvar bowed happily and replied, Thank you for understanding, young master. Without giving him time to dwell on it, Bolvar offered a suggestion. By the way, I promised to help the young lady train her swordsmanship today. Would you like to join? Intrigued, Lewin immediately agreed. Observe, I'd be more than happy to. Suddenly dropping his gentle expression, the old man spoke with intense seriousness. No, Bolvar clarified his intentions, not observe, I mean a sparring match. Hearing those words, Lewin was rendered speechless, his face freezing as he asked back as if afraid he had misheard. What? In a certain dense forest. Bolvar was sparring with Lewin down below. Their colliding swords produced loud, piercing clangs. Irene watched intently, exclaiming, She's remarkable. Having skills like that at age 12 is astonishing. Lewin didn't reply, keeping a serious face, though inwardly he agreed. I agree, frankly, even I am surprised. Watching the young girl gripping her sword tightly with blazing spirit, he silently marveled. Her blade is balanced perfectly and her footwork is consistent, proof that her foundation is rock solid. Then he glanced at his opponent. The old man had suppressed a large portion of his combat power to minimize potential harm to Lewin. Lewin felt a surge of admiration. And Lord Bolvar is only using his left hand against someone like Lewin and not even using a spear, his specialty, just a wooden sword. Bolvar's closing words rang out, That's enough for today's practice, milady. Slinging his sword over his shoulder, he looked at the proud, hand-on-hip young girl and praised Lewin. See that? The young lady's skills have progressed to this level. At this rate, even you won't be able to match her swordsmanship. Lewin smiled proudly, thinking, I suppose so. My little sister is truly exceptional, while silently cheering her on internally. You've worked really hard, Lewin. Not letting him hold that sentiment for long, Bolvar suggested, Now it's your turn, isn't it? Lewin drew a wooden sword with a touch of nostalgia. Right, around age 9, I used to spar with Lord Bolvar using wooden swords because even a spellcaster needs to understand swordsmanship to face knights. Making up his mind since he had been practicing martial arts ever since, he stepped up to show what he was made of. His face turned stern, his eyes sharp as he called out, Please teach me, Lord Bolvar. And the match ended with Lewin sprawled flat on the ground, his face covered in scratches and a dazed look in his eyes as if refusing to believe the reality of it. Amid the laughter of the two girls nearby, Bolvar encouraged him, Your movements have improved compared to 7 years ago. This old man is very glad. While Lewin lay helpless on the ground, thinking it offered no comfort at all. Sitting up, Lewin asked with a puzzled expression, By the way, how does your skill level back when you were a knight compare to today's standards? Hearing the question, the old man wasn't entirely sure of the answer. I'm not sure. It's been so long since I retired. I don't know what today's younger generation is like. Lowering his gaze in deep thought, Lewin mused, Is there a good point of comparison? As if hitting upon a solution, he blurted out, An image of someone flashed in Lewin's mind. He suggested, I know a knight, Lord Gunter Perante, the only 6-star knight in the eastern region of Radian. Remembering with gratitude, he added, He helped me train my martial arts before the grand tournament. I remember him being extremely strong. Hearing that, Bolvar's expression turned thoughtful. Recalling as he spoke, 6 stars. 20 years ago when I left the Knight Order, I was already a 7-star knight. Hearing this introduction, Lewin widened his eyes in astonishment. What? He silently gasped, You were a 7-star knight 20 years ago. That's practically the strongest in the entire kingdom. Looking at the system panel appearing before him, Lewin pondered to himself, why on earth would someone like that show up in Ardal? A command was issued, fight the knights using a wooden sword. An unexpected quest, fight Lord Bolvar. He watched the countdown timer ticking backward, only 3 days remaining. Sweat beaded on his face with rising anxiety. Can I really pull this off? With my current swordsmanship, I'm nowhere near ready. Suddenly, Irene spoke up, pulling Lewin out of his thoughts. Trained by a 7-star knight, young Master Lewin, you're truly having a rare experience. Lewin blankly asked back, What? She excitedly explained what she meant. Lord Bolvar is the only legendary level knight in the Kingdom of Radian. This is an experience money can't buy. Lewin smiled as if it all suddenly clicked. That's right, this really is a wonderful opportunity. I can't believe I was hesitating just out of fear of failure. Keeping one hand behind his back, Bolvar caught that moment and marveled, "Oh, young master, I really love the look on your face right now." Meanwhile, regaining his spirit, Lewin stood up and picked up his sword. "Right, I'm fully determined now." With 3 days left to complete the quest, he once again gripped his sword tightly in front of him, his face hardening with a hint of confidence. "I'll have to rely on you once more, Lord Bolvar." Filled with blazing momentum, Lewin thought, "With that much time, I'll succeed. It'll be fine." Lewin was surprised to receive a notification from the system. During the sparring session with Lord BVA, a new quest had appeared specifying that he had to successfully execute blocking, dodging, and counterattacking maneuvers using critical strikes against Lord Bolvar. Lewin told himself, to complete this quest, I've been sparring with Lord Bolvar every single night. As the timer ticked down every second, Lewin practiced tirelessly, his face covered in scratches and smudged with dirt. Moving his limbs while harboring swirling thoughts, he initially wondered if these matches had any point. Just as he thought that, he accidentally let his guard down and was caught by Bolvar. There's an opening right there. Even so, figuring there had to be a reason the system assigned the quest, he kept sparring. The final deadline had dropped to just over 42 hours, less than 2 days. Right on cue, Bolvar leisurely announced, "An opening here, too." Finally, with only 23 hours and 51 minutes left, Lewin had to focus to the utmost. He lunged toward Bolvar at lightning speed. After a moment, he smiled faintly, his eyes reflecting clear excitement and satisfaction. "Done." Bolvar looked at him with a gentle smile and readily offered praise. "You did well." Lewin thought to himself, Lord Bolvar said the results of my efforts are finally showing. As time passed, the final day of training arrived. Worried by Lewin's overexertion, Bolvar checked in on him. "Young master, are you tired?" Lewin replied with absolute certainty, "No, I can keep going." Slinging his wooden sword over his shoulder, Bolvar gently told him not to push himself too hard, pointing out, "Look, dawn is already breaking." But because he still had an active quest, Lewin's determination surged. "Yes, I've sparred enough with Lord Bolvar, but..." He stared fixedly at the only remaining quest requirement, the critical strike. "I still haven't completed that condition." The remaining time was barely over half an hour. Panic gnawed at Lewin amidst his thoughts. He couldn't believe this was all he had achieved after an entire sleepless night. Was landing a critical strike on a 7-star knight an impossible mission from the very beginning? His hands clenched tighter with every passing second as time ran desperately short. "What's going on? Have you been up all night, big brother?" Lewina had woken up by then. She tried to persuade her brother, "Big brother, stop already, you've practiced enough." Beggins let out a heavy sigh. "Honestly, I followed the young lady to keep watch, but why does the young master push himself so hard?" Lewina tried to speak further with mounting worry. "Even you have limits, big brother. Stop and get some rest." Without even looking at them, Lewin stared straight at Bolvar and emphasized, "Only 30 minutes left." He deliberately repeated it as if telling everyone not to bother trying to stop him, just 30 minutes. But deep inside, Lewin was filled with uneasy thoughts. "I know all too well. I know it's hard to achieve a miraculous result in just 30 minutes. Yet he continued by swinging the wooden sword in his hand down hard against the ground. He called out loudly, "Lord Bolvar." The sword remained wedged firmly in the earth. Lewin quickly rolled up his sleeves. "I'll treat this as my final attempt and try a different approach," he thought to himself as he spoke, "so from now on, I'm changing my strategy." His bizarre action left Lewina and Irene bewildered. Both Beggins and his father couldn't hide their surprise either, frowning as Beggins muttered something under his breath. Bolvar was also somewhat surprised. He calmly replied, "Young master." Seeing his face and body already locked into an attack posture, he asked, "Are you serious?" "Yes, I'm completely serious." Lewin narrowed his eyes, nothing left in his mind except unwavering resolve. "Through the wooden sword sparring sessions over the past few days, I've learned to anticipate a knight's movements. That goal is accomplished. Now I need to win using my specialty." With his keen perception, Bolvar realized, "I thought it strange that you've been practicing swordsmanship all night for the past few days. It turns out you were after something from me." Lewin made no attempt to hide it, smiling faintly at the old man's deduction. "You figured it out." Because of that, Bolvar looked forward to this final match even more. "Very well, then I'll add one more rule for you, young master." He generously offered him one final major chance. "In the remaining 30 minutes, you are allowed to use magic against me." Liuan froze, whispering the word magic back to himself. As Bolvar replied and raised his sword, he added, "But I'll also get a bit more serious. I want to see your true capabilities." Liuan was ready as well. He lifted his heel and pointed his toe toward Bolvar. "Here I come." The very next second, both of them dashed forward like the wind. Gritting his teeth with wide eyes, Liuan thought, "Without a wooden sword, I have to get closer than the blade's reach. In exchange, my body becomes lighter and my balance during movement improves." When closing into this distance, the blind spot of the sword makes it useless. Bolvar suddenly paused his attack for a moment, bursting into an amused laugh. "So that's how it is." At the same time, Liuan felt a brief flash of hesitation and confusion, but he gritted his teeth through the momentary panic. He doesn't leave a single opening outside the reach of his wooden sword. "The method I used to face Doom Prime at the Grand Tournament, shattering the opponent's sword, is not a strategy applicable to everyone. Knights of Lord Bolvar's caliber don't confront differences in strength head-on. Instead, they redirect it." Bolvar meticulously analyzed Liuan's fighting style up to that point, as if seeing right through it. "Your plan was to step into the distance beyond my wooden sword's reach. That's a good choice, but once discovered, I won't have many options left. An opponent will always try to widen the distance from you." This only drove Liuan harder. He leaned forward and clenched his fists tightly. "Lord Bolvar is right. All my combat tactics have been seen through." As his fist was about to strike forward, Liuan suddenly bared his teeth in a mischievous grin. "However, you didn't foresee this." In an instant, his curled hand flew open as Liuan shouted, "Light." Immediately, a blinding blue light engulfed them both, making it impossible to see where Liuan or Bolvar was. After the light faded, leaving behind faint wisps of smoke, everyone saw that Liuan had grabbed Bolvar by the collar, pinning him to the ground. Liuan screamed in utter shock, "Big brother." Although he lost the match, Bolvar still smiled gently at him. "I was worried you'd use some terrifying type of magic, but you just blinded me with a flash of light. You completely defeated me, young master." Looking at him, Liuan replied humbly, "This was all I could come up with at the time. I'm truly sorry for catching you off guard, Lord Bolvar." Though his words were brief, his mind carried heavier thoughts. "Honestly, if Lord Bolvar had been in his normal condition, I probably would have failed. He didn't even get to rest today because of me. And finally I succeeded." The system notified him of the reward Liuan received, the steel destruction skill. Standing there happily reading about his reward, Liuan received a painful slap on the shoulder. "Big brother, what on earth are you doing?" Liuan grimaced while angrily reprimanding him. "Even if it's just sparring, how could you pin Lord Bolvar to the ground like that?" Liuan offered a sheepish smile, not knowing how to explain, so he simply muttered, "Sorry." Bolvar stepped in to explain on his behalf, "I'm fine, so please don't be too harsh on the young master, milady." Bowing respectfully, Liuan reached out a hand toward his father. "Now that the sparring is over, I just want to soak in a hot tub for a bit. Oh my, I've taken up too much of your time." Pulling him to his feet, Liuan's heart overflowed with positive emotions. "I've learned so much throughout this period." The two of them slowly walked back. "This has been a very interesting experience for an old man like me. Young master, your vacation must be coming to an end soon." Liuan replied to him, "Yes, I'll be setting off soon since it takes 10 days of horseback riding to reach the academy. This long yet short vacation is coming to an end." He felt a fleeting sadness at having to pack his bags and leave, and the day to depart his homeland arrived. Standing on the bridge, he and his father looked down at the young men working diligently. "All right, let's push a bit harder. Finish up and then we'll have a few Liuan beers. Definitely, today I'm going to drink to my heart's content." He politely explained to his father, "These are workers sent by the Valtres family. Since we're building a base in Ardal, we need a massive amount of manpower." Spreading both arms to express his excitement, he continued, "Through this route, we'll transport weapons from Lake 8 while carrying out extermination missions. Additionally, many workers will use Ardal's restaurants and inns, bringing great benefits to this entire region. This is the beginning of change." When mentioning this, he suddenly lowered his voice. "And there's one more thing I want to tell you, father." Handing him a box, he said, "This is 12,000 gold coins. Please use it for Ardal." Liuan's father looked as though he wanted to refuse, frowning as he blurted out, "My son." Understanding what his father was thinking, Liuan quickly interrupted, "I kept 400 gold coins for myself, so don't worry too much. Surely you won't refuse this time, right?" Looking at Liuan with loving and proud eyes, his father said, "I'm so ashamed. I'm just living in your debt." Without hesitation, he pulled his filial son into a hug to say goodbye. "Thank you, my son. All right, then you should be on your way." Liuan let his thoughts drift once more. "I have to say this was a very productive vacation. I said goodbye to everyone and walked a stretch of the road with Irene. When the path branched and he was about to say his goodbyes, Lewin heard Irene say something that made him rush to ask, what did you just say? I must have misheard. Irene intentionally lowered her voice to emphasize, no, you heard correctly. Beaming at Lewin, she said, after graduation, during the monster extermination missions, I'll help out again. I already said I'm going to follow you until I defeat you, Master Lewin. Watching Irene's retreating back, Lewin thought to himself, so she hasn't forgotten. What a strange person. And thus, they parted ways, promising to meet again one day. After traveling for about a week from Ardal, I crossed the central border and entered the eastern region. Unlike the southern region, this place had much more foot traffic. Just as he set foot here, Lewin was drawn to a street brawl, stopping to watch as someone bellowed, "Say that again." A thug in black was screaming aggressively into the face of a young man in a white shirt. "What did you just say, you weak little punk?" The screeching voice grew louder and louder. "Say it again, you bastard." Seeing this bullying, Lewin felt a restless agitation stir inside him. What's going on here? The thug in black maintained his high-pitched, arrogant tone. "Say it again. What did you just say, kid?" The young man with a face bruised by minor cuts pleaded softly, "Please, let go of my sister." But the next second he glared at his opponent and raised his voice. "I'm a knight too. If you don't let my sister go right now, I won't let this slide." The thug in black burst into a loud, mocking laugh. "Did you all hear that? What are you gonna do if you don't stand still?" Then he suddenly stood up, continuing to lecture the poor young man. "All of this happened because your family couldn't pay up. We've got to make a living too." Clenching his fist, his mouth spewed provocative and insulting remarks. "So now I'm going to collect the debt your father left behind, even if I have to sell your sister. Ha ha." Frowning, the young man's eyes filled with burning indignation. "What?" Hearing him touch upon his family member, the young man instantly reacted without thinking, lunging forward desperately. "Do you think I'd let that happen?" For the first time in the conversation, he managed a bitter smirk at the thug. How ridiculous. But before he could even attack, he took a heavy punch from the man, accompanied by a ferocious curse. "Do I look like I'm joking to you?" Stomping on the young man while cursing viciously, the thug spat, "And you think a weakling like you can become a knight? Is Hansen the standard for apprentice knights in Foldren?" Not stopping there, he grabbed the young man by the hair and yanked his head up, issuing orders as if the youth were his slave. "Say it again. What did you just say?" Bravely, the young man emphasized every single word. "Try selling my sister." Casting a blazing, fiery glare at his opponents, he spoke in a cold, emotionless voice. "I'll really kill you guys." Standing by and watching, Lewin furrowed his brows with a sense of lingering grievance. Am I really witnessing this? Can something like this happen in broad daylight? The young man looked like a squire from a nearby territory, but even for a squire, he was terrifyingly weak. Still, that wasn't the kind of look he usually saw. It was the gaze of someone who had something they absolutely had to protect. As Lewin stepped forward toward where the scuffle was taking place, someone unexpectedly patted him on the shoulder. A frightened man warned him, "Young man, don't meddle in other people's business and just walk away. If you pick a fight with the Ongi lumber gang, it'll be a disaster." Right, those guys were notoriously ruthless. Lewin didn't bother to thank him. Instead, he wanted to poke fun at these guys. "I see, but then what are you guys doing here?" The men looked bewildered. What do you mean?" Lewin continued. "You didn't try to stop them and you didn't save the kid either." His eyes flared wide, baring his teeth to reveal his deep disgust. "You should be ashamed of yourselves. You're no different from them." With that, he continued walking toward the young man. That was a good gaze, the kind of look that could grow much stronger. Suddenly, he found himself curious about the boy's true worth. The man who had kindly warned Lewin was now furious at being lectured by him. "What? Fine, do whatever you want, so much for all my worry for you." The burly thug who had been tormenting the young man froze when he saw Lewin approaching, shooting him a sharp, venomous glare. Then, adopting a rough, lecturing tone, he demanded, "Who the hell are you? Are you here to get beaten up too?" Before he could realize who his opponent was, he ran his mouth, barking, "Get lost before I," just as he was cut off mid-sentence. Lewin channeled his magic, sending the thug flying backward. The man's eyes widened in sheer confusion and terror as he stared at Lewin's cold face. "Why am I seeing stars?" The local villagers watching the scene froze in absolute shock. their eyes bulging and mouths hanging open in horror. The thug's underlings stood stunned, asking one another, what the hell just happened? Meanwhile, the thug could only stand frozen, letting Lewin trample his body with magic. What just went down? After playing around for a bit, Lewin finally let off steam by slamming a direct burst of mana right into the man's face. The thug let out a miserable, agonizing screech. "Ah, don't come near me, stay away, fall back, fall back." The young man from earlier was still sitting in a daze, asking hesitantly, Who on earth are you? Lewin struck a proud, imposing silhouette. He answered Lewin Ardal. Turning back to look at the young man with a relaxed, gentle smile, he added, and that guy's a jerk. When night fell, Lewin visited the young man's home. The boy, who introduced himself as Han, had invited him over, and his story was a depressingly familiar one. Two siblings saddled with the debts of an alcoholic father, forcing a young man to take up the sword to prevent his older sister from being sold to a brothel. Lewin had a few lingering questions and quickly asked, but what kind of place is the Ongi Lumber Gang? The name sounds cute, but their actions are horrifying. Well, it might sound that way, but they're insanely ruthless. Han felt goosebumps just recounting it. They tie people up to an ongi tree and leave them to die. Their leader has killed 4 people, so nobody dares to mess with them. Still troubled by a few loose ends, Lewin pressed on. Does the Foldren territory just let guys like that run wild? Han explained that their area of operation wasn't actually within Foldren proper. They operated in their own village and a few other small settlements, all of which were far too small to have a garrison of guards to help. Lewin lowered his gaze, masking his thoughtful expression. They're worse than I thought. I'd love to deal with them myself, but I don't have the time to track down every single one of them. Han bowed his head, his voice brimming with heartfelt gratitude. Thank you for your help earlier. I've actually heard of your name. He asked gently, they say you're the champion of that tournament, right? Lewin's prompt reply caught Han slightly off guard. Yeah, that's right. Did you hear that from Sir Gunter Perante? Han straightened his posture, staring at Lewin in awe. How did you know? Lewin explained with a smile. I heard that thugs say you were a squire from the Foldren territory, and if it's Sir Gunter, I figured he'd probably mention me. Han sprang to his feet, overflowing with excitement. That's right, our captain talks about you all the time. He said there's a really strong mage at the academy, though not quite as strong as the captain himself. Oh, really? Lewin thought to himself with a deadpan expression, but I beat him in an arm wrestling match. Han puffed out his chest, passionately pouring out his heart. I want to become strong and fast and grow into an amazing knight just like our captain. Lewin fell briefly silent, pressing his lips together in thought. Having a captain as a role model was great. But Han was far too weak to achieve that dream, let alone becoming a knight. Graduating from the academy wasn't even guaranteed for him. Suddenly lowering his voice in a trace of embarrassment, Han confessed, Actually, I'm at the bottom of my class at the academy, so I get mocked every single day. People always say, how can you even survive at the academy with skills like that? Though sad, his words still held a glimmer of faith. Everyone criticizes me, but our captain is different. He said I have a talent that others don't. As he reached that part, Han lit up with vibrant positivity. He said, if I keep putting in the effort, I'll shine one day. Lewin suddenly realized how identical it was, just like Professor Two Black and the headmaster, who had believed in him right to the very end. Sir Gunter Perante must have believed in Han because he had gone through a similar experience. Without hesitation, Lewin boosted Han's spirits. That's right, effort will never betray you. Stuffing a piece of food into his mouth, he continued to encourage his new friend. Even if you're slower than everyone else, if you persevere, a miracle will happen one day, just like it did for me. Noticing Lewin's grimacing expression, Han looked flustered. I'm sorry, I forgot to warn you. My sister's cooking is quite unique. Lewin grumbled inwardly. Why didn't you say so sooner? Just as the two of them were enjoying a warm, cheerful chat, an insolent scream shattered the mood. Get out here, you filthy brats. Members of the Ongi Lumber Gang were swarming outside. That damn noble, I should have torn him to shreds, but instead I'm here to kill these 2 brats. The boss snarled, kill them? No, let's sell them off instead. Storming up to the house, he aggressively kicked the fragile wooden door wide open. Come on out, stop hiding. But he instantly froze, narrowing his eyes in vicious confusion. What? Where are those 2 brats? There was no sign of Han's siblings inside the house. Only Lewin was standing there waiting for him. The boss bellowed in a booming voice, who the hell are you? Liuan, having strapped some light protection onto his arm, smiled and replied, I was wondering what I should do next, but thanks for walking right up to me. Less than 3 seconds later, Liuan struck him with a burst of mana, sending his body flying in a straight line from inside the house out into the yard. His underlings panicked, shouting to each other, what is that? Plunged into utter crisis, the men stared unblinkingly before whispers broke out. Isn't that the noble from earlier? Why is he here? Just then, Han's siblings were seen huddling together in terror, prompting Liuan to instruct, Han, it's dangerous here. Protect your sister. Han asked frantically, Liuan, what are you going to do? Liuan let out a faint, crooked smile. Clenching his fist tight, he declared with fierce momentum, I've gotta earn this meal. Don't be scared, everyone. No matter how good he is, there are over 20 of us. Come on, let's rush him together. The thugs drew their weapons and charged all at once. Fine, come at me all at once. A pulsing blue aura surged across Liuan's hand. Through his match with Baron Bolvar, he had learned a brand new skill, Steel Breaker. Using this skill, the very moment an enemy blade touched his fist, the weapon's very spirit would vanish without a trace. Fighting intensely, he thought to himself. What is this, my sword? Someone cried out in panic. Usually he only handed out light punishments, but these guys were unmistakably villains. So there would be no mercy as Liuan's overwhelming power rained down upon them. A demon, please spare us, we've committed a grave sin. The thugs collapsed to the ground, begging for their lives. Realizing by now that attacking was completely useless, Liuan was deep in thought when a distant scream echoed through the air. Just as expected, not everyone could grasp the reality of the situation. Someone had been taken hostage. You bastards, if you move even an inch, I'll slit this woman's throat. What are you idiots doing? Get up right now, stand up and tie up that damn noble. The boss in black roared commands. Liuan grew anxious. Damn it, are you the leader of these guys? That's right, I'm the boss of the Ongi Lumber Gang. He introduced himself. If you get it, drop to your knees right now. Damn it, Liuan anxiously searched for Han. Han, what happened? Injured, Han's sister spoke up. You got hurt trying to protect your sister, didn't you? Well, looks like I have no choice. I'll just have to sort this out. He advanced toward the boss. The leader shrieked, stay back, you think I won't kill her? Don't move, if you twitch even a single finger, I'll carve her up right here. Furious, Liuan thought, damn it, the academy never taught me how to handle this kind of situation. I don't have enough time to cast a spell. Damn it, what do I do now? A sudden slash of a sword swept forward. The hostage taker looked utterly stunned. You bastard. Han stepped forward, gripping his sword in anger. If you don't want the exact same fate as your boss, get lost right now. Damn it, run, the thugs scattered, fleeing for their lives. Han, are you okay? Han's sister ran up to him, leaving Han in disbelief. I killed someone, how could I? It's fine, Han, it was necessary, and congratulations. Liuan consoled him. Han turned his head in confusion. Congratulations. Liuan explained, that was the Peridot sword style, wasn't it? Mastery over aura. I saw a blue aura burst out from you earlier. Didn't you just reach the 4th stage? The emergence of that invisible blue light means. Han was struck dumb. I reached the 4th stage. Right, reaching the 4th stage is considered top tier among knights. Of course, you still can't fully control your aura yet, but one thing is certain, you've shown clear progress. See, you did it just like I predicted. I wasn't wrong. My judgment was right. Deeply moved, Han said, thank you, Liuan. It's all thanks to you. Without you, I wouldn't have had the courage. Seriously, cut the mushy talk, Liuan replied. At least now, no one would ever bother Han's sister again. And just like that, Han's crisis was neatly resolved. As soon as dawn broke, I headed straight back to the academy, and now I've returned. Before leaving Ardal, I used to wish my vacation would never end. But coming back to the academy now made me realize one thing, I really missed this place. Liuan, what did you do during the break? Me, well, he chatted along with Jason. How should I put it? A lot happened, but nothing really worth telling here. Well, you know, he hesitated. I trained, Jason looked surprised. You, even someone as strong as you train. Swordsmanship, oh come on Liuan, vacations are for resting. Besides, swordsmanship is part of the 2nd semester night courses anyway. Why bother getting a head start? Studying ahead during vacation is called being prepared. While the two of them were talking, a professor called out for Liuan. Professor Heidel, so you're here. What brings you by, Professor? Look outside, we have a visitor. Numerous knights with golden sunbird emblems on their flags. It had to be him. Liuan immediately recognized who the visitor was. I'll head right out. We exchanged letters, but I didn't think I'd see him this soon. The champion of the martial arts tournament had arrived. The carriage door swung open. The princes had arrived. 2 princes stepped down from the carriage, one after the other. Don't you dare try to wedge yourself between me and Liuan, Prince Croster Radian declared the first prince. Don't dream too big, big brother. No matter how hard you try, young Master Lewin will choose me. While the two of them were arguing, Lewin stepped forward and introduced himself. It is an honor to meet you. Your Highnesses, I am Lewin Ardle. Ah, young master, apologies for showing up so unannounced. I've prepared a gift. I hope we can speak in private. No, the gift I prepared is far more valuable. Forget my brother and talk to me first. Their intentions were painfully obvious. If the winner of the martial arts tournament threw their support behind one side, it would be a massive stepping stone toward claiming the throne. I have a solution, he spoke up. A solution. Fine, we'll do it your way, young Master Lewin. Both of you, let's discuss this together. The kingdom of Ladian, to which both I and the Academy belong, is currently known as the weakest nation on the continent. Even so, the kingdom remains incapable of internal unity. The conflict between the monarchist faction led by the first prince and the reformist faction led by the second prince is the root cause of this protracted strife. Most mages are no different, serving merely as tools in their power struggle. Looking back, the reason they sought me out was clearly because of that. That brat, I'm sitting right here. No, the seat opposite Lord Lewin belongs to me. Both princes were bickering over who would get to sit across from Lewin. You couldn't help but feel helpless with these two. Geez, what a headache. Stop making a mess. It wouldn't be a mess if it weren't for you, big brother. It's precisely because of such childish people that the country is in this state. Such thoughts were swirling inside him. Absurd, what did you just say? Stop arguing, I'm somewhat surprised by your sudden visit. Though it's good that you've come. I also have something to say. I have no intention of choosing a master between the two of you. I anticipated this. But hearing it directly still stings. Indeed it does, but even the legendary strategist Jagiz rejected offers 3 times. You must know that story. Jagiz, you rejected the Grand Emperor's offers 3 times before finally joining the Imperial faction. Are you seriously comparing yourself to the first emperor? The first emperor was a 9th stage knight. No matter how much you continue to make those offers, the ultimate outcome will remain the same. As Lewin Ardle, I have things I must do and you have things you must do. I plan to return to my hometown, the Ardle territory. Ardle, does that mean you won't be leaving the kingdom even after graduation? Of course, by then I might become a force for the kingdom. Oh, it's good to hear that. But the situation in Ardle is far from easy. I believe you understand why I don't want to abandon my homeland. Hearing this, both princes looked taken aback. The future strength of the kingdom should not be burdened by unnecessary worries. I, Prince Croster Ladian, will fully support you no matter what the issue is. Don't ask him first and don't ask my brother either. Money, food, I will give you everything. Hey, don't you see I'm talking to the young master here? Butt out, big brother. The two resumed arguing. No matter what happened, I wouldn't choose either of them. Absolutely not. Why? Because letting the two of them continue to struggle would yield far more benefits for me. Lewin was still harboring his own scheming thoughts. I'll send an incredible gift for your graduation. No, I'll send a gift even better than my brother's. The gifts are fine, however, I expect you to handle the matters I mentioned. Haha, don't worry about a thing, just focus on graduating. Fortunately, the princes were satisfied with my neutrality and departed. Moreover, I had clearly demonstrated my loyalty by confirming that I would not leave the kingdom. However, I had made a few requests. First, I demanded approval for the plans Ardle was currently pursuing, and I requested military support timed concurrently with the upcoming subjugation campaign. Everything was proceeding smoothly. Is this the power of authority? Is this the true power of authority? Ah, and my train of thought was abruptly interrupted. Everyone, listen closely. Duke Lewin Ardle is the future and treasure of the kingdom. Therefore, I appoint Duke Lewin as the royal protector. Everyone shall show him the respect he deserves. This hadn't been part of the plan, but things had turned out this way. As the royal protector, the closest guardian of the crown within the realm, no one would dare look down on him. Although unofficial for now, since the princes had acknowledged it, it was practically official. I felt a sense of relief that everything had been resolved so smoothly. Well then, we'll be taking our leave. The two princes said their farewells and left. Truly admirable, appointed as the royal protector of the kingdom. How impressive. Such exclamations echoed around. Make way, you're blocking our way to class, Jason shouted loudly, clearing a path for people. Now that the princes were gone, it was finally time for the classmates to gather. Looks like things are about to get noisy again, huh? The position of protector has always been monopolized by the Garyhill family. Hey, keep it down. Mikkel is coming over there. All the chatter instantly fell silent. What are they talking about? Are they talking about me? he snapped irritably the moment he arrived. How ridiculous. Seriously, who's even talking about whom? Those words clearly seemed to have ticked him off. Have you all forgotten? I'm a Garihil. No matter how much fuss you make after graduation, all of you will still be under my authority. Garihil, Mikkel Garihil, who had nearly faced expulsion after using banned substances during the midterm exams of the first semester, had managed to escape expulsion thanks to a stern punishment of a 30-day suspension. All thanks to the prestige of the Garihil family name. The Academy's magical world, no, practically the entire magical society of the royal court now sat under the thumb of the Garihils. Really? But it didn't seem to be what the princes wanted. Long time no see, Mikkel. Damn it, he gritted out every single word. You think you've won, don't you? What? Just wait and see who gets the last laugh. He turned his back, still radiating dissatisfaction on his face. Jason consoled him. He's just jealous. Don't pay too much attention to it. When you won the major tournament, Mikkel's expression was really something else. This whole situation with the princes probably hit him even harder. Right, jealousy, those petty things weren't even worth considering. Mikkel's tarnished reputation in this matter directly struck at the honor of his family. He was probably plotting something. Is this class the special lecture for alumni? Right, let's go attend. My opponent is Ruthless Garihil, after all. Alumni coming to the academy to give lectures. I wonder who's showing up. Hopefully someone decent, Jason silently wished. And somehow, that nagging sense of unease was never wrong. It seemed the person behind the door was about to shatter his expectations. The entire class directed looks of stunned disbelief toward the front. He was struck dumb. What is going on? The person standing on the podium finally spoke up. Is something wrong? Why is the atmosphere so strange? Could that person be Lewin Ardal? Pleased to meet you, Lewin Ardal. That person was Jekyll Garihil. As previously mentioned, the second semester of the graduation class focused more on practical training rather than theory, featuring night-related courses. And alumni visiting the academy to share stories about current mages, a sort of lecture series. It was a well-intentioned lecture, but somehow that nagging unease proved right. Lewin and Jason took their seats on high alert, silently staring straight ahead, especially since the invited alumni lecturer was none other than Jekyll Garihil's older brother. Holding a book and chalk, he introduced the lesson. Today, the story I will be telling you is about the relationship between the Garihil mages and the court mages. He smiled arrogantly. Everyone already knows, don't they? Out of the 14 court mages chosen last year, as many as 11 came from the Garihil family. He smiled, but his eyes were chillingly cold. As an alumnus of the academy, I'll share a hard truth you need to know in order to succeed. In this world, there is nothing you can truly claim as your own without power. Sitting up here, Lewin listened to every word with extreme caution. Therefore, those who are weaker need to unite even more. From now on, you will focus much more on reality rather than ideals. Just because you praise the student representative Lewin Ardal, it doesn't mean your lives will pan out like his. He abruptly singled out Lewin, causing a brief wave of shock to ripple through the auditorium. Savoring every syllable of the name, he asked, Lewin Ardal, what do you think? Jason slammed his hand down on the desk, standing up in anger. To keep his buddy from doing anything reckless, Lewin quickly stood up to cut him off. Well, if I may say something. Under everyone's gaze, he didn't shy away from voicing his opinion. Even if you piece together 10 shards of trash with sheer determination, a masterpiece will never be born. At best, it's just a giant pile of garbage. Sensing he had just been subtly mocked, Jekyll paused slightly. Are you talking about me? Lewin immediately denied it. Not at all. Did you feel like that applied to you? The tense atmosphere between the two kept the surrounding students buzzing with non-stop chatter. Seemingly left speechless, Jekyll quickly changed the subject. Well, I've heard a lot about you from my younger brother. Mikkel, you've had a rough time, haven't you? Lewin calmly replied. I suppose you haven't heard the rest of the story about how that unlucky guy got thoroughly beaten by me. Jekyll dropped his confident smirk, his face darkening completely. Such an arrogant brat. At that moment, both of them knew that the feud between Lewin Ardal and the Garihils was a clash that wouldn't end easily. Ever since Jekyll's appearance, the atmosphere at the academy had begun to shift rapidly. Dropping hints that anyone could join the Garihils if they wished, Jekyll blinded the lower-performing students. His pragmatic and straightforward style proved quite effective. Around the same time, an argument broke out. One student spoke up. Did you hear what Senior Jekyll said? If we work for the Garihils, we can succeed too. Another student immediately rebutted. Ha, you really think the Garihils care about you? Have some self-respect. I'd rather not work under Mikkel, a guy who uses sly tricks to manipulate people. Ultimately, the Academy's students were split cleanly into two factions, Garihil and Ardal. With the Garihil's petty attempts to humiliate Lewin and his growing anger towards such childish provocations, the mood at the Academy grew more heated by the day. However, before long, an opportunity arose to put Jekyll firmly in his place. Headmaster Tyrion placed a steaming cup of tea on the desk and spoke gently, "Ah, come in, take a seat." Lewin walked down and sat across from him, replying promptly, "Hello, how have you been lately, Headmaster?" The old man calmly lifted his teacup. "Haha, I'm doing well." He spoke in a steady, reassuring tone, brimming with understanding and trust. "Since you're the student representative, we can discuss official matters, can't we? How is life at the Academy treating you?" Lewin closed his eyes, his brow furrowing slightly. "Same as usual, except for one thing. A troublemaker is turning everything upside down." As someone with vast knowledge, experience, and wisdom, the headmaster grasped the situation instantly. Setting his teacup down, he said, "I see. I have a hunch I know exactly who you're talking about." He leaned back in his chair. "The Garihils, I can't stand them either, but what can we do? Every single mage in the kingdom has ties to them, so the Academy is no exception." He continued to explain the current state of affairs. "However, unlike last year, this time we're only assigning them courses that don't directly impact grades. Even so, they're still making quite a ruckus both inside and outside the Academy. Mostly because of you, they seem to hold quite a grudge." Lewin asked out of curiosity, "That alumnus, Jekyll Garihil, what kind of person is he?" The headmaster recounted, "He's exceptionally popular for his good looks and eloquence, his social connections run smoothly, and his academic results are stellar. At age 23, he became the youngest chief mage in the kingdom." But his expression suddenly turned stern. "However, behind that facade lies a giant serpent coiled within him. He possesses deep ambition, a thirst for power, and a ruthless drive. His personality compels him to get whatever he wants at any cost." Understanding the true nature of the serpent Lord Jekyll, Lewin grew wary. "He looks fine on the outside, but he's utterly rotting on the inside, and he'll use any means necessary to get what he wants. That's a Garihil for you." Lewin clenched his fist. By this point, there were more than enough reasons to make a move. The question was, what pretext should he use to do it? Suddenly, the headmaster spoke up, "By the way, I wanted to discuss the upcoming special lessons with you." Lewin's face showed clear confusion. "Special lessons?" The headmaster answered, "Yes, the upcoming joint classes." Suddenly, a crazy idea popped into Lewin's head. "I have a great idea, but would he actually agree?" It was something he had asked many people about, but the reactions had been overwhelmingly negative. Mulling this over, he walked toward the classroom. Right then, remembering Headmaster Tyrion's words gave him an extra surge of motivation. What if I asked him directly myself? With that thought, he pushed the door open. Hearing the door swing open, every student inside turned their heads to look. Even Jekyll, standing at the podium, paused, his voice betraying a hint of surprise. Lewin Ardal." Acting like a polite junior, Lewin approached him directly and proposed, "I've come here with a request for you, senior." Hearing everything from nearby, Mikkel burst into laughter. Jumping to his feet and pointing straight at Lewin with a grin stretching from ear to ear, he barked, "Fine by me. It was only a matter of time before you said something like that." Lewin put on a serious face. "Don't misunderstand, it's not that kind of request." Then he continued, spelling out his true intention. "I heard you received a proposal from the headmaster regarding next week's joint night mage classes and that you turned it down." Hearing that, the corners of Lewin's curls hitched upward into a smile. "Therefore, I've come here to make a direct request. Please allow the alumni and us to hold a joint class." At that moment, Jekyll's entire body froze, his usually arrogant expression instantly turning blank with shock. A joint class? This was a lesson where alumni, acting as special instructors, would participate alongside the students. In other words, this was also an official opportunity for Jekyll and me to clash on the exact same stage. A single sentence sent the room into an uproar. A joint class, so we finally get to see Jekyll Garihil's skills in action. The surrounding students couldn't hide their excitement, locking their eyes onto him as they realized he and Lewin would stand on the same stage for a direct confrontation. Whoa. After sitting in silent contemplation for a moment, Jekyll spoke up. "Why?" He said in a slow, measured tone, "Our alumni are seasoned professionals who have spent years working in the field. A class like that is entirely unnecessary, and frankly, it's just a waste of time. Do you really think so little of us?" It sounded convincing, but it was all within Lewin's expectations as he delivered the fatal blow. "That sounds a bit absurd. Isn't the very purpose of alumni visits to the academy to teach us? Jekyll looked startled. What? Lewin put on a disappointed expression. Yet you're brushing off a joint class, the absolute best opportunity to impart knowledge to your juniors. And all the while, you keep stressing that the Gari Hills are a collective unit. Jekyll's face turned exceptionally ugly at that. Lewin's tone grew unmistakably provocative as a sarcastic smile spread across his face. So why the sudden change? Or perhaps there's another reason. Could it be that you're scared? Jekyll flashed a villainous, intoxicating smile. Even if you won the major tournament, you're still just a student with limited experience. Then he quickly regained his calm facade as if nothing had happened. Before a real blade, you won't be able to do anything except cling to your useless, stubborn ego. Why would we ever need such a troublesome class? Before he could finish, the students chimed in. We want to see your skills too. Jekyll froze slightly, a flash of flustered panic crossing his eyes. Right on cue, a student spoke up and the others quickly joined in. That's right, skills honed through actual battlefield combat. We'd love to see them. At the same time, Mikkel excitedly slammed his hand on the desk. Come on, big brother, what are you waiting for? This is the perfect chance to crush that guy in front of everyone. Accept it, Lewin Ardal, you're going to regret making this proposal for a long time. My older brother is a powerhouse of a mage. His reaction was precisely what Lewin was hoping for. Lewin chuckled gleefully. That's right, Mikkel, you said it. That's how it has to be done, so our esteemed senior won't refuse anymore. Jekyll let out an exasperated sigh. Fine, if it's a joint class, the Squire Knights from Foldren will be participating too, right? However, he quickly tried to justify himself. I turned down this proposal because I didn't want to steal the spotlight from you, the student representative, during class, but since you're so eager to skip past that. Lewin didn't hesitate for a second, stepping straight toward him step by step. No, please go ahead, I'm practically begging you. Reaching out a hand, he added, as a junior at the academy, I want to witness your skills firsthand as well. Jekyll had no choice but to begrudgingly shake his hand. Well, if that's how it is, I have no other choice. Let's both give it our all. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his hand. The agony caused him to grind his teeth together. Gritting out the words, you little brat, Lewin leaned in close to his ear and whispered a chilling, stone-cold warning. I'll leave the rest to you, senior. His eyes burned with bright, thrilling defiance. Get ready to be amazed. 3 days prior, right before the Foldren Squire Knights arrived at the academy, Lewin had a brief meeting with Headmaster Tyrion. He spoke up a special lesson, really. The old man calmly propped his chin up and recounted coolly. On that day, I thought about pairing up alumni with students to form teams for the class, but most of them turned it down. He smiled. However, if a junior asks a senior directly, he won't be able to refuse. As the student representative, what do you think? Remembering that suggestion made him chuckle, a smile mixed with helplessness and amusement. The headmaster really is sly, isn't he? Coming up with a plan that made it impossible for the senior to refuse. Suddenly, the atmosphere erupted unexpectedly. Unable to contain his excitement, someone pointed straight ahead, shouting eagerly, "Look, they're here." It was the Foldren Squire Knights. Cheers washed over the grounds like a tidal wave. Spotting Lewin amidst the crowd, Sir Gutter immediately broke into a bright grin, his eyes gleaming with amusement. Well, look who it is. How's it going, you stubborn brat? Lewin replied. I'm doing well, of course. And how about you, Gutter? The man shrugged, his lazy expression unchanged. Same as usual. I heard news about you a while back. You won the grand festival, didn't you? Lewin tilted his head slightly, modesty evident on his face. That's right, thanks to your guidance, Gutter. Hearing that, the man burst into a hearty laugh. Swiveling around to walk away, he didn't forget to wave goodbye. Haha, now I'm off to see the headmaster, so please show the kids around for me. Lewin accepted the task instantly. Understood. Placing a hand over his chest, he introduced himself formally. Pleased to meet you. I am Lewin Ardal, the academy representative. Could you tell me who the Squire Knight representative is? The lead knight's eyes darted away awkwardly. Ah, our representative is currently busy. Following his gaze, Lewin couldn't help his eyes widening in shock. Before them played out a typical bullying scene of the strong preying on the weak as one guy chuckled amusedly. Haha, come on, Maltiv, you're scaring the kid. The other replied, even if this punk dies, nobody would care, so what? Lewin paused for a moment, his gaze landing on the familiar yet slightly bruised face. Hans, the bullied boy, raised his head. Lewin. He stepped forward. What are you doing here? At that moment, a brown-haired guy in the crowd laughed. Oh, are you the famous Lewin A? I've heard a lot about you. Then the guy introduced himself, lifting his chin with a somewhat arrogant gaze. I am Maltiv Jegan, the representative of Foldrin. He continued in a self-satisfied tone, Vengras Jegan, commander of the Gold Knights, the only 7-star knight in existence. Have you ever heard of him? He's my father. Lewin's expression screamed, who asked, why are you suddenly bringing up your dad during an introduction? Is this guy flexing that his dad is a big shot? Regardless, Lewin brushed his words aside. Right, but I'd be much happier if you answered my question first. The guy's face soured at being ignored. A question? What question? His gaze turned sharp. Say that again. I asked what you think you're doing. The guy replied nonchalantly, as if it were no big deal. Oh, this little brat wasn't listening lately, so I'm personally training him. Is there a problem with me personally training a commoner? He frowned, teeth baring in clear annoyance. And you, how rude, paying attention to a commoner while greeting us. Do you know him? His hand clenched tightly. He's my friend. Is there a problem? The guy's laughter echoed across the courtyard as if he had just heard the funniest joke of the day. Wait, you're serious? Friends, huh? I guess commoners understand each other better. Maltiv mocked. The Ardal family isn't much different from commoners anyway. For an academy representative to come from such a low background, talking to you just makes me sick. Unable to understand why the guy's attitude had changed so drastically, he thought, what on earth are you trying to pull? Suddenly, catching sight of someone in the distance, the guy's eyes lit up brightly. Huh, brother. Reflexively glancing back in confusion, he thought, brother. The moment he saw that person, he finally understood why this guy had been so hostile toward him. Jekyll walked over, smiling casually. Greetings, huh, Maltiv, you're here too. Why is an apprentice knight like you showing up here? Looks like birds of a feather flock together. Even if Lewin didn't know hands, they were bound to clash anyway. Lord Gutter shouted loudly, all right, everyone gather around. As you know, today we will be conducting a joint training session. Standing with his hands on his hips in confident pose, with teacher Heidel standing beside him wearing his habitual stern expression, he commanded, before we begin training, let's form groups. He continued to explain, each group will consist of 2 academy trainees and 1 apprentice knight, making a total of 54 groups. As soon as the words left his mouth, Maltiv scratched his head in exasperation. I didn't want to come here at all. Why do I have to train with these kids? Jekyll hurriedly chimed in to agree. Even long after graduating, I still don't understand why I have to be here. The 2 of them were truly kindred spirits. With a beaming expression, the guy offered a suggestion. So what do you think? Let's just wing it and get this over with. Obviously, we're going to win no matter what. He nodded in agreement. Yeah, that makes sense. If we include Jekin, we'll make a full team. The guy burst into delighted laughter. Hee, sounds good. We can easily crush these weaklings together. Nearby, the atmosphere grew lively as the trainees quickly banded into groups. Yet amidst the commotion, Hans could only lower his head, standing quietly like a neglected shadow. Suddenly, Lewin walked over. Hans, join my group. Unable to believe his ears, Hans asked back hurriedly, huh, Lewin, are you sure? Are you really okay with being in a group with me? As someone who had experienced it himself, he fully understood the feeling of being pushed to the margins. His voice was soft yet resolute as he replied, why not? You're my friend. At that moment, Hans looked at Lewin with a deep sense of gratitude, whispering his name, Lewin. Jason slowly walked over. Wow, I'm a bit surprised. If we're choosing friends, I should be counted in too. He approached with a radiant expression. Since you're Lewin's friend, you're my friend too, right? Lewin explained. Thanks, Jason. I saw that Hans was having a hard time, so I thought I'd join him first. Jason patted Hans gently on the shoulder. Your name's Hans, right? From now on, feel free to speak casually, all right? At first, Hans was a bit startled, but he quickly responded, yeah, sure. Then Lewin clearly announced, listen up everyone, our goal here isn't just getting high scores. Jason put his hands on his hips, tilting his head with a raised eyebrow in confusion. What else is there? Lewin's gaze flickered toward the Vipers, Jekin, Jekyll, and Maltiv, who were gathering on the other side. He slightly narrowed his eyes, filled with vigilance. We also have to deal with those nuisances. Once group assignments were complete, it was time for a short break. Lewin and Hans walked along the hallway together. Lewin gently inquired, hey Hans, are you okay? After taking a beating like that, I can take you to the infirmary if you want. Hans waved his hands in refusal. I'm fine, I'm okay, I don't need to go anywhere. He lowered his head, one hand clutching his other arm. Lewin, it's great meeting you, but it's probably not good for you to act like you're close to me. Lewin paused. What are you talking about? Insecurity enveloped him, his gaze glued to the floor. There are a lot of people who don't like me, so when there's nobody around. Looking straight into his eyes with an unshakable gaze, Lewin refuted that childish notion. No, like I said before, I'm your friend, so you don't need to be on guard. Anyway, that guy from earlier, the one who harassed you at the training center, was it him? Hans replied, yeah. With that, both of them turned their eyes toward Maltiv up ahead. Seeing the guy's stats on the status window made him understand why Hans was so afraid. A 4-star knight with high potential like Maltiv was undoubtedly strong. At the same time, Lewin glanced sideways, recalling the sight of a blue aura surrounding Hans's body when he struck down the gang leader with a single slash. Although Hans currently looked weak and insecure, his stats gave Lewin plenty to ponder. Though his current state was 3-star, he had already met the requirements for a 4-star, and with such high potential, there was still plenty of room for growth. Thinking of this, Lewin suddenly spoke up, I'm thinking of dealing with that Maltiv guy soon. What about you? Hearing that, Hans widened his eyes in astonishment. Lewin continued to encourage him, trying to instill strength. Are you just going to keep letting yourself get beaten up? That resolute gaze you had when protecting your sister, where did it go? Hesitating, Hans asked, can I really win? Without the slightest hesitation, Lewin stated firmly, you can. As if he had never considered that possibility before, Hans repeatedly asked back, I really can. Up ahead, an irritated Maltiv turned around. I can't listen to this nonsense anymore. For someone with an ego towering like a mountain, losing under the feet of someone he always looked down upon was entirely unacceptable. Hans, you dare defeat me, you useless commoner who only knows how to take up space. Get over here, Hans. Terrified though he was, Hans managed to stand his ground. No, I don't want to. Seemingly because this was the first time Hans had ever resisted, the guy grew furiously angry. What? This bastard must have lost his mind. Just standing next to him doesn't make you special. Truly, it's just a bunch of fools clinging to each other. Drawing his sword, the guy intended to teach him a lesson. Did you lose your mind after getting beaten up all this time? Come here, today I'll kill you with my own hands. Hans immediately grew vigilant and drew his sword, but Lewin quickly stopped him. Don't fight him, Hans. Hans looked blankly. Lewin explained, you're not like him, right? You shouldn't act the way that bastard does. Then Lewin stepped forward. Today is not the day for you to face him. Wait for the right opportunity to wipe him out. So today, I'll handle it. As soon as he finished speaking, the two of them lunged at each other like moths to a flame. Maltiv's face flushed red with anger as he yelled, Who the hell do you think you are? Get lost right now. Get out of here, you bastard. Suddenly, someone kicked the guy squarely in the face, sending him flying 5 meters away with a single kick, his sword spinning high up into the air. Lewin's eyes widened in shock. Lord Gutter. Gutter frowned in anger. Lewin stared wide-eyed at Gutter's appearance. The man's actions completely defied his expectations. Maltiv was hit so hard that his entire body was knocked backward, crashing against the stone wall behind him. Gutter sternly demanded, Maltiv Jegan, what is the meaning of this? Panicking, the guy stammered, that was. He immediately tried to make excuses. They started at first, I didn't do anything wrong, I swear. Gutter stood straight, his severe gaze seemingly piercing through the guy's sophistry. And so you drew your sword to hack people down. His voice dropped low and ice-cold. Maltiv Jegan, as of today, you are dismissed from your position as captain of the Training Academy's Knight Squad. The vice-captain will temporarily take over and your punishment will be administered the moment you return to the academy. Refusing to accept reality, the guy threatened, if you treat me like this, my father won't let it slide. But a single sentence from Gutter was enough to leave the guy speechless. Indeed, I imagine so. But when he learns that his only son drew a sword inside the academy and even intended to cut someone down, Lord Vendra's Jegan might just faint. Hearing this, the guy conceded defeat. I'm sorry. Watching from the side with a cold expression, Lewin silently passed judgment with a haughty look, all talk and bravado, yet scared to death of his own father. Lewin frowned slightly, anyway. Upon catching the hateful glare directed at him, as if the guy wanted to tear him to shreds, Lewin realized, looks like I've made myself a target. During the first official session of the intensive training course, the opening lesson focused on combat and defense. Lord Gutter Perante taught them how to exploit a spellcaster's weaknesses and capitalize on their spellcasting time to neutralize them. Professor Heidel demonstrated how to anticipate a knight's movements and effectively evade their attack range. Each group practiced these techniques according to the instructions. While the trainees practiced diligently up front, the members of the Spiked Milu faction comfortably enjoyed the shade underneath a tree in the back, observing the scene. Maltiv scratched his head, a sullen, furious expression on his face. I was already pissed off because of that Lewin guy, and now I have to train in a place full of people like him. Jekyll replied calmly, let it go, we already know all this stuff. Right. Sighing, the guy muttered, "Fine, whatever." Though outwardly nonchalant, his mind was in total disarray. He says that, but how on earth are we supposed to practice this? He formulated a guess only to quickly dismiss it. In front of all these trainees, do they expect me to reveal my full strength? No way. In a corner, Lewin's group was also training hard. Han stood with his hands on his knees, panting heavily. Lewin, let's take a break. Lewin stood straight, his body entirely free of sweat. All right, Jason exclaimed from the side. Does this guy seriously not know fatigue? I haven't even sparred with him yet, and I'm already terrified. Feeling that the previous exercise wasn't wow enough, Lewin casually rested his wooden sword on his shoulder and replied nonchalantly, I don't know, feels like we're just warming up though. Wondering if Lewin was human or an ox, the other two shouted in unison, Are you kidding me? Suddenly, someone stepped over to interrupt their conversation. If you aren't too tired yet, could you spare me a moment? Lewin exclaimed in surprise. Lord Gutter, having already readied a wooden sword in his hand, Gutter said, I want to confirm something. Confused, Lewin asked, Confirm, what do you mean? Gutter explained, Swordsmanship of this caliber learned in such a short period of time is impossible to achieve through self-study, unless you have an exceptionally brilliant teacher. Hearing that, Lewin paused for a moment before thinking of his mentor. Wow, Lord Gutter is more perceptive than he looks. Then Gutter continued, Therefore, I'd like to ask a favor of you. Pointing his sword toward Lewin, he issued a challenge amidst everyone's suspense. Lewin Ardle, I want to spar with you. Lewin paused slightly, astonishment clearly written across his face. What is happening here? Whispers and murmurs immediately broke out like a disturbed beehive. Spar with the Academy representative? Why is the commander doing this? After a brief moment to compose himself, Lewin spoke up. Are you joking, Lord Gutter? I'm not even a knight yet. How could I possibly win against you? Besides, I've only been learning for a week. Gutter looked straight into his eyes. I'm not asking you to win. This made Lewin even more baffled. Then what is it? Then the man revealed his true purpose. I want you to teach the trainees here. None of them possess swordsmanship skills superior to yours. The apprentice knights nearby were left dumbfounded, shocked into dropping their jaws. What did the commander say? Lewin drew a quiet breath, thinking to himself, suddenly becoming the center of attention like this is a bit much. But his brow twitched slightly, his lips pressing into a stubborn, resolute line. He didn't speak aloud, but he was certain in his heart that this was a good opportunity. If I perform well here, I can use this opportunity to establish my standing, and nobody can complain about that. Thinking of this, Lewin grew intrigued and quickly assumed a ready stance. I look forward to learning from you, Lord Gutter. Smiling with natural satisfaction, the corner of his mouth curving upward, Gutter said, That stance looks impressive. In that case, here I come. The moment he finished speaking, Gutter lunged forward at an astonishing speed. The spectators watching from the sidelines involuntarily widened their eyes in unison, exclaiming, Wait, what is that speed? Is he taking this way too seriously? If that hit lands, I wouldn't even be able to collect my own bones. Yet Lewin easily blocked the incoming attack. Someone let out an astonished gasp. He actually blocked that. Even so, Lewin let out a heavy sigh. The force of Gutter's sword swing sent Lewin sliding backward across the courtyard while trying to parry. Gutter slowly spoke up, looking back at him. I find your skills hard to believe. Let me ask you once more, where on earth did you learn this swordsmanship? Narrowing his eyes, a suspicious gaze fixed on Lewin, he added, Is it the name of someone you're not allowed to disclose? Lewin fell into deep thought, hesitating over whether to speak up. It's not like that person tried to keep it a secret or anything, so it should be fine, right? After hesitating for a long while, he finally uttered a name, Lord Bolvar. It was a name no one expected, leaving everyone standing there with their jaws dropped in shock, including Lord Gutter. Going from one surprise to another left everyone dazed. Bolvar Payton, the legendary god of war, no way, I heard he died. Gutter quickly regained his composure. Oh, is that so? Curious, he asked, could you elaborate? How did you come to know him? Lewin explained, Lord Bolvar retired and has been living in Ardle ever since. He's the person I've been with since I was a little kid. Before he could even finish, Maltiv hastily cut him off. Don't lie. Striding over irritably with a fiery gaze as if wanting to burn Lewin alive, he snapped, Don't lie to me. Lewin looked confused. Lie. Pointing a finger straight in Lewin's face as if having caught a fraud, Maltiv crowed, That's right, you're lying. My father said so himself. Bolvar Payton is dead and you can't possibly prove otherwise. Am I right? Visibly annoyed, Lewin thought, why on earth do I need to prove it? And don't call someone who's still alive dead. Maltiv ground his teeth, a mocking smile on his face though his eyes betrayed bitter jealousy. Even if what you said is true, it doesn't matter. The strongest knight in the kingdom is still my father. Hearing this, Lewin instantly realized what the guy was actually worried about. Officially recognized as the strongest knight in the kingdom was none other than Maltiv's father, Lord Vengerez Jegin, commander of the Golden Knight Order. But if the legendary knight Bolvar Payton was still alive, the official hierarchy might get completely overturned. Lazily, Lewin replied, "Fine, think whatever you want." Taken aback, Maltiv stammered, "What?" With a cold gaze and an unwavering tone, Lewin expressed his view, "Go ahead and believe in whatever strongest knight in the kingdom titles or whatever you like. Lord Bolvar doesn't care about such mediocre rankings." Hearing that, the guy gritted his teeth in fury. "Mediocre? Did you just call it mediocre?" He immediately drew his sharp sword. "How dare you insult my father?" By now acting like a lunatic ready to kill anyone in sight, he yelled, "Lewin Ardal, I challenge you to fight me with a real sword right now." Just as he was screaming madly, "Come here, fight me right now," he took a solid chop to the head from Gutter, his eyes crossing inward identically to a baby 3 figure. Gutter struck him to prevent him from doing anything foolish out of loss of control. "What the hell is this? A challenge? Does he really want to fight Lewin?" Shrinking down like a timid puppy holding his head, Maltiv muttered, "Yeah." Finally, Gutter made the announcement. "All right, then the first match of tomorrow's group sparring session will be Lewin's group versus Maltiv's group. Any objections?" Even Heidel chimed in, "No." In the blink of an eye, the next day arrived. Gutter's powerful voice echoed across the open grounds. "All right, is everyone ready? As announced yesterday, the first combat match will be Lewin's group against Maltiv's group." The two groups stood facing each other amidst the curious gazes of the onlookers. Suddenly, Jekyll stepped forward and called out Lewin's name. There was no sign of worry on his face. On the contrary, he looked entirely at ease. "Have you guys prepared thoroughly?" Lewin immediately went on high alert. "What's this? Why is he suddenly asking that?" Jekyll flashed a wicked smile. "Ah, never mind. Try your best in this match." Hearing that, Gutter gave the signal. "All right, then get ready to begin." As if waiting for nothing else, Jekyll lunged forward at an astonishing speed, leaving Lewin bewildered. Luckily, Lewin reacted just in time. If he had been even a fraction of a second slower, he would have been caught. Lewin wondered to himself, what kind of speed is that? What's going on? It's impossible for anyone to be this fast. Suddenly noticing the status window floating above Jekyll's head, Lewin's gaze turned contemptuous. "Ha, how ridiculous. Just how desperate is he to win? Is he carrying 6 artifacts on him?" The previous night at the mansion, polite greetings were being exchanged. Well, who do we have here?" "Lord Vengerez, ha, long time no see," Commissioner Josh Garyhill. The commander of the Golden Knight Order, Vengerez Jegin, continued, "I heard about Jekyll. He was invited to give a special lecture at the Academy as a representative of the alumni, wasn't he?" Josh Garyhill, a senior commissioner of the Ladian Kingdom's Magic Tower Council, replied humbly, "It's quite surprising that Headmaster Tyrion Ignit personally invited the boy. Is Maltiv doing well?" Vengerez looked helpless, a clear expression of annoyance on his face. "Yes, but he causes way too much trouble. It's such a headache, so I sent him to Lord Gutter to be properly disciplined. He should be at the academy by now." The old man sighed, closing his eyes as if he had been agonizing over this issue for a long time. "Actually, I came here because of that academy representative." He mused, "If you mean the representative, you must mean Lewin Ardal." Then he thought about the rumors he had heard earlier. The rumors spread so far that even I remember his name. I heard he won the tournament and even caught the Empire's attention. But immediately after, his tone shifted. A hit coming from Ardal shouldn't have such a smooth path. As if waiting for those exact words, the other man agreed eagerly. Ha, exactly. We have to stop someone like that from pulling the princes to his side, don't we, as loyal subjects who truly care about the kingdom? Of course. Josh asked, "Do you have a plan?" As if waiting for the question, Vengerez replied, "This time my son and Maltiv are on the same team and they'll be fighting Lewin Ardal. So I was thinking, why not give Maltiv an artifact?" Little did they know, the old man was reckless enough to agree. Josh's eyes widened in shock, his breath hitching. "What?" Vengerez assured him, "If you leave that necklace behind, I'll make sure the kid receives it." Josh stammered, "Are you suggesting we cheat?" Vengerez placed a hand on the other's shoulder. "That's not what's important right now. If we want to crush that brat before he becomes a bigger nuisance, we have to do whatever it takes. I've already handed the artifact to my own son." Nevertheless, Josh remained hesitant. Seeing this, Vengerez played his final card. "Bolvar Payton, does that name sound familiar?" The commissioner's expression instantly shifted, stammering, "Why did you suddenly bring up that name?" Vengerez's face darkened. I heard he's still alive, and it seems he taught swordsmanship to Lewin in Ardal. Vengerez continued, Lewin Ardal, a kid favored by the princes, learning swordsmanship from the glorious knight Bolvar Payton. If he defeats our sons in the upcoming match, our standing will be finished. Hearing those words, Josh hastily unclipped the artifact from his garment. He handed the necklace over. Very well, I hope this yields good results. Vengerez broke into a calculated, half-smiling smirk. Of course it will. Finally, the two of them shook hands firmly. All of this is for the sake of our kingdom. Back in the present, Jekin laughed smugly. Ha ha ha, how's that, Lewin Ardal? He cast magic conjuring vines that tightly bound Lewin's group. You thought you were so confident with just those mediocre skills? How disappointing. The magical vines squeezed tight like iron shackles, causing them to writhe in pain. Lewin's face darkened, a mix of anger and contempt washing over him. He had guessed they would resort to tricks, but he never expected them to sink to such a cowardly level. Jekin stood there, continuously provoking him. What are you just standing around for? Show us that amazing strength of yours. Lewin or Maltiv is going to beat you to a pulp. As soon as he finished speaking, Maltiv lunged forward from the side, a wooden sword clutched in his hand. Jason cried out anxiously, Lewin dodged. Lewin's legs moved swiftly to sever the vines. Just as a blazing golden beam of light tore through the ground, erupting with a violent explosion. Luckily, he managed to dodge. Shocked, Lewin thought, what the hell? How can a wooden sword be this durable? At that moment, a strange glow radiated around the wooden sword, an amulet of steadfast protection that Maltiv Jekin had received from Lord Vengerez. This artifact was designed as a necklace for easy portability, meant to enhance weapons and make them sharper and more durable. He chuckled sarcastically, his lips curling into a mocking sneer as he let out a note of regret. Ah, I missed. I should have killed you right there. Then he swung his sword forward again, charging ahead. This time I'm definitely going to kill you, Lewin Ardal. Observing him closely, he thought, as hard as steel, huh? With that thought, he clenched his fist tightly and activated his aura-breaking technique. With just a single wave of his hand, the wooden sword charging forward at wind-shattering speed instantly exploded. The guy panicked, stammering, how the hell did you pull that off? Not giving his opponent a moment to recover, he darted forward like lightning. A heavy, devastating punch landed with such immense impact that it sent the guy flying straight backward. Watching the fellow sit slumped on the ground in agony, his trembling eyes filled with disbelief at what had just unfolded before him, someone called out his name in utter shock with a hoarse voice. Maltiv. His face twisted in pain as throbbing aches coursed through his entire body. How could this happen? Even though everyone was wearing artifacts, he didn't get pushed back an inch. Lewin slowly slipped his fitted gloves on. I intended to go easy on you guys if possible, but clearly that's not going to work. Since things have come to this, I'll fight you seriously. Having said that, the willpower residing in his hands was instantly unleashed. Everyone present stood completely paralyzed, their jaws dropping in utter disbelief at the unimaginable scene before them. Even figures as famously composed as Professor Heidel and Gutter involuntarily betrayed a look of profound bewilderment. If outsiders were reacting like that, how much worse must it be for the one facing it head-on? He muttered in disbelief, no way, an ogre. Looming right behind Lewin was a colossal lion-ogre spirit. Panic swept through the surrounding crowd as chaotic screams erupted. Run, everyone run, it's an ogre, an actual ogre. That terrifying pressure turned his legs to jelly, causing his trembling body to collapse weakly onto the ground as he scrambled backward in frantic retreat. He spoke up calmly, let's put an end to this. I mean, 6 artifacts still don't seem to be enough for you. Hearing those words, his head spun dizzily. What? Without bothering to explain, he gently extended his hand forward, and the gigantic spirit standing behind him majestically mirrored the gesture. Its massive finger slowly slid into the loop of his necklace. The treasured necklace shattered into pieces and dropped to the floor. The atmosphere instantly boiled over as whispers broke out everywhere. What? Is he serious? Senior Jekyll actually used an artifact. He used an artifact against a junior. Unable to stomach the murmurs directed at him, his face twisted with furious anger. You bastard, how long do you think you can hold out? The Gari Hills won't just sit back and take this. Annoyed, he cut him off. You say the Gari Hills won't leave me alone. First Mickle, then the eldest son, Jekyll Garyhill. Who's next? Is it going to be Lord Josh Garyhill himself? Hearing his own father's name dropped, he instantly lunged forward like a moth to a flame. What did you just say, you son of a bitch? How dare you utter that name? Lewin flicked his hand and a sharp spark of fire burst forth. rocketing straight forward to land squarely between the man's brows. Exasperated, he muttered, "You're way too noisy, just take a nap for a while." Suddenly, the little bear Trang appeared perched on his shoulder. "Are you sure about this?" he asked, puzzled. "Huh, about what? Is it really okay to expose an ogre like this in front of everyone?" Only then did he realize thousands of strange, questioning gazes were locked onto him. It continued, "Look at the headmaster's face. He's completely shell-shocked." He replied with absolute calm, "It's not like I could hide it forever anyway." It agreed, "True." Then his expression shifted as he drifted off into deep thought. "Anyway." Jekyll Garyhill had collapsed, and Mikkel looked like he had passed out with foam at the mouth from sheer shock at the sight of the ogre. That meant the winner had been decided. With that thought, he cast a sideways glance at Sir Gutter. Catching his gaze, Gutter gave a dry cough and boldly announced, "And thus, the winner is—" A loud shout abruptly cut him off. "Wait." Taken aback by the sudden noise, everyone reflexively turned toward the source. They saw Hans approaching with 2 wooden swords in hand. "The match isn't over yet." Stopping right in front of Maltiv, he tossed one of the swords toward him. "Your sword just broke, right? Then use this and pick it up." The air plummeted into a heavy stillness around Maltiv, every eye fixed on him as virtually no one expected him to make such a move. And naturally, the guy snapped instantly, bulging veins standing out clearly around his temples. "Have you actually lost your mind? You filthy commoner, how dare you?" he growled. But abruptly froze the moment his eyes dropped down and caught sight of the sword resting neatly in the boy's grip. It was a Peridot sword, a weapon now engulfed in a fierce, crackling blue lightning aura. The Peridot holy sword style belonged to knights who had reached the 4th stage or higher, meaning those who had mastered aura manipulation. By convention, 4th stage knights possessed a blue aura, while 5th stage knights wielded a red aura. From the 6th stage onward, the aura gradually shifted to purple, and beyond that tier, a knight's aura was no longer bound by fixed colors, manifesting according to their unique personal traits. The average proficiency of a squire knight hovered around the 3rd stage. The male students still couldn't wrap their heads around the situation. Maltiv stood there speechless, while someone behind him whispered in disbelief, "No way." Countless eyes shifted toward Hans amidst a flurry of whispers. "How could someone as weak as Hans manage that? I haven't even mastered aura myself." In other words, even among official, fully fledged knights, plenty still haven't reached the 4th stage. Sitting on Lewin's shoulder, Trang whispered, "Lewin, aren't you going to stop them? The match is already over anyway." Gazing firmly ahead, he replied, "No, let's watch a bit longer." Privately, he thought with a quiet sense of fulfillment, that look in Hans's eyes, it's finally come back. Lewin kept his eyes glued to Hans's resolute expression and furrowed brows. Maltiv reached down to pick up the wooden sword lying on the ground and snarled, "I don't accept this." Charging toward Hans, he bellowed, "I will never ever accept this." Raising his wooden sword high, Maltiv brought it slashing down toward Hans's head. He barked, "You're nothing more than a pathetic commoner, yet you dare claim you can use aura?" Hans planted his feet and used all his strength to raise his blade, blocking the lethal blow. Grit-toothed and straining to hold his ground, he heard Maltiv shout in disbelief, "Impossible." Pouring even more force into his arms, Maltiv pressed his face close to Hans's with a look of utter contempt. "There's no way a weakling like you could ever stand on the same level as me." Pressing down with overwhelming pressure, Maltiv sneered at him, but Hans suddenly swept his sword upward to counterattack. Hans chuckled coldly, still clinging to that tired commoner prejudice. Taken aback by the sudden counter, Maltiv blinked in bewilderment. "What?" Hans holstered his fury and roared, "You're just a spoiled brat lucky enough to be born into a good family, a selfish, narcissistic piece of trash." Veins throbbed across Maltiv's face as he broke into a bizarre, twisted smile. Have you actually lost your mind?" Stamping his foot heavily onto the ground with a loud thud, Maltiv lowered his voice. "Fine then, Hans." Pouring every ounce of strength into his weapon, Maltiv blanketed the blade in a brilliant blue light. He declared as if granting a favor, "If you're so eager to die, I'll gladly help you check out." Stamping off the ground for momentum, Maltiv leaped high into the air and brought his sword crashing down toward him as Hans screamed back, "Drop dead, you bastard." Realizing the extreme danger, Lewin sprinted forward at full speed, yelling, "Hans, watch out." Gutter rushed toward the arena as well, cursing under his breath, "That bastard Maltiv." Right behind him, Professor Heidel hurried along anxiously. Boom! A deafening blast echoed from the center of the yard as a blue radiance, resembling a drop of ink spreading through water, rippled rapidly outward. Lewin's pupils constricted in shock as he froze in his tracks, staring wide-eyed at the unfolding scene. Before everyone stood hands, maintaining his counterattack stance. While Maltiv's sword had been knocked clean out of his hands, sending his entire body flying backward, Maltiv shouted in frustrated fury, "You bastard." Unfazed by the abuse, Hans radiated an aura of unshakable seriousness. As the other male students rushed over to crowd around a motionless Maltiv lying flat on the ground, they called out, "Maltiv, pull yourself together. Damn it, did he pass out?" Murmurs erupted immediately. What just happened? That was so fast. Did Hans actually beat Maltiv? Meanwhile, Hans stood rooted to the spot in a daze. Before even reaching him, Lewin called out anxiously, "Hans, are you okay?" Hans turned his head to look at him and called out, "Lewin." Lewin stopped dead in his tracks, staring at him in stunned silence before letting out an "Oh." Pointing straight at Hans's hand, he said, "Hans, look at your wooden sword." Looking down at his own hand in confusion, Hans asked, "My sword?" At that moment, a brilliant, radiant golden light emanated from the weapon as Hans muttered, "Aura. It's turning red." Shifting scenes elsewhere, a voice of astonished realization echoed from inside the castle just as expected. "You're truly incredible, Lewin." Headmaster Tyrion Ignit and Lewin walked side by side as they conversed. The old man marveled, "I had a hunch, but I never imagined you'd actually defeat a senior graduate student." Clenching his fist, Lewin retorted, "Is that all your hunch amounted to?" Turning to him with a firm, definitive tone, Lewin said, "You were the one who summoned Jekyll Garyhill here in the first place, Headmaster. Didn't you foresee this outcome from the very beginning?" Tyrion Ignit burst into laughter. "Oh dear, I suppose I've been found out." Directing his gaze toward the paintings hanging on the wall, the headmaster spoke up, "I wanted to use this opportunity to teach the Garyhills a lesson in humility, but instead, it seems I've only deepened their hatred toward you." Lewin asked dubiously, "Hatred?" Tyrion Ignit explained, "Word of this match has already reached the capital. Because you defeated the eldest son of the Gary family, the nobility are whispering that this might spell the beginning of that clan's downfall." He reminded Lewin, "And Josh Garyhill will undoubtedly pull out all the stops to reclaim his family's honor. That means you could find yourself in grave danger very soon." Tyrion Ignit's voice lowered. "As headmaster, I cannot allow my students to be placed in harm's way. That's why we're here." Standing together at the top of a staircase, the old man gestured downward, introducing the path leading to the academy's underground vaults. Tyrion Ignit recounted how Kingram had woken up from his hibernation a few days prior, and the very first thing the entity uttered upon waking was. Lewin's grip tightened involuntarily as he listened to the headmaster recount Kingram's words, "I smell the scent of my own kind." Tyrion Ignit wore a mysterious expression. "Now all we have to do is head down and meet Kingram with a gift." Noticing Lewin's lack of reaction, he asked, "Aren't you going to ask about it?" Lewin replied half-jokingly, "Ask about what?" "I suddenly show up with an ogre on my back. There's no magic like that anywhere in the world. Aren't you curious at all?" Tyrion Ignit looked at him with trusting eyes. "Whether you show up with an ogre on your back or carry the head of a goblin, the Lewin Ardell I know is always someone I can rely on. That's all I need to know." Lewin responded with equal sincerity, "Thank you, sir." Tyrion Ignit motioned forward. "Now then, let's head down. Kingram has been waiting for you for a long time." With that, he stood before a massive, heavy door. Lewin slowly pushed the heavy door open, heavy groans echoing with every inch it moved. Stepping inside, he proceeded deeper into the chamber step by step. Moments later, a deep, low rumble resonated through the space. "Long time no see, little destroyer." Lewin smiled faintly and replied, "Yeah, it's been a while." Before him sat Kingram enthroned in a massive chair. Lewin offered a greeting, "Kingram." Kingram's booming voice rolled forth, "Little destroyer, I still find it hard to believe. I can smell the scent of my people from the heavenly mountains on you. I can even sense my father, Monken." After a brief, thoughtful pause, the entity proposed, "If you're willing, would you tell me what happened?" Without an ounce of hesitation, Lewin nodded. "All right, I'll tell you everything." Standing face to face, the two conversed. He recounted the events in the Heavenly Mountains and how he had crafted an artifact from Monken's jawbone. Hearing the full story, Kingram burst into hearty amusement. "You arm-wrestled hundreds of ogres, you've got quite a death wish." Lewin added, "Not just that, I won every single match." Kingram chuckled, rumbling approvingly. "That sounds just like you. My tribe must have had a wonderful time." Holding his face in his hands, Kingram's voice choked up slightly. "I thought I'd be trapped inside that artifact forever and eventually fade away. I never dreamed I would hear news of my homeland again. Looking at Lewin with profound appreciation, he said, "Little destroyer, thank you, my benefactor." Lewin accepted the gratitude with ease. "It was my pleasure." Suddenly, a system interface lit up before his eyes, accompanied by an artifact unlock notification. He wondered internally, what is this? A glittering screen displayed the message. The title, Friend of the Ogres, has been upgraded to Lord of the Ogres. Thanks to the passive effect of the Lord of the Ogres, strength has increased by 1,000. Trang's avatar has reached 5 stars. Human form is now accessible via special skill. Companion, strength permanently increased by an additional 500. Kingram declared, "You are the incarnation of Draka, my benefactor, and the only human trusted by the ogre tribe of the Heavenly Mountains. This is my gift to you." Lewin was struck dumb, barely believing his own eyes. My strength shot up by 7,000 instantly, and Trang hit 5 stars. Hands on her hips, Trang let out a resounding burp. "Ah, what a magnificent meal. I reached 5 stars way faster than expected." Then she hopped down from Lewin's shoulder onto the ground, complaining, "I've been trapped in that useless kid form for way too long." Trang's body rapidly expanded and glowed. Frowning and clenching her fists, she complained, "Do you have any idea how boring that was?" A blinding flash of golden light erupted, forcing Lewin to raise his hand to shield his face. He stammered, what the hell is this?" A cascade of long brown hair fluttered in the air as a soft laugh rang out. "Well, what do you think?" A girl appeared, but her voice remained unmistakably familiar as she asked, "Pretty amazing, right, Lewin?" Tossing her hair back with a smug expression, she announced, "This is the form I've been craving all this time, Trang's human form." A short while later, Lewin returned to the top of the stairs. "From my reunion with Kingram, I've gained 2 more gifts. The authority of a chieftain grants me the right to command ogres as their lord of summoned ogres. Next is the second gift, a special privilege to summon Kingram, who is bound to the academy for life, to my exact location precisely once." Lewin recalled the parting warning. Before saying goodbye, Kingram had told him to summon him only if his life was truly in mortal danger. Hearing that lingering laughter echo in his ear, he grumbled unhappily, "Let's just forget about that." Trang hopped up and down with sheer delight. "Yes, turning into a human is the absolute best." Meanwhile, Tyrion Ignit looked utterly perplexed and asked, "Lewin, who is this young lady?" He reflected back on the moment of Trang's transformation. Others could actually see her. Even Lewin himself had felt compelled to ask for confirmation back then. "Wait, you're actually a girl?" Trang had put her hands on her hips and angrily retorted, "How many times do I have to tell you?" He had muttered back defensively, "I thought you were lying." Tyrion Ignit's voice broke through his thoughts. "Only one person went down into the underground vaults, yet 2 people walked back out. Can someone explain this?" Lewin closed his eyes and sighed inwardly, "Ah, I'm screwed." Breaking the quiet stillness, the headmaster cleared his throat and spoke up, "So." Tyrion Ignit stroked his long beard and inquired, "Based on my limited knowledge, I can only guess she is a spirit, am I right?" Hands on her hips, Trang replied, "Close enough. To be precise, I am an avatar." Lewin felt a bit awkward, wondering, does that explanation actually work on anyone? Looking around, Trang continued, "He and I share a symbiotic relationship, so we can't be separated." Lewin chimed in sheepishly, "Hey, do you always talk so informally to the headmaster?" Trang sneered coldly, "I've lived dozens of times longer than this old man." Lewin felt his argument crumble. That was probably true, but still. Tyrion Ignit's voice cut in, interrupting him. "Since you arrived here through Kingram, the noble avatar of Lewin, I will arrange for you to stay at the academy." Chang looked rather amused and asked, "Oh, do you have a clever plan in mind?" The old man nodded slightly in affirmation. "Naturally." Shifting scenes elsewhere, a voice of shock rang out from inside the academy grounds. "Wait, what the hell is this?" Staring dumbfounded at Trang, the students stammered, "So you're telling us, Lewin?" A male student shrieked in absolute surprise, "You have a cousin like this, and she just enrolled today." Trang planted her hands on her hips and laughed aloud, introducing herself. "I am Trang Ardle." Meanwhile, Lewin added sheepishly, "Ah, yeah, she's taking the same classes as us." Jason clutched his pounding chest in a panic and asked, "The graduation class? But you just said she's younger than us." Lewin explained, "She skipped grades, she's a genius." The other guy raised his voice even higher, "A genius." Jason extended a hand with utmost politeness and greeted her, "Pleased to meet you, milady." Dropping to one knee, he introduced himself. "I am Jason's son Damon, Lewin's best friend. Would you like a tour of the academy? If you haven't seen it yet, I can show you around." Trang asked nonchalantly, "Who are you?" Completely lost as to what was happening, Lewin wondered, what on earth is he doing? Jason pressed on, "Would you like to visit the cafeteria? Their baguettes are amazing." Trang flatly rejected him. "I don't like bread, get lost." Undeterred, he tried another angle. "Do you like the ocean? It's truly breathtaking." Suddenly, someone walked over and called out, "Lewin." Spotting the newcomer, Lewin greeted him, "Hans." "That's right, today's the day you leave, isn't it?" Hans smiled and replied, "Yes, I came to say goodbye." Lewin expressed his regret. "It's a shame we have to part ways again. I'll definitely come visit you in Foldren someday." The other boy smiled. "I'd really look forward to that. You're always welcome." After a moment of hesitation, Hans spoke up, "And Lewin, after I graduate from the training center, can I come to Ardal?" Lewin answered heartily, "Ardal, of course, come whenever you want." He declared with firm determination, "No, I don't just want to visit, I want to become a knight of Ardal." Hearing those words, he asked in sheer astonishment, "Are you serious?" Hans nodded with unwavering certainty. "Yeah, I want to do something meaningful like protecting Ardal, the place you're going to lead, so please give me the chance." Lewin flashed him a warm smile. "Of course, thank you, Hans." Suddenly, someone else horned in on the conversation. "Are you two planning to keep this a secret just between yourselves?" Jason leaped onto Lewin's back and holstered, "I want to go to Ardal too. I'll help wash dishes and clean up as long as I get to room near Lady Trang." Pouring a bucket of cold water over him, he replied, "I never said you had permission." Looking thoroughly snubbed, the guy gripped Lewin's neck tight and roared indignantly, "Hey, that's crossing the line, and I know you're joking." Lewin thought happily to himself, "My friend's moving to Ardal after graduation. Honestly, this is turning out to be a fantastic idea." Shifting scenes to the capital of the Ladian Duchy, Radian. A man bellowed in rage, "It's over, everything's collapsed. Do you have any idea how much money I invested in this? Lord Venger, a mere squire knight, actually beat Maltiv." The man grew increasingly furious as he ranted. The exact same thing happened with the Garihills. Even Jekyll Garihill, their eldest son, was defeated by Lewin Ardal. The era of the Garihills is over. Historically, the Garihills maintained their prestige as a family of mages. And Venger's Jegan was celebrated as the kingdom's strongest knight precisely because they enjoyed the backing of the high nobility. That arrangement had always held firm. But what if that backing vanished? He shouted at the top of his lungs, "You might still be the strongest right now, but once our children become the pillars of this nation, your descendants won't stand a chance." Another person continued, "The solution is already crystal clear. We should switch sides." The voices grew louder and more resolute. "We must switch sides to Ardal immediately." Then someone spoke up hesitantly, "But the head of Ardal doesn't accept bribes." Another person chuckled mockingly, "Oh please, who in this world doesn't like money? Look at Garihill." Suddenly, someone stepped toward the crowd and spoke up, "Are you talking about me?" Everyone gasped in astonishment. "Commissioner Josh Garihill," the old man gritted his terms, "you guys are having a lively chat, aren't you? Whose side are you planning to take in the end?" The man smiled awkwardly, trying to find an excuse. "Ah, that was a slip of the tongue. I didn't realize you were listening." Josh didn't grant him any face as he interrogated, "A slip of the tongue? If I weren't here, you lot would keep talking nonsense about this all night." His voice dropped low. "Listen closely, all of you. Ever since the Principality of Ladian was founded, Garihill has always held the power. History never lies, so your worries will never become reality." One person replied with an awkward smile, "Right, we'll keep that in mind." Josh gritted his teeth and cursed silently, "Lewin Ardal, I intended to use you as a stepping stone to elevate the reputation of Jekyll and Mickle, but you've completely trampled our honor." Veins bulged across Josh's face in anger, a murderous glint flashing in his eyes. "I will kill him at any cost." Another important class in the second semester was a field trip to the capital. Inside the carriage, endless chatter filled the air. "We're going to visit the Wizard Tower and the Royal Wizards." "That sounds amazing." Lewin observed everyone while thinking to himself, "A wonderful class where we get to directly visit the Wizard Tower and the Royal Palace, where we can observe and learn from active wizards." He felt a slight pang of concern, but once again the purpose of the class was great. Chang abruptly asked, "Josh Garihill, does that mean we'll finally get to see his face?" Lewin didn't deny it. Perhaps. He knew very well that the head of the Garihill family must recently be overflowing with resentment toward him. Heading to the capital meant stepping right into the enemy's territory. A place where he could easily manipulate the royal wizards. In a situation like that, there would be countless opportunities for him to target me. Chang voiced his question, "Is Josh Garihill strong?" Lewin quickly replied. According to rumors, he's a level 7 wizard, just like the headmaster. Hearing that, Chang let out an astonished gasp. Level 7? If I were still in my former state, I could easily take him down with a single finger. Lewin also pondered with curiosity. I'm not sure how strong Chang was back then, but a level 7 wizard isn't something to be taken lightly. Lewin looked toward Tyrion Ignit up front. His system panel only displayed unable to view information at this time. From that, he understood one thing. With the headmaster at that level, I can't confirm any information through my player's eyes. Lewin told himself inwardly, I cannot afford to let my guard down even a little bit while in the capital. A moment later, an announcement rang out. Our next destination is Radian, the capital of the Radian Kingdom. Everyone cheered excitedly. We've arrived. They chatted excitedly among themselves, just as expected. The capital is so different. It's so majestic, isn't it? Truly the best. Lewin also felt a touch of admiration. Indeed, the capital is still the capital, but he remained extremely vigilant inside. It's just a flashy shell, not worthy of such a tiny kingdom. Right at that moment, someone approached Tyrion Ignit to greet him. Headmaster, long time no see. He asked with suspicion, do you have any business coming all the way here yourself? Kiri called out his name, Chairman Josh. Josh walked over as he spoke, asking why I'm here sounds a bit harsh, doesn't it? When the future buds of the kingdom visit the capital as defenders of this land, the least I can do is come out to greet them. Then the old man emphasized with a sinister tone, but there is another reason as well. Looking straight at Lewin, Josh said, I wanted to see how much those buds have grown and confirm how he trampled our sons. Glaring threateningly, he demanded, so you are Lewin Ardle. Lewin felt somewhat uncomfortable under that gaze, feeling like a snake was coiling around his body. Yet something is wrong. The Josh Garryhill I knew is a level 7 wizard. But the system panel displayed Josh Garryhill level 6 wizard. Reading that, Lewin was utterly baffled. The player's eyes say he's only a level 6 wizard. How on earth could he fool everyone? He suddenly started in realization, could it be? Lewin looked at Josh's hands, which were covered in rings and gold bands, deducing that all of those items were sacred artifacts. He slightly curled the corner of his mouth in a sarcastic smirk, like father, like son. Noticing him like that, the old man irritably asked, is something funny? Lewin turned around before replying, no, nothing at all. I'll be going now. Josh immediately grabbed his arm. Where do you think you're going? I'm not done asking yet. Glaring furiously, he demanded, I asked what you were smiling at. Dion Ignit quickly stepped in to mediate. Chairman Josh, he's still just a student. Please stop. Chang was already visibly infuriated at the crazy bastard. Josh snapped irritably, keep quiet, headmaster. He threatened the headmaster, you may be the headmaster inside the academy, but once the students set foot in the capital, managing them is my responsibility. Tyrion Ignit immediately retorted, if that authority is abused as a tool to threaten innocent students, I will never accept it. I will take the students back to the academy immediately. Hearing that, Josh merely found it ridiculous. You plan to go back, of course. Our noble headmaster Tyrion is always like that, isn't he? He heavily mocked him. You think I don't know? Your goal is to humiliate my son in front of the entire school by luring him outside. Are you still upset that I was appointed as guardian instead of you? Headmaster, what petty jealousy. Dion Ignit shouted angrily, Josh Garryhill. A turbulent gale instantly enveloped everything around them. Everyone present cried out in fright, what is this wind? Josh still maintained a cold, mocking smile. You want to push this to the end? Very well, suit yourself. Lewin abruptly spoke up, how amusing. The old man asked in bewilderment, what? Only then did Lewin reveal the reason. You ask why I'm smiling? I'm smiling because it's funny. I've never seen anyone wear so many rings before. Lewin's next words left Josh startled. Mikkel and Jekin, my seniors, also love accessories. It seems wealthy people are all the same. Struck with a guilty conscience, the old man wondered to himself, what on earth does this bastard mean? Josh quickly fabricated an excuse, there's no special reason, we just happen to have too many accessories. Acting as if he completely understood, Lewin said, ah, I see, of course. Glancing toward Tyrion Ignit, Josh curtly ordered, anyway, Headmaster Tyrion, step aside so I can lead the tour. Starting today, I will personally direct all classes under my authority. Hearing that, the headmaster remained silent, unreadable. Turning around, Josh announced, I'm leaving now. The tour of the capital turned out to be nothing like a tour at all. Lewin recounted that Josh Garryhill, who had claimed he would participate in the entire schedule, vanished without a trace the moment they arrived at the royal palace. Instead, an elderly wizard guided them. He nodded in reflection. Although the tour's content wasn't anything special, the atmosphere wasn't too bad either. Everyone seemed to enjoy the trip, with words of praise ringing out endlessly. Is this really the magic tower? It's amazing. Except for one detail, Chang asked Liyuan, you feel it too, right? Liyuan honestly confirmed, yeah, I noticed right away. Liyuan knew very well that they were being tracked far too obviously. As night gradually fell, Liyuan sat by the window, meticulously pointing out, look over there, Chang. Looking down, they saw several suspicious figures lingering around. The two of them began discussing, isn't that the guy we ran into earlier? Yeah, he's been there ever since we stepped into the resting area. What? I felt something was off from the start. What is he trying to do? Liyuan pointed out that it was an illusion. Chang asked in astonishment, illusion magic. Liyuan revealed a few details to him. I can sense magical energy around here. He's creating phantoms using illusion magic. Liyuan quickly added, the scenery and pedestrians down there are all fake. Up above, he's using a magical barrier to cut this place off from the real world. Chang complained irritably, damn it, I can't believe I didn't notice this magic. Even after successfully becoming human, I'm still a far cry from my original strength. Liyuan pondered thoughtfully, I anticipated this, but I didn't expect him to make a move so fast. Liyuan abruptly noticed something, as a figure in a black cloak suddenly bolted away. Chang startled and blurted out, he's running away. Liyuan soberly denied it, no, he's trying to lure me outside. If we fought in a confined space like the resting quarters, I'd have the advantage. But he knows I can't let other students get hurt, so I have no choice but to fight outside. Liyuan recalled what the system panel displayed. Hazen Garihil, level 6 wizard. He deduced further, a level 6 wizard is a level 1 person can handle, but the scale of this illusion magic couldn't possibly be done by just a level 6 wizard alone. Liyuan meticulously analyzed, there are 2, maybe 3 enemies, perhaps even more. If all of them are level 6 wizards, my chances of winning are extremely slim. Josh's face flashed in his mind, and if Josh Garihil himself joins the fray. Liyuan thought to himself, perhaps I can use that. Seeing him turn around, Chang asked quizzically, are you planning to go right now? Liyuan gave a single nod, yeah, I have to go down. Stepping forward, he muttered to himself, tonight is probably going to be a very long night. A few hours earlier, Josh slammed his hand down on the table in fury and roared, only this many people. Extremely dissatisfied, he yelled, I am the one who personally called this meeting, and yet this is everyone who showed up. Someone reported timidly, well, people seem to be intentionally avoiding this meeting. Josh growled uncomfortably. Liyuan Ardal is as good as finished starting today, and yet they're still this scared of Ardal. He ranted furiously. Normally this place would be packed to the brim, and people would even have to stand because of a lack of seats, but today only 4 people showed up. Josh gnashed his teeth, cursing Liyuan in his head. Damn it, that bastard ruined everything. Finally, he let out a heavy sigh. Fine, they'll regret it sooner or later. The task I assigned you, was it handled properly? The other person quickly replied, yes, the night guard forces in the capital are entirely our people now, so no matter what happens, there won't be any issues. Josh turned to Venjuras and asked, what about the mission I gave the captain? The man replied indifferently, last night we received confirmation that the assassins have arrived in Ardal. Venjuras continued outlining the plan. After midnight, they'll sneak into the mansion and take Liyuan Ardal's head. Hearing that, Josh smiled gleefully. At least his father and son won't be lonely in death since they'll die on the same night. The other man added, not just his father and son, Liyuan Ardal also has a young sister. Venjuras further emphasized, and Bolvar Payton must disappear as well. He declared that in the sky, there should only be one sun. At that moment, Bolvar was taking a stroll while thinking to himself, things are suspiciously quiet. He pondered analytically. Recently, the young master's victory over the eldest son of the Garihil family has drawn many nobles' attention to Ardal. But the Garihil I know isn't the type to give up easily. Bolvar recalled Lord Ardal's words, if you notice anything suspicious, report it immediately. He nodded in agreement. It seems the Lord shares the same thought as me. I must remain cautious. Bolvar suddenly spotted someone carrying a wooden crate and asked with concern, done with work for the day? The worker replied cheerfully, Lord Bolvar, that's right, I just finished cleaning up and was heading home. Bolvar probed further, let me ask you something. Did any suspicious people come to visit today? The man thought deeply. Suspicious people? He quickly remembered there were 5 merchants, but in my section I never saw them sell anything, nor did I see them leave. Bolvar finally reached a conclusion. Assassins usually disguise themselves as merchants, and now they've completely vanished after entering the territory. The worker suddenly exclaimed, and they were carrying swords too. You should be careful, Lord Bolvar. Abruptly, he broke into a sprint in the opposite direction. Seeing this, the worker felt a bit reassured. Perhaps there's no need to worry too much. Inside the mansion, the atmosphere was eerily quiet. As the assassins searched the interior, whispering to each other as they moved, that Ardal Lord, could he have figured something out? He hasn't returned to the mansion yet. You saw the atmosphere in town, didn't you? No one suspects a thing. He'll be back soon, we just have to wait for the right moment. The other agreed with a nod. Yeah, we still have time. Suddenly, one of the assassins collapsed flat onto the ground. Catching sight of the person standing before them, the others gasped in horror. What the hell is that, Bolvar? Glaring fiercely, he barked, how dare you? Do you know where you've stepped into? The assassins asked each other in panic. Wait, how does he know we're here? As expected of a level 7 knight, stealth tactics don't work on him. Drawing his dagger immediately, one of them said, but this actually works out better for us. We were planning to kill him anyway. They let out a battle cry, charge all at once. These were assassins hired by Vengeras, infiltrators hiding in Ardal who were masters of at least level 6. Bolvar merely murmured softly, very well. He, a level 7 knight, had long since set aside his spear to pick up a fishing rod, leading the people of the territory to think his skills were no longer what they used to be. However, that was a grave mistake. Raising his spear, Bolvar shouted, come at me all together. The sleek spearhead sliced precise arcs toward the assassins, and before long he struck them down, sending them scattering through the space. The heavy bodies of the assassins slammed hard against the walls. One of them asked in terrified disbelief, level 7? He's a level 7. He doesn't look like it at all. We've taken down over 10 level 7 Empire Knights before. At that moment, he heard Bolvar speaking in a deep, slow tone. Do you know why I stopped practicing spearmanship? The assassin gasped in terror. No way. He cursed internally. You bastard, don't tell me. Too afraid to voice it out loud. Was he an 8-star? Bolvar revealed to him, no matter how much I honed my spearmanship, I had reached the limit that pure technique alone could teach me. One desperate assassin leaped forward to launch a sneak attack. Die, you monster. Only for a cold spear tip to pierce straight through his body, leaving the assassin dangling helplessly in midair by Bolvar's spear. The remaining assassin retreated all the way back against the wall in terror. This guy is insane. Screaming in horror, he raged, Vengeras, that bastard, this is utter nonsense. Did he dare lie about the target's strength? Even if they paid us 5 times the original fee, there's no way we'd ever take this mission. The assassin stammered curses. Only then did Bolvar learn who was behind it all, Vengeras, so it was him. Grabbing the man by the neck, Bolvar warned, go back and tell Vengeras Jegan this. Bolvar emphasized every single word. He never set foot in Ardal ever again. Meanwhile, the place where Lewin was located grew utterly silent, as he and Hazen gradually confronted each other. The man chuckled with amusement, so you came to find me yourself. Hazen continued mocking, Lewin, but it seems you didn't come alone, a companion on the road to the underworld. How laughable. Lewin quickly retorted, don't worry, we have no intention of dying here. Hearing that, Hazen was rather surprised. No intention of dying. Hazen spoke with arrogance. If everything in this world went according to human will, how wonderful that would be. But reality doesn't operate that way. The moment those words finished, countless black-robed wizards stepped forward to surround him and Chang. Lewin silently observed, there are about 7 of them. They've gathered quite a crowd. Raising his hand to summon crimson flames, the man advised, as someone who has lived much longer than you, let me give you a piece of advice. Keeping a low profile is the best way to prolong your lifespan. Hazen continued rambling, but, pointing toward the wizards, he proceeded, now you only have one future left. As they launched their attack, Lewin shouted, go to hell, Lewin. Hazen laughed with delight, accepting death in silence. What a sight to behold. This is the fate you brought upon yourself, so don't harbor too much resentment. Yet upon witnessing the scene before him, he could no longer laugh. What? Hazen cried out in horror. How are you still standing after that attack? You should be dead. Lewin merely curled the corner of his mouth into a faint smile. Right, let's just assume people like that exist in this world. He confidently asserted that there were people who could never die. Lewin knew well in his heart about the avatars, entities that could not be destroyed or dissolved. The only way to completely subdue Chang is to kill me, the one binding him. The system panel suddenly flashed, unique skill, will of the leader. Until your final breath, Kun Kan, the first leader chosen by the Sky God, will always stand behind you. Raising his fist, Lewin loudly declared, but like I said, I have no intention of dying here. A powerful punch packed with the force of a storm was unleashed. Lewin thought confidently to himself, very well, at this level, I can win without having to exert myself too much. He suddenly widened his eyes in astonishment. Hazen tightly grabbed his leg before speaking up. To be frank, I didn't expect you to be this strong, brat. But no matter how strong you are, he wheezed out, let's see if you can survive this. Lewin startled as he thought, what? Dark sealing water magic? There were those who practiced taboo dark magic, a type of magic despised by all true wizards, black sorcerers. Among them, the water seal was a technique created by the black sorcerer of water origin. Once it latched on, it never let go until it drained away all life force. It was one of the most notorious dark techniques in existence. Lewin broke out in a cold sweat from the excruciating pain. Dark magic. I never expected these bastards to dare go this far. Hazen spoke with excitement. Too bad, Lewin, now that you've seen this magic firsthand, you have to die. He continued mocking, anyway, I was planning to kill you from the start. Hazen spoke smugly, now that even your friend who dared to meddle is completely helpless, things have become so much simpler. Lewin shouted with fierce anger, damn it, you bastards. He looked down at him with an arrogant sneer, giving a mocking piece of advice. Don't hold too much resentment, though, after all, your trip down to the underworld won't be all that lonely. Hearing that, Lewin stared in shock. What did you say? The next words from Hazen sent a chill of absolute horror through him. By now, your father and younger sister are probably both dead. Lewin stammered out in disbelief. What? He offered the information with a sickening kindness. Ah, of course you didn't know. If you had, you wouldn't still be standing here. Then Hazen glared at him with sharp accusation. So why on earth did you dare defy the commissioner? Did you actually think you could win? He continued berating him just because of some petty little fame. Before he could finish his sentence, Lewin grabbed him fiercely by the face. The man panicked and shrieked, what? How are you able to use the water seal? Hazen's eyes bulged wide in blinding agony. And a split second later, his head was effortlessly crushed to pieces by Lewin's grip. The remaining mages froze in absolute, bone-chilling terror at the sight. Lewin muttered coldly, it doesn't even matter anymore. The system interface quickly materialized. Unique skill, summon Kingram to the caster's location once. He ground out each syllable with raw fury. You bastards have crossed a line you never should have touched. A massive, towering monster abruptly manifested, letting out a ground-shaking roar. Don't harbor too much resentment, you brought this upon yourselves. Lewin whispered to himself, his mind consumed by a single, echoing thought in this fleeting moment of intensity. Kill. Sinking deep into vengeance just like Draka, the world destroyer, once did, he thought, I'm going to wipe every last one of them out. Kingram asked in a low, rumbling voice, hey, little destroyer, what purpose have you summoned me for? Lewin replied with grim seriousness, I want every single one of them slaughtered, without sparing a single soul. Gripping his axe, Kingram strode forward and declared, very well, then that's decided. Terrified, the mages shrieked in panic, someone save us. Kingram provided cover as Lewin charged forward to attack them. Raising his clenched fist, he pressed straight ahead toward the enemy. I can never forgive them, not ever. The enemy mages couldn't even fight back, so I'll just slaughter them all. He fumed inwardly, it doesn't matter what these hands destroy anymore. Stripped of all reason, Lewin went on a frantic rampage, thinking, it doesn't even matter who my magic kills anymore. Right at that moment, Trang rushed over to hold him back. Stop it. She desperately tried to shake him back to his senses. Stop, that's enough. The surviving mage gasped out painfully, so you were a lunatic all along. How are you any different from us? Lewin roared with furious rage, let go of me, I'm going to tear that bastard apart. Trang scolded him back, what's wrong with you? Nothing happened to Ardal. Have some faith in that knight, Bolvar is a lot stronger than you think. She continued to plead with him, snap out of it. If you let yourself get consumed by that power, you'll end up just like Draka. Don't you remember Draka's final days? Chang reminded him, why do you think Draka was called the World Destroyer? He went mad with limitless power and ultimately destroyed the entire world. Grabbing Lewin firmly by the shoulders, she said, you are not Draka if you end up just like him. He finally calmed down a fraction. All right, sorry for making you worry, Chang. Approaching the sole surviving mage, Lewin interrogated him. You there, tell me everything you know. What's happening in Ardal? The man wheezed out a breathless laugh. You'll regret hearing this. Have you ever heard of the Myodan? They're an elite assassination squad consisting exclusively of 6 stage fighters and above. 5 of their assassins have already reached Ardal. He burst into a frantic, manic laugh. By now, your father and sister are probably, suddenly, a sharp spearhead pierced clean through his chest. Josh clicked his tongue lightly. I only came just in case, and look at this absolute mess." The old man cursed furiously at the incompetent fools. "I can't believe Garihill's elite couldn't even handle a single brat like this." Lewin cried out in shock, "Josh Garihill, you actually dared to lay a hand on my family." A terrifying, overwhelming wave of pressure suddenly slammed down upon him. Josh threatened in a chilling, heavy voice, "You should have just kept your head down and studied quietly at the academy. Why did you have to provoke us?" Both Lewin and Trang were pinned down, instantly recognizing the oppressive energy, dark magic. He angrily challenged, "Are you a dark mage too? If this gets out, you'll at least end up in prison." Josh just flashed a malicious sneer. "Then it won't matter if you die right here, right now. You're nothing more than a useless brat after all." Frustrated and helpless, Lewin thought, "Damn it, I can't move at all. The time limit for Kingram's summon is up and he's already vanished." He heard the old man announce, "Now then, let's put an end to this," as countless shimmering spears materialized from a magic circle above. Josh launched the spears straight toward Lewin, roaring, "Time to die, Lewin." Watching helplessly, he could only think in sheer terror, "No, I can't let it end in such a hopeless way." A massive explosion erupted just as expected, but miraculously they were completely unharmed. Stunned, Lewin stared at the figure standing defensively in front of him. "Headmaster." Josh gasped in utter disbelief. "Tyrion, why is the headmaster here?" Tyrion Ignit interrupted him with burning fury, "Josh Garihill." His immense, terrifying pressure sent a shiver of dread through the man. Impossible, the illusion field. This simulated domain had been cast by 6th stage mages under Josh Garihill's command, designed to ensure no one on the outside could detect anything happening within. However, that only worked against ordinary people. A master mage of Tyrion's caliber could instantly spot irregular mana signatures. Moreover, the fatal flaw of this magic was that if a higher-level spell was cast by someone vastly superior to the illusion's creator, the construct would easily shatter and dissolve. True to form, Josh's illusion field cracked and broke apart piece by piece. Unwilling to accept defeat, Josh threatened Tyrion Ignit. "Tyrion Ignit, are you planning to wreck the entire capital just to take me down?" The headmaster immediately denied it. "No, the only one getting broken here is you." Tyrion Ignit continued, "I've already set up a barrier to prevent any collateral damage to the capital. Not only have you dabbled in vile dark magic, but you've also dared to harm my students." Charging forward with absolute wrath, he proclaimed, "For those crimes." Tyrion Ignit unleashed an overwhelming torrent of mana directly at Josh, roaring, "I will execute your punishment myself." Gritting his teeth fiercely, Josh yelled, "You." Josh screamed in furious despair, "Tyrion Ignit." Chang remarked flatly, "As expected, due to the gap in tiers, the difference between the two is just too obvious, the battle's ending in a completely lopsided sweep." Lewin nodded in agreement. "Yeah, I figured as much." He acknowledged that the disparity was in an entirely different league. Lewin evaluated silently. "The headmaster is a 7th stage mage, a level I can't even dream of reaching yet. I thought I was getting pretty strong, but I still have a long way to go." Ignit asked with genuine concern, "Lewin, are you all right?" Lewin stammered out a reply, "Ah, yes, thanks to you, headmaster." Awakened by the late-night commotion, the residents poured outside, murmuring anxiously, "What's with all the noise in the middle of the night? What on earth is happening?" Someone suddenly gasped, "Wait, isn't that?" Recognizing the headmaster, they wondered, "Why is Honorable Josh in a state like that?" Right then, someone shouted aloud, "Lewin, Lewin, we're here." Starting up in astonishment, he realized who was approaching. Lewin finally spotted the princes pushing through. Froster spoke up hurriedly, "We rushed over as soon as we heard Garihill had seized control of the capital's security," while Froster added, "And the only target Garihill had in mind was you, Lewin, since you happened to be visiting the capital." Breathing heavily, he asked with genuine concern, "Are you all right?" Lewin answered modestly, "Yes, I'm fine." The two princes expressed their frantic worry. "Lewin, you have no idea how terrified we were searching for you the whole way here. My heart was pounding out of my chest." "Me too." Lewin was somewhat at a loss for words, thinking, "You guys never change." They quickly turned to greet Tyrion Ignit. "Oh, Headmaster Tyrion is here as well. Then the person lying over there is..." Lewin didn't deny it. "That's right, it's Josh. He tried to target me with dark magic, but the headmaster stopped him." Hearing that, Froster flew into an enraged rant. "That vile monster, how dare he scheme against my beloved Lewin? This is a direct affront to the royal family and an act of high treason. I'm going straight to my father to have Garihill arrested for treason." Froster chimed in, "Rarely do we agree on something, brother. Indeed, this is treason." and since we've confirmed he learned forbidden dark magic, we must arrest every single member of the Garihil family in this territory. Lewin suddenly spoke up, I have a request before that. The two princes immediately inquired, what is it? We'll grant whatever you ask. He hurried to voice it. I need to check on the safety of my father and sister back in Ardal. Lewin waited on pins and needles. To receive news from Ardal as quickly as possible from the capital, they had to request information from the nearest trading city, Monzo. Waiting for those reports took nearly half a day, which felt like the longest stretch of his life. A messenger holding correspondence finally approached him and spoke up. We've finally received word from nearby Monzo. He announced the good news promptly. Fortunately, everyone is safe. He continued reading, your father anticipated potential assassins, and Lord Bolvar completely neutralized all 5 of them. Furthermore, they managed to uncover the mastermind behind the assassination order. Croster asked impatiently, wasn't the mastermind obviously Josh Garihil? The messenger didn't deny it. Yes, but there were accomplices as well. He dropped a bombshell name. The one most deeply implicated is Lord Vengeras, commander of the Gold Knights. Croster slapped his forehead in dismay. Lord Vengeras? Damn it, they're all rotten to the core. Froster immediately issued orders. As of this moment, Vengeras Jegan is stripped of his position as commander, and Josh is stripped of his seat as Grand Counselor of the Mage Tower along with his guardianship rights. The messenger spoke up hesitantly, Your Highness, since those 2 held crucial positions, you'll need to appoint replacements. Froster made an immediate decision. The vice commander will temporarily take over as commander. Froster continued, addressing the vacant seat of the counselor and the guardianship held by Josh. Looking toward Tyrion Ignit, he asked, would the headmaster be willing to step in temporarily? The old man gasped in surprise. Pardon, Your Highness, I'm just an old educator. Froster replied smoothly, yes, I know better than anyone that you have 0 interest in politics, but as you can see, the situation is a complete mess. Until a permanent successor is chosen, I beg for your assistance. Tyrion Ignit remained hesitant, but the story of how hard the princes had tried to bring the headmaster to the capital was famous nationwide. Yet the headmaster had always refused, maintaining that educators should steer clear of politics. He had turned down every offer until now. Suddenly, someone called out, Headmaster, please. The students chimed in eagerly. I think the position really suits you, sir. That's right, no one is more fitting than you. Their heartfelt pleas melted his resolve. Please, Headmaster. Finally, Tyrion Ignit made his decision. If this is what my students trust me to do, I should honor their wishes. He added one condition. Only until a successor is chosen, mind you. Everyone cheered happily. Splendid, we'll count on you then. Our kingdom is bound to prosper even further. Lewin had a lingering hunch, suspecting that a new successor would show up sooner rather than later. His mood gradually relaxed as he thought, I'm just glad everything ended well. Once this capital tour wrapped up, the graduation exams would soon begin, bringing this long yet fleeting academy chapter to a close. The downfall of Garihil, the triumph of Ardal, banners bearing these words began popping up all across the capital. And the news spread rapidly not just among the nobility, but throughout the entire kingdom. Meanwhile, a shout echoed from inside a certain manor. Hey, I said no, get lost right now. Wait just a second. Jekyll attempted to reason, I really just need a little time. Just then, someone walked over and interrupted. What's all this racket about? The guard flustered and stammered, apologies, apologies. This man kept trying to force his way inside. Jekyll immediately dropped to his knees before the newcomer, pleading, forgive my abrupt intrusion. I am Jekyll Garihil, eldest son of the Garihil family. It is an absolute honor to meet your highness. Standing before him was Crown Prince Sumnin of the Genek Empire. Jekyll continued to grovel, even though my actions were rude, please understand they were entirely unintentional. Sumnin Genek replied with icy indifference, that's enough. He questioned further, so why have you come all this way? Jekyll quickly answered, I am here to seek asylum in the Empire. Myself, along with my siblings and the mages of our family, over 40 people in total, are requesting imperial asylum. Sumnin challenged him, on what grounds? He implored earnestly to offer a fraction of our strength, however small, to your great highness, and for the endless glory of the Empire's future. Sumnin glared at him, snapping, how annoying. Did you come all the way here just to suck up to me? He pressed on with another question, what crime did you commit? Jekyll looked bewildered. Pardon? Sumnin inquired with mild curiosity. The Garihil family is the most powerful in that tiny kingdom. Why on earth would you abandon your homeland in disgrace and seek asylum in our empire? Jekyll stammered out, an assassination plot. Sumnin spoke up with stern gravity. You turned against the royal family over something so trivial. Don't tell me you actually tried to assassinate a member of the royal bloodline. Stammering frantically, Jekyll managed, and no, it's not like that. Sumnin promptly turned him down. No matter how small the kingdom of Jian might be, harboring a criminal like Garihil goes against my principles. In fact, handing you over would bring far greater benefits to my reputation." His next words made Jekyll's eyes widen in sheer terror. "I see no reason to grant you asylum." Sumnin turned to leave, adding as an afterthought, "Be on your way. I won't grant you asylum, but I won't have you locked up either." Trembling, Jekyll blurted out a single name: Liuan. Finally revealing the truth, he confessed, "We attempted to assassinate Liuan Ardal." Sumnin was startled. "Liuan, the one I know." Trembling, Jekyll nodded. "Why, yes, that's him." The prince abruptly stepped closer, demanding, "I want to hear more about that assassination attempt." Sumnin broke into a sly, cunning smile. "Let's share a cup of tea and talk." Despite all the twists and turns, they all seemed trivial in the end. Peace settled in following the capital visit. 3 months later, the new year arrived. And much like the heavy snow that fell that winter, swarms of nobles flooded into the academy. The reason for their visit was simple: the graduation exams. It was a system where graduating students showcased their skills to outsiders, providing an opportunity to be recruited by noble houses. Today, that very exam was being held at the academy. Liuan thought contemplatively, graduation. Once this exam is over, it'll be time to graduate. 6 years, both long and short, were finally coming to a close. Jason nudged him and asked, "Liuan, what's with that face? Don't tell me you're nervous." Liuan quickly denied it. "No, not at all. Did you study hard for this exam?" Jason grinned and answered, "An exam? That doesn't matter to me. I'm heading down to Ardal with you anyway." Liuan sighed in disbelief. "I never said I was taking you with me." Jason flared up indignantly. "Hey, are you serious?" Right then, someone approached. "Oh, you." Catching sight of the young girl, Liuan's eyes widened in shock. He thought nostalgically. "I heard you were safe, but seeing you in person puts my mind completely at ease." Liuana stepped right up to Liuan and offered a greeting. "It's been so long, how have you been?" He stepped forward promptly to reply, "Thank you everyone for coming. Has everything been peaceful since that day?" Bowing his head in self-reproach, Liuan said, "I'm sorry. In the end, my father was put in danger because of me." The Lord of Ardal reassured him gently. "It's all right, you don't need to feel so terrible about it. I'm truly proud that we didn't compromise and chose to stand against them." He then turned to Bolvar, saying, "Thank you, Father and Lord Bolvar, thank you so much." Bolvar chuckled warmly and politely. "Think nothing of it, young master. I merely did what had to be done." Liuana suddenly chimed in, "Say, Opa." Liuan turned back puzzled. "Yeah." Pointing directly at Trang, the young girl questioned, "Who is this Unnai?" Liuan felt a cold sweat break out as he cursed inwardly. "Damn it, I can't even use the cousin excuse with my own family." Liuana pressed on skeptically. "Don't tell me you found a new girlfriend just because Sister Irene isn't around." Liuan rushed to explain, "She's just a friend. A friend, I tell you." Just in time, someone walked over to greet him. "Long time no see, Liuan." Meanwhile, Jason had already approached Lord Ardal, announcing, "Hello, Father, I am Liuan's soulmate." Overjoyed to see him, Liuan realized with relief that his graduation exam attendees weren't restricted to just his family. "Hans, you fulfilled your vow and became an official knight," he cheered enthusiastically. "Hans." 2 more familiar figures stepped up to offer their greetings. "How have you been?" Liuan cried out in astonishment. "Theta, Lady Irene, you came too." These were bonds forged during the grand tournament and its aftermath. Murmurs suddenly rippled through the crowd. "Wait, aren't those people?" Croster and Froster also strode over, calling out, "Lord Liuan, we've arrived." Liuan felt immensely happy to see even the most powerful figures among his acquaintances. The 2 princes complained playfully, "Lord Liuan, you have no idea how hard it was for us to track you down." Standing behind them, Theta watched with profound admiration, thinking, as expected, he operates on an entirely different level. Right on cue, an announcement boomed out. "In just a moment, the graduation exam for the senior class will begin." The proctor continued, "All senior alumni, please gather in the arena hall." Liuan turned back to his visitors and said, "I'll catch up with all of you later." Liuana spoke up on behalf of everyone. "Opa, good luck, we'll be cheering for you." He told himself, "This is the final exam. I'll give it everything I've got since everyone is rooting for me." Stepping into the arena, Liuan's gaze suddenly caught 2 unfamiliar faces. On high alert, he wondered inwardly, what's going on? Liuan thought, puzzled, I've never seen those 2 before, but they feel strangely familiar. He immediately turned to ask Trang, "Don't those 2 look a bit suspicious?" She replied offhandedly, "Did you only just notice? Do you even know who they are?" Chang elaborated in detail, the one on the left is the Fire King Terran. She continued, and the one on the right is the Crown Prince. Chang added, as an avatar, no ordinary magic can slip past my senses. They might have altered their faces, but they can't hide that bizarre aura. Liyuan was struck dumb with bewilderment. Why would the Fire King and the Crown Prince personally travel all the way out here? If they wanted to visit, they could have just made a grand official entrance. You have countless questions in your head, don't tell me, just because of me. Are they trying to test how strong I've become through this exam without worrying about getting caught? At that thought, Liyuan inadvertently smiled. They really are thoughtful. He told himself that if they made a similar offer to before, he would still turn it down just like he did back then. Liyuan wore a sly smile, but since they had gone to the trouble of coming here, he should at least give them a breathtaking performance. He stared right at them as if conveying a message. So keep a close eye on me and see how much I've grown. The graduation exam consists of the following parts: isolation, glacial waste, and destruction. It is a timed exam where you must quickly overcome all 3 challenges. The first challenge, isolation, requires escaping from a room secured with a heavy lock. There are various ways to break out of the room. Jason stood in front of the lock, deep in thought. You can disable the lock with unlatching magic or use a mana crystal key to open the door. There are truly many ways, and it doesn't matter which method you use, because whichever method it is, the important thing is getting out of the room. After a while, a massive cheer erupted as 7 mages from Group 6 escaped the room almost simultaneously. Afterwards, someone exclaimed regretfully, "What a shame, another person just got blocked by monsters." Starting from the next challenge, the difficulty has gone crazy, from defeating hordes of freezing monsters in the bone-chilling glacial region, to using their most powerful magic to shatter a solid stone wall in the final challenge. Someone who got stuck here shouted furiously, "Why is this thing so stubborn?" If you get through all of them, you will finally complete the graduation exam successfully. Jason cheered loudly, "I came in first." The announcement gradually echoed. Jason Damon, 3 minutes and 55 seconds. He is the first to complete Group 6's challenge. They continued reading the results. 3 out of the 10 students in Group 6 ultimately passed the exam. The students who hadn't tested yet muttered with a hint of fear, "What should I do? I don't feel confident." Liyuan stood aside and thought calmly, "Jason, you always act so casual, but you've actually prepared a lot, haven't you?" Then he turned serious again. Only 3 people passed out of 10, and most of them finished with less than a minute to spare, while the rest stayed within the 15-minute limit. I'd better make a plan to get through it as fast as possible. The proctor announced once more, "Next is Group 7, please step forward." Liyuan moved quickly, finally his turn. People in the stands curiously asked each other, "Isn't this group supposed to have Liyuan Ardal, the pride of our academy?" Whispers erupted endlessly. "That's right, I heard many distinguished guests came just to watch Liyuan. I'm really excited to see how he performs." Shomerton also spoke up, "I'm really looking forward to seeing how strong he has gotten." "What does Godfather think?" Terran calmly commented. "He hasn't changed at all." He suddenly asked, "By the way, what are you planning to do?" Hearing this, he wondered about what. Terran inadvertently looked toward Liyuan. "The reason you came here today, you call it your final lingering attachment, right?" Sohm didn't deny it. "Yes, that's right, my final regret." He believed that if he joined their side in the future, he would definitely be a valuable asset. But if he couldn't pull him under his wing, one day he could become a threat. "When that time comes, I will handle him myself." As he walked toward the locked door, the announcement echoed simultaneously. "The challenge for Group 7 begins right now." Liyuan tapped the door while calculating. "The headmaster must have gone all out for this. Even with my strength, breaking that wall won't be easy. Should I just unlock it like the other students did?" He suddenly curled the corner of his mouth with confidence. "No, that wouldn't be fun at all. Didn't I learn this at the tournament? That nothing in this world is perfect." Liyuan understood that no matter how sturdy the wall looked, it always had a hidden weakness somewhere. The system panel instantly appeared. Steel breaker, capable of destroying anything made of iron in a single use, no matter what it is. People in the stands curiously chatted, "Is his name Liyuan? I wonder how long it will take him. Hope he lives up to his reputation. After all, he is the tournament champion." A loud explosion suddenly rang out, and everyone widened their eyes in shock. "Wait, what was that explosion? Look over there." When they saw Lewin stepping out, they gasped in astonishment. No way, Lewin Ardal. Everyone looked at him with pride. The door that normally took 5 minutes to open, he had cleared the first room in. Both Shomerton and Taron smiled with excitement. The proctor's words lingered in his ears. In just 13 seconds, this graduation exam will once again cement Lewin's already illustrious reputation. Since Lewin was going to win anyway, he headed straight for the second challenge. The system announcement rang out loud and clear. Lewin cleared the first gate in just 13 seconds. Now we can't help but wonder how fast he will smash through the subsequent gates. As soon as the announcement finished, everyone watching in the stands dropped their jaws in terror. Taron alone remained calm, resting his chin on his hand, having already anticipated and foreseen this. I knew he wasn't ordinary the moment Kun Kan's fangs reacted to him, but his growth rate is still completely absurd. Lewin, you fought 2 massive, freezing ice monsters using blazing fire. They growled stupidly, wary of Lewin. The excited cheers of the system and the crowd rang out once more. Lewin is clearing the second gate with brilliant finesse. The commentary made everyone even more intrigued, focusing closely on the match unfolding on the arena. Is he running with a fireball? With that size, no monster would dare come near him. Well, that makes sense, because with a fireball this huge, surely no creature is foolish enough to try. Lewin ignored the whispers, getting more fired up the more he fought, determined to face these demons to the end. The blonde guy stood with his arms crossed, laughing until his jaw ached. Ha ha, what the hell is this? He really is a madman beyond all bounds of imagination. Taron stood nearby, having listened to him babble on just now. Before falling into deep thought with a frown, he always produces unimaginable results. All right, I've seen enough of your skills, Lewin. Then how will you shatter the final gate? He wouldn't keep him waiting. Lewin gave him the real answer, dashing like lightning and rushing straight toward the gate ahead. His gaze was intensely focused, as if he wanted to crush the immensely hard wall before him, channeling all his strength into this single blow. He just wanted to put on a show for the kids one last time. Immediately realizing what Lewin was doing, Taron stared in utter shock. There is no doubt about that energy anymore. Heaven creates highlights, but Lewin's punch is the highlight. It must be called a sky-shattering invisible magic. Formless, tearing everything apart with sound waves so fast that the naked eye couldn't possibly perceive them. Boom boom, a massive explosion erupted in a flash, lighting up the entire sky, leaving viewers dazzled not just by the light it emitted, but also by the sheer overwhelming power it carried. Large chunks of shattered bricks flew everywhere, and in the quiet space, only the loud impact and the mourning cries for the fallen echoed, accompanied by the tolling bell of doom. Led by Lewin and his unwavering composure, he kept pushing forward, leaving anyone witnessing it utterly terrified. Can that magic only be cast by someone who has reached level 6? Lewin, have you reached that level already? This must be the question viewers were wondering about him as well. A glowing purple silk ribbon draped across Lewin's body. The match came to an end. It happened so quickly that some people hadn't even recovered from witnessing such unimaginable divine strength. The system announced the time as 2 minutes and 57 seconds, so fast and fierce that people couldn't stop themselves from staring in absolute awe at each other and then at the figure standing in the middle of the arena. Finally, the host's announcement echoed. Lewin of Group 7 cast a level 6 spell and brilliantly completed the exam in just 2 minutes and 57 seconds. The victorious cheers from all directions in the stands rang out endlessly, while our main character calmly raised a hand to wipe the sweat scattered across his face with a relieved smile. The person least relieved right now was probably Taron. He was still lost in thought, deducing everything about the standout young man. Level 6 is a realm one can never reach in a lifetime, yet Lewin achieved it at just 16 years old. This is bad. Before he grows even further and threatens my status, no matter what, I must crush him. He blatantly shot a hateful, disgusted glare toward the boy, who was smiling and waving in appreciation of the cheering crowd around him. Turns out, Taron was simply afraid that his own status would be shaken by him. The two princes over here, Kroster and Forder, raised both hands in celebration. Long live Lewin, the future of the kingdom. The person sitting behind them witnessing this scene was left utterly speechless, looking at the two royals like children. Anyone who didn't know would think the two of them were Lewin's parents celebrating their child's victory. Lewina's side was no less enthusiastic as she shouted, "Congratulations, big brother." Theta went without saying, already smiling with her eyes crinkled until the sunlight disappeared, cheerfully waving in celebration. "I knew you could do it, Lewin." Meanwhile, Lewin stood in the center of the vast arena, where he could witness all the enthusiasm of the onlookers and how brightly he shone. They were chanting his name, celebrating his victory. Liuan stood beneath the clear sky with light snowflakes gently falling on him, feeling somewhat satisfied. Right at this moment, everyone was congratulating him. Yet the young man couldn't help thinking back to those old days, facing cynical people and harsh words. But now, no, he didn't need to stay silent and ignore it anymore. Who could have imagined back then that Min would graduate like this, surrounded by cheers? Jason laughed from ear to ear, rushing over to throw an arm around his shoulder. Oh Liuan, when did you reach level 6? I can't believe my friend is already a high-level mage. This brat scared the wits out of him before he could react. Jason. Everyone around came over to congratulate him together. Honestly, even for Liuan, I didn't think you'd reach that level so soon. Jason still hadn't let go of his arm draped over Liuan's shoulder, putting on a righteous tone. There is one thing that is absolutely missing on a day like today. The friend standing nearby found it interesting and grew curious. What is it? He broke into a toothy, wildly spooky grin, drawing out his voice to reply. That is. Ta-da! The answer was revealed by 2 giant mugs of barley smoothie, making such a big deal out of nothing. Everyone happily raised their mugs of barley in hand, throwing their arms around each other in a bustling, festive atmosphere, cheerfully shouting for a party. We're adults now, let's drink like crazy. Oh ha, alcohol, drink some more, cheers to the end. Avatar walked over, and Liuan stood quietly watching their lively, determined to drink till they dropped demeanor, feeling 3 parts helpless and 7 parts amused. That said, he actually really enjoyed this precious, joyful moment. This must be one of the best memories of Liuan's life, as the effects were truly starting to kick in. Tomorrow is graduation day, and since this is probably the last time we'll gather in such numbers, I'm sure everyone just wants to enjoy it to the fullest. While he wasn't paying attention, Avatar staggered over with a withered posture, a swaying walk, and a face flushed red from alcohol appearing right behind his back. Without a word, she threw an arm around him like a good buddy and pointed to the sky, "Bring on more guys." Liuan froze, glancing sideways at her, unable to hide his surprise at this unfamiliar sight. By the way, I just found out today that even an avatar can get drunk. 2 men walked toward this direction. An old man with long white hair and a beard stepped forward first. Liuan, are you enjoying the party? Hearing his name called, he turned his head to look. Headmaster and Professor Heidel, you're here too? He glanced over at Avatar, who had completely collapsed and was sitting flat on the floor, before standing straight and politely addressing the 2 men in front of him. Thank you for arranging this event. Thanks to that, I'm enjoying it very much. The headmaster chuckled, haha, you're graduating soon, you should enjoy yourself to the fullest, right? Liuan nodded repeatedly to express his thoughts. Since tomorrow we'll be very busy with the ceremony, let me say this right now. Thank you for everything, headmaster, and you too, professor. Hearing this, both of them smiled gently. A word of thanks? Ah, how touching. Before long you won't even be able to see us even if you want to. After saying that, the headmaster enthusiastically continued teasing. Then we'll have to invite Liuan to be a guest lecturer for next year's graduating class. Of course, as long as you say the word, sir, you promised. Professor Heidel here is my witness. Don't pretend you don't know about this after graduation. Everyone continued bantering back and forth happily. By the end of the party, it was already dusk. Liuan walked quietly on the paved stones in front of the manor with a tired sigh. He raised a hand to rub his pounding, splitting head. I must have had too much beer, my head is starting to ache. While grumbling clumsily about his headache caused by downing too much alcohol, he didn't notice the figure standing right ahead. A man with a straight posture wearing boots suddenly walked up to greet him. Excuse me, you are Liuan, right? A voice from the side startled him into turning his head. 2 men stood there, the one in front stepped closer, dressed entirely in black, bowing and placing one hand over his chest to respectfully introduce himself. I am Reika, a merchant running a small trading company in the east. If possible, I'd like to speak with you in private for a moment. Liuan remained calm. He was wary of these 2 strange men but didn't refuse. Go ahead, Crown Prince Shomerton. As soon as those words left his mouth, the man was startled. What? It turned out the previous introduction was a fabricated fake identity. He probably hadn't expected that the moment he finished bragging, his bluff would be instantly exposed by someone a second later. Thus, his facial expression grew somewhat stiff and froze for a moment. Before the slick-haired man behind him, Taron stepped forward with a fierce glare and questioned sharply, "How did you know it was us?" After speaking, he stopped and rudely threatened the young man in front of him, "You'd better answer properly." In stark contrast to his over-the-top attitude, Liuan merely smiled faintly and replied calmly, "You can hide your face, but you cannot hide your presence. Your eyes reminded this servant of the crown prince I once knew, so I took a bold guess." Then he stared right into his dissatisfied, frowning face and greeted him cheerfully without a hint of anger. "Then you must be the Fire King. Long time no see. It's a pleasure to see you again." Mr. Taron was surprised by Liuan's unexpected explanation. You recognized me just by my eyes? I'm truly impressed. Easily spotting him like that meant he certainly held a high regard for his perceptiveness in this first conversation. Shomerton interrupted this smooth conversation, extending his hand with an unmistakable, unyielding arrogance he didn't care to hide. Now, this is my final offer. There won't be a second time. Come with me to the Empire. He widened his eyes, frowning fiercely as he threatened Lewin with brief words carrying heavy intent. Refusal will not be accepted. Oh, is that so? But Lewin had never known what fear was. He let out a scoff from the depths of his heart, gently replying with 3 words, "This servant refuses." The 3 of them stood at a standstill in the cold winter snow. Shomerton grew increasingly irritated by this rock-hard attitude but tried to persuade him further. You really won't listen, huh? I warned you beforehand. Any jewel I cannot have, I will destroy. Oh, what's with that rebellious attitude? But Lewin remained indifferent. You could do that, that's true. But I don't think you would do that. This answer truly caught Shomerton off guard, yet it somewhat changed his mind. He asked back, what makes you so certain? Because the crown prince I once knew would never lower himself enough to sneak around under a fake identity and order the assassination of an ordinary student. Lewin's words instantly stunned him before anger flared up in a flash. Shomerton wore a bizarre smile, turning sarcastic. "Ha, you call yourself an ordinary student." Lewin replied modestly with a straight face. "That's right, after all, our graduation ceremony is tomorrow." Hearing that, he twitched his lips in a deeply mysterious smile. I don't know if that's courage or intuition. After acting strange for a while, Shomerton turned away with an arrogant air, proudly issuing a final warning. I'll withdraw today, but look forward to our next meeting. Because next time we meet, it will be as enemies. Facing his words, Lewin remained silent without replying. With that, the 2 overpowering men turned one after the other and quietly walked off in opposite directions. They hadn't left for long when Lewin turned around and saw someone stumbling and running toward him. It was Jason, who still hadn't quit the party, his face flushed bright red from drinking too much. Once he drank, his mouth wouldn't stop running. "Lewin, what are you doing? Not drinking anymore? You have to be at the party. Without you, it has no meaning." Seeing him relentlessly coaxing, Lewin good-naturedly went along. "Yeah, I'm coming, but what you'll never expect at that moment." He had no idea that because of this drinking party, a disaster far beyond anything he could imagine was about to befall him. The next day, as the morning sun broke and illuminated all things, white snow still lingered on the tree branches and red rooftops. In a certain corner of a grand, luxurious castle, empty wine bottles and cups littered the table, and someone groaned in exhaustion. After the battle with alcohol that just ended. It was Lewin, who had just woken up from a wild, drunken night of carousing with his buddies yesterday. His head was already aching, and now it hurt tenfold as he clutched his dizzy head. My head. Waking up with a blank mind, Lewin forgot to even pay attention to his surroundings until a gentle voice approached him and whispered softly, "You're awake." He blinked in surprise. Lady Irene, ignoring his curious look as if wondering why she was here, she asked with concern, "Do you feel a bit better now?" Lewin glanced left and right at his totally plastered friends sprawled out and sleeping, not forgetting the alcohol, on the floor, and awkwardly replied, "Yes, I should have drank in moderation, but it seems I overdid it." Seeing the people lying on the cold floor, she let out a light laugh. "Even so, it seems you're holding up much better than the rest of them. What a relief." Saying that, she covered her mouth with a hand, smiling until her eyes crinkled. You don't remember anything, do you?" Lewin wore a bewildered expression full of question marks. Less than a second later, he was terrified, getting goosebumps as he widened his eyes and yelled, that is. "The dragon's kiss!" Irene sat right up on the table, shaking a clear blue wine bottle in her hand and calmly explaining, "Jason secretly mixed that kind of alcohol into the beer you were about to drink." Lewin. Then he suddenly stood up and shouted that the group was heading to Ardel together. As she recounted it, he remembered the embarrassing scene. Yesterday, Lewin, Theta, and Jason threw their arms around each other and made fools of themselves in front of everyone at the pub. Remembering it made his face burn red at that bastard Jason. Irene didn't let Lewin sit in silence and embarrassment for long before asking, "So should I go down there too?" Having just woken up, his mind hadn't caught up to this pace yet. He cluelessly asked back, "Go where?" She gently stroked her hair, her face full of irrepressible smiles. "To Ardel. I've been there before, and it's a wonderful place." She desperately wanted to win against him just once. Irene solemnly declared, "Like I said before, I have to get strong fast so I can defeat you." Lewin, who had been challenged, remained half asleep, stunned, with wide eyes and unable to say a word. A few seconds later, he smiled gently, reacting very positively to that declaration. "That would be an honor for me. Lady Irene is always welcome." Perhaps he was praising her spirit and determination even more. Liuan's gaze gradually softened, his cheeks flushing red as he looked at her affectionately. Outwardly they spoke like that, but anyone with a brain could tell. Irene didn't continue, answering him only with a bright, fairy-like smile as her whole body bathed in the early morning sunlight. Lady Irene's reason for wanting to go down to Ardell clearly wasn't just about that. And a few hours later, in a large room surrounded by lights, the murmuring chatter of people and the voice coming from the podium drowned out all surrounding noise. Graduates of the Ignite Magic Academy, you must have been through quite a bit. I hope all those experiences were meaningful, and I look forward to seeing all of you become great mages in the future. The headmaster stood on the podium speaking before all the students, because today is the graduation day for all seniors, including Liuan. A moment later, it reached the finale. My speech ends here, and now the student representative will come up to share graduation reflections. A pair of straight legs in polished leather shoes slowly stepped upward. None other than him, the elite student known to the entire school. The headmaster ceremoniously introduced him to everyone, representing all students, and as the valedictorian of this class, Liuan walked toward the podium with a calm demeanor. The headmaster stepped back to yield the podium to him, not forgetting to pat his shoulder in encouragement as he passed by. Liuan, don't be nervous, just speak comfortably. But he didn't seem worried at all. Liuan warmly replied, yes, don't worry, headmaster. People often say you can't judge a book by its cover. Liuan's current case was exactly like that. Don't let his calm exterior fool you. Inside, his heart was already pounding wildly as if it was about to jump out of his chest. He acted composed, but he was actually very nervous. Just thinking about being the center of attention in front of all these people made him so stressed that he forgot everything he had prepared. Because right before Liuan's eyes were thousands of students sitting there, staring intently and listening to his speech. Liuan took his position, taking a deep sigh to calm himself down. But it's fine, even if he forgot the words he had drafted, he still remembered clearly what he wanted to say. Amidst everyone's expectations, including Irene and Han listening closely, he began his speech. As you all know, I won the tournament. An achievement I accomplished in just a year, but the journey there was not smooth at all. I suffered from a condition called mana release disorder for 5 years. Liuan recalled his string of days, continuing in a low voice. For a mage like me, not being able to release mana was truly a heavy blow. But even worse than that was how people looked at me. Many wondered why I stayed at the academy, why I refused to give up until the very last moment. Saying this, he didn't seem to hold any resentment or anger toward their words in the past, merely smiling gently. But I didn't want to give up because magic is everything to me, and it is the only way I can protect myself, my family, and the people I care about. That's why I persevered to the end. Let winners and losers see how fate turns the wheel. The speech hadn't reached its conclusion yet, but one could easily see the boiling response, excitement, and enthusiastic cheers from everyone. Above all, it struck a deep chord of empathy within them. Liuan continued, and if anyone here is struggling because they haven't seen results despite trying, today I must tell you this. Just keep moving forward. He stood there, majestic and direct, declaring and encouraging everyone to take the next step. Liuan's gaze swept across everyone sitting in the stands listening. Even if you fall, get back up. Even if right now you feel like no one is paying attention to you, out there someone will surely notice. As long as you don't give up, miracles will happen. Thank you everyone for your efforts over the past 6 years. With that, the eloquent speech officially concluded, closing today's graduation ceremony. The applause mixed with various emotions echoed like thunder endlessly. Scene shifting to the end of the ceremony, pure white snowflakes had already covered the trees and roads, and the clattering sound of horse hooves paced evenly across the cold, snowy ground. Different carriages lined up one after another, leaving the academy. From inside a luxurious black ebony carriage came the sound of cheerful chatter. That speech just now was great. Everyone seemed to love it. You're always amazing. Thanks, Liuana. It turned out to be the male lead siblings discussing the hottest topic right now, especially Liuan's eloquent speech. Liuana pondered something, then glanced out the window at a pristine white carriage riding parallel to theirs on the side. So your friend is heading to Ardell immediately too. Through the window, Irene, Theta, Jason, and Han could be seen sitting inside. They were also chatting and laughing happily together. Liuana confirmed once more, all 4 of them. The young man's voice was flat, The horrifying, drunken memories of that day rushed back. It seemed like just yesterday. Those people were making a ruckus in the room with mouths running non-stop. Liuan even climbed onto the dining table, pointing at someone crying their eyes out from drunkenness. Theta, become my teammate. People say drinking makes you forget everything that happened, but they remembered every single detail, giving him goosebumps. But out of embarrassment, he still had to pretend and say to Luina, I don't know how things ended up like that. Behind the two leading carriages were rows of Bilko's soldiers following closely behind. Right after the graduation ceremony, we decided to head straight to Ardal together. To put it right, I'm the one hearing them. Not only that, 3,000 soldiers will also join us. The twin princes had promised to send reinforcements for the Southern Pacification Campaign, but he had never imagined they would dispatch so many troops. Lost in his thoughts, a voice suddenly startled Lewin awake. Ah, Lewin, after the subjugation ends, do you plan to stay in the territory permanently? Lewin smiled, not hesitating to state his future intentions. No, our father is still there after all. I think I might travel a bit afterward, but I haven't planned specifically yet. For now, I should focus on the subjugation first. Beneath the bright, deep blue sky, snow continued to fall incessantly as the chatter of two people echoed back and forth. With a short vacation coming up, we're heading straight into preparations for the subjugation campaign, right? The other replied immediately. Oh, I'm planning to start by surveying the terrain. Our protagonist and his avatar stood before a map, mapping out their next steps for the upcoming subjugation campaign. She asked, have you come up with any strategic plans yet? Well, I'm considering a few ideas. While the two of them were discussing, they heard the rustling footsteps of soldiers rushing past in the distance. Lewin and the avatar looked up to see what they were so excitedly buzzing about. Two soldiers walked by, chatting briskly. We need to make sure we're fully prepared, huh? Lewin stepped forward to ask them, excuse me, where is everyone heading together? One of them turned around, recognizing him. Ah, you're young Master Ardal. We figured you already knew since this concerns your friend. How could Lewin possibly know? He sat there with a blank, clueless expression. So the man continued, one of our knights is going to duel your squire knight friend. Hearing that, his brain instantly kicked into gear. If it's a squire knight, don't tell me you mean Han. Across the open snowy field, a crowd of soldiers had formed a circle, eagerly watching and waiting for the impending match. In the center of the ring stood Han and a certain knight, both gripping wooden swords and taking up stances ready for combat. Yet an expression of anxiety remained visible on the boy's face. Han is dueling an official knight? Just hearing about it highlighted the massive gap between the two in this match. Lewin couldn't help but feel worried for him, seeing as he had only just completed his knight's vow. Up in the sky, the bright snow kept falling, even showing signs of getting heavier. Han and the official knight began exchanging blows. The two traded strikes back and forth with neither willing to yield, but it looked like the knight had seized the initiative right from the start, pressing the offensive relentlessly. By the time Lewin hurried over to where they were, the match had already reached this point. Watching him get steadily pushed back in combat, he couldn't hide his anxiety. Ah, here it comes. He stood outside the circle along with the other knights, watching the two of them. Suddenly, someone standing next to him shouted loudly toward the center of the arena, Hey, go easy on him. Don't you think you're being a bit too harsh on a rookie squire who just completed his vow? Lewin was taken aback. As the avatar walked up, he stepped toward the group as well, wanting to ask how the situation was unfolding. Why are those two dueling? One of them turned to look at Lewin, thought for a moment, and replied, Oh, there's no special reason. The knight cast a glance back at the two trading heavy blows and recounted what had just happened. While we were cleaning up after lunch, we got bored, and since we had an enthusiastic junior around, I suggested we spar. At that moment, Bolvar crept up silently from behind, gently greeting Lewin. Is the young master here too? He jumped in surprise, wondering where the old man had materialized from. Regaining his composure, he offered a polite greeting. Lord Bolvar, you're here as well. Crossing his arms behind his back with a cheerful smile, the veteran replied with a hint of relish, Naturally, how could I possibly miss such an entertaining spectacle? Hearing that, Lewin cast a sideways glance at the main event being discussed, chuckling to himself self-deprecatingly. Entertaining. He glanced at the knights standing around them, thinking that if these guys realized who Lord Bolvar was, their reactions would be just as amusing. Thinking to himself, Lewin turned his attention back to the increasingly fierce match between the two. Suddenly he asked him, What do you think of this match, Lord Bolvar? Without much hesitation, the veteran immediately offered his critique. Neither of them is bad. His attention landed on the young man with pale purple hair, nodding his unyielding expression, devoid of the hesitation typical of his age. Unaware of who the boy was, Bolvar asked the person standing next to him, And is that young knight a friend of the young master? Hearing the question, Lewin smiled and proudly introduced his closest buddy. Yes, his name is Han. Bolvar lowered his voice, speaking with more gravity than before as he analyzed the scene from his perspective. Clearly, he's being pushed back a bit, but just managing to hold his ground this long against a gold knight is already quite admirable. His words left Lewin with a question. A gold knight. Realizing the boy's confusion, Bolvar explained what he had accidentally picked up on earlier. I happened to overhear it during lunch. I hear he's considered elite in the kingdom. I'm not entirely sure myself. Right at that moment, a breakthrough occurred in the center of the arena as a dark shadow surged forward, launching an attack before the opponent could react, blazing fast and lightning quick. Need it be said, we can all guess who that shadow belonged to. It was the knight possessing the strength just mentioned. With a single swing of his sword, Han's weapon at the front was knocked upward, flying far behind his back and startling him into a cry. Bolvar analyzed the boy further, commenting, naturally, that kid Han still has a long way to go to reach that level. Hearing that assessment, Lewin fell into thoughtful silence before marveling. As expected, Lord Bolvar can see right through Han's talent. With that in mind, he stepped up to the veteran, wearing a serious expression as if making an important, earnest request. He spoke formally. Lord Bolvar, looking at him with sudden curiosity, the veteran replied, yes, young master. Lewin stood before him and pleaded, if possible, could you teach Han a trick or two? Bolvar didn't answer right away, simply breaking into the friendly, familiar smile he always wore. To have Lord Bolvar teach him even just one move. If the legendary spear Saint Lord Bolvar is willing to impart even a breath of guidance, it would be an immense boon. For Han, and even for all of Ardal. Indeed, just a little bit of guidance from this legendary knight was enough to imagine how drastically Han would improve. But the crucial part now was securing the veteran's consent. With a decisive air, Lord Bolvar let out a long sigh. Young master, that's not up for me to decide. You'll have to ask that kid first. The response caught him slightly off guard, eliciting a soft, huh. He replied with a genuinely dangerous chuckle. For some reason, the veteran's aura had shifted entirely, feeling vastly colder than just a moment ago. Bolvar explained, just like when I taught you swordsmanship, I treat knights very strictly. He flashed a bright, slightly eerie smile, squinting his eyes and dropping heavy hints all around. Returning to the present scene, the young knights stood freezing in the bitter winter cold, their jaws hanging open in absolute shock. They must have been witnessing something intensely jarring. One of them couldn't help blurting out, what the hell is that? The group stood whispering among themselves. Is that really raw brute force training? Did he actually make him do that? I heard he's the commander of the Ardal Knights. The man in question, however, remained utterly calm, smiling leisurely as if thoroughly enjoying himself. Step by step, he trailed behind Han, the most wretched guy in the world, staggering as he hauled a massive boulder even heavier than himself, panting heavily with every exhausted breath. Bolvar watched the young man lugging heavy weights through the freezing snow, teeth chattering so hard they clicked together, until the boy finally collapsed onto his knees and panted out a question to Han. Is it difficult? Right away, Han whipped his head around to deny it to the veteran. No, sir, I'm fine. Bolvar had just been waiting for him to say that to pounce, immediately firing back. Then don't be so damn sluggish. I made it crystal clear to be prepared. The surrounding knights stood watching, thoroughly exhausted and baffled by the unfolding spectacle. They looked like an audience watching a classic comedy routine. Lewin watched his best friend with a mix of pity and apathy. He let out a sigh, offering a silent cheer for his buddy while silently sympathizing with the poor pack mule's fate. He said he'd be strict, but I didn't think he meant to this extent. I'm starting to feel sorry for Han. Well, pity aside, let's think back to just a few minutes earlier when Lewin had first extended the invitation. Han had reacted like an excited puppy, acting as if he only lacked a tail to wag. He accepted immediately without a shred of hesitation. Really, Lord Bolvar is going to train me. He had warned him, I hear it's brutally difficult. Maybe you should, but Han was confident. I've got this. I'll definitely succeed. That was how fiercely determined he was. Lewin could only shake his head in disbelief. I gave him a choice, after all. Lost in his helpless thoughts about his friend, he was startled by a voice calling out from behind. Thud! It was the knights from earlier, walking over to approach Lord Bolvar with cautious wariness. Oh, looks like they finally figured something out. The lead knight spoke up tentatively. Excuse me, sir. Might I humbly ask your esteemed name? Lord Bolvar remained silent, keeping his eyes shut tight as if lost in thought, offering no reply. He was probably scratching his head trying to figure them out. Why didn't they recognize him at first, only to figure it out now of all times? Realizing his silence, the knights nervously exchanged worried glances. Why isn't he answering? Word has it he single-handedly wiped out 5 assassins. Maybe I should ask about that, one whispered. Hey, that's probably just a rumor. How could any single man wipe out 5 assassins by himself? Right at that moment, in true fickle fashion, with the universe sending what you least want, little simpleton Han rushed over, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Lord Bolvar!" Gasping for breath as if someone had stolen all the oxygen in the area, he stood right in the center of the commotion and reported, "All 10 spearheads have been relocated, sir." Out of breath and desperately trying to catch his air, the answer he expected didn't come from the person he addressed. Instead, the knights standing nearby gave him blank, bewildered question marks. "What did you just say?" Han, completely clueless, blinked in reflex. Huh. Both sides stared daggers at each other, one side wearing utterly blank, confused expressions, while the other widened their eyes in absolute disbelief. So much so that they had to double-check. "Did I hear that right? Who did you just say this man is?" Meanwhile, Lewin and Bolvar stood right in the middle, easily the calmest people there. Sometime later, the convoy and the knights set off once more. Carriages and a steady line of soldiers pushed straight through the blinding white snowstorms of Ardal. The white carriage led the way, while the 2 Ardal siblings sat comfortably inside the second, black carriage. Lewin and Lewina sat side by side. Gazing out into the distance, the girl asked her brother with intense curiosity, "Opa, is Lord Bolvar really that admired by the knights?" Glancing in the direction his sister was looking, he answered, "Seems so." Inside the carriage, the two chatted cheerfully, contrasting sharply with the freezing world outside where the rhythmic, exhausted panting of the marching knights echoed continuously. Huff, huff. Because of an outcome everyone could easily picture. Han and the knights were undergoing special training courtesy of Lord Bolvar. Drenched in sweat despite the freezing weather, they trudged along behind the carriages, each soldier marching in step while carrying packs heavier than sacks of grain. One of them complained loudly, "Aren't you going a bit overboard?" Another barked back, "This is a training method personally recommended by Lord Bolvar himself. Stop asking questions and just do it." They grumbled back and forth, though complaining only made the exhaustion worse. Meanwhile, the man responsible for it all was relaxing comfortably inside the carriage, eyes closed in absolute bliss. Lewin watched the scene unfold with a helpless sigh, gently addressing the veteran, Lord Bolvar." Hearing him, the old man's expression didn't change a bit as he lowered his voice to match the boy's. "Speak your mind, young master. About that training method, is it actually effective? From what I can see, it looks a bit crude." Lewin stated his view quietly. To be fair, part of the reason was because he watched the poor guys looking like they were about to collapse at any moment. Sweating profusely in this biting cold, looked genuinely miserable. Understanding the boy's soft heart, Bolvar didn't scold him, instead offering a gentle explanation. "It's not necessarily a great method. If your form is wrong, you'll just end up with chronic injuries first." Lewin looked blank, failing to follow the logic, and asked, Then why are you making them do it?" Lord Bolvar twitched the corner of his mouth in a devilish, half-joking smirk and delivered a deadpan answer. "Well, there's not much else to do on the way down to Ardal. I just wanted to whip the new recruits into shape after such a long break." Lewin and Lewina sat in silence for a good 10 seconds, listening to the groans of suffering echoing from outside while looking at Bolvar, completely speechless. No wonder people call him the Tiger of Ardal. A short while later, their group arrived at their destination, a barren, desolate land that felt even colder than the regions they had crossed over the past few days. And the first place they set foot on was right here. Our protagonist stood before swarms of small, mud-bodied monsters covered in grime. The person beside him muttered, "There's so many of them." Dressed in heavy dark winter gear, Lewin still couldn't help shivering from the intensified chill. Indeed, we've finally arrived. Lewin and the Avatar stood amidst this bleak terrain, with countless monsters writhing beneath their feet. Surrounded by towering, majestic mountain ranges where biting winds whistled through every crevice, the Crimson Steppe. This land lay south of the southern mountains and had once been part of the Ardal territory. However, ever since the Mud tribe occupied the area, the rulers of this land were no longer human, but mud monsters. Yes, the tribe Lewin had just mentioned consisted of round, squishy, slimy creatures crawling in heaps right at his feet. Because of their terrifying reproduction rate, the land from afar looked like fields stained deep crimson, earning it the name Crimson Steppe. The Avatar looked down at them, their snouts growling hideously with a ferocious, menacing aura. Feeling helpless about how to deal with this mess, she turned to Lewin. "What's your battle plan?" Lewin crouched close to the ground, studying the monsters' positions before murmuring, "How about we charge straight through the gorge near the coastline? It's narrow, so it might just work." The Avatar formulated a tactical idea sharply, but no sooner had she spoken than Lewin shot it down. "No, that's definitely a bad idea. They'll attack us from the cliffside as well." She continued tossing out potential measures. Then what if we put Lord Bolvar out on the front lines? He could lead the charge and crush everything in his path. Lewin pondered for a moment, ultimately concluding it wasn't very feasible. That won't work either. There are simply too many of them. The Mud Tribe has a core hidden inside their heads and they can't be wiped out by ordinary attacks. Ah, I see. The Avatar instantly grasped where the problem lay. Even Lord Bolvar would struggle if he had to take them down one by one. She sighed. HRM, what a headache. Now I see why all previous subjugation campaigns failed. There are no paths wide enough for a large army to enter simultaneously, so heavy casualties are guaranteed every time. Then is there really no other way? Lewin could only accept the harsh reality with a quiet, yeah. Moments later, he raised his gaze toward the distant horizon, deep in thought. Maybe there is still one way. The next day, the booming voice of an unfamiliar man echoed powerfully through the room, resonating off the walls. There is only one way. Pushing forward with a direct frontal assault, he slammed his hand down on the strategy table, standing shoulder to shoulder with those holding equal authority without backing down an inch, showing zero hesitation. This man was Morrow, commander-in-chief of the capital forces and captain of the Gold Knights. He lowered his voice, making his stance crystal clear. If we hesitate to fight, how can we ever expect to win? A direct frontal clash is our best option. Standing opposite him and contesting his view was Lewin's father, the Lord of Ardal, who understood the point but disagreed with the approach. He weighed in. What the commander says isn't wrong, but the projected casualties are simply too high. Morrow held his ground firmly, attempting persuasion. My lord, if the capital's military hadn't supported us initially, weren't we planning to launch this subjugation campaign with just 300 men? Lewin's father replied coolly. That is correct. Morrow scoffed. He couldn't wrap his head around the hesitation. We were ready to fight with just that many, so why hesitate now that we have such a massive force beside us? Lewin's father looked at the man before him and offered a further explanation. Because this isn't a matter of numbers. To wipe out the Mud Tribe, we have to cross a narrow gorge, and those bastards will never let us pass in peace. Whether we have 3 men or 3,000, it won't change a thing. That was why he disapproved of Morrow's method. But then the Lord offered an alternative that seemed somewhat more viable. He continued, in short, instead of marching into the gorge, we need to lure them out. Morrow expressed concern over the idea. But my lord, we have no reliable way to make that happen. A frontal assault anyway. Before he could finish, the warm voice of a newcomer broke into the room. That sounds reasonable. It was Lewin. He agreed with his father's solution while his sudden appearance caught everyone off guard. But Morrow reacted instantly. Reasonable, young master, what do you mean by that? He demanded, raising his voice in challenge, clearly baffled by their line of thinking. Lewin smiled lightly and answered, Father just gave the right answer, didn't he? Instead of marching in, we lure them out. Drawing upon what he had observed during his scouting trip, he laid out a tactical proposal for discussion. I have a great idea. We launch our attack from the peaks of the cliffs surrounding the gorge. Morrow was familiar with the cliffs Lewin was talking about, turning to show clear displeasure toward the suggestion. Those cliffs, nobody can climb up there, can they? Are you saying all of us have to scale a place like that? The guy was truly difficult and stubborn. Lewin clarified explicitly, we don't need many people up there. We just need 1 or 2 mages stationed on top to use magic and lure them out. This time, even the stubborn Morrow found the logic sound and seemed to agree. That's a good idea, but the real problem is how to get up there. Mage, can you use flight magic? That question was directed at Jason, who was standing beside Lewin. Hearing it startled Jason while his troublemaking best friend chimed in. Lewin poked him playfully, half joking. No, this guy can climb up there on his own. Jason stammered in absolute panic. WH, what did you just say? How the hell am I supposed to climb a cliff like that? No way in hell I can climb it. Lewin wasn't joking. He genuinely wanted Jason to try it and refused to let him back out. He patted the boy's shoulder in encouragement. No, you can totally do it. Jason stared wide-eyed in utter disbelief, unable to process it. Me? Heh, of course. Lewin flashed a devilish, innocent-looking wolf in sheep's clothing smile. Yeah, because I'm gonna throw you up the cliff. As expected, whenever he made that face, nothing good ever followed. Jason, already terrified of heights, turned pale green, his eyes wide with innocent horror. What? Another fine sunny winter morning dawned with clear blue skies. A sign of a good omen, no doubt, while stray snowflakes drifted lazily through the air as a booming voice rang across the open expanse. Finally, the day we march into battle has arrived. Are you all ready? Only someone like Morrow could be so enthusiastically pumped up about going to war, but all the knights shouted back in unison and resolve. They stood tall and imposing, radiating a murderous intent to fight, with the banner representing the House of Ardell leading the front lines. Everything was ready. The lead commander, Morrow, gritted his breath and bellowed the command for the entire army to advance. And finally, the subjugation campaign began. At the vanguard stood Commander Morrow and the Gold Knights, alongside his father and Lord Bolvar, who had donned their armor after a long while. Everyone approached this march with grim seriousness. Bearing heavy responsibilities, they advanced with solemn dignity toward that cursed land. At the tail end of the formation were our protagonist and his friends. True to form, following close behind was a carriage carrying 4 people, Liyuan, Theta, Irene, and the Avatar. They looked deeply tense. Nobody was certain how this battle would turn out, nor what awaited them ahead, but above all else they were fighting together. As the carriage rolled along smoothly, a command rang out, "Stop!" an order given by the commander's father. Everyone came to a halt, dismounting to rest nearby. Morrow and the 2 lead commanders gathered together. "All right, everyone, gather up. We're going over the plan one last time." Hearing this, our young folks walked over as well. Before the protagonist could even stop walking, a timid, frightened whisper called out his name quietly. "Hey, Liyuan." He turned his head toward the source of the voice. Oh, who else could it be? It was Jason. But his getup this time was uniquely bizarre. His entire body was wrapped tightly inside a large fabric sack, leaving only his face exposed to breathe, secured firmly in place with ropes, making him look practically like a silkworm cocoon. Left with no other choice, Jason looked at Liyuan with a face full of bitter grievance and complained. "I know this is for my own safety, but seriously, is this truly the best way you could come up with? It's utterly pathetic." Liyuan struggled hard to hold back his laughter. "No, I think it looks pretty cool." As if trying to prove his point, Liyuan glanced sideways at the nearby knights staring at them while whispering and giggling among themselves, then told Jason proudly, "Look over there, even the knights are checking you out." Jason felt his soul leave his body. "Are you kidding me right now? They totally look like they're mocking me." Realizing that approach wasn't going to convince his buddy, Liyuan tried a different tactic, feigning deep regret. "What, you don't like it? What a shame, it's such a great opportunity." The gullible fool took the bait immediately. What kind of opportunity? Knowing his best friend inside out, Liyuan hooked the bait right away. "An opportunity for you to become the main star of this subjugation campaign." True to form, the mere thought of Academy girls gazing at him in starry-eyed admiration made Jason puff out his chest instantly. The main star. Sure enough, mere seconds later, his eyes lit up as if he had struck gold, his jaw dropping in pure delight as he adopted a righteous posture. "Leave it to Liyuan, I'll handle everything perfectly." "Woo," Liyuan smirked devilishly, such a simpleton. Morrow walked up to them and asked, "Young master, are you ready?" Without a second thought, Liyuan replied, "No problem at all," before tossing the hot potato straight at his cocooned friend. "Right, Jason." Caught off guard, the boy stammered timidly, "Why, yeah, of course." But struggling, Jason cast a hopeless, resentful glare down at his tightly bound neck, his eyebrows furrowing in irritation as his lips twitched, as if to say, "I can barely breathe here." Finally, he couldn't help complaining out loud, "Liyuan, please, go easy on me." No sooner had he asked to go easy than he was hoisted up and yanked violently into the air. Jason shrieked at the top of his lungs, "Easy, easy." Fate remained fate, and he was hurled mercilessly by Liyuan, launched straight up high into the air in a rush toss accompanied by Jason's unceasing, terrified shrieks, his mouth wide open the entire time. Because Liyuan's throwing strength was genuinely monstrous, it even kicked up a minor wind vortex, prompting both Irene and Morrow to offer the human cocoon sympathetic glances. Left in peace to commune with the blue sky and vast clouds, Jason wept silent tears, his head throbbing with a dull ache. I feel like my heart's about to stop and I'm gonna die right here." Before his soul could even return to his body, he had to face a harsh reality. By now, his body had landed right at the top of the cliff, miraculously anchored in place by those freakish magical vines. He let out a long, blank, wait, this isn't even that scary. "Are you kidding me?" Jason snapped out of his daze, wriggling his way out of the fat cocoon and tumbling face first onto the ground, overhearing the praise being traded below. Irene marveled, "Your aim is spot on, father. We might not even need blankets and ropes after all." "Haha, Lady Irene, your skills are still as sharp as ever." Brushing the dirt off his pants and feeling considerably calmer than before, he rejoiced inwardly at being halfway safe. "Phew, all right, now I just gotta do my part." The moment he raised his head, his eyes bulged wide open. Jason beheld a sight he desperately wished he hadn't seen. What the hell is this? He knew mud monsters spawned quickly and in large numbers, but he hadn't expected them to be this goddamn massive in scale. Thousands, no, tens of thousands. He couldn't even count how many there were. You want me to lure out that many mud monsters? Just thinking about it made him break out in a cold sweat. This is too hard. Way too hard. Overwhelmed by sheer panic over the impending ordeal, Jason felt it was simply beyond him. I can't do this. How is this even possible? Jason, you can do it. That encouraging voice belonged to Lewin down below. Just a single word of motivation managed to melt away nearly half of his self-doubt. Down below, Lewin understood his best friend inside out. He just lacked confidence and needed a push. Right now, the best remedy was encouragement. Lewin's cheering voice echoed up the cliff. You're my friend, you can at least handle that much, right? Now go down there and smack those mud monsters hard. Proving that encouragement truly worked wonders, Jason underwent a complete transformation, filled with sudden resolve. He ground his teeth fiercely, swearing to himself, yeah, I can't let Lewin down after he trusted me enough to bring me here. Jason summoned a tiny ball of fire roughly the size of his palm. And moments later, the bleak, dreary sky darkened further as the sun vanished behind heavy storm clouds, setting the stage for an incoming tempest. Looking cooler than ever, dropping his goofy demeanor, he raised his hands high as if summoning overwhelming power from the heavens. Fiery projectiles resembling miniature meteorites began weaving through the clouds, plunging straight down toward the horde of mud monsters alongside a flurry of sudden snowflakes. Watching Jason fight so fiercely, Lewin smiled with proud satisfaction, knowing he hadn't misplaced his trust. All right, Jason, you're doing great. Those burning projectiles plunging from the sky like miniature meteorites were spawned via Jason's spell, known as Fire Rain, a recognized third-tier magic. Since Jason's level wasn't particularly high yet, the storm cloud he summoned wasn't overwhelmingly large. That explained why those dreary, gloomy clouds had blocked out the entire sky, though it still hadn't reached peak proficiency. Down on the battlefield, the mud monsters were getting mercilessly battered by the fire rain, wailing and writhing in agony. Growl, growl. Having been lazily asleep, that onslaught rudely woke the mud monsters right up. Lewin clenched his gloved fists, locked eyes with Morrow, and issued orders. Commander, it's time. Just like we discussed earlier, I'll leave the rest to you. The commander saluted smartly and replied, understood, young master. Irene walked up to the front and urged him, Lewin, let's move out too. He answered, yeah, let's go. The monsters swarmed out in droves, and he felt a wave of relief seeing everything go according to plan. Good, the mud monsters are grouping up in one spot to dodge Jason's spell. They scrambled along on their stubby little legs, running as fast as they could toward the ocean outlet over there. The spot where they were gathering happened to be a secondary exit leading out of the gorge. But it wouldn't be easy for them, not with the eradication tree awaiting right here. They were goners. The remaining three leaped down from above, charging straight forward. Lewin stood blocking their path up close. It was clear these mud monsters barely reached above his ankles. I can't let them escape the gorge this easily. Yet he couldn't help grumbling at their sheer numbers. Damn it, there's way too many of them. Theta was the first to strike, unleashing her flames. All right, bring it on, and with that, the battle truly began. Amidst the blinding white snow and freezing winds, the air biting cold and utterly lifeless, the atmosphere strangely radiated intense heat. Irene and Lewin stood silently behind, their gazes as cold as ice, locked onto the center. Theta stood tall, her face burning with fighting spirit, summoning a raging inferno to her palms as she sneered contemptuously. Welcome, you filthy mud crawler. Standing at a distance, she unleashed a blazing torrent of fire that swallowed up the mud crawlers in a sea of flames, declaring arrogantly, I'll roast every single one of you. Bright orange flames roared across the landscape, swirling like a fiery vortex consuming the creatures. Amidst the sea of fire, their faces twisted in fury, jaws wide as they shrieked in agony. Having landed a direct hit, Theta wiped her hands in satisfaction, flashing a radiant, triumphant grin. Haha, Lewin, how was that? My skills improved a lot, didn't they? Lewin maintained his usual composure, replying calmly, yeah, more than I expected. He paused for a fraction of a second before delivering the blunt truth, though I think it's still way too early to be bragging. That single simple sentence froze the girl right in her tracks. Theta broke out in a cold sweat, anxiety washing over her face as she stammered out of reflex. Because those mud monsters are stubbornly resilient. Their mouths stayed wide open, snapping their jaws and wailing like a flock of frantic ducks as they desperately tried to claw their way up the steep cliffside to counterattack. Suddenly, Jason's panicked, despairing scream echoed from above. What the hell? They're climbing up the cliff. Turns out they were scaling it just to target him. How smart of them. Faced with a choice of who to attack, they picked the weakest link. Jason was overwhelmed by their tenacity. They're literally like leeches. The mud monsters scrambled upward with unnatural agility, glaring at him with bitter, vengeful bloodlust. Sitting atop the cliff, Jason scrambled backward in blind panic, weeping as he wailed for rescue. "Wah, somebody save me." Hearing the commotion loud and clear from below, Lewin grew anxious and flustered, struggling to figure out a quick solution. He let out an irritated hiss, cursing, "Damn it, Jason." Irene felt just as worried, but a sudden idea sparked in her mind. While uncertain of its success, saving someone took priority, prompting her to speak up with fearless determination. "Lewin, please throw me up there too." Lewin glanced over at Irene, genuinely surprised yet equally flustered by the request. The decision carried considerable risk, prompting him to ask for confirmation. "What?" Irene smiled, her expression resolute and eyes shining with absolute self-confidence. Lewin pressed his lips together in hesitation for a brief second. In this kind of situation, every option was dangerous, but protecting lives came first, leading him to make his call. Down below, the mud monsters had already scrambled up the cliffside on their stubby limbs, letting out savage snarls. "Grr, grr." Jason sat frozen in sheer terror, shouting futilely at the monsters to back off whether they understood human speech or not. In this hair-raising crisis, thinking he was about to serve himself up as a meal to the mud horde, Jason could only curse, "Damn it." Overwhelmed by absolute dread, his eyes widened as tears pricked his eyelids, on the verge of crying. Gritting his teeth, he thought, "I can't die here." Even at a time like this, he still harbored regrets about his passionate school days. "I never even got into a relationship." Ah, so the poor guy was lamenting his lack of any romantic history. Jason yelled out in ultimate despair, "I haven't even had a girlfriend yet." Just as his regrets peaked, Irene suddenly appeared, spinning gracefully through the air as she prepared to engage the mud monsters. That must have made the boy feel like he had just won the lottery. Free-falling with a lethal, combat-ready gaze, Irene's gentle demeanor vanished entirely. A gorgeous blue aura materialized in her palm, her signature graceful magic. While fighting fiercely on the front lines, her mind somehow wandered back to Jason's near-death confession. So, he's never been in a relationship. A powerful flash of blue light erupted from Irene's hands, piercing straight through the mud monsters and swallowing them in a radiant shockwave that froze them solid on the spot. She landed gracefully on the stone ground, which had now iced over entirely due to the spell. Watching Jason look desperately like he wanted to dig a hole and crawl inside, she couldn't resist a playful tease. "Jason, you okay? Thanks to you, I just learned something very interesting." Having survived, he felt no further regrets. "Thanks for saving me." Dropping the teasing tone and returning to her serious demeanor, Irene turned to look below. Anyway, just like Lewin predicted, everything went according to plan. Jason stood there clueless, blinking dumbly. "Huh?" She gazed down at the retreating mud crawlers and explained to him, "The mud monsters couldn't escape through the side path or climb the cliffs, so they're pulling back toward the coast." Dawn finally broke over Jason as he realized what was happening, his face registering a sudden epiphany. That means, right on cue, it's time for the capital's army to make their move. At that moment, our brave knights sprang into action, charging forward under the lead of the Lord and Lord Bolvar. Despite being spearheaded and guided by elite fighters, the rank-and-file knights still couldn't mask their nervousness over this battle. Gripping their weapons tightly, their hearts hammered anxiously against their chests. The tension grew thick in the air. "They're coming." Moments later, the mud monsters slowly materialized from behind chunks of ice, charging forward in massive, roaring waves. The situation quickly spun out of control as they flooded in with overwhelming numbers, their faces looking angrier than usual, doubtless infuriated by how Lewin's group had thoroughly wrecked them earlier. A knight standing in formation shrieked a frantic warning. "The mud monsters are coming." Terrified by the sheer, overwhelming scale of the horde, he gasped, "HCK, there's too many. This is impossible." Morrow proved his mettle as captain of the Capital Knights, maintaining a steel-nerved composure as he bellowed to steady everyone's frayed nerves. "You bastards, don't you dare retreat. Are you planning to bring shame upon the honor of the Kingdom of Radiant?" With that, he reassured them once more, instilling absolute trust for the moment ahead. "We're bound to get support from the mages in the rear soon. Our objective is just to hold the line here as long as possible." Bolstered by that reassurance, the knights stopped hesitating, drawing their bows and raising their swords in unison. The battle cry rang out, ordering the troops to advance under the king's sword toward glorious victory. While the vanguard had already plunged headfirst into combat, the rearguard knights remained stationed in place, waiting on standby. The knights were startled by the commander's fearless, unwavering decisiveness. Lacking his single-minded dedication to battle, the soldiers stationed here felt a mix of pure terror and cautious dread. The guy who had been complaining earlier about the overwhelming horde ground his teeth in frustration, deciding he couldn't let himself show cowardice or be outdone by them. Following suit, the rest of the knights steeled their nerves, charging forward with desperate courage to face thousands of horrifying mud monsters under the banner of the king's sword toward glorious victory. Elsewhere, Theta and Lewin were also intensely focused on dealing with these creatures, leaning on each other for protection against the danger. They knew that the army on the other side had also begun. Theta turned and whispered, "I hear the sounds of combat. It seems the capital army and the mud creatures are clashing." Lewin clenched his jaw tight, his brain working overtime to figure out their next move. That means the number of mud creatures on this side has decreased. It also means the rest have been driven toward the beach. Assessing the situation and seeing that the mud monster army on this side no longer posed much of a threat, while the situation on the other side was locked in a fierce deadlock, he made a decision that surprised his friend. "Theta, I'll leave everything here to you. I think I should go lend a hand." He couldn't let everyone be in danger. Theta just gave a faint smirk. He knew Lewin's trust in him and was entirely confident in his own abilities. "Yeah, I was waiting for you to say that. Leave this to me and go. I've got this whole bunch covered." Waiting only for him to say that, Lewin vanished in a flash, not forgetting to call out a parting message. "Thank you, thanks a lot." He always darted from behind his companion, maneuvering around before flying back toward the horde of mud creatures, weaving through them at extreme speed until they were completely dizzy before breaking out into the open. Back on the other side, relying on teamwork and relentless stamina, the soldiers continuously hacked and slashed at these monsters. Sharp thrusts pierced right through without a single step back or an ounce of fear. Surely, the ones supposed to be terrified right now were the monsters themselves. Their bodies were heavily battered under the sharp blades, ripped violently in two while exuding a bizarre odor. Lord Bolvar and Captain Morrow looked much more relaxed than the knights. They remained on horseback, their swords effortlessly flashing and dancing through the air, aimed straight at the enemy. It looked effortless yet carried devastating damage, truly living up to their reputations as powerhouses. The knights couldn't help but steal admiring glances at the two of them, thinking how genuinely cool they were. It was so slick and amazing that it dazzled their eyes. Unable to believe what he was seeing, one knight couldn't hold back and blurted out, "Wow, are they even human?" Suddenly, the bearded knight's eyes widened in shock. He experienced a severe jolt of disbelief. The others reacted in turn, hearing a loud explosion from behind. They couldn't help but drop their jaws and turn their heads in horror. "What is that? Where did that explosion come from? Could it be him?" They were bewildered, unable to figure out what was happening, and could not help but wonder inwardly, "I'm not exactly sure what's going on out there, but one thing is certain, someone is wiping out the mud creatures." And of course, needless to say, who else could it be but Lewin? He appeared like a savior, rescuing everyone from peril with blazing fireballs, relentlessly striking the mud creatures and causing them to writhe and melt away in a split second. Both humans and mud monsters alike stared in utter blank astonishment at Lewin's sudden, unannounced appearance. The bearded knight and his companion stood frozen, their grip on their blades rigid, taking a few seconds just to process their thoughts. Regaining his senses slowly, the man choked out with a mix of joy, gritting every single trembling word, Lord Lewin has arrived." "It's support from a mage," the knight yelled at the top of his lungs, excitedly announcing it to everyone around. Lewin, the most anticipated person right now, quickly flew up and unleashed a powerful fiery punch straight through the bodies of the mud monsters, shattering them into scattered pieces flying everywhere. Lord Bolvar had also spotted him. He smiled, turning to watch him fight with undisguised pride. Oh, just as expected from young Master Morrow, a versatile captain who never misses a single second of opportunity. He raised his sword high to issue orders. "Now is our chance. Everyone, charge forward." Annihilating the mud monsters one by one. Under the continuous assistance of Lewin's legendary magic, the battlefield situation was drastically swept clean. Entire hordes were pierced through completely, whether big or small. Taking advantage of their thinning numbers, Lewin finally relaxed slightly, at the same time unable to keep from recalling the past. The horrific devastation this land had suffered when ravaged by the mud creatures. Instinct-driven monsters might remember nothing, but he remembered every single detail. Ardal was destroyed by them 10 years ago. Houses, streets, and even massive trees could not escape the fate of being burned down in raging fires everywhere. Billowing clouds of smoke made the tragic fate of this place painfully clear. His people were attacked by those monsters. They chased and pounced on the residents here, caring nothing about who they were or what they screamed. And those innocent people had to endure excruciating hardship, fleeing in chaos and getting injured. but above all, they had to face death and devastation. And my mother, she lost her life because of them. A woman with a gentle face and glossy chestnut hair, yet driven to desperate straits as she surrendered her life into all their hands. The more he recalled those painful memories, the more Lewin's heart boiled with relentless hatred. His eyes hardened with determination. He had to make them pay a price heavier than anything they had ever done. With that, he erupted, exuding full killing intent as he unleashed a violent, heavenly flame punch onto the battered mud monsters. These beasts possessed no reason or thoughts, only instincts. "I will not stop." Lewin spoke these words to rally his own spirit and also to avenge the past. With a defiant demeanor, he continued pummeling their bodies. In the blink of an eye, dusk had fallen and a bright full moon hung high in the sky, illuminating the countless changing things on Earth. In a tranquil, tree-shaded space, a man's cheerful, murmuring chatter echoed. "So what I will do next is, those wicked mud creatures, I, Jason Damon the Mage, will annihilate every single one of you right here and right now." After shouting loudly, of course he went right back to his endless prattling chatter, proudly boasting about his exploits. Who else could it be? Jason sat on a long wooden bench, bragging to the two girls sitting in front of him. Right in the middle of his smooth storytelling, he suddenly stopped, looking utterly defeated and annoyed as he complained to the listening girl. "Wait a minute, miss, are you even listening to me?" Oh, she smiled shyly. Sorry, I guess I must have dozed off." Well, fair enough. Given how long she had to listen, she certainly tried her best. At that moment, Lewin and Theta were strolling leisurely over to where they were eavesdropping. As soon as they arrived, they heard the complaining tone of some naive fool. "Please listen carefully this time. This will be the very last time I'm telling this. Those wicked mud creatures." Lewin chuckled inwardly, feeling a bit sorry for the two girls forced to listen. Indeed, he was feeling very relaxed and fulfilled right now. The plane's subjugation had come to an end. Over 1,500 people were injured, but there wasn't a single fatality. After more than 2 hours of prolonged combat, it ended with our total victory. Even though he felt pity for the waves of wounded knights, the ultimate outcome was still victory, well worth celebrating. Even Lord Morrow seemed satisfied, remarking that the princes would be thrilled with this result. He was glad the man looked fulfilled, and honestly, it wasn't just a look, he was even laughing heartily and refreshingly. Theta, walking beside him, suddenly called out, "Hey, Lewin." He looked over and replied, He gestured toward himself. "Let me share some news with you. Tomorrow I'm heading back to Yoda. You probably won't believe it, but the Holy Saint has been searching non-stop for me this whole time. I'm actually a quite promising mage back in Yoda. No wonder he had to go back without looking the least bit sad, even grinning broadly instead." Lewin nodded in acknowledgement as well. "Yeah, I know. You've gotten a lot stronger." These were genuine words of evaluation since, ever since the two of them started fighting together until now, he had witnessed all of Theta's progress. He smiled brightly in response, laughing aloud. Just you wait, kid. One day I'll return everything you've put me through." After the end of that interesting gathering, everything had gradually settled into place. Lewin returned home, and as soon as he stepped inside, he saw the butler standing by his room door waiting for him for a long time. He greeted, "Ah, young master." He immediately smiled. "Yes, butler, where is my father?" The butler pointed toward the door, gesturing for him to enter. "Lord Melvin is on the rooftop." Additionally, the butler reported further to Lewin about his father's demeanor ever since returning home from the subjugation. "He looks as though he's carrying heavy thoughts, so I believe he's taking some time for himself." Gazing at the portrait of Lewin's late mother hanging on the wall, his father was surely sinking into melancholy and sorrowful thoughts about his departed wife right now. Hearing the butler's words, Lewin couldn't help but reflect. He looks like he's carrying heavy thoughts. He thanked the head butler, but the old man politely brushed it aside. "Not at all, young master. I'm the one who should be thanking you." His tone grew far more serious than usual, calling Lewin's name with an indefinable, choked emotion. "Young master," he responded earnestly despite not fully understanding. "Yes." The butler placed a hand over his chest, respectfully expressing his feelings. "I've lived in Ardel for a very long time, but today is one of the happiest days of my life." Having said that, he paused for a moment, then closed his eyes and bowed his head to show his deep appreciation. "Thank you once again. Young master, no one in this territory, including myself, will ever forget what you accomplished today." Oh, hearing that, Lewin felt a wave of emotional nostalgia wash over him as well. "Butler," as if afraid the master would grow impatient from waiting, the old man urged him on. "You should go in, he's probably waiting for you." He politely replied, "Yes, I understand." Lewin's hands gripped the door handle, feeling both hesitant and emotional. Today's victory is indeed worth celebrating. But not everyone can smile. That's right, especially his aging father, who always carried a heart carved deep by a blunt blade, never able to heal completely. Lewin slowly walked through the door. There was never a time he had stepped into the hallway with such suppressed emotion. Raising his gaze, he immediately spotted the man. The hardships of the years had dusted him with worldly grime, yet standing by the wine table, he hadn't lost an ounce of his dashing composure. Alongside that was a melancholic sorrow, deep in thought as he gazed up at the distant moon in the high sky. Lewin paused, lost in thought. Just as his memory of losing his mother years ago remained deeply etched, his father must be remembering that day as well. His father, Lord Melvin Ardle, was certainly reminiscing about that day 10 years ago amidst today's victory. On this celebratory day for the territory, he chose the saddest way to recall that dusty, terrifying memory, grieving for his beloved wife who was no longer by his side. Sinking into his emotions, his father suddenly called out softly, "Lewin." He was startled, completely caught off guard. "Ah, father, you knew I was here." He could only awkwardly rub his hair, not knowing how to explain. "Sorry, I didn't mean to disturb you." His voice was as gentle as a breeze brushing past the ear, yet filled with meaningful fondness as he called, "Come here." The father and son stood before the wine table where 2 glasses of wine had already been set out as if prearranged. Melvin picked up the wine bottle and offered an invitation. "Would you like to taste the wine I've prepared?" "Yes," he agreed immediately. He gently lifted Lewin's glass to pour the wine, leisurely introducing it. "This wine has been aged for 17 years. It's called Selvok, but Maria and I used to call it by another name." Lewin froze slightly, his heartbeat skipping a beat upon hearing that name. Maria, his mother's name. This was the first time in a very, very long time that his father had softly uttered that name from memory. His father continued, holding a glass in one hand while extending the wine glass toward him with the other. "We used to call this wine Amaros Lewin. It means lovely Lewin, a meaningful and cute name just like him." Afterward, Lord Melvin continued the story. And this was also the first time Lewin heard about it, that on the day he was born he made this wine and promised himself that he and his son would drink it on a day even happier than that one. Lewin looked at his reflection in the wine glass, his heart heavy. The day his father considered happier than that one was today, when they achieved a resounding victory in the subjugation campaign, which he viewed as settling an old score. Lord Melvin's heart was equally heavy, yet he maintained his composure as he proudly toasted with his son. "Although I couldn't keep my promise to drink it with your mother, being with you right now makes me feel like I'm drinking with Maria." Downing it in one gulp, Lewin complimented his father. "The taste is amazing." He smiled, glad to hear it. After a brief moment, the two shifted topics to break the quiet, melancholic atmosphere. Lord Melvin spoke up first to ask about his son's future plans. "Lewin, what do you plan to do next?" He didn't hesitate to express his intent. "I will expand the territory. Now that the subjugation is over, we will cultivate the canyon." Instantly, an unexpected magical blue screen slid out, and a system window suddenly appeared. It caused Lewin's eyes to widen in utter astonishment as he read the information on the system panel. What is this?" And within that system window was a message that left him thoroughly confused. The little bear, who had gone off to cultivate his mind and body in some godforsaken place and hadn't shown up for a long time, suddenly appeared sitting on his shoulder, talking nonstop the moment he arrived. "Lewin, something is wrong. I think something happened to Kingram." Even before he could react, he blurted out by reflex. Frowning in intense annoyance with tightly furrowed brows, it spoke. "I know today was supposed to be a good day, but we need to get to the academy right away." Meanwhile, his mind was completely scattered. After reading that message, his soul hung upside down on a branch, entirely distracted from what was happening. The little bear urged him again to snap out of it. "Lewin, we have to go right now." Only when a loud voice barked in his face did he snap back to reality. Damn it. The notification message finally revealed itself. "Defeat the threat approaching the students and rescue Kingram." No matter how many times Lewin read it, he questioned its hidden meaning. "You want me to defeat the threat heading toward the academy? What happened to Kingram?" Gradually regaining his composure, he turned to speak apologetically to his father. "Father, I'm truly sorry, but I have to leave for a while." He looked at his son in surprise, his eyes seemingly asking what had just happened. Father and son had just reunited after a long time. Hearing now that Lewin had to leave again felt like a bolt from the blue. What are you saying all of a sudden?" He could only remain silently guilty, because indeed this matter could not be revealed. But Melvin understood his son and could only sigh, his voice softening unexpectedly. "All right, if you're being this serious, there must definitely be a reason." "Then go ahead." Hearing approval, Lewin didn't hesitate a single second. Since he was already on this open rooftop, he might as well leave this way. He leaped forward like a gust of wind, cursing inwardly. Why now of all times? Why did the quest appear right at this moment? Right after the subjugation? Lewin departed with towering resentment for having his chill vacation with his old man ruined, but he had no choice. What on earth is going on at the academy? The scene shifts to the academy. A hooded mage casts a lightning sphere toward the green monster sitting on the central chair ahead. It was Omrat. It seemed he was being targeted. So what evil thing was going to happen at the academy that required Lewin to resolve it? The hooded figure was gathering power within an orb in his palm. Sitting on his throne and seeing this, Kingram grew furious. Unbelievable, you suddenly burst in and attacked me, are you crazy? At this point, Kingram angrily threatened, I've already heard the rumors about you at the academy. It turned out that the person completely wrapped in a black cloak was the Fire King, Terran. Terran recounted on his own, everything was so strange, right from the moment Lewin was chosen by Kun Kan's fangs. How could he possibly wield power on par with an ogre? So I started digging through Ardal and then the academy, and finally I solved the mystery. Then Terran abruptly shifted to a majestic tone. Ogre King Kingram, did you do something to Lewin Ardal, didn't you? Suddenly someone spoke from behind, whatever your reason for coming here, I will make you take responsibility. Hearing this, Terran was somewhat surprised. But nothing could stump him. Instantly, Terran spotted Tyrion Ignit. Tyrion Ignit no longer hid himself at this point, stepping out clearly. You really are different, instantly recognizing my presence but immediately changing to a serious tone. Terran, how do you plan to bear the consequences of all this? Tyrion Ignit remained firm on the matter. Consequences? Yet Terran replied indifferently, if I worried about that, I wouldn't have started this in the first place. Terran recounted, I sensed it during Lewin Ardal's graduation exam. If he keeps growing, the day will come when my position is threatened. If I wipe out all key targets here, that won't be a concern anymore. And finally, I will find Lewin Ardal and end everything. Suddenly someone ran over to report, shouting loudly, Kingram, startling everyone out of their wits. It turned out to be Lewin, accompanied by another girl. Seeing what was happening here, he was somewhat surprised. The Fire King Terran and even the headmaster, what is going on here? Hearing that fellow Terran assumed an arrogant, haughty posture. Thanks to you, I don't have to go looking for you myself. Terran suddenly interrogated, Lewin Ardal, what is going on here? He rushed over to Lewin with a hint of anger. Why did you figure it out and trail all the way here too? Then he continued to opine, no, whether you answer today or not doesn't matter because you're going to die anyway. Tyrion Ignit stepped forward to advise Lewin. Lewin, get out of here right now. However, Lewin hesitated, but seeing this, Tyrion Ignit carefully warned, listen to me, he is not someone you can handle. With that, Tyrion Ignit rushed in to fight Terran. Unfortunately, Terran's power was so terrifying that Tyrion Ignit was brought down. Seeing this, Lewin anxiously shouted, Headmaster. Then the vicious Terran turned his attention toward Lewin. Lewin Ardal, go die now as well. Terran unleashed a move and Lewin had anticipated it. Kingram, who had been sitting quietly all this time, suddenly roared in anger. He used his power to defeat the aggressive Terran. Terran was slashed into various pieces by a single move from Kingram. Unable to do anything out of anger, he cursed, you damned ogre, how dare you. Lewin, standing nearby, was also affected to some extent and lost his footing, collapsing to the ground. Both bewildered and furious, he thought to himself, damn it, what the hell is going on here? Why did the Fire King come all the way here to find Kingram? While lost in thought, Kingram's voice startled him. Looking up anxiously, Lewin asked, Han Kingram, are you all right? Kingram didn't answer, speaking with fierce indignation. Damn it, even after sacrificing all the underground artifacts, banishment was all I managed to achieve. Kingram said in an apologetic tone, I'm sorry, in the end I dragged you into danger. However, Lewin didn't take it as a big deal. Please don't say that, I couldn't do anything anyway. Then he looked warmly toward Tyrion Ignit. Are you all right, sir? Headmaster Tyrion Ignit replied safe and sound, yeah, I'm fine, don't worry. But immediately he remembered this, but Lewin, I sensed Terran's energy because I was right nearby, but you should have already gone back to Ardal. How did you figure this out? Kingram was also curious. I'd like to hear that explanation too. Hearing this, Lewin found it somewhat difficult to explain. But in the end, he still spoke honestly. What I'm about to say might be hard to believe, but I hope you'll listen. And so Lewin began the story about an artifact named Player Andraka, an avatar of a mage. Hearing it, everyone understood a little bit. So that was why Lewin could use powers related to the ogre tribe. Now everything was clear. Lewin felt some regret then, apologizing for not speaking up sooner. Headmaster, this information is overly sensitive, but everyone sympathized with him. It's fine. Now we finally understand the situation clearly. Tyrion Ignit voiced his opinion. There's no way the Fire King Terran could know all of that. But given your rate of growth coupled with his personality, there's no way he would let you be. He must have thought that one day you would become a threat to his position. Hearing this, Lewin grew somewhat angry, frowning in thought. It seems the Fire King is truly targeting me now. Frankly, I am still a long way from being able to defeat him. Suddenly, the system notified Lewin that the quest was completed. Quest reward: you can break Kingram's contract. If the contract is broken, it could lead to gaining even greater power. Learning this, Lewin was extremely surprised. What? According to the introduction, Kingram's contract was that hundreds of years ago, after being defeated by Freen Ignit, the headmaster's ancestor, he was sealed inside an artifact and forced to serve the academy for the rest of his life. Upon learning this, Lewin suddenly assumed an unusually majestic demeanor and interrogated, "Kingram, what does it mean that we can break the contract?" Taken aback by the sudden interrogation, Kingram found it strange. "How do you know about that?" Kingram explained that breaking the contract meant he could return to his original form and leave this place. Lewin asked back, "Can the player artifact break the contract?" Kingram calmly replied, "That's right, it can now be broken as a reward for this event." But immediately afterward, Kingram carefully warned, however, to break that contract, you need the consent of the curse itself. Tyrion Ignit, present there, spoke seriously. "Do you really need my consent? My will is Lewin's will." Hearing this, Lewin gratefully thanked him. "Thank you, headmaster." Then Lewin decided, "Let's leave this place, Kingram." And as a result, the contract between Freen Ignit and Kingram was now broken. Kingram felt the liberation of his body and rejoiced. Unbelievable, even player could break a contract. Kingram expressed his sincerity. "Thank you, everyone." Kingram inquired, "It seems you're deeply troubled by the upcoming challenges, aren't you?" Lewin shared without hesitation. "Yes, I am far too weak to face the Fire King Terran." Hearing that, Kingram offered a suggestion. "Great, I just thought of a good method for that. However, it came with a condition, but to try that out, this place is probably not suitable." Then he proposed, "What do you think? Would you like to come to the Heavenly Mountains with me?" Lewin was somewhat surprised. A short while later, there was chaos and urgent reports. "Emergency, emergency. The underground prison has been attacked. Hunt down the escaped prisoners." This sparked buzzing discussions. Who on earth would attack a prison? Are there any descriptions of the suspects? We don't know. They looked like mages. Damn it, who on earth dared to attack the capital's prison, and what about the escaped prisoners? Have they been identified? Yes, so far only one prisoner has been confirmed. It turned out to be Josh Garyhill. Caught on the spot, Josh Garyhill showed no fear and instead spoke proudly, "What an honor for you to personally come and rescue a wretch like me." The heavily hooded figure calmly replied, "Don't misunderstand. It's not that I'm particularly fond of you." The other person put on a dangerous air, just a small pawn. It turned out to be the crown prince of the empire, Shomerton. Under the clear blue sky, people like Kingram were chatting together. Suddenly someone called out loudly, "Chieftain Omrat." The person reported that the great human warrior, the great human Bilko's warrior, had returned to the Heavenly Mountains, and right alongside that announcement came the presence of Lewin and the orange-haired girl. Seeing this, Omrat asked in confusion, "And who is that standing behind him?" Both Omrat and Hakan looked bewildered. As they spotted Kingram, and in unison the two exclaimed, "Have you finally returned?" Kingram answered in a booming voice, "Yeah, I've finally returned back to my homeland." Observing the joyful scene, Hakan rejoiced, "Two great Bilko's warriors appearing at the same time, we've gotta throw a celebration feast." But right after that, Omrat grew worried. "Wait, Kingram, your arm." Hearing this, Kingram remained calm. I'll explain that later, it's a long story." Suddenly, he spoke up, "Oh, and sorry for the sudden request, but there's something I really need to ask." Hakan chimed in cheerfully, "No worries, go ahead and ask, whatever it is, we'll listen." So Kingram shared comfortably, "Elixir brewed from ogre tendons." Upon hearing those words, Hakan's expression abruptly shifted. Yet Kingram calmly explained, "For our treasured friend, the little destroyer, can you brew that kind of elixir?" An old coconut bowl held some kind of liquid inside. This was the secret divine elixir of the Heavenly Mountains ogre tribe, considered so precious that it was used to nourish young ogres as they grew up. Lewin, currently gazing upon that great treasure, felt a strange mix of emotions now that he was seeing it with his own eyes. He asked anxiously, "Kingram, do I really have to drink this?" Kingram didn't hesitate for a second. "You have to drink it." He explained, "Didn't you say you needed the strength to defeat the Fire King? I have my own reasons for giving this to you, so you must drink it." Hearing that, Lewin was entirely reassured. Right, if Kingram is insisting this much, there has to be a valid reason. Summoning every ounce of courage he had, he picked up the coconut bowl and resolved to drink it all down in one go. screw it. The moment he finished drinking, Lewin instantly felt a strange sensation coursing through his body. Setting the coconut bowl back down, he thought to himself that was horrendous. Seeing Lewin finish it, Kingram asked with concern, "How do you feel, little destroyer?" Lewin answered honestly, "That was the absolute worst thing I've ever tasted." But that wasn't the answer Kingram was looking for. "Don't you feel anything different?" Hearing that, Lewin blinked in surprise. "Huh, what do you mean?" Then Lewin finally realized, though the realization left him utterly in disbelief. "What in the world is this?" Lewin wondered aloud. "My strength increased by 100. The system log confirmed it without a shred of doubt. You have consumed the specially crafted ogre divine elixir. Strength has increased by 100. Lewin was once again baffled just from drinking a single bowl of elixir. This left him in a state of profound bewilderment. "Kingram, does this even make sense? Can ogres just get stronger like this?" Kingram quickly clarified, "No, it doesn't work like that for ogres. You can only drink it once, and after that, it has no effect." Lewin had only one question left. "Then what about me? If I keep drinking it, will my strength keep going up?" Steering far clear of a direct answer, Kingram instead deflected by asking, "Why do you think Draka stayed in the heavenly mountains for a full 100 years? It was all because of this divine elixir." Then Lewin pressed, "Wait, does that mean there isn't any left? I'll drink as much as you've got, as long as you have more." Kingram answered solemnly, "That bowl of elixir was the very last one in stock, and brewing more requires raw materials." Lewin let out a disappointed sigh. However, the next day, Kingram reassured him, "Though you don't need to worry about the materials anymore." Hearing that, Lewin looked pleasantly surprised. He suddenly spotted a group returning with supplies. Kingram explained smoothly, "When I told them we should help you out, everyone pitched in and gathered whatever they could: heartwood, tendon-strengthening herbs, stone essence, and plenty of other things. They all wanted to bring the materials back for you themselves, little destroyer." Learning of this touched Lewin deeply. "Everyone went this far just for me." But right after that, Kingram brought up a snag, though there's still one final ingredient missing that they couldn't track down. It was an ogre's tendon, which made sense since they were exceedingly hard to find. Lewin wanted to pitch in and asked, "Then what do we do now?" Kingram consoled him, "Don't worry, ironically enough, that bastard Fire King has already prepared it for us." As he spoke, Kingram rested his arm forward. Still clueless, Lewin asked, "What do you mean?" Kingram explained, "Here, use this. My arm alone is more than enough to brew dozens of doses of the elixir." Shocked, Lewin refused, "But this is." Yet Kingram remained completely calm. "Don't refuse, just take it. Consider it my expression of gratitude for freeing me from that old oath." Lewin was profoundly moved. "Thank you, Kingram." Kingram added a final warning. "Also, keep in mind that consuming too much divine elixir consecutively places an immense, punishing strain on your body. Even for Draka, it took 100 years, so it's hard to say how long it'll take you." Hearing that, Lewin grew anxious. "Then what should I do? The Fire King Terran is hunting me down right now, and I have to deal with him." Kingram kept his majestic, booming composure. "You don't need to worry about that." The entity revealed, "I've already come up with a plan." Then he shared, "Remember earlier when we banished the Fire King outside? Do you recall when we used the power of the artifact?" Kingram elaborated, "Among the artifact's abilities, there is a spell related to time, and the authority to use that magic is still active." Kingram concluded, "In short, we're going to make use of that magic." This particular spell was something Kingram had been training in. It generated flames, and Kingram demonstrated it on the spot. "From now on, we'll slow down the flow of time inside that cave. Time passing within the cave will move infinitely slower than the outside world." Afterward, he proposed, "Little destroyer, are you ready? You're about to endure an unimaginably harsh trial." Lewin affirmed with absolute resolve, "Yeah, I'm ready. I've mentally prepared myself for this." With that, he turned and walked off. "All right, I'm heading out." Once Lewin had left, the orange-haired girl voiced her doubts. "Kingram, are you sure about this? Even for Lewin, this is going to take a terribly long time." Kingram didn't deny it. "Yeah, it's going to be brutal. 1 hour outside will equate to 10 years inside the cave." Still uneasy, the orange-haired girl fretted. "Sure, time doesn't age you inside, but it's still a horrifying ordeal, right? I'm an avatar, so I'll be fine, but Lewin is just human." However, Kingram maintained unwavering faith. "The little destroyer will undoubtedly pull through this without any issues. Now let's head back, we still have things to organize." Someone called out curiously, "Kingram, where are you going?" Everyone turned toward the voice only to find it was Lewin. They were utterly astounded that he had emerged so quickly. "Hey, little destroyer." Kingram asked, baffled, "Did you really finish all of it?" Exactly how much time had passed in there, Lewin answered wearily, "I honestly have no idea. I counted up to about a week and then I lost track." Then Lewin declared with solemn majesty, "Anyway, I've accomplished what I set out to do." Kingram looked confused. "What do you mean? What was it you wanted to do?" Inside that space, Lewin had downed an ungodly number of elixir doses, leaving empty jars scattered all over the floor. Before standing back up entirely on his own strength, Lewin recounted, "Every single day in there, I promised myself that if I ever managed to walk out of this damn cave." Gathering his overwhelming power, he declared, "I swore I would obliterate it." As a result, that cave was thoroughly blown to smithereens by Lewin. Everyone witnessing the glorious spectacle stood in awe, while Kingram could only mutter, "Phew, I suppose things are looking up now." Job finished, Lewin proposed. "Well then, shall we get going?" According to the system interface, Lewin's strength parameter had now reached a staggering 20,000. Filled with surging confidence, Lewin declared, "Fire King Terran, I'm going to wipe that bastard out." The magnificent castle appeared beneath a brilliant sunset sky painted in vibrant shades of purple and orange as a sudden voice echoed out, "I thank your highness once again." Raynak sat in grand, leisurely state upon his throne, his calm and collected voice responding to Josh Garryhill, who was bowing respectfully below. "I told you there is no need for thanks. I merely require someone who can keep an eye on Lewin Ardal in my stead." Josh Garryhill raised his gaze to look straight at Raynak and spoke up, "By the way, where is the Fire King? Isn't he usually by your side?" Raynak frowned and replied, "I'm not sure myself. He just wanders off without a single word." He stared intently, recalling Terran's retreating figure. Raynak frowned in thought. "Even if he is my foster father, wandering off on his own like this is a bit much. I'll have to make him take responsibility for this." Then he looked down at Josh Garryhill before him and continued, "You said you'd deal with Lewin Ardal, right? Do you have a good plan?" Josh Garryhill bowed his head and replied, "Yes, of course." Bowing his head, he asked, "The preliminary rounds for the swordsmanship tournament are being held in the Empire, aren't they?" Raynak answered immediately upon hearing this, "Yeah, on a scale comparable to the grand tournament itself." Josh Garryhill lowered his head further, frowning as he replied, "Indeed, it's a tournament on a scale rivaling the grand tournament. I hear Lewin Ardal's younger sister will be participating as a representative of the House of Ardal." An image of Lewina holding a sword with a serious expression flashed through his mind. Josh Garryhill continued, "And since that guy dotes on his sister, he will definitely come to watch the tournament." Raynak rested his chin in his hand, continuing to listen to his presentation. "At that time, the Dark Mages and I will ambush and eliminate him. If it weren't for Tyrion Ignit interfering last time, we would have taken him down already. This time we'll definitely succeed." Once Josh Garryhill finished speaking, Raynak pondered for a moment before saying, "Very well, I'll trust you this once." Frowning, he spoke coldly from above, "Please, don't disappoint me. The swordsmanship tournament. If the grand tournament existed to honor mages, the knightly world had its own swordsmanship tournament. And this swordsmanship tournament was, much like the grand tournament, organized for young knights across the continent to compete. During the preliminaries aimed at selecting regional representative knights to advance to the main swordsmanship tournament, Lewina stepped into the arena amidst the cheers of the crowd, having been chosen as the representative for the House of Ardal. Surrounding Lewina at that moment were relentless cheers. She let out a breath, sweat trickling down her cheek. "I'm so nervous." She recalled what Antro had said earlier. "It seems something has happened with Lewin, so I don't think he'll be able to come with us to the tournament this time." Thoughts raced through Lewina's mind. If only Opa could make it too. Lost in a stream of thoughts, she reminded herself, "He promised he'd come cheer for me after all." A hand touched the separating stone barrier and a familiar, encouraging voice made Lewina turn her head in surprise. "Lewina, you can do it." Irene shouted out words of encouragement. "Me and everyone else are rooting for you. You have to win." Following behind her, Antro and Pato stood watching close by. She quietly listened to the continuous murmurs rippling through the surrounding crowd. "Isn't that Irene Prouse? Wow, her connections are truly insane." She smiled happily. "Thank you, everyone." Gripping her sword tightly, Lewina stared straight ahead with fierce determination. "I will definitely win." Facing her opponent, she dropped into a combat stance. The referee raised his arm high and called out loudly, "Now then, both of you get ready." The referee swiftly dropped his arm down and roared, "Match start." Hearing the signal, Lewina charged straight at her opponent without a second's delay. She threw a sword strike and her opponent immediately parried with a counter slash. the two clashing forces generating a blinding flash of light. Refusing to give up, they relentlessly pressed the attack, their swords striking back and forth against each other at a dizzying speed. High up above, Rainak and Josh Garyhill watched the match. Rainak, holding a glass of wine, asked, "What is the meaning of this, Lord Jorge?" He turned to look at Josh Garyhill. "Didn't you say this plan would lure him out? Even after searching the entire spectator stands, there's no sign of Liu and Ardal anywhere." Josh Garyhill looked utterly panicked at that moment, stammering, "Impossible. There must have been some mistake if we look just a bit more." Rainak cut him off. "I was a fool to trust you. The plan has gone completely off the rails." Then he stated, "In that case, I'll take my leave." Josh Garyhill stammered anxiously in response, "Apologies, then we shall withdraw as well." Suddenly, a new idea sparked in Rainak's mind. "No, wait, if we eliminate his younger sister, Liu and Ardal might just come running straight to us, right?" He continued aloud, "Let's proceed with the plan as originally intended." Abruptly, an explosion detonated, sending thick smoke billowing into the air and obscuring vision. Both Liuna and her opponent were startled, the match grinding to a halt instantly. Spectators in the stands panicked, scrambling in a chaotic rush as a few terrified voices shrieked, "What was that? An explosion, run." They all turned their heads toward the terrified crowd, running and screaming in panic. Antro suddenly realized something and called out, "Wait." Then he stared down at the arena, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Liuna, Liuna." Pato rushed over to hold him back. "Sir, it's too dangerous." Antro was racked with anxiety, sweat streaming down his face. "Damn it. What on earth is happening? Why did this have to happen right in the middle of Liuna's match? Please survive, Liuna." Down in the arena, Liuna, her opponent, and the referee were sprawled across the ground. She and her opponent struggled to sit up. She turned to check on him, asking, "Hey, are you all right?" He hastily replied, "Why, yeah, I'm fine." Looking around in confusion, Liuna wondered, why was there an explosion? Was it an accident? Footsteps approaching made both her and her opponent snap their heads around in surprise as a voice rang out, "Found you." A group of men in black appeared, their leader sneering, well, if only Liuan were here too, this would be perfection." Another chimed in, "No, wait, big brother, getting rid of the little sister to drive him into bottomless despair is even better, right? Knowing Liuan's personality, he'll definitely blame himself for failing to protect her." The other man laughed cheerfully in agreement, "True, as expected of my brother." Liuna, completely lost, raised her sword forward and demanded, "Who are you people? Why are you talking about getting rid of me?" The leader smiled, "Who knows? Do you really need an explanation before you die?" The other black-robed men began weaving spells. The leader continued, "Right, but let me tell you one thing. We are the ones harboring a bone-deep grudge against your older brother." Watching them begin casting spells, Liuna panicked and shrieked, "Wait, you guys." The leader's face twisted into a vicious, ugly grin as he shouted, "Well then, farewell." And with that, they launched glowing blue fireballs straight toward her. She squeezed her eyes shut and prayed, "Somebody, please." Her desperate thoughts echoed intensely within her mind. "Please, someone save me." The very next second, a massive explosion erupted. Irene, Antro, and Pato stared speechlessly at the unfolding scene. Rainak burst out laughing at the sight. "What a magnificent spectacle. Simply marvelous." Josh Garyhill flinched, breaking out into a cold sweat. Then he chuckled, a grin stretching wide across his face. "Good, at least His Highness's mood has improved. Well done, my men." Suddenly he froze, his eyes bulging wide. Wait, Irene, Antro, and Pato realized it too. Liuan had somehow materialized, standing defensively right in front of Liuna. He spoke up, catching Liuna by surprise. "Sorry, did Opa keep you waiting too long, Liuna?" Hearing his voice, her eyes flooded with tears. Staring at him, Liuna sobbed, "Why did Opa take so long to get here?" Liuan smiled gently, "I'm sorry, a lot of things happened." Then he frowned anyway. He glared at the black-robed men before him, stating, "I heard the Fire King showed up looking for me, but I never expected something like this to happen." The lead black-robed man sneered, "You came just in time. Just wait, our master will wipe you off the face of the earth." Liuan cut him off, "Your master." He whipped a fist forward with such speed the man couldn't even react, declaring, "So that bastard was behind this all along." Liuan's fist slammed square into the man's face, sending his body crashing hard against the ground. The guy next to him panicked and shrieked, "Brother." Suddenly, the man's eyes widened in horror at Liuan's words. "Hey Mikkel, what gives you the right to lay a hand on someone else's little sister?" Shaking out his bloodied fist, he continued, "And another thing, if you don't want to share his fate, you'd better start talking right now." Liuan whipped his head around, his eyes blazing with a threatening glare. "Josh Garyhill, Where is that bastard right now? His terrifying gaze sent a shiver of dread down the spines of both Rainak and Josh Garyhill. On the cold, blood-stained ground, a member of the Myeongdan lay motionless at Lewin's feet. When suddenly a voice rang out, instantly catching Lewin's attention. Lewin Ardle. Josh Garyhill leaped down from above, roaring, "How dare you!" His face twisted with rage as swirling red energy coated his hands. He lunged downward, screaming, "How dare a piece of scum like you kill my son!" Josh Garyhill slammed his immense power straight into the stone floor, sending shards of rock flying everywhere. Lewin deftly dodged out of the way, dropping into a crouch amidst the flying debris. Then he broke into a provocative, mocking smile. "Oh, you crawled right to me yourself. Excellent, saves me the trouble of hunting you down." Hearing this, Josh Garyhill's face twisted with blinding fury, his bulging eyes threatening to pop out of his skull as thick veins throbbed across his temples. "You bastard." The energy swirling around his hands slowly shifted, transforming in color. Raising his newly transformed golden bow, Josh Garyhill glared at him with murderous intent. I'll kill you with my own hands." Die, Lewin Ardle! With that final cry, an arrow rocketed forward at breathtaking speed, blazing with a fierce, roaring luminescence as fiery dragons coiled around the shaft, howling with unbridled fury. It streaked straight toward Lewin. Seeing this, he felt neither fear nor the urge to run. Instead, Lewin simply flashed a contemptuous smirk. "Absurd. Who said I was going to die?" With that, he shifted his posture, planted his foot for momentum, and declared, "The one who's going to die is you." Slowly, he swung his leg upward, delivering that powerful declaration right to Josh Garyhill as the fiery arrow closed in. Lewin kicked out, swatting the blazing projectile clean back in the opposite direction to Josh Garyhill's utter shock. He scrambled in panic to erect a barrier to defend against the very power he had unleashed just moments prior. Finding his barrier unequal to the task, hairline fractures began spreading across its surface, spiking his panic even further. Lewin surged forward toward Josh Garyhill with terrifying speed, leaving the man stammering in sheer disbelief. "Damn it, what the hell is happening? Back in the capital, I was the one pushing him into a corner all by myself." And yet, just a few months later, the gap between them had grown this immense. Without giving Josh Garyhill a second to think, Lewin plummeted downward like a falling meteorite, his eyes overflowing with lethal intent. Staring at the sight, Josh Garyhill could only stammer a few incoherent words, freezing in place with a deeply furrowed brow. Lewin drove his heels straight into Josh Garyhill's face, pouring every ounce of leg strength into a fatal, bone-crushing kick as brilliant golden flames erupted from the impact. Off to the side, Melvin, Antro, Irene, and Balvar Pato watched the scene unfold in utter astonishment. The Myeongdan member stood slack-jawed, speechless. Lewin relentlessly pressed his assault against Josh Garyhill, unleashing a blinding, storm-like flurry of kicks upon the man's unconscious body. As Josh Garyhill's feeble hand twitched weakly, Lewin spoke in a flat tone. "Just one question, Josh Garyhill. How did you manage to break out of the capital's underground dungeon? Given the fallen status of the Garyhill family, that should have been impossible." Lewin stared coldly down at the battered man lying on the ground, pressing a hand firmly against his chest. Josh Garyhill whimpered weakly, I'll confess everything, just spare my life," before Lewin cut him off. "Never mind. It was probably either the Fire King or the Crown Prince anyway, has to be one of the two." With those words, he delivered a brutal elbow drop. Over on the other side, staring at the cold, lifeless corpse of Josh Garyhill on the ground, Mikkel trembled as he called out, "Father." Then he glared up at Lewin with burning resentment. "You bastard, first him and now my father." Mikkel's eyes brimmed with unadulterated hatred as he locked onto Lewin. "I'll kill you. I swear I'll kill you." Screaming at the top of his lungs, he ordered, "Everyone rush him, surround him and cut him down. He can't be allowed to escape. If we don't kill him right now, the Garyhills are finished." Right on cue, the Myeongdan members readied themselves for battle, conjuring terrifying surges of power in their palms as they glared at Lewin. Charging forward together, they bellowed, "Lewin Ardle," and lunged straight at him, screaming, "Die already, you bastard." Lewin stood his ground, still utterly baffled by the unfolding commotion. As the Myeongdan closed in with their powers primed, Lewin channeled his own blazing energy, cutting through the silence with a cold declaration, "Trash like you are no longer even worthy of being my opponents." A dazzling orb of light flared up, so bright it blinded onlookers, while Mikkel and his men recoiled in shock as a scorching wave of fire roared outward, pushing everything back. Before them stood a manifestation of terrifying, monstrous power, blazing with a golden brilliance that felt hot enough to scorch the very air. It was 8th tier magic, and remarkably, Lewin was controlling it effortlessly with just a single hand. It was an undeniably epic display. Glancing coldly at the group, he muttered, "Farewell, Garihil," and propelled his torrent of flames straight toward the Mayandan. A ferocious, hurricane-like vortex of fire tore forward, obliterating everything in its path and shattering the glass windows in front of Rainak up above. In the aftermath of the blast, wisps of residual flames danced around Lewin, making him look effortlessly badass as the spectators above watched every move from below. Rainak looked utterly stunned before breaking into a bizarre, deranged smile. "He's insane. You really are insane." Staring down with a wild, distorted grin, he murmured, "Lewin Ardal, you truly are the strongest." Tehran suddenly shoved the door open, calling out, "Shomerton." Rainak turned around at the sound. The old man demanded in a flustered panic, "What on earth do you think you're doing?" Rainak replied with icy indifference, "Foster father, what brings you here so suddenly?" Glaring at him in bitter reproach, Tehran snapped, "You ask why? Do you think I wouldn't notice the chaos you're stirring up in the Empire? How could you act so brazenly?" Down below, the fires still blazed, casting a chaotic glow over the courtyard. Staring at his foster son in helpless frustration, Tehran pressed on, "You disappear without a word, and now you dare raise your voice. Did you not just see that magic?" Rainak looked at him unbothered, replying, "Yeah, it was pretty impressive. But why are you making such a big deal out of some little spell?" "A meteor, that was 8th tier magic." Tehran shot back, leaving the prince's eyes widening in genuine surprise. The 8th tier was a realm reachable only by the continent's supreme archmages. In other words, Lewin Ardal was now on par with, or perhaps even surpassed, the Fire King Tehran. Tehran glared at him with furious eyes. "Is this truly the outcome your highness desired, sending a bunch of useless trash from a collapsing kingdom just to provoke him?" Surveying the chaos below, Rainak remained entirely composed, swirling the wine in his glass. "Why are you so angry? Please calm down and listen to me." Tehran stood his ground, pointing out, "You saw it yourself, he just cast 8th tier magic." Rainak smiled, "Right, I saw it clearly enough, he's reached the 8th tier." Seeing him remain so nonchalantly dismissive, Tehran shouted, "Shomerton," startling the prince slightly. Rage flaring higher, Tehran warned, "His Highness has made a grave mistake. You must never underestimate him. He's cunning, and he likely already figured out that you were the one pulling the strings behind the Garihils." Hearing this, Rainak simply flashed a sinister, cunning smile, "Foster father." He looked at Tehran with an expression of sheer mockery. "Did you honestly think I tried to hide that from him?" The question left Tehran speechless, his face twisting into a scowl as Rainak continued, "Why are you even worrying about him? You are the master of the Mage Tower, holding authority across the entire continent, and I am the crown prince destined to inherit and rule this mighty empire. As for him, he's just an amusing little toy from a tiny neighboring kingdom," Rainak answered dismissively. "Or are you afraid of him?" Tehran fell silent. Softly meeting his gaze, the old man sighed, "Your Highness, you've always done as you pleased, so do as you like." Tehran turned and walked away. Rainak watched his foster father's retreating back in puzzlement. "What do you mean by that?" The old man replied coldly without turning around, "It means I have nothing more to discuss with you, Your Highness." "I will go directly and petition His Majesty the Emperor," Tehran stated plainly, leaving Rainak standing there stubbornly watching him leave. Shifting scenes, murmurs once again filled the imperial palace. "I hear there's an 8th tier mage from a small kingdom. Apparently he's only 17 years old." In truth, the reason for their shocked reactions was simple. Lewin Ardal of the House of Ardal had reached the 8th tier at such a tender age, meaning his rate of comprehension outpaced even the Fire King. That was why Lewin, having demonstrated capabilities surpassing Tehran, was now suspected of eyeing the very position the Fire King held. In short, public opinion was rapidly building momentum, suggesting the master of the Mage Tower should be replaced. And naturally, those rumors eventually reached the Emperor's ears. Titan spoke in a solemn, majestic tone. "What are your thoughts, Lai? A mage from a small kingdom is threatening Tehran's standing. I wish to hear your opinions on this matter." A voice immediately spoke up. "Your Majesty, while there are many 8th stage knights across the continent, there is only one 8th tier mage, the Fire King. However, another young mage has now reached the 8th tier. Perhaps someone with superior talent is more fitting to hold the seat of the Mage Tower." Right on cue, another voice cut in sharply. "Please do not let their words sway you." Striding into the grand hall was none other than the Fire King Tehran himself. Titan looked somewhat surprised by his arrival. "I didn't expect you to come in person." "Then I wish to hear your opinion directly." Taeron looked earnestly at his sovereign. Do you truly accept this state of affairs? Liuan, who is claimed to have reached the 8th tier, was far behind me in skill just a few days ago. So how could he possibly have reached the 8th tier in such a short span of time? He must have resorted to forbidden powers. He definitely used underhanded tricks. Otherwise, how could he possibly grow at such an absurdly fast pace? He even wields some bizarre power connected to ogres. Recently, the once respected Garihil family had all the sons of its household slaughtered by his hands. If someone like that becomes the Tower Master, it will undoubtedly plunge the empire into chaos. The room began to waver under his words. If that is true, then his rapid growth does possess a certain logic. Titan pondered for a long moment before replying, still, there must be something amiss. This issue appears to threaten not just the Tower Master's seat, but the very stability of the empire. Perhaps we will have to mobilize the military after all. Taeron grew increasingly smug. It's almost time. With the Emperor's military might, even that brat Liuan won't stand a chance. Right at that moment, Shomerton abruptly interrupted. Father, you cannot do this, please stop. Taeron instinctively looked toward the source of the voice. Right outside the main hall stood his godson. Taeron was startled but kept his composure. The crown prince, Titan, spoke up again. Do you even have the face to come here? Shomerton denied. I don't understand what you're hinting at. Titan shouted angrily. You think I wouldn't know? Yet you dared to sabotage it for your own personal feelings, for a crown prince to act so recklessly. Shomerton calmly replied, that's already over. Are you bringing it up just to scold me here? Titan lowered his voice slightly. Being scolded proves you still know how to feel ashamed. Anyway, what do you mean by saying stop? Shomerton answered concisely, I have decided to kill him with my own hands. Even if he has to die, it must be finished by my own hands. I am also desperately eager to see him die. Hearing the end of it, Titan growled out to his son, you are. Right in the middle of his anger, Titan suddenly felt a burning pain in his throat. Everyone quickly asked, are you all right, my lord? When he stabilized, he continued, you know you've already pushed it to the limit. If you've said so, then make the best choice you can yourself. That left Taeron stunned. Is it going to end so vaguely like this, just because of a word from the crown prince? Meanwhile, Shomerton had also called out to him, Godfather, you dragged my father into this, someone who needs rest, just to capture him. Are you really just such a mediocre person? Shomerton's voice gradually lost its gentleness. My father's illness is getting worse. Even the divine healers are helpless. In other words, all imperial power will soon belong to me. So if you'll excuse me, Godfather. Taeron only felt bewildered. Since when did things turn out like this? He was supposed to be the wings supporting the crown prince, the one who would become the succeeding emperor. But Liuan, ever since he appeared, his wings had been crushed. Absolutely not, I cannot forgive this. After the conversation, Taeron returned to his private quarters. He coldly called out for Doom Prime. His tone was even, what if you had defeated Liuan at the sword tournament? If I had helped you win, wouldn't history have easily turned in another direction? But talking about it now has no meaning anymore. Before long, the Tower Master will change. Doom Prime cautiously replied, because to me, the Tower Master can only be the Fire King. If Liuan is the root of everything, then I will handle him myself. Taeron slowly looked up. I understand. But with your current capability, that is impossible. However, things might be different this time. Taeron exuded a wave of magic. This time, I will personally become your backing. Doom Prime was terrified by that. His eyes turned black and then a hand grabbed his face. Taeron said, don't worry, you've always craved to be taken as my disciple. Doom Prime couldn't answer, only letting out broken sounds. Taeron stared at him frantically. Isn't this the moment you've always yearned for? So go on, smile, Doom Prime. Returning to the tournament for the knights, Liuan stood alone in the middle of the blazing arena, furious that the enemy had made an enemy of Liuan Ardal and even dragged civilians into this. Who on earth is behind this? Is it the Crown Prince or the Fire King? But it seemed that didn't matter anymore either. Liuan flared up with intense murderous intent. I'll crush both of them. A moment later, just as he walked a little ways, he was called back. Where are you heading? Liuan explained. This was orchestrated by either the Fire King or the Crown Prince. Both of them are openly targeting me now. Seeing Irene's surprise, he grew even calmer. But things have reached this point, there's no choice but to go all the way. Irene asked anxiously, what does that mean? He coldly replied, you saw it too, they dared to brazenly attack right in the middle of civilians. If we let them run wild, not just Ardal but the entire empire will plunge into chaos. Irene swallowed the words she was about to say. She never expected the Fire King to target him, but the overwhelming magic he displayed right now definitely reached the 8th tier level. Right now, he is probably the only mage strong enough to face the Fire King. But after all, what are you planning to do? Suddenly, Liuan shooed her away. Please step back. Irene blankly asked, what are you suddenly saying? but then the atmosphere froze solid. Doom Prime was standing right in front of them. Liyuan immediately exposed him. Long time no see. Did the Fire King send you to kill me? He furiously retorted. Don't speak of his majesty with that filthy mouth. Liyuan didn't fall behind, mocking him back. Fire King fanatic. Doom Prime was angry but dared not retort further. Bastard! Finally, he decided to strike first. I, Doom Prime, will never let you reach the Fire King. Liyuan parried very gently, still maintaining the fanatic's attitude, but then he was startled by something else. What's wrong with this guy, Doom Prime? Going back to earlier, Terran slowly replied, even if I grant you power, I well know it's still not enough. Therefore, you have only a single task, buy time. That is your only mission. Doom Prime was currently driving himself crazy over that command, and then he began swinging his sword. A scorching slash quickly grazed past Liyuan's back. Next, a wave of sword energy shot toward Irene. Though she dodged it, she remained terrified and in disbelief. True, Doom Prime used to be one of the strongest among the 11 children, but now he was on a completely different level. What on earth is going on here? Irene's face clearly showed confusion. Then Irene warned him, careful, his form reminds me of something I read in books. Doom Prime has undergone demonization. She also revealed the person behind this is crystal clear. What a cowardly Fire King! Doom Prime has lost his senses, probably having his reason consumed by demonization. Then I know exactly what I must do. Restrain him and help him recover his sanity, Liyuan thought. Doom Prime shouted again, let's end this here, Liyuan Ardle. Another slash of swordsmanship swept across the space. Doom Prime struck the ground with all his might. Right at that moment, Liyuan softly muttered, almost couldn't block that. Because you swung your sword too hard, I got the chance to use something I couldn't use before. The system quickly brought up the steel breaker skill. Anything made of steel can be unconditionally destroyed once. Playfully raising his elbow higher along with a mischievous declaration, now let's finish this. A pillar of light suddenly shot up, entirely driven by the pressure of Liyuan's sword-breaking blow. Following that, a fist instantly rushed toward Doom Prime. Though punching him hurt, Liyuan still politely said, sorry, I'll try to hit you without killing you, so hang in there until the end. On this side, someone was running very fast, directly kicking open the door. Your Highness, you must retreat immediately. The Fire King outside hadn't even had time to speak before he was hit right in the face by a hard object. After that, no one else came to bother them. Shomerton thought indifferently, did father finally choose to play it this way? My godfather, the Fire King. Facing him, Shomerton maintained his arrogance. On this side, Terran calmly spoke up, my apologies, but in the end I had no other choice. Shomerton slightly curled the corner of his mouth, how absurd. Why on earth would you do this? Do you think eliminating me will win you the position of Tower Master? Terran uttered a voice echoing from the abyss, now I am no longer satisfied with just that. Since my position as Tower Master is threatened, there is only one path. Seize overwhelming power and crush Liyuan with absolute might. And not just become Tower Master, but rule the world as well. That power comes from the latent energy within your Highness, the successor to the throne. Do you remember what I taught you when you were young? Never back down from your convictions. And just as I taught you, I will make everything go exactly my way. Shomerton panicked and shouted, do you think just saying that will make me give up? Guards, arrest him. The guards quickly rushed forward to follow their master's command. But Terran was no ordinary person to be easily defeated. He cast his blank white gaze toward the enemy. The very next second, magic began crashing down upon them, completely engulfing the guards in his spells. Madness was evident in Terran's smirk. Acting as if nothing happened, he spoke, you're done talking, aren't you, your Highness? Shomerton smiled despairingly, so this is how everything ends. Fine, let me try taking Liyuan down myself. Even if I die, I will curse you. Returning to this side, Liyuan and Irene were watching intently from above. Looking at Doom Prime, Irene asked with slight concern, will he be alright? He's been punched countless times already. He quickly reassured her he's still breathing, so he's probably fine. Getting punched is better than living in the identity of a demon. Right at that moment, someone yelled, as expected, you're not strong enough to stop him. Doom Prime, platinum hair belonging to none other than Terran. He said with satisfaction, you fulfilled your role faithfully as I commanded. By time. Irene hesitatingly looked toward the opponent, the Fire King, while Liyuan declared resolutely, you've finally shown your face, I swear I'll destroy you. But then his gaze spotted something. This is bad, this power far exceeds the Fire King I used to know, an energy manifold stronger. Terran smiled with extreme bizarreness, Liyuan Ardle, you can never defeat me. Sensing the dark aura, Liyuan shouted, Irene, get back. A second later, a terrifying explosion blew apart a portion of the arena, terrifying everyone with the anomaly. Only Liyuan's family held their breath, praying for him. Luina also realized those were her brother and sister Irene. From above, Lewin scooped up Irene and Doom Prime flying out. He shouted a warning, "Run, it's dangerous. Get the civilians out of here right now." Soon after, Lewin successfully set them down on the ground. He didn't forget to question the enemy. "What are you doing? Right in the middle of civilians?" Terran nonchalantly asked back, "Who cares? You'd better just die already." Thus Terran launched his next attack with a demonic smile. Earthquake burst forth, rapidly affecting the surroundings. Lewin had to use both hands just to push back his orb. He couldn't help but grow furious. "What is this? I thought I could finally face this bastard, but this power exceeds the limit." Fire King Terran laughed even louder. "That's right, give it your all." On Lewin's end, he panicked. What did he do during that time? Wait, I sense a slightly unusual magical current. This energy? No way, the Crown Prince. He absorbed the Crown Prince's life force. Terran, completely unaware he had been exposed, still charged forward frantically. Lewin glared at him with fury. "For your ambition, you truly stopped at nothing?" After stepping back, Terran suddenly spoke. "Thank you for angering me. Thanks to you, I have finally become a demon god." Now Lewin understood. Driven by jealousy, he had dared to touch this taboo power. This energy was so terrifying that he couldn't even tell how many people besides the Crown Prince had been sacrificed. "Never, people like you shouldn't exist. If you're allowed to do whatever you want, this world will be swallowed by chaos." Lewin gritted out each word. "Terran, I swear I will stop you no matter what." But Terran's demonic smile only deepened. At that moment, the system issued a quest: defeat the demon god and save the world. At the same time, a girl's voice screamed, "Sister." Irene looked bewildered at Lewina. The little girl explained, "You asked me to lead the remaining civilians away from the capital. But just based on us, it's not enough. Sister, what should we do now?" In the little girl's head, only Lewin's image remained as her choking sobs grew heavier. "He is fighting all alone." Irene quickly placed a hand on the little girl's shoulder. "Lewina." But then a bizarre sound echoed behind them. The civilians ahead were stumbling forward. Looking closer, Irene realized demons. So Doom Prime wasn't the only one turned into a demon. They intended to wipe out everyone from the start. Irene urged, "Run, this place is dangerous." Bolvar suddenly blocked her. "Everyone fall back. The place to finish off this old man seems to be right here." Irene quickly demanded, "I will fight alongside you," but Bova shook his head. The young master would be heartbroken if he knew. Irene cut him off. "I've already made up my mind." The humanoid demons roared furiously. Irene reaffirmed once more, "If we can't protect the people here, I think I'd regret it for the rest of my life." Before them, a brilliant blaze of fire erupted. Or rather, pyromancy flared up from somewhere nearby as an aged voice echoed in their ears. "We're late. My sincerest apologies to everyone here. I never imagined it would take this long to gather such a large force." Then everyone sprang into action. "We will fight right by your side." The heat from the explosion blasted the demons backward. Unfazed, everyone continued to press forward. The skilled swordsmen drew their blades, bringing decades of mastered technique to bear as they cut down the demons. In particular, Han urged them on, "Let's finish them off quickly and go help Lewin." The boy's face froze as billowing clouds of dust suddenly rolled in ahead. Catching sight of Terran soaring high into the air, Han frantically searched for Lewin, only to find his friend collapsed on the ground. Lewin gritted his teeth. "I'm not even on the same league as him. After training so hard, is this really how it ends? I have to protect everyone." The enemy's savage laughter rang out. "A fitting end for you pathetic trash." Desperate struggles no longer carried any meaning. "I, who have reached the realm of a demon god, will wipe every last one of you out." Lewin's silhouette looked utterly forlorn standing before him, while Terran's glee swelled further. "Now then, farewell." His face was completely devoid of human emotion. The blistering heat of the fireball descended close to the ground, its sole target to crush Lewin below. Irene stared fixedly at him in shock, while Lewin's younger sister screamed in utter terror. "Opa." All hope drained from Lewin's eyes. "Is this the end?" Right at that moment, a voice whispered deep into his consciousness, "Protect them. Even though I couldn't do it, you can." Chang seemed to sense the bizarre phenomenon too, gasping, "This energy, no way." The space slowly dissolved into a hazy blur, enveloped by a mysterious radiance. Destructive force radiated in all directions as beams of light flared with increasing ferocity. Terran halted all movement and shrieked in panic, "Impossible! How could anyone block a strike from a demon god?" Lewin smiled cryptically at his opponent. "Until just a moment ago, I couldn't. But it wouldn't be fair if only you got to be a demon god, would it? Now then, come at me, Terran." Lewin was completely blanketed in an overwhelming aura of supreme pressure. Terran couldn't help staring up at the boy who had looked so feeble just moments prior. Beneath his feet, the capital remained a scene of carnage. Blending as one with the newly awakened power, Lewin declared, "Now, let's have a proper fight." Staring at the white-haired man before him, he thought, "What is this?" The guy fumed with anger, demanding, "What the hell is going on?" Sensing some kind of unfathomable energy, the white-haired man stared at Lewin and involuntarily muttered, "It's as if a true god has descended." Without a moment's hesitation, he raised his clenched fist high. "All right, now then." Lewin decisively hurled a straight punch directly toward the white-haired man, shouting, "It's my turn." Caught completely off guard, his opponent offered a feeble defense. "Damn it, I've gotta block this somehow." But because Lewin's strike carried monstrous force, the white-haired man let out a loud cry as he was blasted flying backward. Lewin stood watching as his opponent was blown away by the blow. Observing from afar, Tyrion couldn't help reacting in utter disbelief. What on earth is that really Lewin's power? The brown-haired girl watched in stunned amazement, wondering, is that the avatar of Draka? Did Lewin actually summon that thing? What is going on here? A terrifying thought flashed through her mind. No way could Lewin be turning into a new destruction god. Suddenly, a voice rang out, startling even Lewin. "You're still resorting to dirty tricks to the very end, Lewin Ardle." The man declared with absolute resolve, "I will never allow that." Planting a calloused hand hard against the ground, the white-haired man, whose face was beginning to crack apart, emphasized, "Whatever stands in my path right now." He abruptly bounded back to his feet, shouting hoarsely, "And will be shown 0 quarter." Slowly raising a hand crackling with purple light, the white-haired man boldly proclaimed, "Let's see how long that arrogant attitude of yours lasts." Swarmed by orbiting purple spheres, the white-haired man issued one final threat. "In the end, your fate is utter annihilation." Right after that, he soared straight up into the air and launched himself directly at Lewin. Even Taron, acting as a demon god, failed to realize one crucial thing. Draka stood there calmly extending a hand, the very same Draka Lewin had summoned, once revered as the god of destruction. Lewin mirrored the exact same gesture. His opponent reasoned internally, therefore squaring off against Draka right now. Seeing the terrifying, peerless might of Draka, the white-haired man conceded, is no longer just suicide. Suddenly, a pair of hands clapped together, twisting backward to emit a brilliant golden radiance. Moments later, an all-encompassing blanket of pure white light washed over the surroundings, forcing even the white-haired man to squint upward. Looking thunderstruck, as if unable to believe his own eyes, he sputtered, What kind of utter nonsense is this?" Not giving his opponent a chance to recover, Lewin spoke up, "Is it my turn yet?" Instantly, an overwhelming torrent of golden light descended from the heavens directly upon the spot where the white-haired man stood. That devastating, earth-shattering punch landed square on the man's cheek. Completely overwhelmed by Draka, the white-haired man just stood there defenselessly as Draka followed up with a crushing blow to his side. That brutal punch carried enough destructive impact to ignite a flash of blinding golden light. And just like that, Lewin directed Draka to launch a relentless barrage against the arrogant white-haired man. Everyone witnessing the spectacle stood completely slack-jawed in awe. Lewin finally halted his punches when his opponent wheezed out, "I yield, Lewin Ardle." The man rapidly catapulted himself high into the air, vanishing from his line of sight. Twirling a purple orb in his hand, the white-haired man declared, "Even if I throw everything I've got at you, I can't beat you." Growing steadily more unhinged, he continued, "But if I can't defeat you?" Then the white-haired man screamed like a maniac, "I'll drag you and this cursed world down with me and annihilate everything using every ounce of my power." Lewin's eyes widened in horror as he blurted out in panic, "What the hell are you talking about?" Without a moment's hesitation, the white-haired man hurled the purple orb with all his might toward Lewin, declaring, "It all ends right now." He stood his ground, cursing with fierce anger, "Damn it, you went completely insane right up to the very end, Taron, trying to destroy the entire world just out of petty jealousy." Regaining his composure, he muttered, "Looks like I'll have to stop this attack myself." Raising his face with a calm expression, Lewin stated, "I'll pour every last drop of my strength into this." Instantly, Draka raised a massive, terrifyingly powerful fist, roaring, "All right, for this final blow." Lewin echoed the sentiment, urging, "Let's finish this together, Draka." The dual torrents of light from both sides surged together and collided. Lewin's expression hardened as he roared at the top of his lungs, cementing his resolve. His opponent screamed madly back at him, "In the end, you're nothing before a demon god. I'll wipe you out along with all those fools." Standing below, the onlookers watched upward with bated breath, fraught with worry over the current situation. Lewin glared fiercely and shouted back, "No, the one who can't do a damn thing." A resolute declaration rang out alongside Draka's descending fist, "Is you." The white-haired man stood frozen in place, lost in thought. Is this really the end? Is it really going to end like this? Unwilling to accept defeat, he gritted his teeth furiously. Damn it. Got him at all. The white-haired man shrieked, even if I die, I will curse you to the end of days, Lewin Ardle. Right after that, a blinding wave of white light washed across the sky. Lewin landed gracefully back on the ground, walking forward with calm, collected composure. The purple-haired girl sprinted over, crying out, Opa. She rushed to his side with frantic worry, asking, after all those intense battles, are you all right? Lewin smiled warmly at her and replied, yeah, I'm fine, I'm safe. But right after that, he suddenly froze, his eyes widening as he stood stock still. Abruptly, he grabbed his head in sheer agony. Lewin groaned in torment. What is this? It feels like my head's about to split open. What is this unbearable pain? Overwhelmed by the agony, he let out a hopeless scream into the void. Then Lewin collapsed onto his knees and fell completely silent. The purple-haired girl ran over in a panic, crying out, are you okay, Opa? Hang on, I'm coming right. Lewin shrieked in absolute terror, stay back. Fighting through the agonizing pain, he warned her. Don't come over here, you absolutely must not get close. Watching from a distance, the brown-haired girl thought to herself, I was way too sure of myself. Lewin stood thunderstruck at the unfolding sight before him. Towering majestically was none other than the dragon revered as the most flawless living being, and simultaneously the destroyer of worlds, Draka. Confronted by such overwhelming, majestic dignity, he thought, just standing before it, this crushing wave of power is truly unbelievable. Lewin broke the silence, asking, where are we, Draka? The dragon replied, I've borrowed a corner of your inner world. I felt that if I left you to your own devices, something truly horrific was bound to happen. Then Draka continued in a slow, measured tone, right now, you are standing just a single step away from going mad with power, much like I once did. Noticing the boy's bewildered expression, it explained, that is why, no matter what it took, I had to drag you into this inner world. Watching from afar, Chang suddenly spoke up, then what am I supposed to do? She demanded with furious anger, I don't want to go through what you went through. I refuse to watch someone else lose themselves again. A single sentence from Draka stopped her dead in her tracks. That is why I came here, Chang. The dragon proceeded to explain, the player artifact creates a link between myself and the little destroyer. Where there is a connection, it can also be severed. Its expression turned exceptionally solemn. Therefore, if I pour every ounce of my power into destroying that link, nothing else will ever be able to harm the little destroyer again. Chang shouted back in fierce indignation, then you, using all your power means you'll completely cease to exist. Draka offered a gentle, soothing tone, don't be too sad, Chang. Ever since I awakened as the god of destruction, everything I brought forth only caused harm to this world. If he can wield this power without being consumed by it, he will become a much greater pillar of support for this world than I ever was. Watching closely, Lewin listened as it added, severing the player link doesn't mean you will lose your power, so don't worry. Suddenly, he raised his voice to interrupt, wait, Draka, before that, there's something I want to ask. His gaze dropped heavily as he voiced his doubt, out of all the people in the world, why me? I honestly don't understand why you're doing all this for me. I don't even know if having this power will actually benefit the world. That gentle voice echoed softly in his ear once more, setting his mind at ease. It will help. Recalling the image of Lewin shedding tears, Draka murmured slowly, I bestowed this power upon you because you remind me of myself. With a weary, downcast expression, it confessed, before I gained this power, life was nothing but endless agony for me, and in the end, I was swallowed whole by that very power and destroyed the world. But you are different. Suddenly, Draka's voice turned earnest. As a player, I have watched over your entire life. Witnessing his unwavering courage, the voice resonated with quiet calm. From back when you had virtually no power at all the way up until now when you've grown strong, you have always used that power rightly. Seeing Lewin stand there dazed, Draka gently concluded, unlike me, you will guide this world onto the proper path. The next words left both of them struck silent. It seems our time is up. It was a pleasure meeting you, little destroyer. It turned its gaze toward her, adding, and you as well, Chang. Before parting, it offered a final farewell. In the past and in the present, thank you always. Hearing those words, Chang's expression flickered with deep shock, her eyes widening in astonishment. She ground her teeth fiercely, growling in a harsh, steely tone, you stubborn bastard. Yet despite the cold, frosty glare, she offered a parting salute. Farewell, Draka. His entire body aching, Lewin slowly fluttered his eyes open as a familiar voice called out, ah, Lewin. Headmaster Tyrion and the others crowded around him, prompting him to let out a soft, huh. Jason spoke up with palpable relief. Man, you really gave us a scare. You just suddenly collapsed. I thought something horrifying had happened. Lewin smiled faintly. I see. Sorry for making you worry. Gazing at them with warm affection, he said, and thank you all so much. I made a desperate cry for help out of nowhere, yet all of you came running. Headmaster Tyrion offered a gentle, fatherly tone. Even if it was just a plea made at the very last second, everyone rushed over instantly. That just goes to show what an incredible person you are, Lewin. Suddenly, a voice cut in, drawing all attention. Pardon me for interrupting this heartwarming moment. Jason's face instantly locked up as he stammered, huh. Confronted by that majestic, imposing presence, the blonde friend choked out, Your Majesty. The Emperor spoke slowly. I have business with Lewin Ardle. Lewin's eyes widened in sheer shock. The Emperor had personally come to see him. Meanwhile, standing beside him, Jason stammered internally, the Emperor is standing right in front of me. Lewin's face turned pale with disbelief as he thought, did he come to hold me accountable for defeating his most trusted confidant, the Fire King? It's entirely possible the Emperor has lost his composure after just losing his son, the Crown Prince. The Emperor addressed him calmly once more, Lord Lewin. To everyone's utter astonishment, the Emperor bowed his head slightly and stated, Please allow me to offer my personal apologies. The Emperor spoke in a quiet tone. The chaos that plagued the Empire was entirely my fault. I failed to see Tehran's cruel nature, even going so far as granting him more power, and furthermore. Infused with genuine remorse, his voice continued. My greatest failure was my inability to control my own son. Recalling the events that had just unfolded, he went on, and just now, I witnessed the battle between you and Tehran with my own eyes. His expression softened in quiet realization for a fleeting moment, and in that exact instant, I was completely convinced. Captivated by Lewin's fearless demeanor, the Emperor concluded, if a man like that fights for the sake of the world, then this world will surely head toward a much brighter future. Without a hint of hesitation in his gaze, he proposed, therefore I wish to ask you directly, Lewin Ardle. A proposal that left him struck dumb. Would you agree to become the tower master of our empire's Mage Tower? Several days later, inside a cozy little cottage late at night. Haha, you really are operating on an entirely different plane of existence now, Lewin. Jason burst into teasing laughter, continuing, I always figured you were in a league of your own, but being offered the position of Tower Master at your age. Lewin's gaze drifted downward somberly as he replied, yeah, I never even dared to dream of something like this. I've been offered the seat of the previous Fire King, Tehran. He thought to himself, becoming Tower Master means becoming someone everyone looks up to. The image of the old man with the white beard flashed across his mind. I defeated the former Tower Master and traitor, the Fire King Tehran. The Emperor's shadow appeared shortly after, and the Emperor himself personally recommended him, stating that if he agreed, the position could be granted immediately. Lewin thought for a long time. With the rebellion of Tehran Artemis and the death of the Crown Prince, the world was plunging into chaos, and as the new Tower Master, there would surely be countless things to do. Having just graduated from the academy not long ago, could he possibly shoulder all of this? Suddenly, a honeyed voice rang in his ear, Lord Lewin. Only then did Lewin direct his gaze to the girl beside him. Ah, Lady Irene. She then asked, what are you thinking about so deeply? You don't look too well. Amidst the festivity, he gently replied, being suddenly entrusted with such a heavy responsibility, to be honest, I feel a bit overwhelmed. This is a wonderful opportunity, but I can't help feeling anxious. Irene's eyes suddenly flashed with a smile. Then how about traveling to somewhere you can relax without having to worry about anything? Lewin smiled and replied, oh, that sounds great, so where should we go? Suddenly her face changed expression, and a knowing, subtle smile appeared. Then Irene leaned over the table, looking at him with a seductive gaze. How about my place? The sound of thunder suddenly echoed somewhere near his ear, alongside the disbelief of what he had just heard. In that small house under the moonlight in the middle of the night, a bewildered huh echoed somewhere. The weather was clear and sunny. Strang lay on Lewin's shoulder, asking half-jokingly, hee Lewin, you've never even been on a date, yet you're rushing things right from the start like this. Are you planning to go to that girl's house all by yourself? Lewin didn't answer, obediently following Irene. Strang continued with a laugh, your friends are really helpful too. They backed off just enough for the two of you to make this trip alone, and that guy Jason even put on quite an act. At this moment, Lewin finally spoke up to ask her, but why won't you back off, Strang? Strang glanced at him and reminded him, hey, did you forget? I am your soul manifestation, remember? Suddenly, Irene turned back to look at him, asking confusedly, Liuan, what are you muttering about to yourself? Called out by her, he was somewhat startled, then quickly replied, ah, it's nothing. Looking at Irene's pretty face, Liuan thought to himself, anyway, in the end, I'm embarking on a trip with Lady Irene, just the two of us. Our destination this time is Prius. All I knew was that it was Lady Irene's hometown, but I never expected it to be so full of mountains, he thought as he slowly followed Irene. Then, looking around and observing his surroundings, Liuan inwardly evaluated, even so, there's nothing around here at all. Suddenly a dark shadow flashed past. Liuan was somewhat stunned by this sudden ambush. As the man rushed toward him and threw a kick, he agilely dodged it, thinking to himself, an ambush. The man landed firmly on the ground and unhesitatingly praised him. Not bad, you dodged my kick. Liuan wore a serious expression, calmly asking him, what kind of freak are you, suddenly jumping out and attacking me like this? The man didn't bother answering his question, instead turning it around on him. Who am I? You brat, have you got a death wish? Well then, what kind of freak are you? Liuan, confused and bewildered, blurted out, what? The man didn't bother answering his question, instead turning it around on him. Who am I? You brat, have you got a death wish? Well then, what kind of freak are you? Liuan, confused and bewildered, blurted out, what? Irene looked at the man in front of them and casually introduced, that is my brother, the man said as he clenched both fists into tight balls, staring straight at the two of them. Liuan, startled and flustered, asked her, your brother? Then why did he attack? Before he could finish his sentence, Irene's brother interrupted and praised, you dodging my ambush proves you're no ordinary small fry. Saying that, he slowly walked up right in front of him and asked coldly, but seeing you hanging around with Irene, don't tell me you're her boyfriend. Then he grabbed Liuan by the collar. To his shock, he threatened, then let me punch you once before we talk. After steadying himself, Liuan looked straight at him and calmly proposed, I don't understand what you're talking about, but could you let go of me? Suddenly his eyes widened in shock as he muttered a huh in his heart. Irene's brother was none other than the 8-star martial artist, Aduma Prius. Seeing his rank, Liuan found it hard to believe, secretly asking himself, wait, an 8-star martial artist? Why would someone that strong show up here? Aduma roared right in his face again, continuously interrogating, what's wrong? Why aren't you answering? Do you think this is no big deal? Irene crossed her arms and asked flatly, are you done stopping now or what? Noticing her displeasure, Aduma hurriedly let go of Liuan's collar and called out, ah, Irene. Irene turned her face away, ignoring him and sulking, even if you're my brother, this is going too far. Aduma unhappily questioned her, right in front of me, you're actually taking his side? What's so special about that guy? Irene, annoyed, spun around to face him and said loudly, I'm the one who saved you. Having said that, she turned and walked away, calling back to Liuan without forgetting to scold Aduma, let's go Liuan, what a foolish brother. Cursed out by her, Aduma gritted his teeth in blazing anger. Liuan stood in the middle, feeling awkward, and finally replied, all right. In his heart, he wondered while reassuring himself, but the rest of the family members should still be fine, right? Surely they would be, and shortly after they arrived at a house. Inside the house, a middle-aged man angrily slammed a powerful, sparking punch down onto the floor, shouting furiously as he asked, what did you say? After calming down, he sat on a chair, his fists still tightly clenched, unable to believe it as he muttered, my precious, unbearably adorable daughter Irene, the apple of my eye, bringing a man home? Bringing him all the way home means. Did he come to ask for her hand in marriage? Then he roared again, irritably protesting, I absolutely never will approve of this marriage. This middle-aged man was Irene's father, the 9-star martial artist, Achan Prius. Achan had a fiery temper, shouting out a grumpy challenge, if you really want to win my daughter, you'll have to defeat me first. Aduma, standing beside him, agreed and chimed in loudly, that's right, exactly. Dad, Irene never expected this situation, helplessly slapping her forehead and sighing in defeat, even Dad is doing this, geez. Liuan had also had quite enough of this family, stiffening up completely as he thought to himself, I really shouldn't have come here, I want to go home. Suddenly, a middle-aged woman walked over and intervened, stop it right there. Hearing her voice, everyone instinctively turned to look. She crossed her arms and sternly interrogated Achan and Aduma, what on earth do you two think you're doing? Irene finally brought a guest home, and the two of you can't even receive him properly. Saying that, she authoritatively ordered the two of them, apologize right now. Achan didn't expect her to say that, calling out in a soft voice, my love. Aduma was also stunned, calling out madam. Finally, the two of them turned to look at Liuan, following her demand. Adama briefly said, sorry. Achan followed suit with, I'm sorry too. Lewin smiled brightly, his face flushing red with embarrassment as he inwardly praised, Lady Irene really inherited her mother's poise. How can someone be both so gentle and noble? Looking at Irene's mother, he realized she was an 8-star martial artist, Seda Prius. At that moment, the smile on his face froze completely as he inwardly lamented, what kind of family is this anyway? The prestigious Prius clan once possessed a vast territory and was once immersed in brilliant glory. Their mansion back then was the center of attention, towering proudly among other modest homes. However, that prestige vanished when they declined, and several descendants scattered everywhere before finally settling in this remote region. Back then, after those events, they built this house right here. Their descendants lived in seclusion among the mountains, dedicatedly training and cultivating day and night without rest. Typically, Achan and Adama diligently trained every day to enhance their own strength. But Lady Irene, possessing brilliant magical talent, successfully became a mage with the aspiration to revive the clan, and thanks to Irene, the Prius family experienced a powerful turning point. Seda placed a bowl of delicious soup onto the table and politely asked him, I'm so sorry, this is your first visit, yet we've been so rude, haven't we? Then she sat down opposite Lewin and Irene, sincerely confessing, the men in this household are just naturally like that. Extremely emotional and acting without thinking, but deep down they aren't bad people. Right at that moment, Achan and Adama were kicked outside, sitting with their arms around their knees, nursing their grievances together. Inside, Seda looked straight at Lewin, gently defending the two of them. It's just that they love their daughter too much, so I hope you understand. Lewin smiled and politely replied, I understand. Any father with a precious daughter like Lady Irene would panic a bit when she brings a man home. Seda rested her hand on the table, looking at him with a smile. Is that so? Well, I didn't panic at all. Lewin was somewhat surprised by this response, instinctively letting out a huh. Resting her chin in her hand, she casually explained, if our daughter brings a man all the way home, it means she is seriously thinking about him. Then she turned to look at Irene and asked, isn't that right, Irene? Caught right in the bullseye, Irene blushed heavily and flusteredly fumbled over her words, Mom. That. Suddenly, Achan burst the door open, stepping inside and shouting in protest, absolutely not. The three of them instinctively turned to look at him. Achan had also dragged along Adama and 2 other men. All 4 of them were burning with rage. Achan resolutely challenged, if you want to take my daughter, you have to defeat us first. Seda was at her wit's end with them, sighing resignedly, these guys, honestly. Glancing at the 2 strange men standing behind them, Lewin secretly wondered, who on earth are the guys standing behind them? Does she have even more brothers? Achan sternly interrogated him, you said your name is Lewin Ardle. Lewin politely stood up, looking at him and blinking in confusion, huh? Ah, yes, that's right. He solemnly lectured, I believe the most important thing for a man is strength. The strength to protect his woman and family no matter what adversity arises. And alongside that is a natural sense of responsibility. That is how I live and how I taught my sons to live. Lewin listened intently to every single word he said. Achan stared straight into the eyes of Lewin standing right before him, bluntly disparaging, in my eyes. You look like a nobleman raised in luxury. Do you really possess the manly strength I'm talking about? Hearing this, Lewin curled his lips into a faint smile and asked him back, strength, you say? Then he firmly and decisively declared, of course. The thing I am most confident in is my strength. The middle-aged man put his hands on his hips and let out a loud laugh. Strength is what you're most confident in. You've got guts, I'll give you that. At this moment, Lewin's gaze turned resolute as he answered firmly, if you talk about responsibility, I dare say I'm second to none, and if you talk about physical strength, I'm confident I lose to no one. The long-haired son beside him looked thoroughly contemptuous. Lose to no one? Isn't it obvious, Dad? A scammer like him must have seduced our naive Irene. He sounds just like a professional con artist. He wore a quirky, challenging smile. Why don't you prove what you just said? We were just about to go out for a little training session, father and sons. He even declared with utter confidence it won't be easy. Even skilled people usually avoid our training sessions. But Lewin showed no hesitation whatsoever. Sounds fun. He turned back and bid an affectionate farewell, Lady Irene. I'm going out to warm up a bit. Hearing this, she panicked with the men of my family. Lewin turned back with a confident look. They only know how to train, so perhaps the fastest way to get close to them is through training. Then he stepped out after the others. All right, I'll be right back. At that moment, she offered comfort. Don't worry, looking into that boy's eyes, he'll handle things just fine. But that wasn't what Irene was worried about. No, I'm not worried about Lord Lewin. Seda was somewhat surprised. Huh? Then what are you worried about? Her face grew uneasy. What I'm worried about is those reckless men. A scream echoed from outside. The long-haired young man laughed excitedly. How about that? The hollow-cheeked man praised. A new record. Well done, kid. Suddenly, a voice piped up from behind to remind them, you boys still have a long way to go. The guy lying on a boulder observing everything thought to himself, indeed, reaching the 9-star level is still a long way off. The guys down below immediately complained, seriously, surpassing Dad is just too damn hard. The guy looked down at him arrogantly with a smug grin. How's that, you playboy who dared to flirt with our Irene? He was brimming with confidence. Surely that's enough to crush your spirit, right? Lewin also chimed in with praise. Your strength is truly astonishing, sir. Then he pivoted his shoes in another direction. Well then. Lewin wanted to show off a bit. Let me show you something, sir. The three guys standing behind watched intently with intense curiosity. What is he doing? No way is he planning to destroy that entire mountain. Lewin raised a fist. The guy froze, staring blankly after him. With just a single move, Lewin seemingly devastated everything. The mountain was split in two and light shone straight onto Lewin. A massive mountain like that, shattered with bare hands. He wore a confident smile as their voices rang out in sheer astonishment. What kind of mage is this strong? The hazy mountains were shrouded in a layer of mist. In Prius, a man's most important qualities were strength and physical power to protect his family. Just as I guessed, they probably intended to use this training session to crush my spirit, Lewin thought as he sprinted for his life ahead, chased by Irene's brothers. Where do you think you're going? Sweat poured profusely from his entire body. All right, I'll play along with you guys to the end. Even so, this turned out to be an opportunity to prove my strength and physical prowess. Several days passed just like that. Irene's brothers lay sprawling across the ground, panting heavily in exhaustion. Lewin's shadow fell over them. Are you guys all right? He reached out a hand to help them up. Can you stand up? We still have dinner together. Irene's brother took Lewin's hand and sat up. Yeah, thanks. They familiarly asked, are you training again tomorrow? Of course. Suddenly Lewin called out, hey. Irene's brother softly replied, yeah. He enthusiastically asked, can we call you Hyung, older brother? The brothers were both flustered and embarrassed as they answered sure. They chatted animatedly, while a figure stood nearby observing. Irene's father watched them thoughtfully for a long time. Returning home as night fell and enveloped everything everywhere, an astonished voice rang out, what? Really? The brothers couldn't believe it, slamming the table as they spoke loudly. You were actually recognized as the successor Tower Master. The Emperor himself recognized you. Irene, sitting beside Lewin, softly replied, yeah, that's right. He's the mage who stopped the Fire King Terran's rebellion, so being chosen is only natural. With his new status, Lewin seemed to radiate a halo. Such a formidable figure actually came to visit our house. I'm actually meeting the successor Tower Master in real life right now. At this moment, Irene's father finally spoke up. Why didn't you tell us about this sooner? His expression was complicated. If you had told us earlier, we might have treated you differently right from the start. I don't care about other titles. His words left him surprised. What? Lewin smiled and explained, I wanted to be recognized by Lady Irene's family. During that process, I didn't think the title of Tower Master was important. Hearing this, he dropped his jaw in deep thought. Irene's mother propped her chin in her hand and teased, really? That is so the kind of guy Irene would fall for, right, honey? Irene blushed fiercely, Mom. Her father wore a pensive expression full of thought. I suppose so. Inside the small room, each person had their own bed. Suddenly a voice called Lewin awake. Hey. It was Irene's father. He sat up startled. Huh, Dad? While he was still dazed, he added, follow me. He turned around and said seriously, we need to talk. In the quiet night, the round moon shone down. Lewin followed him anxiously, wondering what he wanted to talk about. Suddenly he called out Lewin. He softly replied, yes, Dad. His voice echoed steadily. As I've said many times, Irene is an immensely precious daughter to me. The two men faced each other under the moonlight. Can you take responsibility for a daughter like that? Although still somewhat flustered, Lewin still answered decisively, yes, I can. Irene's father closed his eyes and smiled faintly. All right. Skills, effort, character, even though we treated you quite rudely, your attitude toward the whole family leaves nothing to complain about. He opened his eyes, his gaze sharp and resolute. But if there ever comes a day you make my daughter shed a tear, I won't let it slide. Then he entrusted Irene to him. Take good care of my daughter, Lewin Ardle. Hearing this, he smiled happily. Thank you, Dad. Lewin and Irene stood before the whole family. You're really leaving just like that? How sad. Lewin smiled casually and said, you too, I'll drop by for a visit another time. Irene's brother waved his hands. Oh my God, no need, we'll come visit you ourselves. His words made both of their faces turn red like tomatoes. We're planning to organize an official meetup in Ardal, so just keep dadding until then. Irene, out of sheer embarrassment and anger, kicked her brother. What are you saying, you foolish brother? Then she turned and walked away. First, Lewin, let's go. He waved goodbye to everyone and followed her. Ah, yeah, take care everyone. On the way, Irene hesitated and said, but Lewin, yeah. She lowered her head slightly, her hair hiding most of her face. Now that both families have approved, and there's no one left to stop us. Irene looked straight into his face. Then what are we to each other? Hearing this, Lewin instantly blushed bright red. His eyes widened. He nervously smiled and stammered, Lady Irene. In the gentle breeze, Lewin stood facing Irene and spoke up, let's date seriously. Irene wore a happy smile upon hearing the words she had longed for. She smiled with her eyes crinkled as she replied, please take good care of me, Lord Lewin. 5 years later, at the towering skyscraper dominated by pink and black, just thinking seriously about that time feels crazy. You actually confessed, Lewin. That was none other than the magic tower. Inside the tower, Strang lay sprawled across a chair, rambling on, and I remember every single word. Lady Irene, let's date seriously. Then she giggled. Lewin stood nearby stacking books and said, you talk too much. How many years has it been and you're still bringing that up? He cast a glance at Strang to remind her, if you're helping me, focus on your work instead of lazily reminiscing about the past. Thanks to the Emperor's recommendation, I finally became the Tower Master. Strang lazily bounced up. Yeah, Tower Master Lewin. He ignored her and continued putting books away on the shelf. Ever since becoming Tower Master, I've lived a busy life, with Strang taking on the role of assistant to help me handle the workload. Under the blue sky, a peaceful small town appeared. Ardal had undergone many changes. Thanks to continuous development, Ardal had transformed into a stable, solid city, followed closely by the insanely cool appearance of Hansen and Jason. This was thanks to Hansen, who had become a knight of Ardal, and the tremendous help of Jason, who was in charge of administrative work. Next was the appearance of the kind-faced middle-aged man. Of course, the one who worked the hardest was still his father. At the same time, someone suddenly walked in and called out to Lewin, Opa. Lewin beamed, cordially welcoming the person. Oh, look who's here. He teased, isn't it our sword tournament champion? Ruina stood in place and smiled in response. Oh, come on, Opa, with my skills, that's only natural. The image of Ruina constantly by the side of the Emperor riding a horse appeared. By the way, Ruina continued to pursue her dream of becoming a swordsman, and a few years later, she participated in the sword tournament again and won. Now, she was by the side of the Emperor, who had recovered his health. Lewin walked closer to Ruina and asked, so what brings you here today? She put her hands on her hips and joked, I came to check if our Tower Master is doing his job properly. Pausing for a moment, Ruina continued, and to see how well you've prepared. He suddenly looked bewildered upon hearing this. Prepared. Ruina frowned, questioning suspiciously, don't tell me you have no idea what I'm talking about. Then Lewin smiled and replied, of course I know. He hugged the books against his chest and reassured her, don't worry, everything has been prepared perfectly. Nobody can complain about a thing. Time flew by quickly, and a few days later in the Ardal territory, the entire town suddenly became much more lively. Hansen and Sita stood amidst the bustling crowd. All right, everyone, don't push. Please walk slowly. Hey, I said don't push. Right at that moment, someone suddenly called out, making the two of them instinctively look over. Hansen, Sita. Lewin strolled leisurely amidst the murmurs of the surrounding townspeople. Oh, Lewin, one of the stars of today has arrived. Is that the Tower Master? That's Lord Lewin. He stood before Hansen and Sita and spoke up, thanks for helping out so much. Sita laughed and replied, between friends, this is nothing. Hearing this, Lewin suddenly turned his attention to Sita to ask after him, especially you, Sita. Long time no see, how have you been? I heard you became the head senator of Yoda. Sita smiled proudly, haha, news travels fast. Yeah, that's right. Then he suddenly asked, so how does it feel to be getting married? I thought with your talent you'd go first, but I didn't expect it to happen this fast. Lewin could only respond with an awkward smile to brush it off. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed from another direction. The men from the bride's side hugged each other and cried their eyes out. Irene is getting married already. Isn't this way too soon? Only Irene's mother sighed in resignation. Oh, come on, everyone's looking, stop crying, you guys. Sita watched this scene and couldn't help remarking, your future brothers-in-law haven't changed a bit. While the two of them were chatting, the ground beneath their feet began to tremble. It's about to start, so I'll go get ready. It looks like everyone has arrived except for one more person. Who? Everyone present froze in this unexpected tremor. Some random guys immediately panicked and blurted out, "What? Don't tell me that's an earthquake." At that moment, Lewin calmly reassured them, "Please everyone, stay calm." The ogres with their tall, muscular bodies then appeared. Only the ogres had been invited. The leader of the ogres smiled and spoke in a deep, booming voice, "The wedding ceremony of the little destroyer. How could we possibly miss that?" Next, someone slowly walked up the steps one by one, the steady sound of footsteps echoing. Before the crowd, Jason stood neatly behind the podium. He suddenly spoke up, "Can everyone hear me clearly?" Jason smiled and introduced himself. "First of all, I am a mage from the Magic Tower, and today I will take on the role of Master of Ceremonies. My name is Jason Damon." His red eyes grew tender as Jason continued, "The wedding ceremony will begin shortly, so esteemed guests, please take your seats." Under the clear blue sky, gentle rays of sunlight beamed down as if blessing them. Although I introduced myself as a mage of the Magic Tower, I am actually known much more as a friend of the Tower Master. Even so, thanks to that, today I have the honor of standing in such a momentous place. Before hundreds of attendees, Jason spoke again. "Not long ago, I met the bride and groom, and they asked me to convey their sincere thanks to everyone who traveled from afar to celebrate with them." He raised his head to stare directly in a certain direction. "Well then, now let's welcome the main characters of today." Lewin walked calmly forward amidst the applause of everyone. Lewin Ardle. Meanwhile, Ruina sat down below and spoke in a loud voice, "Opa, congratulations." Beside that, other familiar acquaintances of his also spoke up. "Lord Lewin, congratulations on your wedding." Right after that, Jason spoke once more. "Now then, let's meet the bride." Irene, in a pristine white dress, was led in by her father. "Irene Prius, please step forward." Irene raised her head with confidence, a boundless, happy smile hanging on her lips. Lewin was suddenly startled, staring blankly at her without blinking. "Irene Prius." Her father-in-law and Irene drew closer and closer to him. Through her relentless efforts to restore her clan, she had become a world-renowned mage, a name everyone had to know at least once. Irene smiled brightly as she stared straight at him, and now, she was about to become his wife. Irene stepped away from her father's embrace and walked over to take Lewin's hand. He flashed a gentle, reassuring smile and promised, "I'll be a good husband." Irene's father replied in a firm, confident voice, "All right, I trust you, Lewin." Holding hands, the two of them walked up in front of Tyrion. Next, it's time to welcome the officiant of the ceremony. Standing at the podium with a warm, benevolent expression, the speaker announced, "Today's officiant is the Tower Master's mentor, who is also my own mentor, Headmaster Tyrion Ignit of the Academy." No sooner had those words faded than Tyrion spoke up. "First of all, as the officiant, I'd like to extend my heartfelt congratulations to the two of you." Gazing tenderly at the young couple standing before him, he continued, "The two of you standing here today have overcome every hardship by constantly standing side by side." Irene and Lewin instinctively turned to look at each other. Even if similar trials should arise in the future, this couple, bound together in matrimony, will overcome them all once again. Their fingers were interlocked as if they were a single entity, leaning on each other through times of hardship and sorrow. That was the true meaning of marriage. Exchanging a brief glance, the two of them turned their eyes back toward Tyrion. "Now then, let us listen to the vows from the newlywed couple." Lewin let his gaze drift as he reminisced. "I still remember the first time I saw her at an antique shop in Altain during the Grand Festival. The thought that I'd end up marrying someone who once seemed so cold and stubborn still feels hard to believe even now." Turning to look at her, he continued, "Looking back, I suppose I was captivated by her confidence and intelligence." Lewin recited his vow with absolute confidence. "I, Lewin Ardle, will be my wife's closest confidant and best friend." Following right after, Irene vowed without a moment's hesitation, "I, Irene Prius, will be my husband's loving companion through thick and thin." Lewin and Irene turned to face each other directly, and finally, the two of them spoke in unison toward the gathered guests. "To everyone who has come to celebrate our wedding today, we extend our sincerest gratitude." The moment those words finished, fireworks bloomed brilliantly across the sky. Not just in one corner of the heavens, but echoing in other directions as well, as if spreading this boundless happiness outward. All the invited guests cheerfully chimed in with blessings. "Congratulations, Tower Master. Congratulations, milady." At that exact moment, Lewin drifted into quiet contemplation. For someone as insignificant as me to accomplish all of this, It must be thanks to all that help along the way. Walking side by side with Irene while reflecting on this long journey, he thought, I kept running forward without stopping, facing one perilous crisis after another. But in the end, I've brought everything to a magnificent, flawless close. Lewin thought with a hint of bittersweet nostalgia, if only Draka could witness this moment too. Suddenly, a voice echoed inside his head, congratulations. Lewin started thinking to himself, that voice. He glanced at Chang perched on his shoulder and asked quietly, Chang, didn't you hear something just now? Chang looked blankly back at him. What sound? I didn't hear anything. Hearing that, Lewin's face betrayed a flicker of confusion and disbelief, and he stayed silent without pressing further. Brushing it off with a soft smile, Lewin muttered, never mind. I suppose I was just imagining things. Continuing his walk onward beside Irene, he reflected, if someone were to ask me in the distant future how I'll remember myself today, this is what I'll say. Lewin cast a brief glance backward, not lingering even for a single passing moment, and thought, this is the curtain call for a journey I've lived through to the fullest, without a single shred of regret.